Humanity has destroyed nature and the universe's punishment mechanism has been unleashed. The global apocalypse is upon us. Starting now, Earth will face different catastrophic disasters each month. All human technological means are forbidden from functioning. Every human on Earth will receive a random shelter. Their current residence will automatically transform. Each shelter has its unique talent. Use it wisely and strive to survive. If all of humanity perishes, Earth will enter a new era. If humanity endures 10,000 types of apocalyptic disasters, it will become the eternal sole master of Earth. As the mysterious voice echoed in the ears of every human on the planet, the world underwent a drastic transformation. At that moment, no matter what they were doing, every single person was teleported back to their home without exception. People eating outside suddenly found themselves sitting on their own beds holding plates. Shoppers realized they were on their own sofas with bags. A passionate couple, in the middle of lovemaking, abruptly discovered their partner had vanished. Even those without a fixed residence found themselves appearing in random, unfamiliar houses out of thin air. He was no exception. He had been at work listening to his boss reprimand when the environment around him twisted and warped, and he found himself sitting on his home sofa. He blinked, dazed for a long time. The next second, he shivered. So those words weren't just a hallucination from work fatigue. A mysterious entity is punishing Earth's humans. The end of the world is coming. He took a deep breath, forcing his trembling body to calm down. As a 23-year-old, he adapted quickly. He soon understood the situation. Every human has a random shelter as a means to resist the apocalypse. In 10 minutes, the first wave of disaster will arrive. Theme: extreme heat. Temperatures of at least 60 degrees Celsius will spread across the globe. Check your shelter's attributes, gather resources, and strive to stay alive. If you die, no one will pity you. Everyone is busy staying alive. He murmured, putting down a mysterious slip of paper on the table. The paper was filled with essential information, helping everyone quickly grasp their situation. In 10 minutes, the first apocalypse would begin. Not a hallucination. Could it be a prank by some high-tech organization? He frowned, tentatively whispering, "Open shelter data panel." Swish. A translucent data frame appeared before making his eyes widen. If this is a prank, the scale is too grand. He pondered, carefully examining the data. Shelter unnamed, level 0. Shelter owner Population 1. Space 1 bedroom with living room and bathroom. Comfort 1 point. Resources 7 chairs, 1 bed, 1 sofa, 1 fridge, 1 computer. Food resources 5 small breads, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 3 packs of chocolate snacks, 2 packs of noodles, 4 drinks, 8 beers, 2 barrels of water. Miscellaneous valueless items not counted. Survival points 0. Current phase: first apocalypse, extreme heat about to begin. Main objective: survive. Reward: performance-based scoring after completion with random rewards. Special reserve: 1 shelter talent pending activation. Very realistic. He muttered, then walked to the window, pulled the curtain, and looked outside. The streets were already packed. People rushed out of houses shouting. Some were disheveled, some terrified, some dashed to nearby convenience stores. What's happening? I was working at a construction site. How did I get home? Amazing. I can teleport. Can I be sent abroad? I want to travel. You fools. The mass teleportation of so many people should be proof enough. The apocalypse is coming. It's over. My phone has no signal. I can't make calls. Is human technology really banned? Boss, I want to buy food. Give me the most storable items. And 100 buckets of ice. Get lost. I'm not selling. Do you think I'm stupid? The apocalypse is here. Your money is worthless. The streets outside were in complete chaos. Crowds swarmed into supermarkets and small shops. Shopkeepers hurriedly pulled down their shutters. Chaos escalated, and police could be seen. He did not go downstairs. He silently observed the crowd below. If it's really the apocalypse, it'll start in 5 minutes. Even if I went to buy supplies now, it's too late. He took out his phone. No signal. He couldn't make calls. He plugged it into a power outlet. No response. Power is out. He checked the water. It still worked for now. If the apocalypse doesn't come, that's better. But if it's real, I need to prepare quickly. He took a deep breath, realizing it might all be true. After all, who could have the power to teleport so many people at once? The first disaster is heat, at least 60 degrees. Without cooling methods, I probably won't last more than a few days. Even if I'm lucky enough not to get heat stroke, I'll likely die of dehydration. And with technology failing the city water system, we'll have huge problems. Currently, each of us is in our own home. Our home is our shelter. He forced himself to calm down, using all his survival knowledge to decide next steps. First, he quickly reacted, taking all the basins and bottles in the house to the bathroom to fill with water. He also turned on the bathtub faucet to maximum. Good thing I rented this apartment with a bathtub. It might come in handy. Just wonder where the landlord went. Whatever the jerk has many properties, I don't care. He kept splashing cold water on his face. While there was still time, he tried to keep his skin moist. Then he checked the fridge and other critical storage. Good, no power. The fridge would lose cooling soon. He dared not open it repeatedly, trying to preserve the cold environment. Meanwhile, he gathered all the thermoses, filled them with water, and dropped in some ice cubes. Thermoses keep heat in, but also cold. Now we'll minimize fridge openings. If this heat apocalypse is real, it might be my last lifeline. With my current conditions, I can't survive such a harsh environment. He'll have to rely on the shelter's talent. Sui lifted his head, looked at the data before him, took a deep breath, and tentatively spoke. Activate shelter talent. Hello, detected an unopened talent. Opening now. New information appeared in front of Sui, and soon a white light flashed. When the white light dissipated, new talent information appeared. Congratulations. You have obtained the shelter talent Otaku Home. Otaku Home SS level. For every 24 hours you stay in your shelter, you will randomly receive a survival reward that is currently most urgently needed. When the shelter is upgraded, the effect of this talent will also improve. SS level shelter talent. Sui froze, then rejoiced. Staying home gets me rewards. And it's the most urgently needed reward. It gives me what I lack. Damn, then why am I doing all this work? This talent lets me lie flat in the apocalypse. Sui was a cautious man. When he became convinced that the doomsday was truly coming, he was terrified. He tried to use all the knowledge he had acquired to improve his chances of survival. But when the shelter talent appeared, Sui suddenly realized that he could just slack off. SS level talent can't be weak, right? But I have to wait until this time tomorrow to verify the specific effects. For now, while I've done everything I can only wait. Before Sui's murmuring voice faded, he suddenly felt an intense heat that made his whole body feel unbearably hot. This wave of heat came out of nowhere, instantly drying the surrounding air. The temperature kept rising, and Sui felt as if the very air he breathed was burning. Sui quickly turned around and saw the sky outside the window was already a blazing red. Heaven and earth were changing. Endless rolling waves of heat were pouring into the room through the open window. Instantly, the temperature inside the room became as scorching as an oven. Damn, I forgot to close the window. The first round of doomsday has already begun. Sui's face changed drastically. He rushed to the window and reached out to pull the curtain, but accidentally burned his hand on the hot steel of the security bars. SSS. So hot. Is the Earth's temperature rising this fast? Sui hesitated for a moment and happened to see the streets, previously chaotic, now filled with piercing screams and desperate pleas. So hot. I'm dying from the heat. What kind of weather is this? The apocalypse is really here. This temperature is too high, honey, let's go home. Someone help me, my head is spinning, I think I have heat stroke. Thud. Many people who hadn't made it back to their houses were soaked in sweat, like rain, frantically searching for shelter. Above people's heads, the sun had suddenly grown much larger, wantonly radiating endless heat. The crimson sky was as dazzling as blood. On the street, some frail people could no longer hold up in the heat, collapsing softly with signs of severe heat. But by now there was no one to help these weak people. Everyone was frantically running home or seeking shelter in the nearest building to escape the sun. At this moment, all of humanity understood. This was not an illusion, but a true transformation of heaven and earth. The apocalypse had truly arrived. Life and death hung in the balance. Sui sighed softly. He couldn't save others, he could only take care of himself. He grabbed the curtain, wrapped it around his hand, gritted his teeth, and closed the window, then pulled the curtain shut. The temperature inside the room dropped slightly. Although it was still scorching hot, it was a little better than the furnace-like environment outside. Only a few minutes had passed since the apocalypse began, and without doing any strenuous exercise, Sui already felt drenched in sweat, his body losing massive amounts of water, his lips cracked and parched. His head also started to feel dizzy, his body inexplicably tired, and an unfounded irritability rose within him. These were signs of rapid dehydration. Sui dared not be careless. He quickly stripped off his clothes, drank a whole bottle of water, and rushed into the bathroom to soak himself in the bathtub. But the water in the tub was already a little warm. The extremely hot earth temperature was continuously heating up this cold bath. If I keep soaking, will I end up boiling myself? This thought popped into Sui's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. If it's only 60 degrees Celsius, it won't be that extreme. But the disaster info also said the minimum temperature for the first round is 60 degrees. It didn't say it couldn't go higher. The oppressive heat and dryness made it hard for Sui to stay calm. His mind wandered in a daze. Sui wanted to think of a way to break the deadlock or improve his chances of survival. But given the current situation, it was too difficult. An ordinary person in their own home, suddenly facing such a scorching climate and an uncertain future, most could only wait silently for their fate to unfold. It seems I can only wait for the effect of my talent for now. Sui sighed, but quickly perked up. He soaked in the tub for a while longer, then rose dripping wet. Before he even stepped out of the bathroom, the water droplets on his body had already evaporated completely. I feel a bit better. Let's eat something first. In such heat, some food will spoil quickly. Su-yi selected the foods that wouldn't keep well, forced himself to swallow despite the burning sensation. I guess I'm pretty much a homebody. At least I have some food and drink at home. If people didn't stock up, probably the first to die will be them. Su-yi pondered silently, then suddenly laughed. All right, the apocalypse actually favors the homebodies. Finding joy in misery was a necessary skill for homebodies. Su-yi tried to eat as slowly as possible to conserve energy. During this process, he could occasionally hear shouts and yells from people in the house outside and in the floors above and below. Su-yi couldn't make out the words clearly, but he could feel the despair and suffering in those cries. It was so hot. The human body struggled to adapt to such sudden high temperatures. With the sudden arrival of the apocalypse, many people with insufficient mental resilience were bound to panic or even have their mental defenses crumble. Extreme heat makes people irritable, overwhelmed, and unable to stay calm. To avoid excessive mental stress, Su-yi kept drinking water and took out paper and pen to analyze his current survival situation. If my talent works, then by tomorrow noon, I'll get my first reward. According to its effect, what do I most urgently need right now? Su-yi surveyed his supplies and mused. The first disaster is heat. Extreme heat means rapid water loss. Theoretically, my most urgent need is drinking water. But considering what I have now, food and water can last a few more days. They're not the most critical need. Compared to water, I actually need food more since food spoils faster in the heat. So tomorrow's reward will probably give me some food or drink. Su-yi looked up at the ceiling a little puzzled. But how will the reward be delivered? Will it just fall from the sky? Su-yi didn't know. All he could do was wait. Of course, besides anticipating the shelter talent, Su-yi cared more about whether the existing order of human society was still intact. Especially in the Chinese mainland human order system, if there was any possibility, they would spare no effort to resist the disaster. This time would they succeed? Su-yi didn't know. He could only endure the heat, silently counting the hours. 8 hours later, night fell. Su-yi could occasionally hear signs of human activity on the street. Many people taking advantage of the slightly cooler night to venture out for food. But he still hadn't received any news of official rescue. Human technology has completely failed. Combined with the sudden disaster, it has really crushed all the countries in the world. Even if someone is organizing rescue, it's barely a drop in the bucket in a short time. After all, next month, there will be a new disaster crisis. All of humanity has become toys. Su-yi closed his eyes and lay down on the bed. After a night of thinking, he had fully understood his situation. Rather than hope in others, better to rely on himself. How would he survive? By staying home. The next day at noon, Su-yi lay groggily on the bed. Suddenly, he lifted his head, glanced at the clock on the wall, and murmured, "It's time. The shelter talent reward should be coming." Before his words faded, a translucent information window suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations. You have successfully triggered the shelter talent and received a random reward, ice water maker grade." Along with the information panel, a white light bloomed on the floor in front of Su-yi. When the light faded, an object resembling a large freezer appeared before him. Su-yi was stunned for a moment, then looked at it. He could clearly see a line of small text above the large freezer. Ice water maker grade shelter item. It has a permanent cooling effect and a refrigerated compartment. It automatically generates 10 servings of ice water drinkable every 24 hours. The ice water can effectively reduce body temperature by 5 degrees for 2 hours. It cannot store more than 10 servings at a time, no location limit. With the appearance of the large freezer, a new entry ice water maker was added to Su-yi's shelter item information. At the same time, the shelter comfort level increased from 1 to 11. There really is a reward. Su-yi took a deep breath, quickly walked to the large freezer, and slowly opened the lid. Immediately, a burst of frigid white mist surged toward him. The icy sensation was so pleasant that Su-yi almost squinted with pleasure, nearly crying out. It was so comfortable. It was like suddenly walking into an air-conditioned room on a summer afternoon. The feeling was so amazing it took your breath away. Su-yi bent down, almost sticking half his body inside. While enjoying the icy sensation, he examined the contents of the freezer. There were 10 bottles the size of large soda bottles inside the freezer. Su-yi took one out, easily twisted off the cap, and tentatively took a small sip. Ding! You have consumed great ice water. Gained a 2-hour effect, body perceived temperature reduced by 5 degrees. A sip of ice water went down. Su-yi could clearly feel a cool sensation flowing through his body. His previously hot skin calmed down, his pores slightly closed, and he was no longer drenched in sweat. Much better. What a great thing. Su-yi sighed in satisfaction. This was indeed the resource he urgently needed most. With this thing, the biggest survival problem in the extreme heat was solved. No need to worry about heat stroke or dehydration anymore. Just as Su-yi was about to continue studying the freezer, a frantic knock suddenly came from outside the door. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Bang, bang, bang. The frantic knocking echoed at the door, instantly tightening Su Yi's nerves. His instincts whispered that a group of people stood outside, yet their intentions remained unknown. Su Yi narrowed his eyes. He did not respond to the knocking. Instead, he held his breath frozen in place, uttering not a single sound. Even as a novice to apocalypse, he understood well enough that human nature becomes unpredictable amid cataclysmic collapse. With global systems shattered and calamity rampant, who could say whether those outside were desperate survivors or ruthless predators? Opening the door would be unwise. So much as calling out would be reckless. Is anyone there? Open up. We're your neighbors from upstairs. Open the door. A gruff male voice boomed from beyond the threshold, deep, resonant, unmistakably belonging to a burly man, only deepening Su Yi's tension. He crept forward, silent and deliberate, toward the nearby cabinet where a row of kitchen knives rested, the most common household weapon for self-defense. Damn it, another empty place. Strange. According to what we heard, everyone was supposed to have returned home. There should be someone inside this apartment. Brotherly, let's stop waiting. The occupant might have already succumbed to heat stroke. No point wasting time. What rotten luck. Another poor soul doomed to die. Outside voices murmured in resignation. One man kicked the door hard several times, venting frustration born of sweltering heat, before their footsteps receded into silence. From beginning to end, Su Yi uttered not a word. Only after they had vanished into the distance did he stir, not immediately, but only after standing motionless for a full half-hour. Then with painstaking care, he drew 2 knives and gripped them tightly, eyes never leaving the door. 2 hours later, he sipped chilled water to replenish his strength, then tiptoed to the doorway and peered. No one remained. They had departed entirely. No one doubled back to inspect his refuge. Who were moving in groups? Were they searching this building for survivors? From their conversation, they'd already checked numerous apartments and seen corpses. Su Yi pondered silently. His intelligence was scarce limiting his deductions, but one truth stood firm: his SSS-Rank sanctuary talent was undeniably invaluable. With that certainty secured, he need never step outside his home. Simply staying indoors would allow him to weather the first month of this scorching apocalypse. Lucky I locked the door tight yesterday. If they'd broken in and discovered my freezer. He glanced back at the appliance, relief flickering across his face. Distrust was not paranoia, it was survival. If others learned of such a resource, who could guarantee they wouldn't turn vicious? Civil order had crumbled. No law shielded humanity now. Each person stood alone, forced to rely solely on themselves and trust no one. I will survive by exercising utmost caution. He mentally affirmed the vow, then dragged every heavy piece of furniture, tables, chairs, to barricade the entrance. Next came the refrigerator, then every other object in the apartment capable of reinforcing the barrier. His strategy was simple, the ultimate turtle's hell defense. Let storms rage outside. He would not emerge. Even if someone tried to break in tonight, they'd likely fail. Wiping sweat from his brow, Su Yi surveyed the doorway, a fortress now piled high with clutter sealed tight. As for the windows, he felt no concern. Curtains remained drawn, the iron security grille outside glowed, nearly molten in the heat. No rational person would attempt scaling 6 stories barehanded. Such an act defied human limits. Once the defenses were secured, he began hauling food and drinking water into the freezer. This freezer was extraordinary. It operated without electricity, yet maintained powerful, sustained refrigeration. Though no engineer, Su Yi knew better than to question its mechanics. He simply maximized its utility. Fortunately, his stockpile was modest, fitting perfectly within the freezer's capacity. By the time he finished, he was drenched in sweat. He scraped ice shards and blocks from the freezer, dumped them into the bathtub, stripped bare, and sank into the cooling water. Sipping icy water while soaking in water no longer searing, he sighed contentedly. Ah, bliss. Eyes half closed in quiet pleasure, he mused inwardly. My SS-Rank sanctuary talent proves truly formidable, though I wonder what rewards tomorrow will bring. If my sanctuary possesses a talent, perhaps every sanctuary does. And what of my parents? I wish I could reach them. A pang of sorrow stirred within him. Today, all he could do was remember his family and friends far away in his hometown, unable to know their fate. Just as melancholy settled, a new chime sounded in his ears. Congratulations, survivors. All humans hearing this message have endured today too. Now broadcasting today's latest Earth Apocalypse Daily Bulletin. Global count of surviving sanctuaries, over 8.2 billion. Sanctuaries lost yesterday, over 1.3 billion. Today's environmental shift: ambient temperature increased by 10 C, nighttime cooling has ceased. Stay strong, survive. The announcement sent a subtle shift across Su Yi's expression. Temperatures are rising again. At 60 degrees Celsius, it's already unbearable. 70 will claim countless lives. His heart sank. Lost sanctuaries meant deaths, confirmed irreversible. Of Earth's 8 billion souls, over 1 billion perished within the first day alone. The coming days promised only escalating mortality. Humanity's gravest trial would arrive when supplies dwindled or when disaster intensified beyond. What is this force, determined to eradicate us utterly? Weight pressed upon his thoughts until another chime broke through. As a reward for surviving day one, global sanctuary communication platforms are now activated, organized by city districts. Simultaneously, regional trading hubs for sanctuaries are open. Any sanctuary may freely exchange goods and resources. Note all transactions must be verified for authenticity. Fraudulent actors will forfeit tenfold the value of their sanctuary's provisions. A collective reward. City-based networks enabling open dialogue and commerce. This was growing indistinguishable from a game, except its foundation was built upon humanity's very lives. Su-Yi lifted his gaze and beheld a newly materialized interface identical to the chat windows of classic MMORPGs, bearing the header Jinling City Sanctuary chat channel. Below, messages scrolled rapidly, flooding the screen with increasing volume. Unnamed Sanctuary, hey, anyone there? Unnamed Sanctuary, yes, I'm here, but nearly roasted alive. What's happening? Is this really the end? Unnamed Sanctuary, seriously, haven't adapted yet. I've got 2 liters of drinkable liquid, trading for any food. Listed on the marketplace, any takers? DeLong, no. One sanctuary still unnamed. How am I supposed to tell you apart? By the way, what's your sanctuary talent? I'll go first, I've gotten a rank. Feels like I'll make it. Wang Qinshan Sanctuary, huh? Don't you just use your real name? I won't disclose mine. I'm afraid you might be. Unnamed Sanctuary, seriously. This is no time for secrecy. We must unite. Aid the vulnerable. Overcome this crisis together. Unnamed Sanctuary, help me. I'm weak. My child hasn't eaten in half a day, and our water's almost. Unnamed Sanctuary, Mom. Dad, where are you? It's Danielle. Danielle. Unnamed Sanctuary, Danielle. Can you stop spamming? We're dehydrating, and you're reenacting Tadpole finds Mom. Su-Yi observed the chatter in silence, offering no reply. Everywhere, searches for loved ones, cries for aid, barter requests. A few sanctuaries cautiously discussed talents and apocalypse conditions, likely those whose talents granted stability, easing immediate survival pressures. It was only day 2. Rationally, most people, though panicked and terrified, could still endure. True existential crisis had yet to descend. After brief observation, Su-Yi concluded that participants remained guarded, revealing little of substance. Naturally, some claimed official status, urgently advocating unity and reactivating China's organizational resilience. But in this chaos, no one could verify authenticity. After scanning briefly, Su-Yi opened the marketplace. Here lay listings from Jinling City and surrounding sanctuaries. Diverse demands, mostly barter-based, many outright pleas for rescue. Trade listing, 1 liter of urine, sweet tasting. Exchange for food only. Absolutely no feces. Trade listing, bottled mineral water, 2 yuan edition. Requires food equivalent to 1. 5 days adult rations. No knives accepted. Trade listing, complete Ming Dynasty General's armor set, including saber and bow. Essential for apocalyptic domestic defense. Accepting only 7 days worth of water and food. Trade listing, my neighbor hoarded grain, I hoarded guns. My neighbor is my granary. Offering heavy crossbow, 20 steel bolts. Require 5 days worth of sustenance. Listings multiplied rapidly, endless, ever expanding. Jinling's survivor count appeared relatively high, for now. But how many would remain visible in the days ahead? Su-Yi scrutinized carefully. Few items held exceptional value. Most trades centered on consumables, weapons, or tools, the true currencies of collapse. Gold bars and jewelry fetched no interest. Even as the sweet urine listing sold instantly, flashing transaction completed. Urine found buyers, gold gathered dust. Indeed, in chaos, sustenance reigned supreme. He glanced down at the half bottle of icy water still in his hand, thoughtful. Perhaps I should list it. See what he had plenty left. Parting with half a bottle posed no hardship. Within moments, he uploaded the listing, specifying his preference for food or weapons in return. He disclosed full details publicly. Anyone could verify it was a sanctuary talent artifact. Transparency underscored its worth, and anonymity protected him. He remained the unnamed sanctuary, fully untraceable. The moment he confirmed the listing, a chime sounded. Within 2 seconds. New transaction alert. Response. So soon someone wants to buy. Su-Yi exclaimed in surprise as he opened the interface to take a closer look. Buyer message, unnamed shelter. Hello, I would like to exchange 2 buckets of instant noodles for your ice water. Please accept my trade request. 2 buckets of instant noodles. If I ration them, they should last for at least 3 days. Su-Yi rested his chin on his hand, not replying to the message, preparing to wait a bit longer. After all, the maximum duration for each order is 24 hours, and Su-Yi was not currently facing any food shortages. Moreover, with a trading platform in place, Su-Yi could exchange ice water for food every day. In the sweltering heat, nothing is as valuable as water. You have new order trading information. Please respond as soon as possible. You have new order trading information. Please respond as soon as possible. You have new order trading information. Please respond as soon as possible. Several new prompts popped up surprising Sue E, and he quickly checked. Buyer message, hey, are you there? A piece of edible item, want to trade? Buyer message, a large bottle of sweet liquid, 1 bottle for half a bottle of your ice water. You won't regret it. How about cigarettes? 3 packs of Huaziil, buy half a bottle from you, and you won't lose out. This will definitely sell well in the apocalypse. Brother, the latest ladies' underwear, absolutely fragrant, 7 pieces in various colors, hope you will be satisfied. Sue E was left speechless. What are these trade messages? Other than the cigarettes, which seems somewhat normal, the rest are just bizarre items. There were even messages attempting to seduce Sue E remotely. What's going on? Cyber seduction. What time is it? And still talking about 7 colors. Can this thing be eaten? Sue E couldn't be bothered to reply to these messages, yet an endless stream of prompts continued to sound. Everyone craved the special effects of this half bottle of ice water, which significantly reduced the human body temperature by 5 degrees. If used at a critical moment, it could be a life-saving cooling artifact. Many discerning individuals were aware of this, but they all hoped to take advantage of it. Sue E simply set the trading categories to food and weapons. Any trading information that didn't belong to these 2 categories was automatically blocked, and he would not accept disturbances. After doing all this, indeed, the number of harassment messages Sue E received rapidly decreased. About 2 hours later, amidst a slew of normal trading information, Sue E saw an item information that caught buyer information. Plant-based bread grade consumable provides basic nutrition needed by the human body for a day. Upon consumption, replenishes physical strength for a day's work, but hunger will still be felt. How about this 2 magical breads for half a bottle of your ice water? You absolutely won't lose out. This message was quite interesting. The buyer claimed that his bread was magical, and the message sent was evidently as miraculous as the ice water, a special product from the shelter. Exchanging magical ice water for magical bread certainly seemed like a fair trade. Each party gets what they need. Sue E quickly agreed to the trade request and confirmed the trading details. Before long, the prompt sounded. Ding! Your order has been successfully traded. With the prompt echoing, the item information on the shelter interface added the details of the plant-based bread. Sue E silently chanted in his heart and opened his hand. 2 pieces of bread about the size of his palm appeared in his hand. The bread was a golden color with an enticing aroma wafting through the air, stimulating his appetite. Above the bread, clear item information was displayed, exactly matching what the buyer had said. Without hesitation, Sue E directly ate 1 piece. The taste is quite nice, sweet and tender. Sue E licked his lips, still craving more. This bread was truly fragrant, and the effects were exceptional. He wondered how many more such breads this guy had. Wait a moment. Sue E looked at the remaining piece of bread in his hand, and a flash of inspiration struck him as he suddenly realized a problem. My talent rewards the most urgently needed items every day. Based on the first instance, the next reward is likely to be food-related. After all, in the current situation, water and food are definitely the most important. But if I use ice water to exchange for enough food, what will the second reward be? If I already have enough food, will the second reward change? Sue E mumbled. If it changes, doesn't that mean I can control the content of the rewards? Sue E suddenly realized this might be the correct usage of his talent. Clearly, every human has a shelter, and to survive the ongoing apocalyptic disasters, one must learn how to manage their shelter well. Sue E immediately walked to the freezer, took out 5 bottles of ice water, and then put them on the shelf. This time he chose only food. In just 2 hours, a large number of trade requests flooded in, including ordinary food and magical food. Sue E only selected some bulk and easily storable food such as instant noodles and biscuits. The focus was on quantity. The magical foods were all priced too high, although useful, he couldn't exchange for many. After selling the 5 bottles of ice water, Sue E received a mountain of various dry food items, filling the bathroom with a wide variety. This way the food issue is resolved. We'll see what kind of reward I get tomorrow. Sue E murmured, having already devised his plan. As long as the sky doesn't fall, I won't go outside. I will fully utilize the shelter's talent and stay at home to gather a pile of disaster resistance rewards first. Although it's a bit boring, at least my safety is guaranteed. Sue E lay on the sofa, idly scrolling through the chat channel for the Jinling area. Now the entire city was without water and electricity, and phones and computers were long out of use. The only distraction was to check the city's situation and gather outside information through remote chatting. Sue E intended to secretly spy, but to his surprise, as soon as he opened the chat channel, he saw that most of the city's people were calling out to him. Ice water brother, are you there? Please support me with some ice water, we can negotiate the price. Ice water brother. Bring a few more bottles, I didn't manage to grab any earlier, I can offer more food. Ice water brother, big brother, I just risked my life to go to the supermarket for a $0 purchase. Please trade me a bottle of water. In the city channel, everyone was calling for ice water brother, and Sui realized it. These people are calling for him. They all want ice water. Some who were less attentive to outside information curiously asked, "What are you shouting about? Who is Ice Water Brother? Is there still an internet celebrity in the apocalypse?" Ice Water Brother is way more impressive than an internet celebrity. Someone quickly explained, earlier several bottles of ice water appeared on the trading platform. That stuff can lower body temperature. Think about it, the temperature is going to rise, it's going to be 70 degrees. If only I had a bottle of ice water, it would definitely save lives at a critical moment. An internet celebrity. Can an internet celebrity compare to my Ice Water Brother? My Ice Water Brother is simply a saint. Ice Water Brother, I'm begging you, sell me another bottle. Ice Water Brother. Huh. Ice water. I want. Ice water. I feel like I can't take it anymore. I'm hot. There are ants crawling on me. Please. Please, Ice Water Brother. Sell me another bottle. I'm suffering. Half a bottle is also fine. Sui took a deep breath. Humans are really crazy. Many discerning individuals were aware of the importance of ice water. However, alas, people called out for Ice Water Brother, who seemed to have vanished without a trace. Only a few lucky ones in the chat channel were flaunting the ice water they had purchased or flipping it for a profit. Special ice water. 10 boxes of instant noodles to start. Highest bidder wins. Ice Water Brother's ice water is now on the shelf. Come with a lot of food, or a gentle girl will do. Ice water 1 sip version is online. Personal testing shows that even a small sip can have a cooling effect. 1 sip is priced at 5 packs of instant noodles or 5 bottles of regular drinking water. Seeing this information, Sui was taken aback. What a remarkable business instinct of the Chinese people. Even in the apocalypse, they still remember to make a profit. Keeping some magical ice water for himself while reselling part of it allowed many lucky ones to secure their early supplies. This also made Sui realize just how valuable the ice water in his hands was. Damn, I sold too cheap. Sui sighed, but he didn't plan to sell the remaining ice water just yet. Right now, I'm the only one in Jinling with cooling ice water. The 4.5 bottles on the market haven't been sold yet. If I put more on the shelf, it would only lower the price of the ice water. They'll wait and see when they have no ice water left and are at their wits' end. That's when I can maximize my benefits. Sui was very calm. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with what he was doing. In times of apocalypse, one's own interests come first. The lives and deaths of others have nothing to do with me. Time flew. Before long, it was 8 o'clock at night. The temperature showed no sign of dropping with the onset of darkness. An abnormal surge of 10 degrees had turned every breath into a searing ordeal, as if human organs were slowly roasting in the stifling air. Sui, agitated and drenched in heat, scrolled endlessly through trade listings and neighborhood chat to pass the time, until sudden voices erupted from the street outside his window. Someone's emerged. He rushed to the window and parted the curtain just enough to peer out. Below, beneath the dim veil of night, several figures held aloft candlesticks and crude torches, emerging one by one from the residential building where Sui lived. Hurry up, no dawdling. It's unbearable out here. And, brotherly, are we really going to find food? It's even hotter outside than indoors. I swear my throat's on fire. If we don't find anything, we'll starve. What choice do we have? This cursed weather refuses to cool down, not even at night. A group of men in work uniforms grumbled loudly. Windows opened across every floor, faces peered downward, watching silently. Brotherly. A flicker of recognition stirred in Sui's mind. That's the man who knocked on my door this morning. He recognized them, but knew nothing of their origins or intentions. He rarely spoke to neighbors, buried as he was in work. I'm parched. I remember several shops along this street. Let's check them out. Did everyone bring their gear? Last night ended in total failure. We can't afford another empty-handed return. Brotherly, we've got everything. Say later, can we trade some food for ice water? I hear it's miraculous. Ice water. Humph. Too expensive, not worth it. Plain water will suffice. As they spoke, the men strode deeper into the consuming darkness. Sui watched intently from the shadows. Each man carried weapons. Rebar rods, kitchen knives, even makeshift bows and arrows. A scorching apocalypse, where heat itself is the enemy, yet they arm themselves so heavily. Their motives run far deeper than mere survival. Sui murmured softly, then stiffened with alarm. There must be people inside those shops. They're planning to raid them. The scorching apocalypse had wrought only extreme climatic upheaval, shattering humanity's former ecological equilibrium without directly eradicating it. More perilous than the suffocating heat were humankind's own kindred. With cities paralyzed globally and resources vanishing, the darkest recesses of the human heart began to stir and bloom. Those who flouted old-world rules now thrived most freely. In moments later, in mercy, have mercy. Husband, what have you done to my husband? In murder, help, someone help us. Murder. A piercing scream tore through the night, clear, raw, and chilling. Emanating from the blackness a short distance down the street, a man's agonized cry, a woman's desperate wail, and the terrified sobs of a child woven together in horror. Instantly, tension coiled like smoke around nearby apartment blocks. From the darkened windows, countless unseen eyes turned toward the source of the sound, silent, watchful, wary. Over an hour later, Brother Lee and his crew trudged back, shoulders laden with bulging sacks and parcels, laughing easily as they walked. Bro, why'd you stop me from having a little fun with that woman? She had spirit. What do you know? We need to conserve energy. Doing that in this heat, you'll dehydrate and drop dead. Oh, what a shame. I barely got to touch her, but damn, her skin felt amazing. Haha. Quick, now we've got food. Let's make several more trips tonight. Don't let others snatch our spoils. In their conversation, punctuated by lewd chuckles, the men sounded genuinely delighted. Su-yi saw clearly fresh blood stained many of their clothes, crimson streaks glistened on the blades and bars they carried. Truly dangerous men indeed. His eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a quiet wave of relief. Had he opened the door that morning alone and unprepared, his refrigerator, his sole cache of ice, would surely have been seized. They formed a tight-knit group, but what are their innate abilities? They've adapted to apocalyptic logic with alarming speed. If left unchecked, they'll inevitably track me down, one day, perhaps sooner than I think. A cold unease settled over Su-yi as he reflected in silence. They hadn't forced his door open today, but tomorrow offered no such guarantees. Once humanity shatters its inner restraints, no atrocity remains beyond reach, not even systematic home invasions door by door to seize supplies and dominate territory. I must reinforce my shelter's defenses. Self-preservation is no longer optional. And he drew the curtains shut and sat motionless in the darkness, thinking calmly. Soon he reopened the trading platform, listing 4 bottles of ice water, and changed his exchange requirement to any effective means of shelter defense. Whether weapons, armor, or something else entirely. If it enhanced shelter security, Su-yi would trade for it. He even added a note: if the price seems unreasonable, feel free to negotiate. So long as the item was truly valuable, he'd gladly part with multiple bottles, even all 4. After all, by noon tomorrow, his freezer would regenerate 10 new bottles. His ice water trade was pure arbitrage. The Ice Water Brother has returned. A new listing just appeared, 4 bottles at once. It's definitely him. Let me see the order. Oh, he's requesting defensive tools this time. Sharp thinking. The Ice Water Brother no longer lacks food or drink. Now securing his shelter. In this apocalypse, he's practically invulnerable. Damn it. I'm dying of thirst while my neighbors lie dead. Meanwhile, the Ice Water Brother is already fortifying his sanctuary. Humanity must unite and overcome this crisis. I call upon the Ice Water Brother to distribute ice water freely, to become a true hero for our entire city. The chat channel buzzed with scattered commentary on the new listing, but mostly flooded with pleas for rescue and grandiose declarations from self-proclaimed saviors. On the second night of the apocalypse, the initial novelty had long since evaporated, leaving only gnawing dread of what lay ahead. Resources dwindled rapidly. Heat intensified unbearably. Humanity could no longer deny the truth: this was a global catastrophe, one that killed without mercy. Precisely because scarcity ruled, Su-yi's ice water became fiercely coveted. The few bottles purchased earlier that afternoon had already vanished. His fresh listing of 4 bottles now drew attention from half the surviving shelters across the city, message after message flooding into Su-yi's inbox. He reviewed them carefully, spending a full hour sifting through the deluge until he'd selected precisely what he needed. In the end, he chose a compact compound crossbow, 30 professional-grade steel bolts, accompanying maintenance tools and spare parts, and a detailed user manual. In peacetime, such a weapon would have been strictly controlled, its lethality rivaling that of a handgun. Its value was high. Su-yi traded 3 bottles to secure it, and used the 4th to acquire a heat-resistant jacket. These people are stingy, every last one sharper than the next. Even ice water, precious as it is, only buys so much. Su-yi exhaled deeply. In the apocalypse, every decision was weighed, every resource calculated. Now armed, he felt a fragile sliver of reassurance. He glanced at his door, firmly barricaded, and placed the crossbow beside his pillow, ready to grasp it instantly, even in sleep. He slipped on the heat-resistant jacket, but its effect was minimal. Oppressive heat still clung to his skin. Food, water, and weapons. I have them now. What I lack is medicine. Lying in bed, he pondered his survival strategy in the darkness. Tomorrow's ice water. I'll trade for medicine. Huxiang Jingqi water, perhaps. I wonder what tomorrow's reward will be. My basic survival needs are met. Will it repeat food and water, or something entirely new? Lost in thought, Su-yi drifted into sleep. Boom. Stay back. I'll call the police. Help. Someone, save me. They're killing me. Na woman's shrill scream pierced the silence, jolting Su-yi awake. He sprang from bed, snatched up the crossbow, and fixed his gaze warily on the door, intact, silent, undisturbed. No intruder stood within his room. Only after confirming his safety did he lift his eyes to the ceiling. This was an aging building, poorly insulated. Every crash, every shout from upstairs echoed with unnerving clarity. Men's shouts, a woman's shrieks, furniture splintering under violent force. The sounds of brutal struggle filled the air. "And what are you doing? Are you trying to kill someone? Don't come near me. I'm armed." In another man's cry. A would-be rescuer swiftly. "Is it Brother Lee's group?" NSU Yi's expression hardened as he weighed the possibility. Judging by the past 2 days, only that crew in his building displayed such coordinated aggression and strength. Yet whether or not it was them, one truth remained undeniable: someone in this building had finally begun breaking doors, searching house by house. From neighbor to neighbor, forced entry, looting, domination. The worst-case scenario of the apocalypse was unfolding step by step. Without order, humanity descended into chaos and lethal unpredictability. Sue-E waited in tense silence. An hour passed. The noise upstairs gradually subsided. The attackers made no further moves. They did not descend toward his floor. But Sue-E knew a single apartment's reserves would never satisfy such predators. Soon, perhaps very soon, they would stand before his door. "I cannot avoid this. A confrontation is inevitable." A heavy weight settled in his chest. He scanned the room, and beyond the window dawn had broken. The sky burned a relentless, hellish crimson. Waves of distorted heat shimmered in the air. The wall clock chimed precisely at noon. It was noon on day 3 of the apocalypse. "And congratulations, you have remained inside your shelter for a full 24 hours. Shelter innate talent reward activated." As a mysterious voice echoed, a light golden piece of paper floated down onto the coffee table in front of Sue-E. "A talent recruitment voucher. Is this my second reward?" Sue-E picked up the paper, examining it closely. It bore only incomprehensible, mysterious patterns and the words D-level recruitment. Aside from that, there was nothing unusual. Each shelter can recruit talents. Are the recruited talents appearing out of thin air, or are they other humans from Earth? Sue-E murmured. It really feels more and more like a game where many will die. He often played games, and the appearance of the recruitment voucher gave him a preliminary understanding of the current mechanisms of the apocalypse shelters. If he was not mistaken, that mysterious existence must have regarded the entire Earth as a vast gaming field with all of humanity participating as players in this apocalyptic game. Use. Sue-E held the recruitment voucher and confirmed its use. A dazzling burst of golden light erupted from his palm, and then the golden light detached from his hand, floating in front of Sue-E and expanding continuously, gradually coalescing into a golden human figure. When the golden light dissipated, a short young woman with bright eyes stood before Sue-E. A living transformation. Sue-E was dumbfounded. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still deeply shocked by this scene. The girl before him was barely 1.6 meters tall, around 20 years old, with an ordinary appearance, but her bright pupils and spirited demeanor were striking. "Warrior Lin Yue reporting to the commander." The girl saluted Sue-E crisply with a loud voice, standing straight with her chest out, exuding an impressive aura. "Warrior." Sue-E then noticed that she was wearing a camouflage combat uniform, which was adorned with meticulously designed pockets and attachments, fully functional and ergonomic. Her military boots were sturdy and stable, with a non-slip tread design that provided ample grip on. Lin Yu wore a multi-functional tactical belt around her waist, equipped with a pistol magazine pouch, flashlight, multi-tool, and other survival tools, all neatly organized and ready for any emergencies. A female soldier. Sue-E looked at Lin Yu in surprise and asked, "Are you from Earth? Where are you from?" Lin Yu's face was both tough and delicate as she answered clearly, "Reporting, Commander. I am from Earth, specifically the Huaxia Special Combat Zone. I have received orders. The apocalypse is upon us and humanity's survival hangs in the balance at this moment. I have been entrusted with the mission to protect the commander and follow your orders." Lin Yu's response was precise and made Sue-E piece together some of the bigger picture. Perhaps this is the new type of human that the mysterious existence has created based on Earthlings. Her memory naturally contains the concept of loyalty to me, understanding the general situation at hand. Sue-E silently pondered, this is the talent of the shelter. It really feels more and more like playing an apocalypse management game. At the same time, a notification sound rang in Sue-E's ears. "Congratulations, you have successfully recruited D-level combat talent Special Forces Lin Yu. You have successfully unlocked the talent information panel where you can check all talent statuses in the shelter." As the notification sound echoed, the talent section in the shelter's information increased by 1. The population of the shelter changed from 1 to 2, and the safety level increased from 1 to 11. Sue-E clicked on the talent module, and Lin Yu's detailed information quickly popped up before him. Talent data information: name Lin Yu. Age 22. Type Soldier. Talent level D. Physical strength 85. Neural reaction 83. Endurance 88. Mental will 95. Self-healing immunity 82. Talent trait Loyal. She is a loyal warrior of Huaxia who will never betray the shelter no matter the crisis. Talent ability Military basics. She is proficient in all standard combat techniques of modern soldiers, possessing a mastery of firearms and knives, as well as skills in hand-to-hand combat reconnaissance and wilderness survival. Combat power rating 105 points. A panel resembling game data detailed Lin Yu's personal information before Sui. Lin Yu has a combat power of 105 points. Is that high or low? Sui pondered briefly but quickly concluded, regardless, she is definitely stronger than me. Sui was just an ordinary office worker who usually enjoyed playing games, reading novels, and occasionally working. Given Sui's physical condition, he couldn't possibly defeat a professional soldier even if she was just a female soldier. Commander, what do I need to do now? Lin Yu looked at Sui with bright eyes, her voice crisp as she inquired. Lin Yu's face was both tough and delicate. Her skin appeared slightly tanned from long-term outdoor training, and her short hair was neatly tucked under her helmet without a single strand out of place. Her high nose and tightly closed lips suggested that no challenge or difficulty could shake her resolve. She was a warrior who inspired a strong sense of security, and even Sui, being a man, could not refute that. Let's not rush. Sui waved his hand and asked, "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" The talent interface showed many more detailed data that were not displayed, but Sui could delve deeper into information such as hunger, illness, psychological state, and more. Clearly, the talents in the shelter also needed to eat, could get sick, and might even develop mental issues under the immense pressure of the apocalypse. Not hungry. Lin Yu shook her head, her voice calm. Commander, our situation is not good. Our supplies are severely insufficient, and I cannot waste food. In a non-combat state, I can go 3 days with just one meal, and that meal can be only half the amount for an adult male. 3 days for half a meal. Hiss. Truly, Huaxia soldiers are remarkable. This level of endurance and persistence is simply inhuman. Sui gave a thumbs up, and before he could speak, a new mysterious notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Now conducting city area announcements. Shelters have recruited talents, and now the Shelter Exploration Task module is open. All shelters can dispatch talents to execute exploration tasks and obtain more survival supplies. At the same time, the Shelter Level Leaderboard, Talent Leaderboard, and Exploration Task Leaderboard are now open. After this round of the apocalypse ends, more survival rewards will be distributed based on leaderboard rankings. This notification was a city-wide announcement. In an instant, the entire city was in an uproar. The previously dull chat channel erupted into "What is this? Starting exploration tasks. Opening leaderboards." This apocalypse feels strangely reminiscent of a pay-to-win online game. We're barely surviving here, and the mysterious existence is just watching us play games. Damn it, I'm going to die of thirst. Who successfully recruited a talent? Is it strong? Can someone help me contact my parents? I checked the leaderboard, and there's only one talent on the talent leaderboard from the unnamed shelter, but I can't privately message that person. I urge that person to step forward. Join the Human Self-Rescue Association and contribute your strength for all the city's victims. The chat channel was in a frenzy with everyone discussing this matter. Some speculated that this person was Ice Water Brother, while others pretended to be the mysterious number 1, and many were closely discussing the exploration task module. Sui observed silently for a while before closing the chat interface, and then he opened the 3 leaderboards. Current exploration tasks refreshes daily 1. Resource collection E-class exploration task duration 8 hours. Randomly obtain some resources. E-task rewards are determined by talent ratings, talent levels, and task levels. Need to dispatch a talent from the shelter. 2. Material collection class exploration task duration 12 hours. Randomly obtain some materials to upgrade the shelter. Task rewards are determined by talent ratings, talent levels, and task levels. Need to dispatch a talent from the shelter with a minimum rating of D. 3. Medicine collection class exploration task duration 12 hours. Randomly obtain some medicines. E-task rewards are determined by talent ratings, talent levels, and task levels. Only 3 exploration tasks exist, each with different contents, but all require dispatching a talent from the shelter. This means that as long as there are enough talents in the shelter, one can obtain some survival supplies without stepping out. Sui pondered, this is quite safe, I don't have to venture out myself. Even if supplies are insufficient, I can send someone to search outside. The emergence of exploration tasks was immensely beneficial to Sui. Due to the unique nature of his talent for the shelter, he had to remain inside for extended periods and could not venture out like others to collect resources. Although this is very safe, it also means a reduction in the channels for obtaining resources. With talents available, Sui could explore from home, dispatching talents to venture out, while simultaneously receiving both talent rewards and exploration rewards. Dual rewards mean more resources. Sui decisively prepared to give the exploration task module. The question arose which of the 3 tasks should he choose. Each task offered rewards that Sui needed, but unfortunately, he currently had only Linyu available. Let's try this 8th-hour task first, bit shorter, and will yield results faster. Sui quickly made his decision, not daring to let Linyu venture out for too long. After all, there were still assailants in this building, and who knows when they might discover his room. Sui selected the task, and Linyu immediately responded, "Commander, I have received the task, and will ensure its completion." Linyu saluted sharply and turned to leave, but was called back by Sui. "Wait." Sui glanced at the powerful crossbow in his hand, hesitating for a moment before handing Linyu the kitchen tools. "Take a look and see if there are any weapons you can use. Also this insulated jacket, see if you can use it. Bring some food and 2 bottles of cold water. It's hot outside, don't get heat stroke." Sui really wanted to give Linyu the crossbow to enhance her safety while going out, but he was also worried about the intruders. He had to prioritize his own safety. "Thank you, Commander." Linyu took the jacket, picked up 2 fruit knives as backup, and patted her holster, smiling brightly. "Commander, don't worry. I'm very strong. Almost forgot this girl carries a gun. Is your ammunition sufficient?" Sui asked, and Linyu nodded. "Sufficient submachine gun, 20 rounds capacity, with 3 magazines. 60 rounds of ammunition, that's definitely enough." Sui nodded in satisfaction. "Go be careful about your safety. Oh, don't force yourself for resources." "Yes, Commander." Linyu turned spiritedly and walked to the door, then paused. "Commander, this door." Linyu turned back and pointed at the pile of clutter blocking the door. "Oh, I forgot. We used them to block." Sui awkwardly patted his head. "You know I'm not good at fighting you. I did this to ensure my safety." "Commander is smart. You did the right thing." Linyu smiled, helping Sui clear the entrance, and before leaving she bent down and worked for a while longer. "Commander, I've set up some rudimentary defensive traps and warning devices. If you hear any noise outside, please be alert and wait for my return to rescue you." After Linyu finished speaking, she neatly walked down the hallway and stepped into the rolling heat outside. Without a word, Sui closed the door and moved the items back to block it. After all this commotion, Sui was already drenched in sweat, feeling dizzy from the heat, and his body was about to collapse. He couldn't care about anything else, grabbed the crossbow, rushed to the bathroom, washed his head with half a bottle of cold water to cool down, drank half a bottle in a gulp, and then jumped into the bathtub. By this time, Sui felt that the symptoms of heat stroke had slightly improved. This weather is indeed too hot. One can heat to death even at home. I wonder what the situation is outside. I hope Linyu doesn't run into any trouble. After all, she is my only talent in the shelter right now. Yesterday's cold water had all been used up. The refrigerator had refreshed with 10 bottles of water again. I gave Linyu 2 bottles, used 1 myself, leaving 7 bottles. Shouldn't I exchange some good items for these 7 bottles? Sui lay in the bathtub and opened the city's trading platform for the shelter, browsing through it and finding a few more intriguing items than yesterday. Most were food and drinking water, but the prices were exorbitant. It seems that it's not just my shelter talent that is useful, others' talents might not be inferior either. Sui silently reflected, not discovering many worthwhile items to purchase. However, considering that the value of cold water might depreciate due to the increase in good items, he spent 3 bottles of cold water to buy some durable food. With 4 bottles of water remaining, Sui temporarily decided not to use them and to wait until the evening. The afternoon was dull. To pass the boring time, Sui dug out all the comic books at home and reread them. Around 5 p.m., there was suddenly a noise of smashing and cursing from upstairs. This time Sui was somewhat accustomed to it and did not panic as much. He listened for a while, checked every corner of the house to ensure everything was securely hidden. Those thugs upstairs don't know how many people they have harmed. I wonder when it will be my turn. Sui silently thought. Regardless, this is a hidden danger. For safety, I need to find a way to deal with this group of thugs as soon as possible. Should I have Linyu take a gun to deal with these thugs? It doesn't seem appropriate. Although Linyu is a soldier, she is still outnumbered. If any accident occurs, the loss for Sui would be immense. The main concern is not knowing what talents the opposing shelter possesses. I've seen someone in the chat channel activate a combat-related talent. If there's a combat talent among those thugs upstairs, Linyu, despite being a soldier, might not necessarily be their match. I'll just endure for now. Sui took a deep breath and decided to continue to endure. As long as they don't cause trouble for him, he would keep a low profile and secretly gather strength. Around 6 p.m., Sui heard some chaotic footsteps from upstairs, and faintly, he could hear some cursing and conversations. Damn, this weather is getting hotter and hotter. Brother, could I have a bit more of that bottle of cold water? Wait until we see what we collect. According to the rules, the person who finds the most can have a sip. Sure thing, big brother, watch my performance. By the way, I think I heard a woman's voice downstairs at noon, saying something about a commander. Is there an official around here? An official? It's the apocalypse now. A being an official means nothing. Let's check it out later. Find that woman and see what's going on. The conversation passed by Su Yi's door and continued down the stairs. Su Yi stood by the window silently observing through the curtain's gap as a group of men dragged empty sacks out of the residential building. Leading them was the group from yesterday, but their numbers had increased, now totaling 13 people. I feel like Su Yi silently thought. The soundproofing of the old residential building was extremely poor, and it seemed that Li Ji's group had noticed the noise from calling Lin Yu. This building has 8 floors with 4 households per floor. Since surrounding facilities are complete, it is said that every household is occupied. Most residents here are office workers from nearby, and there are also workers from construction sites. Judging by their physiques, they should all be local laborers. Assuming each household has at least one person, there should be at least 32 people in this building. If the assailants are Li Gu and his gang, considering the number of assaults and the apocalypse death rate, there should be about 20 people left. Su Yi silently calculated. I live on the 6th floor, and Li Guest group can only be on the 7th or 8th floor above me. Given that assaults have already occurred upstairs, Li Guest group will likely search my place by tomorrow at the latest. If luck is bad, they might find me tonight. I don't have much time left. Su Yi felt a strong sense of crisis. With more and more helpers around Li Gu relying solely on Lin, you might not be able to handle this group of burly men from the construction site. Considering the use of guns might intimidate the thugs, but if the other side has some troublesome shelter talents, Su Yi's chances of defeat would be even greater. I still need to find a way to enhance the shelter's defensive capabilities. If possible, I need to turn this building into a fortress. Su Yi looked at his door, contemplating the possibility of having Lin Yu hold the fort single-handedly. Time passed slowly. By around 8 p.m. the sky had completely darkened. Li Guest group still hadn't returned. The street outside was silent, with occasional voices heard, as some survivors seemed to be searching for supplies. Even though the nighttime temperature didn't decrease, it could create a psychological illusion of cooling. The darkness also provided a sense of security, and people seemed to have adapted to moving around in the dark at night. Meanwhile, Su Yi stayed at home silently, making no noise while continuously searching online for items that could enhance the shelter's defenses. Just then a sudden knock on the door echoed outside, startling Su Yi in the dark as he quickly grabbed the crossbow. In the darkness, Su Yi held his breath in tension. However, he soon noticed that the rhythm of the knocking at the door seemed slightly different, irregular with soft sounds. This was the secret signal left by Lin Yu before she left. Su Yi approached the door, remaining silent, and slightly moved the table blocking the entrance, creating a faint sound of something being shifted. "Commander, it's me." Soon Lin Yu's lowered voice came from outside the door. Su Yi wasn't sure who was outside, hence he responded to the knocking in this manner. Once he confirmed it was Lin Yu, Su Yi quickly and skillfully moved the things aside to open the door for her, then placed the heavy object back in front of the entrance. He didn't mind the hassle of moving these things back and forth. Any inconvenience paled in comparison to the safety of their lives. "So how was the hall?" In the dark, Su Yi inquired in a lowered voice as Lin Yu slipped into the bathroom. Using the wall for cover, she turned on a tactical flashlight and placed the 3 backpacks she was carrying on the ground. "Commander, it's all here." Lin Yu was also very careful. She deftly opened the backpacks, revealing them filled to the brim with supplies. Su Yi glanced over, and at the same time a notification sound rang in his ears. "Congratulations. The exploration mission at the shelter has been completed. The explorer has brought back the following supplies: 20 bags of biscuits, 35 boxes of chocolate, 6 large bags of candy, 3 small rolls of toilet paper, 3 boxes of painkillers, 2 boxes of cold medicine, 8 boxes of Huoxiang Jingxi water, 20 cans of various fruits and vegetables, 20 bags of dried fruits. This exploration mission has been rated outstanding. Your shelter has gained 10 survival points from this. Your shelter has opened a survival points shop where you can use survival points to purchase doomsday items or enhance talent attributes." Survival points. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. He remembered that this item was indeed in the shelter's data, but he didn't know survival points were so useful. According to the introduction, it seemed that the more survival points one had, the faster the shelter could grow stronger, and currently, the only stable way to obtain survival points seemed to be through exploration missions. "Well done." Su Yi patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and instructed, "Turn off the light, select some items to put in the freezer, and then we'll have dinner." "All right, Commander, but I'm not hungry yet." "Even if you're not hungry, you should eat a bit to replenish your strength." Su Yi noticed a barely perceptible stamina bar above Lin Yu's head, which had already shifted from the full green to half yellow. This 8th-hour exploration had clearly left Lin Yu somewhat fatigued. She needed to rest. This also made Su Yi dismiss the idea of having Lin Yu continue exploring overnight. Currently, there was only this one talent in the shelter, and he needed to take good care of her without overexerting her. With an extra helper in the house today, Su Yi found it much easier to handle things. At 10 p.m., the two of them had a simple meal, opening 2 cans to replenish the necessary nutrients. Afterward, Lin Yu took the initiative to suggest improving the basic protective measures in the house, while it was still dark, setting up some internal traps and warning devices. Su-yi naturally nodded in agreement, knowing that having a professional soldier handle these matters would surely be better than doing it himself. As Lin Yu busily worked, Su-yi also helped out, patiently asking, "What else do you need? Just tell me, and I'll figure out a way to get some." "Commander, I still need nylon rope, more tools, and regular items like chili powder as well." "I understand, I'll go get these things." Su-yi nodded, opened the trading platform, and directly searched for the relevant items. Since the trading platform was established, almost anything that people in the city needed would be put up for trade, even used sanitary pads. Almost everything common could be found there, including the items Lin Yu wanted. Su-yi spent a bit of his scarce food and a bottle of ice water to buy the things Lin Yu needed. After completing the purchase order, just as he was about to close it, he suddenly saw an order that caught his attention. "Current police equipment available for exchange with food and water. Interested parties, please respond." Police equipment. Could the other party be at the police station? Su-yi quickly sent a trading request message in the order, noting, "I'm ice water guy, and I have 3 bottles left. Do you have a handgun and bullets? Grenades would also be fine." The other party quickly replied, showing a refusal to trade, but with a note, "Hello ice water guy, we need a large amount of food and water. Your ice water is indeed needed, but for 3 bottles we can only exchange 154 pistol. I can also give you 10 rounds of ammunition, enough for you to protect yourself in the near future while waiting for rescue." Waiting for rescue. It seems the other party's identity is official, and they have not given up hope of saving the city. This aligns with the consistent style of the Huaxiao people, where heroes always emerge in the face of disaster. Su-yi pondered. He knew that the other party's refusal to trade wasn't a genuine rejection, but rather a method to conduct private chats between shelters, ensuring sufficient communication with the buyer. 1 pistol and 10 rounds of ammunition seemed to be of limited help. Su-yi calculated in his heart. According to the other party's thoughts, it seems they are reluctant to offer too many weapon resources, likely worried about the post-disaster weapon recovery issues and social negative impacts. "If that's the case, I can forego the pistol. Getting more bullets would be nice." Su-yi turned to Lin Yu, who was working nearby, and asked in a lowered voice, "Lin Yu, what caliber is your bullet?" "CZ-75 submachine gun. The magazine has been modified to hold 20 rounds, and the bullet type is 919mm handgun rounds." Lin Yu replied without turning her head. Su-yi didn't understand this military knowledge, but he noted this information down and replied to the seller's message. 3 bottles of ice water for 100 rounds of 919mm bullets. "You have a submachine gun." The other party quickly noticed and sent a surprised message. "Ice water guy who to possess firearms in Huaxiao, are you my comrade? I can't give you so many bullets, I can't be sure of your identity. I can only give you 20 rounds at most. Add 10 bags of biscuits and it'll take 100 rounds of bullets." Su-yi did not directly answer the question, but simply stated his offer, which made the other party even more uncertain about his identity. "Are you my comrade? All right, 50 rounds, that's my biggest concession. Add 1 box of painkillers, 1 box of cold medicine, and 1 box of Huaxiang Zhengqi water for 100 rounds of bullets." The conditions Su-yi offered almost moved the other party. Food shortages might be temporarily bearable, but medicine was genuinely too precious. It's so hot outside now, and if there aren't any pharmacies nearby, or if the pharmacies are locked, it's very hard to obtain these medicines. And these medicines have tremendous effects in the current environment, especially painkillers and Zhengqi water, which are life-saving essentials. "Congratulations, you have successfully completed an order transaction." The other party quickly agreed, not sending any further refusals, and readily accepted the order, sending over 100 rounds of bullets. At the same time, the online platform also took the trading items Su-yi offered, directly reducing his material reserves by 1/10. But all of this was worth it. Su-yi looked at the 2 small boxes of bullets stacked in front of him, each filled with brand new bullets, and he couldn't help but smile. "Lin Yu, did you use any bullets today? How many do you have left?" "Commander, I was saving them. I didn't use the gun today, so I have 60 rounds left. Here, take these 100 rounds. Don't be too frugal, as shoot when it's crucial." Su-yi handed the bullet box to Lin Yu, smiling. "It's a pity I couldn't get a magazine. I'll think of a way to buy more next time." "Thank you, Commander." Lin Yu's eyes lit up when she saw the bullets, and she quickly took them. She understood very well that her and the commander's safety now almost entirely depended on her gun and bullets. With more bullets now, Su-yi felt a bit less pressure, and a smile naturally appeared on his face. "Lin Yu, let me help you set up traps." Just as the two were relaxing, a sudden loud bang shattered the night silence. Boom! A sound like a missile exploding came from outside the window, illuminating the night sky with a flash of fire. The deafening sound was so close that it almost frightened Su-yi's soul out of his body, and Lin Yu instantly became alert. Su-yi nearly jumped up on the spot, and rushed to the window to look outside. A fiery red light illuminated Su-Yi's face as he stared in shock out the window, only to see a raging inferno erupting on the neighboring street. The inexplicable explosion had ignited a fire in the city. In the sweltering heat, the flames seemed to have a life of their own, rapidly spreading and engulfing several nearby buildings. The terrifying flames soared higher and higher like a long serpent climbing toward the tops of the buildings. One apartment building was completely engulfed and the windows burst open as the residents were awakened from their sleep, screaming for help. Su-Yi even saw someone unable to withstand the swiftly spreading flames daring to jump from a high building only to be swallowed by the sea of fire. Those who dared not jump to escape could only turn into balls of fire in their rooms, rolling and screaming in agony. Scenes of human tragedy unfolded right before their eyes. This is a huge fire. Su-Yi's body stiffened, the firelight reflecting a faint fear in his eyes. Just one street away, the flames were spreading at an alarming speed in this temperature. This meant that the house Su-Yi was in was no longer safe. In the midst of the city's chaos, no one could suppress the fire. In just a few hours, the fire would spread to the apartment building where Su-Yi was located, potentially engulfing half the city within days. The entire city of Jinling could be destroyed in this sudden fire. The raging flames also stirred up a storm in the city's chat channels, which were already filled with pessimistic sentiments, now echoing with wails. "It's over. I'm done for. The fire is right next to me. It's about to reach me. Help me. Someone help. I'm in the fire. I'm too close, or I think it was a gas leak that caused the explosion. I estimate we're all doomed. Who can extinguish the fire now? Ice Water Brother. Calling Ice Water Brother. Our city needs a hero to step up. Stop shouting. Do you expect Ice Water to extinguish the fire with a few bottles of water? Are you still asleep?" The entire city's chat channel was engulfed in panic, with everyone filled with despair. Su-Yi's expression was also silent. He knew this was an almost impossible crisis to turn around. "Chief, we must hurry and leave here." Lin Yu walked to Su-Yi's side, her gaze heavy as she looked ahead, and said softly, "This fire will destroy the city. It will definitely reach us within 2 hours. We don't have much time left. Is there no other option?" Su-Yi clenched his fists, his expression complex. In this apocalypse, where could he run to? If the refuge was destroyed, would his abilities still be effective? Without his abilities, how would he survive? Even if he took enough supplies and had the capable Lin Yu with him, how long could they endure? After surviving the first apocalypse, there would be a second, a third. Su-Yi had too many concerns, but he knew Lin Yu was right. If he didn't prepare now, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Yu looked at the raging fire and muttered in confusion. It seems to have stopped spreading. Su-Yi's spirit jolted as he quickly looked up ahead, observing closely, and indeed found that the flames. 20 minutes later, Su-Yi was completely certain that the fire had not spread further, remaining confined to the 2 apartment buildings and surrounding structures. The area was approximately 800 meters, and the buildings beyond the edge of the flames were completely unaffected. The hot air surged, and the temperature in the burning area ranged from 600 to 2,000 degrees. Such high heat had not affected the surroundings at all, not even igniting the nearby vegetation. "Strange, why is this happening?" Su-Yi murmured, frowning. It wasn't just him who felt puzzled. People in the city's chat channels also noticed this and were discussing it. Some lucky ones nearby discovered they were unharmed and chose not to flee, starting to narrate the fire to the city's survivors. Some watched with a sense of excitement, while others felt trepidation, but their gazes could not save those who were perishing in the fire. Half an hour later, there were no more cries coming from the building engulfed in flames. The last survivor had also perished in the fire. At midnight, the once raging flames quickly extinguished, completely ceasing in less than 10 minutes, leaving behind several ruins with thick black smoke rising. This fire burned strangely and extinguished strangely too. Su-Yi had been observing, and even after the flames went out, he couldn't understand it. At that moment, just seconds after the fire was extinguished, a city-wide notification appeared, now issuing a city area announcement. The first regional apocalypse-derived disaster has emerged, now officially opening the derived disaster. At any location and any time globally, a derived disaster may erupt based on the current type of apocalypse. Derived disasters will not affect living beings and objects outside of the disaster area, and there may be signs of occurrence. Some disasters will be notified in advance. If any refuge survives a derived disaster, that refuge will receive a substantial amount of apocalypse survival points. If not, death will ensue. The cold voice of the announcement surprised the entire city, bringing about a sense of realization. It's getting more and more like a game. Random events are appearing. Su-Yi murmured, speculating that the derived disaster should revolve around randomly occurring disaster events that may erupt in reality. The downside is that they are likely to be extremely destructive beyond what the current refuge can withstand. The upside is that they won't spread indefinitely, only covering a certain area. If I encounter a derived disaster at this stage, I'm afraid there would be no hope of survival at all. Just as Sue-yi was pondering, he suddenly heard whispers coming from the window above. Big brother, that fire burned strangely as if it was some disaster. Is it possible that we'll also catch fire for no reason here? What are you afraid of? The second brother's house is very sturdy. The fire can't kill us. Yes, we cooperate, unbeatable in the world, ha. It was the voice of Brother Lee's group. They had returned at some point, and from the sound it seemed they were living on the top floor. Sue-yi silently pulled the curtain tight, revealing no signs of abnormality. Lin Yue, who was about to say something, was stopped by Sue-yi's raised hand. Sleep and rest, we'll talk tomorrow. Sue-yi gestured with his mouth and hands, and Lin Yue nodded solemnly. She knew there was danger above and turned back to the door to continue setting traps. Sue-yi took a thin blanket from the cabinet and spread it on the sofa, constructing a simple bed for Lin Yue, then positioned the open freezer near her to cool down. This freezer does not require electricity and can continuously produce cold air, so Sue-yi also used it as an air conditioner, keeping it open to lower the room's temperature. Only in this way could they ensure that the two would not be too hot to sleep. After preparing everything, Sue-yi lay down and closed his eyes to sleep. Perhaps due to Lin Yu's presence guarding him that night, Sue-yi slept exceptionally soundly. It wasn't until 11 a.m. the next day that Lin Yu cautiously woke Sue-yi. Chief, I heard movement outside. The group upstairs seems to have gone down to search for supplies. In the morning, they seem to have killed someone upstairs. From the sound, it appeared to be an old man. Lin Yu looked at Sue-yi with a serious expression, her eyes filled with righteous fury. Sue-yi patted his heavy head from sleep and waved his hand. Don't mind them, we need to protect ourselves first. Chief, should I set out to explore today? Lin Yu asked. Our supplies are still insufficient. Since that group has gone out, I can explore without worrying about your safety at this time. Wait a bit longer. Sue-yi refused. He was waiting for the talent reward on the third day. After the two had a simple meal, Sue-yi sat beside the freezer to cool off. Time passed quickly, and soon it was just past noon. The crisp and pleasant notification sound rang in Sue-yi's ears as expected. Congratulations. You have stayed in the refuge for 24 hours, triggering the talent reward. The stay time is now recalculated. With the sound of a mysterious prompt, a figure of golden light appeared before Sue-yi, and in the blink of an eye, a woman stepped out from the golden glow. She was tall and possessed a unique temperament, with smooth black hair simply tied in a low ponytail, and her glasses framed wise eyes. She wore a simple dark work uniform with a multifunctional tool belt hanging at her waist, equipped with various small and precise tools from screwdrivers to miniature welders. Even her gloves were specially designed anti-static gloves, and she carried a backpack filled with various electronic components and measuring instruments. Sue-yi's eyes lit up with excitement as he realized that as long as there was enough food and water, the talent unit rewards had appeared consecutively twice. Does this mean that according to the talent mechanism, the resource I currently lack the most is talent? Data on the population in the shelter indicates that population is also a critically scarce resource. Talent units are essentially a higher-level population resource. Sue-yi pondered as the new talent Leah politely greeted him. Hello, boss. I am pleased to serve you. Boss. Another new title. However, these talents are loyal to the shelter, so the title doesn't matter much. As Sue-yi assessed Leah, he opened her data panel for a look. Talent data information: name Leah. Age 28. Type engineer. Talent level D. Physical strength 75. Neural reaction 90. Stamina 80. Mental will 78. Self-healing immunity 78. Talent trait wisdom. She possesses exceptional intelligence and problem-solving abilities with strong logical thinking skills, making her an intellectual research talent. Talent gift engineering specialization. She has a high innate talent in the field of engineering research, proficient in various engineering technologies, and excels at developing, improving, and creating technological items for the shelter. Research ability score 85 points. A brand new type of talent. Engineer research can create technological items for the shelter. Sue-yi keenly noticed the uniqueness of these keywords. While Lin Yu was a typical combat-type talent, Li Ya's data panel was quite intriguing. In the apocalypse, human technology had long since failed. How could Li Ya, as a research-type talent, recreate technological items under such circumstances? Sue-yi noted that the technological items mentioned in Li Ya's data had a prefix of shelter. Is shelter technology a different system from human technology? Sue-yi pondered slightly, looking at Li Ya to verify. Li Ya, what things can you create? I am adept at creating anything that can improve the current environment of the shelter. Li Ya's voice was light, and her tone firm, including the shelter's defensive facilities, living facilities, expansions, etc. Well, of course, I cannot yet develop anything too advanced. Li Ya's level was only D, so the item she developed would not be too high in level. Wait, expansion. Sue-yi noticed this term and felt a surge of excitement. Li Ya can actually expand the shelter. Doesn't that mean the shelter's space can become larger? This is good news. A larger space not only means more capacity for population, but also allows for improved defense and disaster resistance through spatial design and arrangement. Leah, how do you plan to expand the shelter? Sue-E inquired, and Leah respectfully replied that depends on what type of shelter you wish to have. Besides that, I need the corresponding type of expansion materials. After Leah finished speaking, it seemed that a certain keyword had been triggered and a new prompt appeared before Sue-E. Necessary prerequisites for expanding the shelter: possessing the corresponding type of talent or technical blueprints, having enough building materials for expansion, and having sufficient space for modification. Currently, your shelter is at level 0. To upgrade to level 1, the following conditions must be met. 1. Select the type of shelter for upgrading not completed. 2. Possess the corresponding talents or technical blueprints engineer already possessed. 3. Have 100 points of survival points, currently have 10 points. 4. An adjacent space of double the current shelter space not surveyed. 5. 100 units of corresponding building materials. Not owned building materials can be obtained through dispatching talents for exploration tasks. Hiss. Sue-E widened his eyes, murmuring these 5 requirements seem quite challenging. This is just the condition for upgrading to level 1 shelter. But what changes will there be after upgrading to level 1 shelter? Does this shelter type have any special Sue-E's gaze focused on the shelter type, and soon the prompt box changed. Currently available types for upgrading to level 1 shelter are: 1. Refugee camp provides more living space. Residents of the shelter have a 20% resistance to various extreme natural environments. Corresponding building materials: refugee wood. 2. Laboratory features a more detailed technology tree capable of creating more shelter items. Corresponding building materials: electronic components. 3. Workshop reduces the time for dispatching exploration tasks by 20%, increases the materials obtained from dispatching by 10%. Corresponding building materials: big bills. Please choose your shelter type carefully. Each type has its fixed upgrade path. Once the type is determined, it cannot be changed in the future without specific means. Sue-E glanced over the information before him, and he had a rough idea. The 3 shelter types corresponded to different styles broadly categorized into disaster resistance, scientific research, and active work. These 3 also correspond to different attitudes toward facing disasters, each with its own advantages. Which one should I choose? Wait, I haven't even met the conditions for upgrading yet. How can I start selecting? These 3 corresponding building materials don't sound like anything found on Earth. Ooh, let's gather them first, and then decide. Sue-E smiled wryly. Given his current situation, he could only say whichever material he gathers first will determine which type of shelter to upgrade. Linyu, get ready to go out and explore. Sue-E turned his head, opened today's dispatch tasks, and found today's material collection exploration task, which took 12 hours. Yes, Linyu nodded, taking 2 bottles of ice water and some dry food, then cleared away the clutter blocking the door and left the house. It was just past noon, and Linyu wouldn't return until after midnight. After arranging Linyu's, Sue-E looked at Leah. He originally wanted to assign her a dispatch task as well, but considering Leah's identity as an engineer, she didn't seem very combat-oriented. Leah, what specific things can you manufacture? Can you tell me? Sue-E looked at Leah, wanting to place the talent in the right position to fully utilize their abilities. Boss, I'm not sure how to introduce it. Leah shook her head and proposed, but you can tell me what you need, and if I can make it, it'll start working right away. Don't you need specific materials to manufacture things? Boss, for low-level items, I can source materials on-site. Leah appeared quite confident, and Sue-E couldn't help but ask expectantly, can you generate electricity? Like make a generator. Electricity is vital for humanity. If we had electricity, many things could be accomplished. Leah shook her head. I can't do that without specific materials and blueprints. Then, how about modifying our shelter to enhance its defenses? Sue-E asked, and Leah nodded. I can do simple repairs and strengthening, but I can't improve it too much. Whatever can be improved, let's improve it. Sue-E was already quite satisfied. As long as the shelter was sturdy enough to withstand risks, that was sufficient. Let's get to work now. They'll help you. Oh, and keep the noise down so the neighbors don't hear us. Okay, boss. Leah nodded, picked up her toolbox, and began to get busy. She didn't ask Sue-E for help starting her measuring and planning work independently in the room. Sue-E wandered around wanting to help, but unable to contribute. He decided to lie back down on the bed, contemplating the path ahead. He thought about many things, including upgrading the shelter, arranging the talents, and the potential threats from Li Gu and others, with various thoughts colliding in Sue-E's mind. The room remained hot, but fortunately the freezer nearby continued to emit cold air, and the refreshing feeling made Sue-E's head feel hazy, eventually falling asleep. Boss, wake up. Leah softly called, causing Sue-E to startle awake and roll over. Outside it was already pitch black, and Sue-E suddenly realized, Leah, how long did I sleep? 9 hours. Leah squatted by the bed softly saying you were under too much mental stress, so you slept very deeply, but that's a good thing. Effective sleep can restore your mental state. Leah, did anything happen while I was asleep? Was there any noise outside? Boss, about an hour ago a group of men came outside. Leah reported softly, it seems to be a group of men who tried to push open our door, but failed. It must be Li Gu and the others. Su Yi immediately tensed up, instinctively looking towards the front door. Just that glance made him freeze. All the obstacles he had placed beside the door were gone, returning to their original places in the room. The old wooden door, which had once looked shabby, now had a structure of steel bars interlaced and covered inside. Outside was the wooden door, while inside was a layer of tightly woven steel bars. On top of these iron coverings was a layer of fine iron spikes, seemingly designed to prevent the outer wooden door from being pushed open, serving as a deliberate defensive measure. Boss, I explored the other 3 households on the same floor outside and found some usable materials. Leah explained, which made Su Yi realize something. It seemed that as long as he issued commands, the personnel could figure out how to complete the tasks on their own. For example, Leah would actively explore the surrounding areas of the shelter in search of suitable materials. Did you encounter any danger? Su Yi paused and reminded her, be careful about safety, don't take too many. Thank you for your concern, boss. I ensured safety before exploring the surroundings and didn't make much noise. Leah paused and said, I originally planned to make some lockpicks to open the neighbors' doors, but after I went out I found that their houses had been forcibly broken into. The other 3 rooms on this floor are uninhabited, with only some bloodstains seemingly invaded from the outside. The interior is chaotic, food and drinking water have been taken away, and I could only find some unwanted repair materials. Considering the neighbors' plight, I made limited modifications to our door, and I also set up some traps on the doors, as well as made 5 steel spears. Leah tilted her head, her gaze turning to the corner of the wall. Their 5 steel spears about 2 meters long were placed, made from common steel pipes, with the spearheads welded from kitchen knives, polished to a shine. This is a good thing. Su Yi's eyes lit up. This is a long weapon. In the absence of firearms, wielding such spears can still offer a degree of resistance against thugs. Leah, you are really capable. Thank you for the compliment, boss. By the way, did that group of people break down the door? Did they find out someone was inside? Su Yi asked, feeling a bit annoyed that he had slept too deeply and missed all the commotion. It wasn't entirely Su Yi's fault. During the 3 days of the apocalypse, the mental pressure on him had been immense, especially during the solitary period, with external threats from thugs and disasters, and internal concerns about resource shortages. Under continuous high pressure, once he fell into deep sleep, it became difficult to wake up. They should not have discussed. Leah shook her head. I remembered your instructions, boss. I didn't make any noise, and the welding tool I used also has a silencing effect. However, a normal wooden door cannot withstand their kind of hammering and door bashing, as sooner or later they will realize we are hiding here. Leah's analysis was quite correct. Exposure was inevitable. Before that, Su Yi needed to make more thorough preparations. I understand. Su Yi took a deep breath, glancing around the room, noting that many parts of the room had been deliberately modified. For example, the window had been reinforced with an insulating wooden layer, the curtains had been thickened, and a makeshift cooling diffusion device had been added outside the refrigerator. Leah's modifications not only considered the safety of the shelter, but also took comfort into account. No wonder I felt a bit cooler tonight. Leah, you've worked hard. Su Yi was quite satisfied. It's about time. Let's have dinner first. Lin, you should be back soon. Boss, I've already had dinner. You go ahead, I still have some new modifications to finish. Leah got up, her figure blending into the darkness of the room, unsure of what she was tinkering with again. Su Yi picked up some bread and iced water, eating while preparing to check the trading platform for any new trade items today. He had developed the habit of trading any excess iced water daily to maximize the storage resources of the While browsing the interface, Su Yi noticed that one of the 5 major requirements for upgrading the shelter had already been completed. Successfully surveyed the nearby usable space required for upgrading the shelter. Successful detection. Was this the reason? Leah searched several nearby houses. Su Yi pondered, if there are other shelters next to ours, does that mean we have to eradicate them to meet the expansion? After all, most modern residences are interconnected, and when both parties' residences are shelters, there will inevitably be natural conflicts regarding expansion. It seems that even if someone does not want to upgrade their shelter and avoid trouble, others will still come looking for them. In the apocalypse, everyone wants to become stronger and upgrade their shelters. This process will likely lead to many humans perishing at the hands of their own kind. Su Yi sighed. He couldn't change the treacherous environment of the disaster. He just wanted to protect himself. Opening the trading platform, Su Yi immediately searched for weapon trading orders. What he needed most now were weapons. If possible, he hoped to acquire another gun and some ammunition. I still have 6 bottles of iced water today, or I should be able to buy some decent weapons, right? Su Yi quickly searched for suitable order information and soon saw a weapon sale order issued by a shelter called Jinling Rescue Team. Currently, we have a large number of various police weapons and equipment available for exchange with medicines, food, and drinking water. Interested parties, please submit your information. No, don't ask me where I am. The shelter has a population limit, and we cannot accommodate too many survivors. No one can help the weak. Right now, you must rely on yourselves. This information was quite interesting. Not only were they selling weapons, but they also seemed to know some insider mechanisms of the shelters. It looks like they are trying to rescue more city survivors, but it seems to have failed. Sui murmured, "Is this the mechanism of the apocalypse game, not allowing humans to band together, forcing us to fight alone in the apocalypse?" Sui quickly submitted the iced water order, while also tentatively asking his doubts in the trading information. The other party quickly replied, "Hello, Iceman, I'm very interested in your order. We can discuss it in detail." In the negotiations, the other party didn't press for a lower price and readily agreed to Sui's trading request. At the same time, they provided Sui with some key city intelligence. "Iceman, we currently know that humans who also have shelters cannot reside in other shelters. And those who actively give up their shelters cannot accommodate too many in our level 0 shelter due to population. We cannot provide rescue assistance to more people. We can only strive to provide support in terms of food and weapons, while we also need to consider our survival. This game has interrupted humanity's strongest ability to unite, yet we have not given up and are still searching for new ways to help more of our compatriots. I hope Iceman can do everything possible to help some people, while our nation needs more heroes to step up in times of crisis." The other party seemed to be an official earnestly advising Sui. At the same time, it made Sui realize that during these past few days there were still groups of people in the city actively engaged in rescue operations, trying to gather more individuals for mutual warmth. But they had failed and were still looking for new methods. "Thank you for your information. I will do my best to help the weak." Sui's reply was quite insincere. He hadn't planned to do so, but considering the other party was indeed very generous, saying a few courteous words wouldn't hurt. 6 bottles of iced water exchanged for 254 handguns and 50 rounds of ammunition. "That's really a great deal," Sui remarked while handling the handgun in front of him, feeling quite amazed. Although the handgun was somewhat old and the bullet count was low, at least it achieved the armed configuration of 1 gun per person in the shelter. Even if they encountered problems, there was no need to worry too much. "Leah, do you know how to use a gun?" Sui quietly asked Leah, who was in the darkness. She quickly poked her head out, appearing quite cute in the moonlight seeping through the window gap. "Boss, I know how to use a gun, but my aim is average. Can you teach me? I've never shot a gun before." "Sure, boss." Leah obediently walked to Sui's side, patiently teaching him how to use the gun. Most of the room was filled with darkness, and the young man and woman were alone together, able to sense the opposite sexes' scent on each other's bodies. In such close proximity, it was easy for a lonely man and woman to ignite passion. But Sui was not thinking about those things. He was learning very seriously, and Leah was teaching earnestly. Although their bodies were tightly pressed together, their hearts remained pure. 2 hours later, a sudden series of dull knocks sounded at the door. Due to the added steel, the knocking was louder. Leah's expression immediately tensed, holding the gun in both hands, quickly turning and aiming it at the door. "Don't panic, it's Lin Yu coming back." Sui reassured her, recognizing the rhythm of the knocks and signaling Leah to go open the door. This iron door has a special technique for opening. Anyone who doesn't understand it cannot open it by force. Leah carefully opened a gap in the door, confirming that it was indeed Lin Yu outside before opening the door wide to let Lin Yu in. This time Lin Yu returned with large and small bags full of supplies, placing them on the ground and opening them in front of Sui. Inside were a pile of dazzling electronic components and some colorful banknotes. "Congratulations, this talent exploration has obtained 103 units of electronic components and 76 units of cash. This exploration task completion rating perfect. You have gained 20 survival points. Lin Yu, well done." Sui couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. This round of material collection was too perfect, directly providing the necessary materials for upgrading a shelter. Moreover, it also gave him 20 survival points, bringing Sui's current survival points to 30. However, this material collection task really only provided upgrade materials with no other resources. Of the 5 prerequisites for upgrading the shelter, Sui had now satisfied 4, with only 100 survival points needed to upgrade to a level 1 shelter. According to the conversation between Leah and Sui that evening, Leah told Sui that if they upgraded to a level 1 laboratory-type shelter, it would restore the power system to the shelter, allowing it to barely reach pre-disaster living conditions. Having been tormented by darkness for many days, Sui was now eagerly hoping to see the light, so he leaned more towards upgrading the shelter to a laboratory type. Lin Yu, hearing Sui's praise, still had a heavy expression. She looked at Sui and quietly warned, "Chief, on my way upstairs I heard that group up there preparing to search. It seems they are planning to search the entire building tonight." Lin Yu's words made Su Yi's expression change slightly. Before Su Yi could speak, a sudden uproar came from the corridor outside. Hurry up. Bring all the weapons. Tonight we'll catch all the survivors. Damn it, I didn't expect that killing people would actually give survival points. Brother Li said we'll clear this floor tonight, then we'll deal with the nearby buildings in the next day or two. It won't be long before the whole city is ours. We are the emperors of Jinling. Haha, sticking with Brother Li, there will definitely be meat to eat. The voices of that group grew closer, quickly gathering at Su Yi's door. This is it. I felt something was off earlier. I couldn't open this damn door. Brothers, break down the door. If someone is inside, kill them. If not, search for supplies. Su Yi's expression turned dark. The actions of these thugs were faster than he expected. Without any warning, they actually launched a night raid. Lin Yu had barely delivered the message to Su Yi when the mob had already assembled in the hallway outside the door. Su Yi had virtually no time to react. He could already hear the men outside methodically searching the entire floor, their muffled voices drifting from the neighboring apartment. Huh. The traces I left here yesterday are gone. And someone's been here. Something's missing. And it's definitely the household behind that closed door. I told you there was someone inside. Damn it. Go after them. They're hiding. Su Yi narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Yu, who silently gestured for him and Leah to take cover in opposite corners of the room. Su Yi nodded and pressed himself flat against the wall. Leah positioned herself diagonally across from him. Lin Yu crouched behind the freezer. Each of them armed breath held, waiting for the enemy to breach the threshold. Moments later, a violent barrage of blows shook the door. And boom. Boom boom, and come out now. Keep hiding and we'll kill you all. Damn it. They dared mock me. I knocked on this door the very first day and they stayed silent. And break it down. Bring the sledgehammer. Boom. Crash. And amid the mob's shouts, splintering wood echoed sharply. The aging wooden door stood no chance against their brute force. As the door shattered, searing beams of flashlight light pierced through the narrow gaps between the steel bars flooding the room. The flickering light reflected off a mirror, allowing Su Yi to glimpse indistinct silhouettes shifting beyond the barred gate. Roughly 20 or more figures loomed outside. The mob had grown stronger. Outnumbered and outgunned, Su Yi dared not fire prematurely and reveal his position. Lin Yu, however, acted with fearless precision. The instant the light flooded in, she opened fire. In rat-a-tat, a short burst erupted from her muzzle, and almost simultaneously a sickening thud echoed from beyond the door. Gun. They've got guns, and damn it. I'm hit. Brotherly, I'm hit. I'm dying. And take cover. Where are our guns? Fire back. And chaos erupted outside. Lin Yu's ambush had shattered their arrogance in an instant. Impressive. Su Yi's eyes lit up as he looked toward Lin Yu, still crouched behind the freezer. He knew full well how intricately Li Ya had reinforced that iron door. Though narrow gaps remained between the steel bars, they were barely wide enough for a sliver of light. Had Su Yi attempted to shoot through them, his bullets would likely have ricocheted unpredictably, endangering his own team. Lin Yu's marksmanship was extraordinary. Even wielding a fully automatic submachine pistol, she had threaded the needle with lethal accuracy. But the mob was no novice. They swiftly countered, pressing black gun barrels tightly against the gaps in the iron door. And boom, boom boom, crack. And sharp gunshots exploded in the darkness, muzzle flashes ricocheting wildly off the walls, shattering objects in their path. The mob clearly possessed firearms, likely acquired via online black market platforms. Kill them. Fire now. And out of ammo. Damn it. Are they dead? Who knows? And no movement inside. Smash this door open. Strike while they're wounded. Finish them. And the mob roared outside, having emptied an entire magazine. In the brief lull as they reloaded, Su Yi saw Lin Yu signal silently to Leah. Leah nodded, then edged half her body from behind the wall, aiming 3 precise shots toward the doorway where flashlight beams glinted. And boom, boom, boom. None round missed, ricocheting wildly off the iron gate. The other 2 clearly struck targets beyond the threshold. Oh, shit. There's still someone alive in there. And my brother's hit. He's bleeding. And brotherly, what do we do now? Fire. Keep firing. In panic, the mob scrambled to reload, then resumed their barrage. But Leah had already vanished back into cover. Their bullets careened wildly through the confined space. Yet none found flesh among Su Yi's trio. Lin Yu's tactical positioning had already accounted for stray rounds. Within the cramped quarters, their stances afforded relative safety, shielding them from both direct fire and unpredictable ricochets. The moment the mob's volley ceased and silence fell, Lin Yu lunged forward, exposing herself just long enough to unleash 2 rapid bursts toward the doorway. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, and thwip, thwip. And wet impacts echoed outside, followed by unrelenting cries of agony. No, we can't be sitting ducks at the door, and there's a sharpshooter inside. We can't win this. Brotherly, let's retreat. Damn it, this is one tough target. Fall back upstairs. And lacking the discipline of trained soldiers, the mob crumbled under pressure, several wounded, all terrified of becoming the next casualty. Amidst the fading clamor and distant cries, the chaotic noise outside gradually receded. They're gone, Nsue whispered. But Lin Yu remained frozen in place, breath held unmoving. Suddenly, Lin Yu extended her arm to the right and fired rat-a-tat. Muzzle flash flared, and screams erupted anew at the doorway. Shit, they spotted us. Run. Get out of here. Now. Fresh chaos erupted outside, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps retreating into the distance. Cold sweat broke out across Su Yi's forehead. These thugs were treacherously cunning, having feigned retreat only to lie in wait, poised to strike again the moment tension inside the room eased. Thankfully, Lin Yu was there, her battlefield instincts razor-sharp, instantly piercing their deception. Commander, they fled. She darted from behind the freezer and knelt beside Su Yi, voice urgent. Are you injured? I'm unharmed. Su Yi shook his head. He'd fired not a single shot, staying perfectly concealed. Of course he was unscathed. His restraint wasn't born of fear. It stemmed from compromised night vision and inexperience with firearms. He refused to risk endangering his comrades with reckless shots. His judgment proved sound. Even in confined terrain, the entire mob was no match for Lin Yu alone. Commander, sleep tonight will be impossible. Lin Yu lowered her voice, analyzing the evolving threat. They've suffered losses. No fewer than 5 were hit. They'll almost certainly launch another assault before dawn. This iron door may hold for now, but if they bring breaching tools, its resilience won't last. Her expression tightened. The thick coppery scent of blood wafting through the doorway only confirmed her grim assessment. Then let's counterattack them. Leah spoke softly. Lin Yu is formidable. Let's seize the initiative. Strike first, disrupt their formation, and turn defense into offense. Your logic is sound. Lin Yu glanced at Leah and offered a wry, weary smile. But I can't act. Not yet. They're likely lying in wait in the stairwell, ready to ambush anyone who steps out. We don't know how many firearms they wield. And Commander, you warned us they might possess combat talents. Those would be far more dangerous. I fear no death, but I fear failing to eliminate them all. If I fall and leave even one alive, Commander, your life hangs in the balance. Lin Yu's brow furrowed deeply. Within this shelter, she was the sole combatant. Leah could handle a firearm, but her battlefield acumen paled in comparison. As for Su Yi, he'd been an ordinary civilian just days ago. His courage was unquestionable, yet his combat effectiveness remained limited. Then we must resort to delay tactics. Leah glanced at Su Yi and murmured, Boss will keep Lin Yu indoors for now. We'll wait, lure them and inflict real pain and force a breakthrough. We may not have that luxury. Su Yi's face darkened as he opened the citywide chat channel and read a message that chilled his blood. Urgent purchase: grenades, flamethrowers, incendiary oil, and other weapons. Negotiable for supplies. List orders immediately. This latest City Channel post bore the sender name Li Daqiang Shelter. Su Yi instantly recognized them, the very mob outside his door. They sought equipment capable of blasting through reinforced barriers. Indeed, they would not swallow this humiliation. And Su Yi knew from browsing the city's black market platform such weapons were available for sale. He'd seen grenade listings himself. This meant their next assault would arrive swiftly and with devastating, indiscriminate force. The threat had escalated severely. If those marauders could obtain proper equipment, no, it is almost certain they could. They go out daily scavenging supplies, slaughter neighbors, and seize their goods. Their stockpiles must be plentiful. If they are willing to pay a high price, they will acquire whatever they desire. If they come to possess such devastating weapons tonight, maybe. I cannot hold on much longer. Su Yi wore an embarrassed expression, his eyes full of helplessness. He had offended no one, spending his days trapped at home calculating how to survive the end, yet fate had thrust this calamity upon him. Leader Yu. Lin Yu saw the change in Su Yi's face and whispered, Is it that bad? Su Yi nodded and told Lin Yu and Li Yao of his worries and what he had discovered. Do you have any solution? If we can just hold on until tomorrow at noon, that will be enough. Su Yi asked, earnestly hoping the two talents could offer a correct plan. If he could survive until noon, Su Yi would receive a new talent reward. According to the talent's description, the reward would grant him what he needed most in that moment. It could be the key to breaking the impasse. Lin Yu kept her head bowed in silence. Leah glanced at Su Yi, then at Lin Yu, hesitating. Boss, it is rather dangerous. Speak, tell me. Su Yi's eyes brightened. He pressed anxiously for any chance to turn the tide. If they waited until the raiders acquired weapons, and then the door was blocked again, it would be the end. The shelter was just an ordinary apartment. It could not withstand flamethrowers or grenades. We may have to let Lin Yu take the risk. Leah looked at Lin Yu and said softly, Among the three of us, only Lin Yu is the strongest in combat. Now it was night. The conditions outside favored defense and lone stealth operations. If we cover her exit and she fights outside, she will surely draw the attention of those marauders. If the marauders return to blockade the door, Lin, you can seize the opportunity to strike from the outside. With coordinated action inside and out, we stand a good chance of repelling their assault. But there are many difficulties. First, the raiders outside might set up gunners at choke points. When we open the door, we might be unable to get Lin Yu out and could undermine our own protective barrier. Second, Lin Yu can use the darkness for cover, but if dawn comes and morning breaks, a rash shot could expose her. In such a cramped building, she would be hard to evade a thorough search. If Lin Yu were to die outside, the two of us inside would not hold out long. Li Ya's analysis was comprehensive. Su Yi opened his mouth and sighed. Would he send a woman out to die? She was a comrade in the shelter. Li Ya's plan was the most orderly way out. They had a Su Yi could not think of any better alternative. After all, the gap in numbers between them and the raiders was too great. It was hard to devise any practicable scheme. Very well, let us do it. Lin Yu suddenly spoke, agreeing to Li Ya's plan. Leader Li Yu is right. If I go out, I can seize the initiative and hold those thieves off as long as possible. You will die. Su Yi looked at Lin Yu with a complicated expression. There is a high probability you will die out there. I do not fear death. As long as the leader lives, that is enough. Lin Yu answered without hesitation. Her eyes burned with resolve. The leader is the most important. I will do everything I can to stall them until noon. Su Yi fell silent. His human conscience told him it was wrong to send a woman to certain death. Yet his will to survive told him it was the only path. Even if Lin Yu's risky move was likely futile, it was better than the three of them barricaded inside that room. There is one more question. How will she get out? Leah looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced toward the window and arched her brow. Through the window. Can you do it? Yes, it is a soldier's skill. Lin Yu spoke confidently and even winked playfully at Leah. Huaxia soldiers are trained in eaves running and wall climbing as basic skills. Lin Yu, this is not training. You have no safety rope, and under these conditions I cannot fashion climbing gear. Lia's face was grave. You will have to climb with bare hands. I do not want you to fall. A meaningless death is worse than staying here with the boss. Do not worry, you protect the leader. Lin Yu did not hesitate. She bent and hurried to the window, drew the curtain aside, pried at the coverings on the frame, and opened the window. A blast of heat surged into the room. Lin Yu hung a bottle of ice water at her waist, and then with nimble grace slipped through the window and vanished into the night. Lin Yu. Su Yi rushed to the window and craned his neck to look. By moonlight, he saw a lithe figure riding the air conditioner unit and using the scalding water pipes along the wall to move across the facade. Every handhold she reached was searing hot. The scene was perilous. One misstep would send her shattering to the ground. Heat waves rolled around her, stealing her strength and moisture. Boss, come back. Leah yanked Su Yi back from the window. Be careful by the door. If they shoot, you are in the line of fire. Trust Lin Yu. This is our only lifeline. Leah dragged Su Yi into the corner, her face stern. Boss, you must not be soft. In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. Am I soft? Su Yi lowered his head and gave a bitter smile. If he were truly soft, he would not remain silent while allowing the others to decide and sending Lin Yu on a suicidal mission. Su Yi knew the choice was right, yet people have conscience. He understood he must harden himself in the apocalypse and learn to suppress his compassion. He was not a reborn protagonist born cruel and unfeeling. But to survive, he had to become that person. Yes, I have already begun. Su Yi bowed his head and mouthed the words with a complex expression. If Lin Yu dies, I probably will not make it to noon either. Su Yi felt torn and kept consoling himself. Lin Yu might not be human. She could be data created by that mysterious entity, a replica of a human soldier. But was she truly not human? He did not know. The more he tried to tell himself she was not real, the more he remembered how safe he had felt because of Lin Yu in recent days. Whether that woman was human or not, Su Yi knew he owed her something. Boss, this is the end of the world. You must learn to be colder. Leah pressed close to Su Yi, watching the door and lowering her voice. If you do not, you are not a qualified leader. I am learning. Su Yi mumbled, holding his forehead and sighing deeply. Leah, I just may need more time to adapt. Despite his guilt, they had still sent Lin Yu out to take the risk. He had begun to harden, yet his conscience ached. The room fell into a brief silence. Su Yi's expression slowly smoothed as he steadied himself. At least this proves that those we recruited are fiercely loyal to me. Su Yi drew a deep breath and silently wished, I hope we can hold until noon. In the crushing pressure of the apocalypse, having time to mourn one's conscience was a luxury. Who knew how long? Outside, the door remained eerily quiet. The marauders seemed not to have acquired the equipment to break the door. Only curses drifted from upstairs along with the agonized cries of the wounded. Lin Yu's whereabouts were unknown. There was no body downstairs to indicate she had fallen. Su Yi did not know where she had taken cover. Time trickled on. Dawn came quickly. Su Yi forced his foggy senses to stay alert. When he noticed the sky flushing red, rapid gunfire erupted from upstairs. Lin Yu had opened fire. Su-Yi jolted awake and immediately raised his gaze toward the ceiling. Beside him, Leah tightened her grip on her handgun, glancing nervously toward the door. Moments later, gunfire erupted upstairs. The sharp report of bullets discharging echoed repeatedly, punctuated by screams of agony and furious curses. It's the window. She's at the window. Shit, she's a woman. Is she one of the tenants downstairs? No idea. Brotherly, my brother's gone. He's dead. Damn it. I've had enough waiting. Who the hell is this so-called military strategist? Brotherly, ignore him. Let's exact vengeance now. One grenade will do. Blow that bastard to pieces. How dare that bitch launch a counterattack against us? Brotherly, she's already appeared downstairs. There's likely no one left in the lower unit. It's just a single-room apartment. We can't waste a grenade on an empty shell. Didn't a man live downstairs before? When did she replace him? A cacophony of voices spilled down from above. Su-Yi listened intently, his expression growing grave. They'd indeed acquired grenades. No wonder Lin Yu opened fire abruptly. She was drawing their fire, shielding Su-Yi from a grenade assault. Shoo! Leah pressed a finger to her lips, signaling Su-Yi to remain utterly silent. If the assailants discovered anyone still alive downstairs, both would be doomed. Within such confined quarters, they would suffer the full, devastating force of a grenade blast. Sure enough, within minutes, faint rustling sounds came from beyond the door. Su-Yi's hair stood on end. Using a small mirror deliberately placed in the corner, he caught a flicker of movement, a pair of pupils darting through the narrow gap beneath the iron door. The intruder pressed himself flat against the door, eyes darting wildly like those of a vengeful specter, chilling to the bone. Shortly after, a loud shout rang out. Brotherly, no one's downstairs. Utter silence. But this iron door is locked tight, as she must not have fled through the main entrance. A reply echoed swiftly from above. Exactly. That bitch has emerged. She climbed up the windows to ambush us. Shit. Is she Spider-Man? Sweep every floor. Hunt her down. We must capture her. Damn it. Shit. 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 Brotherly, once we catch her, hand her over to me first. I'll avenge my brother with my own hands. I'll kill that bitch myself. Brotherly, let me accompany you. I believe you're the strongest fighter here. Heavy footsteps thundered overhead as the gang reorganized. Stop your damn chatter. Check your weapons thoroughly and hand the grenades to the strategist. Are our rounds sufficient? Last night that woman's aim was deadly precise. Don't get careless. Split into 2 teams. We'll sweep downward from the top floor while you clear the ground level. Converge floor by floor. Leave no room unsearched. Not even the exterior ledges. Remember what the strategist said. Move fast. Capture her. The thugs sprang into action. Soon heavy footfalls reverberated through the stairwell. Su-Yi clenched his teeth until his jaw ached, icy hatred blazing in his eyes. These bastards. I've done nothing, yet they seek my death. Lin Yu survive. Whether for her own safety or his, Su-Yi now yearned with desperate intensity for Lin Yu to remain alive. Roughly 10 minutes later, the data. Another burst of gunfire erupted downstairs. Shit. She's on the 2nd floor. The strategist's dead. He's dead. Damn it. Her shot was flawless. One clean headshot. Which room on the 2nd floor? Did you catch her? Su-Yi heard it clearly. Brotherly, frantic, rushed downward with his men, shouting anxiously, what happened to my Brotherly, the strategist is gone. That bitch is holed up in the room on the right-hand side of the 2nd floor, the one we searched earlier. The door wasn't closed. Damn it. Lao Song. Lao Song. Useless fools. You couldn't even protect the strategist. What are you standing there for? Why won't you storm in and seize her? Brotherly. That woman is uncanny. Her marksmanship is terrifying. Chaos reigned downstairs. Su-Yi strained to listen, yet no new gunfire followed. Clearly the thugs dared not rush the room immediately, granting Lin Yu precious time to escape. They had failed to capture her. Damn it. This room's empty. Keep searching. That stinking bitch. He'll tear her limb from limb. Where's my grenade? Hand it over. Brotherly in the building. Data. Data. Gunfire crackled again, this time from the rooftop. A hapless thug fell without even uttering a warning cry. Brotherly nearly raged into madness, bolting upward once more, only to find another empty room. Useless fools. Pin her down. Pin her down until I arrive. Hold her. Wait for me. Brotherly was near apoplectic. His men dared not retort, trembling visibly, yet their fear of Lin Yu only deepened with each tremor. This woman moved like a phantom, firing to kill, killing to relocate. Hesitation meant losing her entirely, and she was cunning, avoiding Brotherly altogether, striking only at his subordinates. Good, excellent. Su-Yi clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened, sweat beading on his brow unnoticed. He murmured, taut with tension, Lin Yu, brilliant work. Don't confront Brotherly directly. He's certainly got combat talent. Boss, it's 1030 M. Leah whispered softly beside him, her lips nearly brushing his ear to avoid detection. Su-Yi glanced up at the wall clock. Damaged by last night's stray bullet, its face shattered, yet its hands still ticked forward, barely legible. 2 hours remain. Su-yi gritted his teeth. His sole anxiety now centered on the efficacy of his innate ability. He couldn't be certain the ability would manifest as promised. After all, this was merely the reward from a level 0 shelter. Even if it granted exactly what he needed most, what if it proved useless? Or worse, what if it failed to resolve his immediate peril? Then truly all hope would vanish. If only my beginning had been kinder. If only these thugs hadn't surrounded me. Su-yi sighed deeply. Heaven had bestowed upon him an SS steer ability, yet also placed this rabid pack of lunatics at his doorstep. Fortune and misfortune were inextricably bound, imbued with a subtle, inscrutable balance. Time slipped away minute by minute as gunfire echoed unpredictably, now high, now low, never settling. Now even Su-yi could no longer pinpoint Lin Yu's location. Head risked peering cautiously from the window several times, but saw no trace of her scaling the building's facade. No one knew how she evaded detection, like a wraith slipping unseen. This modest residential block had become Lin Yu's personal battlefield. Yet Lin Yu was no invincible force. She waged relentless guerrilla warfare, refusing direct confrontation, striking then vanishing. During these Hitandran maneuvers, Su-yi heard the thugs pass his door repeatedly. At one point, Brother Li even suspected Lin Yu had doubled back inside and attempted to breach the door. Fortunately, Li Ya's reinforced lock held firm, leaving him enraged, kicking the iron door repeatedly. Thus, the stalemate endured until 1220 p.m. Just as a new ability reward was about to activate, a deafening, earth-shaking explosion detonated from the rooftop. Boom! The entire floor shuddered violently. Su-yi lost his balance and toppled sideways, watching dust and debris cascade from the ceiling like rain. A grenade. Li Ya's eyes widened in horror, her voice nearly failing her. They've used a grenade. They must have cornered Lin Yu. Is she dead? Is she really dead? Su-yi scrambled upright, jaw clenched, staring at Li Ya, who shook her head silently. None knew Lin Yu's fate. After the blast, muffled male laughter rose from above, boisterous, triumphant. Huh, bitch, we blew you sky high. Brother Li is unstoppable. I thought the whole building would collapse. Damn, this old structure's tougher than it looks. Still standing. Where's that bitch? Where's her body? No idea. Maybe she fell. Search quickly. We need proof. Even if it's just a corpse. He'll desecrate her remains. Haha. Brother Li, is that your version of desecration? Line up. Line up. I'm second in line. Their raucous, exultant laughter signaled unmistakably their belief in victory. After hours of grueling pursuit, that woman had finally been slain. Su-yi heard every word and trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, from fury. Lin Yu had sacrificed everything to buy time, yet still perished. These monsters, give me what I need most. You cannot deceive me. You made it perfectly clear. Eyes shut tight, Su-yi whispered fiercely to himself, fingers white-knuckled. Grant me the reward I need most. Give it to me. I need to kill. I need to kill right now. I will slaughter every one of these bastards. Congratulations. You have remained within the shelter for 24 hours. Your innate ability reward has activated. The 24-hour countdown resets now. A crisp notification flashed before Su-yi's eyes. Congratulations. You have received the talent reward, Graded Combat Squad card consumable. A golden card materialized softly into his palm. The card was roughly the size of a bank card, gleaming gold from edge to edge, etched with faint silhouettes of soldiers. At its top lay a concise item description. Graded Combat Squad consumable. Upon activation, it randomly summons a technologically equipped combat squad of 3 to 6 members, each possessing fixed graded combat proficiency. Equipment scales dynamically with squad size. The effect lasts precisely 2 hours, after which the squad dissolves. A temporary summoning item. At minimum 3 graded soldiers. Su-yi's eyes lit up. The sheer might of a graded soldier had already been demonstrated vividly by Lin Yu. An almost superhuman level of capability, rivaling elite special forces. A squad of at least 3 would surely annihilate these thugs. Summon. Without hesitation, Su-yi activated the card, and a hazy golden radiance swirled around him. As the light faded, 6 fully armed special operatives stood beside him, battle-ready and perfectly aligned. All were men clad in tactical camouflage uniforms, wearing combat boots and night vision goggles, their belts laden with grenades and navigation devices, gripping black firearms of varying lengths. Each bore an unshakable, piercing gaze, exuding disciplined precision and unwavering resolve. With only a glance, Su-yi discerned their roles were meticulously assigned. One carried a field medical kit, another wielded a submachine gun as the primary assault specialist. A comrade stood nearby with a specialized rifle shielding the sniper, who held a Barrett, within the squad's protective core. 3 assault specialists, 1 medic, 1 communications officer, 1 sniper. 6 strong, flawlessly balanced. Sir, The lead assault specialist snapped a sharp salute towards Su Yi, his face masked save for his steady eyes. His voice was calm, authoritative, awaiting your operational orders, sir. What is our mission? Kill. Su Yi drew a deep breath, pointing decisively toward the door. There are hostiles inside this building, threatening our lives. Eliminate them all. Yes, sir. In unison, the soldiers roared, mission confirmed. Nearby, Leah stirred from shock and urgently interjected, there's also a woman. Lin Yu. She's a soldier, your subordinate. She must be rescued. The squad turned to Su Yi. He nodded once. Correct. Understood, sir. The lead operative signaled sharply. The six split seamlessly into two coordinated units, adopting distinct tactical formations. The communications officer and sniper exited through a window, anchoring grappling hooks to their belts before scaling swiftly to the rooftop across the street, establishing a concealed overwatch position. Meanwhile, the assault team and medic waited for Leah to unlock the steel door, then hurled a smoke grenade inside. Pop! It detonated instantly, filling the corridor outside with thick churning fog and cries of panic from the waiting thugs. Brotherly, the door's open. Shit! Where's this smoke coming from? Rat-a-tat! A burst of gunfire cut short their alarm. The soldiers exchanged silent hand signals, advanced in perfect tactical cadence, and vanished soundlessly into the haze. Rat-a-tat! 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 A rapid rhythmic barrage erupted beyond the door, each shot followed by the dull thud of a collapsing body, scarcely a scream breaking the silence. It meant every enemy they encountered died instantly. No time to cry out, no chance to warn the rest. Clean. Efficient. Absolute. As the sweep intensified, shouts erupted from outside hostiles. They're back. Soldiers. Shit. Real soldiers. Are they rescue forces? I shit. They're killing our people. I surrender. I surrender. Don't fuck. These aren't regular troops. They're shooting civilians. Return fire. Panic-stricken voices overlapped, punctuated by the concussive blasts of stun grenades and fresh smoke canisters. Gunfire never ceased. From afar, Su Yi also heard the distant, deliberate cracks of sniper fire echoing from the rooftop. Boom. Boom. Though infrequent, each shot carried devastating power. The Barrett's rounds pierced any barrier with ease. Even enemies hidden behind cover fell instantly exposed without mercy under thermal imaging. Once acquired by the sniper, a target perished on the spot. Sniper on the roof. Take cover. Brotherly. Shit. The sniper blew Brother Lee's head clean off. Brothers, run. Chaos erupted outside. Clearly, the six operatives' flawless coordination rendered the rabble utterly helpless. Only the thugs' screams and frantic cries echoed. Su Yi heard no sign of injury or setback among his soldiers. He stepped to the window and looked down. Bloodied figures sprinted wildly from the building, faces twisted in raw terror. From above, the sniper picked them off one by one, headshots precise and merciless, until 7 or 8 corpses littered the ground. The survivors fled back inside, now facing relentless fusillades of submachine guns and rifles. Su Yi watched coldly from the windowsill. For the first time, he witnessed death firsthand and felt a wave of visceral discomfort. Yet vengeance surged swiftly, eclipsing revulsion. Within moments, his unease vanished entirely, leaving only stillness. Have I already adapted? He thought silently, his expression unchanged, devoid of triumph or relief. Lin Yu remained missing. He had lost her. In 2 hours, the squad would vanish. So far, he had gained nothing but cathartic retribution. The sweep concluded swiftly. Soon the comm officer's earpiece crackled, "Sir, threats neutralized. 5 captives surrendered. Several individuals remain unverified. Please advise." "I'll come assess." Su Yi exhaled deeply and stepped out with Leah. This was his first emergence from the shelter, a step he'd vowed never to take unless forced. Yet fate offered no choice. The thugs had dragged him into the open, compelling retaliation. Guided by the comm officer, he ascended toward the rooftop. Hallways were strewn with bodies and blood, the metallic stench making Leah recoil, hand clamped over her nose, while Su Yi walked forward, impassively treading steadily through pools of crimson. "Boss, won't you cover your nose? It's unbearable." "No need. Didn't you tell me I must learn cold?" Su Yi glanced at her, offering a faint, strained smile. "I suppose I should begin adapting early. Such scenes won't be rare from now on." He climbed in silence to the rooftop and found the entire floor gutted and interconnected. Inside, chaos reigned. Blood reeked, filth festered, trash spilled everywhere, and headless corpses sprawled across the floor. In the inner chamber, 10 women crouched against the wall, arms wrapped tight around their heads, eyes wide with abject horror. "Sir." The rifleman guarding them saluted quietly, all resistors eliminated. "These women are unarmed, likely abducted by the thugs. Shall we eliminate them as well?" "No." Su Yi scanned them, powerless, hollow-eyed, numb with despair. Among them, he recognized familiar faces: the young woman who jogged past his office each morning, the neighbor who walked her daughter to school, the cleaning staff from a nearby office building. All had suffered unspeakably. Where are the others? Su-yi withdrew his gaze and turned to the rifleman who gestured toward the adjacent room. A few surrendered, held there. No, I mean Linyu, the female soldier. Have you found her? Su-yi locked eyes with the rifleman. Report. Search teams are still deployed. No confirmation yet. The rifleman shook his head, his answer heavy with disappointment. If she hadn't surfaced by now, her chances were grim. A direct grenade blast would leave little more than fragments. Silent and grim, Su-yi ignored the captives and strode to the opposite room, where the assault specialist stood guard over 3 trembling men. They knelt in terror. When the assault specialist announced, "Sir," all 3 jerked their heads upward, staring at Su-yi in shock. "You," one man blurted, incredulous. "You're Su-yi. You live downstairs. I knew it. I remembered. A man lived below us." Su-yi studied him, brow furrowed. You're the one with the daughter. Your surname is Zheng, isn't it? Yes. I'm old Zheng. He nodded frantically, flashing a nervous grin, and tried to inch closer, only to be halted by the muzzle of a rifle. The assault specialist's voice was ice cold. "Maintain distance. Do not approach the commander." Yes. Old Zheng shrank back, then pleaded desperately at Su-yi. "Su-yi, we're neighbors. There's been a misunderstanding. Can you order him to release me?" "Where are your wife and daughter?" Su-yi asked, ignoring the plea, his tone detached, chilling. Old Zheng faltered, then mumbled, "I don't know. Don't know. They're right next door. I saw them myself." A faint sardonic smile curled Su-yi's lips. "To sell your own wife and child. You're no neighbor of mine." "It's not like that. Su-yi, I couldn't fight that fellow." Old Zheng's face flushed crimson, straining to justify himself. "You sold your family to survive." Su-yi regarded him calmly. "That's your affair, but you sought my death. You were among those who stormed the door last night, weren't you?" Old Zheng opened his mouth, hesitated, then bowed his head in defeat. "Su-yi, I beg you. I truly don't want to die." Sunlight blazed down on Old Zheng's spine, threatening to overwhelm him with heat. Yet no physical scorch could match the icy dread freezing his soul. Who knew the unremarkable young man downstairs possessed such overwhelming force? Had he known earlier, he'd never have pledged loyalty to Li. He'd have followed Su-yi from the start. "Where is Li?" Su-yi asked. Another captive rushed to answer. "Boss, he's dead. Li got his head blown off. I saw it with my own eyes." "His body, where is it?" "He's not dead." Before Su-yi could finish, Old Zheng burst in, snatching his attention. "What did you say?" Su-yi turned sharply, frowning. "How do you know he's alive?" He's immortal." Old Zheng lifted his gaze, jaw clenched, deciding to betray his former leader. "That man is unstoppable. No one can kill him. He's revived before. Others tried. His heart was pierced, his head severed, yet he rose again. He is truly indestructible. Someone had long resented him, but no one could kill him." Lao Zheng's betrayal cast a strange, unsettled expression across the faces of the 2 men nearby. They hadn't expected Lao Zheng to possess such audacity, to betray Big Brother so utterly with no fear whatsoever of retribution or vengeance afterward. "Is it true?" Su-yi frowned as he gazed at Lao Zheng, skeptical that anyone could possess such a terrifying ability, resurrection from death. This was surely an SS-Rank ability. In the apocalypse, it rendered one virtually invincible. No threat, however dire, could inspire fear. "It's true." Lao Zheng clenched his teeth and nodded, his face shadowed with despair. "I've lost all will to live. I'll endure this humiliation no longer. Kill him if you can, or if not, grant me a swift, merciful end." His words bore the ring of truth. Su-yi remained silent for a moment, then issued his command. "Take Lao Zheng to identify the corpse. Find Li's body. If the body is missing, find the man instead." "Yes, sir." The assault trooper saluted, then escorted Lao Zheng out. The medic and rifleman exchanged positions. The rifleman now guarded the remaining captives and ensured Su-yi's safety. Su-yi kept the 2 captives alive. He still had questions to ask. "Speak. Tell me everything you and that man surnamed Li have done." Su-yi swept his gaze over the 2 prisoners and spoke coolly. "Tell me everything you know. Don't even think of lying. Lao Zheng has already abandoned life itself. I'll verify every word you utter against his testimony. Should I discover you've deceived me, you'll join Lao Zheng on his final journey." His tone carried unmistakable, chilling implication. Their survival still hung in the balance. The 2 captives exchanged a glance. One finally gritted his teeth and asked, "Boss, what exactly do you want to know?" "Everything, from the onset of the apocalypse onward. What did you do?" Su-yi scanned them again, emphasizing, "Especially about that man surnamed Li. What exactly is unnatural about him?" "Boss, if we talk, you won't kill us, right?" The other man trembled, swallowing hard as he whispered, "That day, the day we were brought back, the sky turned red. We shared an apartment on the 3rd floor. With no food left, hunger gnawed at us relentlessly. Then that man surnamed Li appeared, promising to lead us out to scavenge for food and water. So we followed him. Every night we raided for supplies. By day we slept upstairs or indulged in women. Later, Later, Lee gathered more people, seizing control over most of the residents on this floor. The man's voice dropped lower as shame weighed upon him. At first, Lee only threatened people, but then came the day he drew blood. He killed with his own hands. Afterward, he declared he'd slaughter all who resisted, starting with the elders. He ordered the men to hunt in shifts, returning each time to rest and take women. Many reasons since the world had ended why not obey him. As the man rambled on, Sue-yi cut in sharply. How does Lee's immortality work? A flicker of raw terror crossed the man's face as he shook his head, muttering, "But I saw it. I truly saw it." His head was severed. There was a girl on the rooftop. Her boyfriend was with her when the apocalypse struck. They said he was a skilled Sonda practitioner. That man beheaded old Lee. Then Lee. His head regrew within moments, and he slaughtered the man. His girlfriend was later tortured to death by Lee himself. After that, no one dared resist. Sue-yi arched a brow, voice icy, "Not dared, nor wished I suspect." The man shuddered violently and fell silent. Lee was no ordinary man. He wielded both carrot and stick, brutal public executions to deter dissent, yet generous spoils to bind loyalty. In an age of chaos and dread, his ruthless pragmatism swayed most men to follow him without question. Had fortune favored him, Lee's stronghold would likely have grown into a formidable enclave. Since Lee possesses immortality, what is your ability? Sue-yi asked coldly. The man blinked, bewildered. Ability? What's an ability? My. Sue-yi raised a brow, studying him intently. This man showed no sign of deception. Or was his ability deliberately concealed? Sue-yi couldn't discern it. But the man, unnerved by his piercing gaze, hastily clarified, "Boss, you don't actually think we're unkillable like old Lee, do you? We're just ordinary men, mortal flesh. A single blade ends us. Please, don't test it. We only wanted to survive. Much of what we did was forced upon us. Even if we deserve death, it should be law, not your hand, that judges and executes us." Panicked, the man stammered, until Sue-yi abruptly interrupted, "Have you ever returned to your own apartment?" "Always stayed with Brother Lee." "Ah, yes, boss." The man blinked, then nodded, puzzled. "Old Lee forbade us from scattering. He feared betrayal. Everyone had to remain under his watchful eye. Even our sleeping quarters had to lie within his line of sight." "No wonder." Sue-yi murmured softly. "Lee must have known of abilities and feared rivals. Thus he imposed strict confinement, forbidding anyone from returning to their own shelters. Many had been taken by Lee before their abilities awakened in the apocalypse's earliest hours. Without awakened powers, they remained utterly, irrevocably ordinary. Silently, Sue-yi summoned his shelter's data interface, only to receive no response. Conservatively speaking, only Lee possesses an ability. These three survivors, still alive, have yet to awaken theirs. Sue-yi pondered this, his greatest concern the man's terrifying immortality, when suddenly the worst possible news arrived. The assault trooper and Lao Zheng returned empty-handed. Their meticulous search of every floor revealed no trace of Lee's corpse. Sue-yi's brow furrowed deeply. No body meant Lee had already risen again. An enemy who lived and could resurrect posed an existential threat. Worse still, Sue-yi's 5 warriors had less than an hour of operational time remaining. Once they dematerialized, and with Lin Yu's fate still unknown, Sue-yi's shelter would be left defenseless, its combat strength reduced to near zero. A fresh wave of urgency surged within him. Secure these captives tightly. Recall the comms specialist. The sniper continues searching for Lee. Relocate all supplies downstairs, immediately. Everything edible or usable, take it all. Not a single item left behind. Also summon Leah. Reinforce her residence immediately. She may draw freely upon all supplies in this building. But she has precisely 1 hour. At Sue-yi's command, everyone, except the sniper, sprint. The 3 captives under armed guard began laboring, shuttling supplies up and downstairs, hauling away every item Lee and his men had scavenged over recent days. 7 strong men moved swiftly, but Sue-yi found it too slow. He paced steadily, inwardly counting seconds, circling repeatedly before the group of women confined inside the inner room. Sue-yi harbored no ill intent. Only calculation. Could these women become assets bolstering his shelter's security? They've suffered enough under Lee. They must loathe him bitterly, surely. Chin resting thoughtfully in his palms, Sue-yi murmured, "If I can awaken the embers of their hatred, they may yet become allies. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Yet how to reach them? How to ignite that fire? He had not yet decided. All he knew was this: he needed every possible ally, every scrap of strength to oppose a foe who refused to stay dead. Just as Sue-yi contemplated how to approach the numb, hollow-eyed women, his vision flickered, and a new line of text materialized before him, freezing him mid-thought. Sue-yi was taken aback, realizing that he had unknowingly spent half an hour in this room, triggering the potential doomsday game mechanism. He recalled that the group of thugs had mentioned that killing could increase survival points. From this perspective, the Doomsday Game not only brought about terrifying natural disasters, but also encouraged mutual slaughter among humans. Given that even the act of killing was encouraged, the existence of mechanisms for destroying and occupying other shelters was not surprising. According to the several captives' accounts, this house originally belonged to Brother Lee, who later broke through the walls to create a larger living space. He squinted slightly. So, if I select this option now, if Brother Lee's shelter is destroyed, will his talent still exist? The answer seemed self-evident, and without hesitation, he quickly confirmed destroy the current shelter. As he confirmed, a red light suddenly appeared before him. The women watched in panic, continuously curling their bodies into the corners. They were afraid, dreading new torment and changes. He had no time to care for the emotions of these poor women. He stared intently at the red light, watching it spread rapidly, covering more than half the room in just a few breaths. When the red light dissipated, he received a new prompt. Congratulations. You have destroyed a level 0 shelter, and you have earned a reward of 100 survival points. The current shelter's owner will lose their shelter talent and all mechanisms of the Doomsday Game. You now have a 30 chance to inherit the current shelter's items with an inheritance ratio of 20. Since this is your first time destroying a shelter, the inheritance chance is increased to 100. The inheritance ratio is also increased to 100. Do you confirm the inheritance? If you do not respond to this information within 24 hours, it will be considered a forfeiture of the inheritance. A series of prompt messages filled with delight. Indeed, by destroying the shelter, he has lost his resurrection talent. Very good. Sui's excitement was hard to suppress. He did not notice the increasingly desperate gazes of the women. To them, this young man had seemed quite normal, but suddenly he was laughing lewdly. Well, at least he wasn't ugly. Letting him have his way wasn't too much of a loss. Just as the women were desperately trying to calm themselves, had already confirmed the new information. Confirm inheritance. Raised an eyebrow. He would not let any opportunity to grow stronger slip away. Though Brother Lee's shelter might not have much of value, having more was still better, and didn't mind. Inheritance complete. The destroyed shelter contained 2876 survival points and a grade bun maker and 3 bottles of grade cooling liquid. You have perfectly inherited all the above items. The items and survival points have been automatically added to your shelter's reserves, and you can freely retrieve them when you return home. Oh. He was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. That guy Lee is actually so wealthy. How does he have over 2,000 points? Mumbled to himself, suddenly realizing that he might have underestimated the situation. If both killing and destroying shelters granted points, then Brother Lee as a thug would definitely know about this. This building had 32 households, which meant there were at least 32 shelters. Aside from Brother Lee's and Sui's shelters, theoretically Brother Lee could have earned at least 3,000 points by destroying the other shelters in the past few days, considering the points earned from killing. At the very least, Brother Lee's points couldn't be less than 3,000. As for the grade bun maker and grade cooling liquid, he had seen them in the survival point mall provided. They weren't too expensive, but their presence indicated that Brother Lee already understood the function of points and had begun to use them. Then why did he leave so many points unused? He blinked. He could only think that Brother Lee might have known about the possibility of upgrading the shelter. He might have been saving points to upgrade or to buy some more expensive items. But before he could gather enough points, he had intercepted him, turning his hard-earned survival points into Sui's. So many points, I just hit the jackpot. Sighed, fulfilling the last point requirement for upgrading the shelter. He could upgrade it now. Now that Brother Lee's immortality talent was gone, even if he were still alive, he no longer posed a significant threat. At least on the surface, without Lin Yuesu, he still had Liya by his side. 2 against 1, how could they not win? Moreover, he had no intention of going out carelessly. As long as he had Liya continually enhancing the shelter's defenses, he could stay home and grow stronger every day. In this way, he didn't believe that without a shelter, Brother Lee could do anything to him. Hurry up. Picked up the walkie-talkie given by the communication soldier and instructed the male soldiers transporting supplies in a deep voice. We have less than half an hour left, move faster. Also leave 2 people to set up some traps at the door. Remember, the more the better. Don't be afraid to waste supplies. You fully utilize your military skills to enhance the safety of the shelter as much as possible. Planned to make good use of the soldiers in the final moments, ensuring they set up sufficient countermeasures for the shelter before disappearing. Yes, Commander. A clear response came from the walkie-talkie. Strangely enough, the communication system in the city police station had failed, but these summoned soldiers still had a fully functional combat communication system. It seemed that the technological restrictions targeted by the Doomsday Game only affected the original technological systems of humanity on Earth. The technological modules born from the shelter mechanism were not interfered with or restricted. By the way, Commander, how should we deal with these captives? The communication soldier inquired, seeking instructions. They seemed to know they were about to leave and that such threatening individuals should not be left near the commander. Commander, I request to execute these dangerous individuals to maximize your safety. The communication soldier held the walkie-talkie, observing the fear on the faces of the three captives carrying supplies, but his gaze remained cold. He was waiting for Su-Yi's command. After a brief silence, Su-Yi's deep response crackled through the walkie-talkie. Kill them. Yes, Commander. The communication soldier took out his pistol and aimed at the captives' heads. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots soon echoed from downstairs, signifying the end of 3 lives. Su-Yi's heart did not waver much after the bloody battles of last night, and today his mindset had undergone a tremendous change. Oljing, don't blame me. Su-Yi murmured to himself, I want to live too. I have to be a bit heartless. He took a deep breath, calming his mind and glancing at the women before him. This was indeed a new dilemma that gave Su-Yi a headache. Should he kill them? But these women seemed to be pitiful victims of brotherly. They hadn't done anything to Su-Yi, making it hard for him to act. He could be ruthless to enemies, but he still retained a faint sense of conscience towards the weak. Better to drive them. Su-Yi took a deep breath, pinching his brows, and made a decision in his heart. I can spare them, but they cannot stay in this building. I need to clear this building to ensure my own safety as much as possible. In this doomsday, Su-Yi he could be soft-hearted and spare lives, but he would never allow anyone to come too close to him. Click. Su-Yi reloaded his pistol, ready to threaten the women to put on their clothes and leave the apartment. Just at that moment, a gentle call suddenly came from behind Su-Yi. Commander, Lin Yu. Su-Yi was startled, reflexively turning around, surprised to see Lin Yu, bloodied, leaning against the door frame, smiling weakly at him. Commander, you are alive? That's great. Lin Yu's body was covered in wounds, her skin charred and blackened by the blast. Half her face was mangled and unrecognizable. Her tattered clothing clung to a frame where high-temperature burns had stripped away the skin from her hands and arms, exposing raw pink flesh and pulsing veins. Lin Yu. Su-Yi rushed to her side and caught her just as she collapsed. She was still alive. Fortunate, yet her condition hovered perilously close to death itself. Lin Yu appeared utterly incapacitated. Su-Yi could even feel the ragged, blood-soaked entry wounds of explosive shrapnel across her torso, wounds that had long since saturated her clothes with crimson. Commander, I'm fine. I still draw breath. She paused, her voice frail and strained. They threw a grenade at me, but I lured their leader into a trap. I discovered he's impervious to bullets. He's not human. He can resurrect. So, I bound him tight. Lin Yu lifted her gaze to Su-Yi and flashed a bloody grin, teeth stained crimson. No matter what limbs he regrows, I'll sever them anew. His head and his limbs. I kept cutting, kept holding on. I believed if I endured just a moment longer, I could exhaust him completely. Just now, his head failed to regenerate. I think I've finally worn him down. You're safe now, Commander. Her final words dissolved mid-sentence as her body went slack, collapsing softly into Su-Yi's arms. Medic! Medic! Su-Yi seized his radio and roared into it. Get up here, now? Move. Commander, I'm coming. The medic downstairs dropped his supplies and bounded up the stairs 2 at a time. He gently took Lin Yu from Su-Yi's arms, laid her flat on the floor, and opened his emergency kit, swiftly assessing and treating her wounds. Su-Yi watched silently as Lin Yu lay motionless beneath the medic's hands, his expression layered with quiet awe. He had underestimated the depth of loyalty within his people. Lin Yu had uncovered Li Ji's resurrection ability, yet chose not to flee. Instead, she fought to the very edge of annihilation to hold him at bay. Though Lin Yu believed she had exhaustedly good to death, that distinction no longer mattered. Deprived of his ability, decapitated by her blade, Li Gu was undeniably gone. All Su-Yi cared about now was saving Lin Yu. A warrior of such unwavering devotion held incalculable value for the shelter. Commander, I cannot save her. The medic looked up, his face shadowed with regret. She sustained 7 gunshot wounds and was severely burned by a grenade blast. Her epidermis is almost entirely destroyed by thermal trauma. She's critically dehydrated, hemorrhaging profusely and suffering internal organ damage. Surgery is imperative, but I lack both the equipment and medical supplies required. She survived this long only through sheer willpower. I estimate she'll succumb before nightfall. The medic's report darkened Su-Yi's expression like a gathering storm. It was already afternoon. The hours until dusk were dwindling. Even if Su-Yi attempted to carry Lin Yu to the nearest hospital for surgery and supplies, neither she nor the medic would survive the journey. Their time was slipping away. We must save her. I remember the survival supply store carries healing items. Jaw clenched, Su-Yi signaled the medic to lift Lin Yu, then led the way back to the shelter at a swift, urgent pace. Upon returning, Leah noticed Lin Yu's grievous injuries and unconscious state. She gasped and rushed forward to help support her. She opened her mouth to ask Su-Yi what had happened, but he had already vanished inside the shelter. Open the survival point store. No sooner had Sui re-entered the shelter than he summoned the interface panel. A translucent data screen materialized before him. Confirmation that such operations were only possible within one's own shelter. Filter inventory by category. Optimize purchase recommendations treatment for critically injured combat personnel. After days spent mastering the shelter's systems, Sui navigated its interface with practiced precision. Moments later, the displayed items flickered rapidly, replacing generic listings with newly prioritized. Before him stretched an array of extraordinary healing supplies, beyond the reach of human technology, each imbued with uncanny efficacy, yet priced exorbitantly. The cheapest item cost 500 survival points. Without hesitation, Sui scanned the selection and confirmed his purchase instantly. To those who served him loyally, Sui spared no expense, even if they were constructs of the shelter itself. Congratulations. You have successfully purchased Class C Medical Consumable Genetic Optimization Serum. Genetic Optimization Serum, Class C Medical Consumable. Administered to a target, it infuses new genetic sequences, comprehensively repairing most physical trauma, and with a chance enhancing baseline physiology through genomic refinement. Purchase cost 1000 survival points. 1,000 points, a sum few in the world could muster outright at this moment. Sui felt no pang of reluctance. He claimed the vial without pause and administered the injection directly into Lin Yu's vein. As the emerald green liquid flowed into her bloodstream, Lin Yu's pallid cheeks gradually flushed with life, and her wounds began visibly knitting together, slow but steady. Though she remained unconscious, the medic's latest assessment confirmed her body was entering active recovery. She would awaken spontaneously within hours. She'll live. That's all that matters. Sui exhaled deeply. After Lin Yu's sacrifice, abandonment was unthinkable. Moreover, for the foreseeable future, the shelter would rely heavily on warriors like her. Once Lin Yu was safely settled, Sui turned to issue fresh orders to his soldiers, only to find the medic who had stood before him moments earlier had vanished without trace. Leah, where are the soldiers? They're gone, boss. Leah crouched by the entrance, continuing to reinforce the iron gate without glancing up. Didn't you say earlier they were temporary reinforcements? They were always meant to disappear. Right, their time has run out. Sui looked down. No radio remained at his side. Every piece of gear they'd brought had dissolved into nothingness. Even the traps they'd set at the entrance had vanished, erased entirely as though no evidence of their presence had. What a pity. Sui sighed, a note of genuine regret in his voice. 6 fully armed Special Forces operatives, such a formidable security asset, was irreplaceable. If only they could remain, the shelter's safety margin would increase dramatically. Perhaps my shelter's level is simply too low. The talent reward granted only temporary access. A higher-tier shelter might yield more permanent combat personnel rewards. Driven by urgency, Sui immediately instructed Leah to ascend and clear the upper floor of the women. Of course, he wasn't heartless. Clothing and portions of food would be left behind. But these women could not stay, not on this floor. Sui intended to secure the entire building, ensuring no strangers remained within its walls. After Leah escorted the women away, she remained downstairs, beginning exterior modifications to the building's entrance and installing new traps along the stairwell per Sui's instructions. Outside, the sky darkened imperceptibly. The eerie crimson glow faded, replaced by an inky void. Only the moon's silver radiance pierced the suffocating night. Sui opened the shelter's chat interface to monitor intelligence updates and gauge whether the day's battle had drawn attention from nearby survivors. True to expectation, the moment he entered the channel, numerous users were already discussing the event. Seriously, it felt like watching a cop thriller. Gunfire echoed from last night straight through this afternoon. I live in the building across the street. I even saw someone scaling the facade like Spider-Man, darting between windows and fighting guerrilla style. Shame my phone won't power on. I'd film it for you. I watched all day. What a spectacle. Spectacle. How many corpses do you think litter that place? I can smell the stench from here. The whole building must reek of decay. This is the apocalypse. Humanity has already turned on itself, forgetting unity entirely. Are you truly treating this like an action movie? Don't you wonder why so many women emerged from that building earlier, apparently expelled? Yeah, I heard that too. Shit, let's go. Grab one while we can. Wait up, buddy. I called dibs on the one with the widest hips. The fierce battle erupting within Sui's building had unmistakably drawn the notice of scattered urban survivors. Yet the chat channel's dominant discourse did not revolve solely around this incident. After all, the apocalypse had raged for several days, and chaos and violence now permeated every corner of the city. The carnage within Sui's building was merely a ripple in a churning sea, capturing local attention but little more. No new immediate threats emerge, but one thing is certain: someone has taken interest in this building. Sui closed the chat window and murmured thoughtfully, Given the martial force I displayed today, however, few would dare provoke me recklessly. If I can secure just a few more days of reward accrual, I'll weather the most perilous phase of the apocalypse. Su-yi drew a slow, deliberate breath, then checked the curtains once more, ensuring absolute privacy, before summoning the shelter interface. Check shelter upgrade requirements. Congratulations. All 5 prerequisite conditions for upgrade have been fulfilled. You may now upgrade your shelter to Tier 1 experimental facility, or defer for additional upgrade pathways. Initiate upgrade. Su-yi acted without hesitation. Time was scarce, and among the 3 available shelter archetypes, the choice mattered less than the outcome. What truly concerned him was not architectural form, but whether the upgraded talent reward would yield richer, more potent returns. Congratulations. The conditions are met, and the shelter begins to upgrade. As the information changed before Su-yi's eyes, a golden light emerged from the void, enveloping the entire room. Everything in the room was shrouded in golden light, dazzling yet not blinding. However, Su-yi could not clearly see the specific process of the shelter's upgrade. After a few breaths, the golden light dissipated, and everything returned to calm. Su-yi quickly surveyed his surroundings, only to be somewhat disappointed to find that the shelter still looked the same as before. It was still the house he lived in, with no changes in area, items, or rooms. Congratulations. The shelter has upgraded to Level 1 experimental room. You can now gain additional area in the 4 adjacent spaces left, right, front, and back. The area of the new shelter will be 4 to 5 times larger than before. You can now freely modify the adjacent spaces using resources and survival points, giving your shelter a complete makeover. The current shelter has activated the experimental technology tree. You can arrange suitable talents and improve the shelter's technological level by consuming resources and survival points. After a series of new information prompts, Su-yi suddenly realized, so this is just the upgrade. The specific renovation process of the shelter still requires my personal involvement. Su-yi noticed that a new option for shelter renovation had appeared in the shelter module information before him. He reached out to click it open and suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. Su-yi felt his soul being drawn out of his body, with his perspective shifting to an aerial view, observing the entire shelter from above. All the walls and obstacles became ethereal, and green markings were distributed across the floor, representing the resources of Su-yi's original house and his neighbors. The green markings covered the entire current floor, signifying that all of this belonged to Su-yi's shelter. Su-yi also saw a series of construction options pop up before him. He could freely place new rooms, break down walls, adjust the positions of load-bearing walls, or choose colors for the rooms, and purchase various decorations within the green areas. This is really becoming a building game. Su-yi's eyes widened, feeling that this world had completely gone mad. Su-yi felt like he was playing The Sims, experiencing an incredibly detailed and complex shelter construction, but he was clearly a living human being existing on Earth. How had his survival started to resemble a game? Su-yi was deeply shocked. He did not immediately renovate the shelter, but quietly exited the building interface. He needed to calm his emotions and think carefully about how to adjust the upgraded shelter. Just as Su-yi exited the shelter construction interface, a new wave of information prompts suddenly surrounded him like a tide. Congratulations. You have completed the shelter upgrade, and your shelter talent has been enhanced. The effect of the shelter talent Homebody's Haven has been improved. Homebody's Haven: for every 24 hours you stay in your shelter, you will randomly receive a current urgently needed survival reward. The reward is at least of level, excluding special rewards. Additionally, the current talent time has been reset to 1:00 noon. You have an exemption time of 1 hour per day for going out, and this exemption does not affect the reward time calculation. After upgrading the shelter, the talent effect will continue to be upgraded. Congratulations. You are the first survivor in this city area to upgrade your shelter, and you have received a special reward, the Horn of the Pioneer. The Horn of the Pioneer, a level special item that can be used on any talent adding the Pioneer trait. Pioneer trait effect: in this dangerous era, the most important quality of a brave pioneer is luck. The owner of this trait often has good fortune. Special reward. Su-yi stroked his chin, somewhat surprised. He did not expect to be the first to upgrade a shelter in the entire city and receive a reward similar to a game achievement. Just as Su-yi was checking how to use this reward, new prompts appeared before him. Congratulations. You are the first survivor in the country to upgrade a shelter, and you have received a special reward: Awakening of the Bloodline, and a level special item that can summon a special talent with national characteristics, which has growth potential and high potential. Another special reward. Su-yi's eyes widened. Apart from being the first in the city area, there was also a national first achievement. An A-level talent. Damn, this is a huge gain. Su-yi was grinning from ear to ear, having summoned an A-level talent. This was likely the top-tier talent leading all current shelters. However, at the same time, Su-yi also realized a not-so-good news for the nation. The apocalypse has been ongoing for so many days, and I am the only one in the country to upgrade a shelter. How great must the survival pressure be on others? Su sighed. Most of humanity's technological means had been restricted, leaving only some low-end technologies and simple weapons available. But this is not a doomsday scenario like in a biohazard crisis, who under the global high temperatures the air became humanity's enemy. After all, even with firearms, humans cannot stop the spread of heat. Instead, the lack of many life-related technologies has caused humanity to lose most effective means to resist high temperatures. Su's lament did not last long. He understood that he was just an ordinary person without the grand vision to worry about the survival of all humanity. Su just wanted to survive to live well. The special rewards from these two achievements were stored in the shelter's data, and Su could use them at any time, just like when he first activated his talents. Use the awakening of the bloodline. As Su used the reward, a golden light burst forth around him, quickly coalescing into a human form. Before long, a woman dressed in a white qipao stood before Su. Her features were exquisite, as if painted, her skin as white as jade, and her long eyebrows framed eyes as clear as autumn water. "Sir." The woman gently bowed to Su, resembling a graceful figure from classical poetry, beautiful and captivating, with a faint smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. "What is your name?" Su observed the woman, quite taken aback. He did not expect to summon such a great beauty. Her attractiveness was simply breathtaking, possessing a stunning charm. "Sir, my name is Jiang Shaoxi." The woman lowered her head, softly introducing herself, "A person from Jiangnan. It is indeed a fortunate encounter to meet you today." "A good name." Su nodded. Jiang Shaoxi had a tall, graceful figure, and the white qipao beautifully accentuated her slim waist, making her appear enchanting. This woman exuded an elegant aura, embodying the distinct beauty of an Eastern woman, suggesting an extraordinary background. However, what attracted Su the most was not her captivating figure under the qipao, but the ancient jade pendant worn at her waist, intricately carved with complex patterns. The jade was round, entirely emerald green, emitting a faint glow visible to the naked eye. "Congratulations. You have obtained a level special talent, Jiang Shaoxi." Information prompts appeared before Su, and he casually opened Jiang Shaoxi's data panel. Upon glancing at it, his expression changed dramatically. Name: Jiang Shaoxi. Age: 28. Type: National Fortune Talent. Talent: Grade A. Physical Strength: 60. Nerve Reaction: 68. Stamina: 50. Mental Will: 368. Self-Healing Immunity: 211. Talent Characteristics: National Fortune Blessing. She possesses specific qualities of the Huaxia Nation. As a bearer of national fortune, her shelter will be immune to apocalyptic-derived disasters. Filial piety for every resident over the age of 40 within the shelter. The exploration rewards and high-level talent acquisition rates, as well as the speed of technological research, will increase by 1%. The maximum boost limit is 100%. Long-term planning. Any matters within the shelter involving strategy, tactics, research, traps, and defenses that require thought will not fail. Talent Gifts: Wide Circle of Friends. She has many friends with a certain probability each month of bringing new talent to the shelter. If no talents are recommended in a given month, the probability of recommending high-level talents will increase for the next time. Exceptional Wisdom. She can effectively pass on her knowledge and experience to others. Through communication and guidance with the shelter's residents, she can significantly enhance their skill levels and cognitive abilities. People's Will. Her influence unites the residents of the shelter, fostering a sense of collective strength. Within the shelter, her presence greatly enhances the morale and work efficiency of the residents, making the entire operation run more smoothly. Value Score: 3568 points. Hiss. Su couldn't help but gasp repeatedly, looking at Jiang Shaoxi's talent data, confirming that he wasn't seeing things. "This is too exaggerated." Su murmured. Jiang Shaoxi's data completely outshining Linyu, and a mental will of 368 and a self-healing immunity score of 211 didn't shock Su too much. They merely indicated that Jiang Shaoxi was a talent type not skilled in combat. What surprised and amazed Su the most were Jiang Shaoxi's talent characteristics and gifts. 3 characteristics and 3 gifts working in harmony made Jiang Shaoxi the perfect candidate for internal governance. Her combination of talents and characteristics can be described as a self-driving device for group enhancement buffs. The key is this wide circle of friends. While I still need to worry about a lack of talent in the future, one new one is given for free each month, and there's a chance to snag high-level talent for free. Is this considered by one get in? Sui's smile was so wide it was almost difficult to close his mouth. The only aspect of Jiang Shaoxi's entire panel that left Sui with a slight regret was the characteristic filial piety. Its effect requires there to be residents over 40 years old in the territory to take effect. In an apocalyptic, disaster-ridden environment, it is difficult for both the elderly and the very young to survive independently. To put it nicely, it's not very suitable for survival. To put it bluntly, it's a burden. The first round of apocalyptic disasters was already quite unfriendly to the elderly. The subsequent rounds of disasters are unknown to be even more troublesome, making the survival probability for these older individuals very low. If the shelter has too many such populations, it will also drag down the shelter's disaster resistance and development potential. But its effect is truly appealing. 3 types of benefits can increase the yield effect by up to 100%. Sue-E murmured, awakening of bloodline can summon talents with national characteristics. This is indeed quite characteristic. Filial piety comes first in all virtues. It seems that if I have time in the future, I need to appropriately support some elderly people. Sue-E calculated, realizing that as long as he controlled the number of elderly people, the effects of this talent characteristic would greatly enhance the shelter. Just as Sue-E pondered how to fully utilize Jiang Shao's characteristics and talent effects, suddenly a gentle moan came from the bed behind him. Water, water. It was Lin Yu. She opened her eyes, awakening from a serious injury-induced coma. Her wounds had mostly healed, but she still felt very weak. Water is here, drink slowly. Before Sue-E could react, Jiang Shaozi had already brought water and sat by the bed patiently and gently feeding Lin Yu. You? Who are you? Lin Yu asked, somewhat confused and cautious. She saw Sue-E standing behind Jiang Shaozi and hoarsely asked, Chief, is she a new member? Sue-E nodded, emphasizing, she is very important. In the future, if anything happens at home, you all must listen to her, and I am no exception. Jiang Shao's characteristic effects have already clearly indicated that she is a strategist-type internal governance talent with considerable wisdom. This woman is smart, whatever matters arise, following her suggestions will surely be the right choice. Even if there is a mistake, it won't matter. Sue-E felt that if Jiang Shao's wisdom could go wrong, he certainly wouldn't be able to pinpoint the problem. As a leader, one must have self-awareness to know how to utilize people effectively. Very important. Lin Yu pondered this term, struggling to stand with her weakened body. I can do it myself, please. She didn't dare let Jiang Shaozi take care of her, but she was pressed back down by Jiang Shaozi. You're injured, you need to rest well. Listen to her, rest well. Sue-E smiled and added, you are also very important, don't disregard your own health. I am also. Lin Yu was taken aback, looking up at the man in the dark. He smiled gently. Our home has also grown a bit stronger compared to a few days ago. It can be considered to have some vitality. Sue-E sat by the bed and said to Jiang Shaozi, including you and me, there are now 4 people in the shelter, you, Liya, and Lin Yu. Lin Yu is my first subordinate, a soldier, very loyal. Liya is an engineer and has some insights on modifications and technological research. Additionally, I just checked more information related to talents. I have already given you some operational permissions regarding the shelter. Sue-E paused, his expression serious. Shaozi, may I call you that? In the future, our shelter will rely heavily on you. I am not a clever person, and I hope you can use your wisdom to protect everyone. Jiang Shaozi nodded, gently responding softly, I will, sir. Lin Yu looked back and forth between the two, and when their conversation finished, she couldn't help but interject. Chief, have all the enemies been eliminated? Sue-E nodded yes. Chief, I seem to remember. You still have some soldiers, where are they? They have already. Sue-E smiled bitterly, saying, our shelter now still only has 4 people, but perhaps it may increase a bit in the future. By the way, Shaozi, I brought back all the supplies from upstairs today, but I haven't had time to check and organize them, so I'm counting on you. All right, sir. Jiang Shaozi nodded and got up to walk towards the pile of supplies. Her movements were light and graceful, swaying elegantly, pleasing to the eye. Lin Yu also noticed that the room, which was originally not too cluttered, was already filled with various supplies. From toilet paper and toothbrushes to food and drink, everything was included, and the supplies filled the entire room, even spilling out the door. Hiss! Lin Yu stared with wide eyes, astonished. Chief, did you rob someone? Yes, we robbed our enemies. Sue-E laughed heartily, feeling very good. The hidden dangers from external enemies have been resolved, and the shelter's talents have increased. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Even though the outside world is still the apocalyptic realm scorched by high temperatures, his shelter has begun to take shape, possessing certain disaster resistance and security capabilities. The chief is truly amazing. Lin Yu praised sincerely, while Sue-E shook his head. I am not amazing. If it weren't for you risking your life to hold back the enemies, we would likely be in danger. This time you are the one who deserves the credit. Chief, this is what I should do. Lin Yu slightly lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. Even a cheerful girl has her shy moments. Protecting you is my responsibility. Sue-E smiled and nodded, asking, by the way, the healing item I used on you seems to have some probability effect that enhances you. How are you feeling now? Feeling? Lin Yu shook her head. I don't know, I feel a bit weak right now and cannot accurately assess. Sue-E nodded, casually opening Lin Yu's panel to take a look. Lin Yu's fundamental attributes have all surpassed 100 points, and she has gained a new talent trait. Seeking secrets when assigned to exploration tasks, she has a slight chance of acquiring additional resources. In addition, Lin Yu's talent level has risen from D rank to C rank, and her battle rating has also slightly increased. However, her physical condition is marked as weak, indicating a recovery period of 10 hours. It seems that the effect of this 1,000-point gene potion is quite remarkable. Su-yi was somewhat surprised internally. It's better than I expected, truly a great value. Su-yi analyzed that this might be due to Lin Yu's low talent level combined with a stroke of luck in encountering the improved probability of the gene potion. Speaking of luck, Su-yi recalled that he still had a special reward he hadn't used. Horn of the Pioneer, which can grant new traits to talents, potentially bringing good fortune. From the introduction, although this item's effect is not very precise, it is still a special reward. I currently have only 3 talents. Who should I use it on? Su-yi pondered logically. It should be used on Jiang Shaozi, who has the highest rank. However, Jiang Shaozi's traits and talents are all fixed gain effects, and she is a political talent, so her responsibilities at the shelter are not closely related to luck. Even though Jiang Shaozi's traits mention terms like schemes and strategies, Su-yi is yet to engage with those matters and is uncertain if they require the enhancement of luck. On the contrary, Lin Yue, who has always been the main combat force for resource exploration, really needs luck. If luck is on her side, the resources she brings back will naturally be greater. As for Leah, Su-yi completely dismissed her. What kind of good luck does a scientific researcher need at this stage? Scientific research requires a grounded approach. Let's use it on Lin Yu. It's clear that the benefits will be maximized for her. Without hesitation, Su-yi opened the shelter panel while Lin Yu rested with her eyes closed and used the special reward on her. As a golden light flashed across Lin Yu, the notification indicated that she had acquired the trait Horn of Chief. I feel like there's something new in my head. Lin Yu suddenly opened her eyes, a look of confusion on her face. Su-yi smiled reassuringly. Don't overthink it, just lie down and rest. You are our only protector right now. Lin Yu obediently nodded, resting calmly in bed. Su-yi did not think using the special reward on Lin Yu was a waste. He also had no intention of saving it for a more suitable talent. After all, while the shelter mechanism resembles a game, it is based on reality. Appropriate stockpiling is beneficial, but mindlessly hoarding everything will only jeopardize safety. Some things should be used when needed. The sooner you use them, the sooner you can enjoy them. The night was vast and quiet, with only the sound of Liya constructing safety facilities below and Jiang Shaozi quietly counting resources. Su-yi opened the shelter panel, finally having time to properly assess today's harvest. Thanks to today's talent rewards, he had wiped out the thugs and taken over the entire building. The supplies collected by Li Gu and others during these days from outside ended up benefiting Su-yi. Su-yi roughly estimated that if just 4 people were to use these supplies, they could last for several months and live relatively comfortably. After all, while other survivors in the city are still worrying about food and water, Su-yi has already resumed using essentials like toilet paper and toothbrushes to enhance his quality of life. Moreover, he could even smoke, and there were some colorful magazines and comics among the supplies. It seems that Li Gu and his group are truly indiscriminate with the resources they gather. While having plenty of supplies is good, it also has its downsides. There are too many supplies, the freezer space is limited, and some food will surely spoil early in the heat. Su-yi frowned. I need to hurry and trade some easily perishable food for new items. By the way, how many survival points do I have left? Su-yi checked and found he still had 1,806 survival points. Let's first develop the blank areas of the shelter and see if I can trade the extra points for something good. As Su-yi opened the construction module of the shelter, the feeling of being detached from reality arose once again. Su-yi's perspective was raised to a bird's-eye view. This time he felt less shock and started to carefully examine the overall structure of the shelter. This building is an old residential building with a total of 8 floors and 4 households per floor. Currently, Su-yi's shelter encompasses the area of the entire 6th floor, including the stairwells. Considering that the shelter's upgrades will spread to the surrounding areas, it is easy for Su-yi to predict that one day it will inevitably occupy the entire building. Therefore, my vision for construction should be slightly more long-term, focusing on the entire building as the main body to create a blueprint for the future. Currently, I am unable to build anything on the other floors. Naturally, I cannot establish a defense mechanism on the 1st floor. Thus, the defense mechanism should not be the primary goal. And besides, it's too expensive. Su-yi glanced at the things that could be built in the shelter: basic defense facilities like iron doors, electric gates, barbed wire, and even wall-mounted guns, laser traps, and movable floors. There is a wide variety of options, and it's impossible to see them all at a glance. However, without exception, these things are all extremely costly. Even the simplest iron door costs 100 survival points. Although the advantage of building in the shelter is that it can be set up directly, saving the process of collecting building materials and manual construction. However, He still did not plan to buy anything here because he found that the only suitable shelter defense mechanism he could purchase was the iron door. And the iron door can be made by Leah herself, although it's not as excellent and sturdy as those in the shelter construction module, it can still suffice. As for other defense modules, either the shelter level is insufficient or there are prerequisites. He discovered that not only defense modules and items, but most of the things that could be constructed in a level 1 shelter, including circuits, underfloor heating, central air conditioning, chemical research labs, etc., all require a prerequisite room called Research Room. Research Room consumes 1,000 survival points to build a level 1 research room, unlocking the technology tree system of the current shelter type, allowing for research into more prerequisite technology modules. I need a technology tree to climb the technology ladder so that I can directly purchase more shelter construction items. Sui nodded. Very reasonable. I increasingly feel like I'm playing a game. This whole setup is incredibly authentic. It perfectly aligns with the unique apocalypse survival game for humanity on Earth. Sui had no choice but to tearfully spend 1,000 points to buy the research room. Please select the placement location for this room. The area available for placement has been marked in purple. As the prompt appeared before him, he noted that the area occupied by the research room was quite substantial. This single room surprisingly occupied the entire area of the adjacent 2-bedroom apartment. The recently upgraded level 1 shelter is not small, but this one room takes up a third of it. Truly deserving of being the most important prerequisite structure, it certainly occupies a lot of space. Sui sighed, pondering for a moment, and decided to place it further inside, away from the stairwell. This item is so important that it must be well protected. In case the building encounters enemies in the future, the research room must not be easily discovered or attacked. Congratulations, you have successfully placed the research room. Your shelter has now activated the technology tree system, upgrading apocalypse technology. Transforming for a better life. A better life. Let's see how wonderful it really is. Sui rubbed his hands together, eagerly opening the newly unlocked technology tree module on the shelter panel. As Sui opened the technology tree list, a myriad of technological projects unfolded before him. At the very top of the list, it was labeled Experimental House Sequence, followed by various technological projects such as Basic Power System, Autonomous Water Resource System, Enhanced Basic Defense Measures, Preliminary Projects for Living Facility Improvements, Research and Exploration Capability Enhancement, Agricultural Automation System, Medical Aid Station, Air Purification System, Intelligent Monitoring Network, Garbage Disposal Center, and Central Air Conditioning Module. The overwhelming array of technological projects nearly dazzled Sui. Even without examining the detailed effects of these technological modules, merely glancing at their names allowed him to imagine the tremendous changes that would occur in the shelter if all these projects were fully activated. Let me see the prices. Sui scrutinized the list, murmuring, Power System 1,000 survival points, Autonomous Water Resource System 1,000 points, Garbage Disposal Center 300 points. Central Air Conditioning Module 800 points. Damn, that's expensive. Sui gasped, looking at his remaining 800 survival points, unable to help but smile bitterly. It seems that building the shelter is indeed a long and arduous task. This is just a level 1 experimental house, and there will likely be even more expensive technological projects ahead. Sui contemplated how to maximize the returns on his 800 points. Central air conditioning is important, but for now I can manage the heat with ice water, a medical aid station. That's not bad, but not the most essential. I should prioritize lighting up the research and exploration capability enhancement module. 500 points, but currently it is the technological project that offers the most visible benefits. Sui selected this project for a detailed view. Research and exploration capability enhancement consumes 500 points, dispatches engineers, scientists, and other research talents for study, taking 10 hours. Upon successful research, it can increase the exploration yield of the shelter by 10% and accelerate the research speed of the technology tree projects by 10%. Although these two tens may not seem like much, when accumulated the additional yield becomes quite significant. I'll choose this one. I still have 300 points left. Should I hold on to them or take another look? Sui pondered, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the technology project of Garbage Disposal Center. Garbage Disposal Center consumes 300 points, dispatches engineers, scientists, and other research talents for study, taking 12 hours, constructs fully automated household waste processing equipment within the shelter capable of harmlessly processing various types of waste. Exactly 300 points. Sui hesitated slightly, but ultimately chose to purchase the project. He simply could no longer endure the foul odor at home. Without the city water supply, even flushing the toilet became impossible. Every day, he had to accumulate a large pile of waste before using the nearly putrid foul water to deal with it. Even so, Sui felt sorry for the water resources. Modern humans have long embraced civilization and find it difficult to endure living in unsanitary conditions. Waste can breed bacteria and poses a significant threat to human survival. The selected technological project requires suitable talents to be dispatched to the research room for study. Leah. Sue-E hurriedly called Leah, who was downstairs. Leah poked her head upstairs, asking curiously, "Boss, did you call for me? How is the construction of the defense measures downstairs going?" "It's almost done. In another half an hour the traps and reinforcements at the entrance will be completed." Leah grinned and said, "The building may be a bit old, but the materials are quite solid. The original door was an iron door, so I saved on large-scale renovations. Once you finish today, make sure to rest. Well, we have a major project to tackle tomorrow." Sue-E nodded, informing Leah about the research projects. Upon hearing this, Leah's eyes lit up. "Boss, we don't have to wait until tomorrow. I can start working on it right now." Now, Sue-E glanced out the window, but it was already pitch dark outside. "It's past 11 p.m., right? It's too late. Let's just rest well." Sue-E didn't want to overburden his subordinate, but Leah was very determined. "Boss, I can research overnight. I promise to complete the task before tomorrow evening. I can write a military order." Leah was eager, her beautiful eyes sparkling with enthusiasm for scientific research. Sue-E sighed, not expecting that despite Leah's seemingly delicate appearance, she was essentially a researcher. "Sir, I also support Miss Lee conducting research now." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaozi spoke up softly, offering her opinion. "This is a critical time. Our survival depends on this, and the sooner Miss Lee can play her role, the better it will ensure everyone's safety. Therefore, most of the time we cannot overly emphasize normal routines, but must adjust according to circumstances." Zhang Xiaozi spoke very tactfully, and Sue-E nodded in agreement. "All right, let's proceed. It'll be hard on Leah." "No problem, boss." Leah wiped the sweat from her forehead with one hand, while holding a wrench in the other. Her smile was sweet. "I enjoyed doing this." With that, Leah asked Sue-E for the location of the research room and dashed out. The research room was located in what used to be the neighbor's room, and Sue-E had never seen what it looked like, so he curiously followed her. From the outside, the research room looked similar to a regular residential house, with ordinary wooden doors. However, upon opening the door, it was filled with all sorts of bizarre research tools, high-powered microscopes, chemical workbenches, and high-precision cutting machines. There were many instruments that Sue-E had never seen before, let alone knew how to use. But Leah was different, as she was familiar with the research equipment in the room and deftly handled them. She appeared to be thoroughly enjoying herself. After observing for a moment, Sue-E chose not to disturb her and quietly exited the room. Back in the main house, Sue-E felt as if he was the only idle person in the entire shelter. Leah was busy transforming the building and developing the technology tree projects. Zhang Xiaozi was busy sorting and categorizing supplies, also planning the shelter's future development. Even Lin Yue, who was normally resting, was a wounded hero sleeping soundly. Should I also sleep? Sue-E scratched his head, realizing he really had nothing to do. Even if he wanted to further improve the shelter, he had no survival points, so he simply lay down next to Lin Yue and closed his eyes to sleep. When Sue-E opened his eyes again, everything was bathed in a crimson hue. The sky outside was already bright, and the scorching sun continued to mercilessly torment every living creature on this planet. Perhaps it was because the threat from the marauders had been resolved that Sue-E had slept exceptionally soundly this time. When he turned over to get out of bed, he found that Lin Yue had already disappeared. At that moment, Zhang Xiaozi walked in from outside, carrying 2 steaming plates filled with fragrant dishes. "Sir, you're awake. The lunch is ready, come eat." Zhang Xiaozi greeted Sue-E with a smile. "What time is it now?" "In response to your question, it's already 1:10 p.m. I slept for so long. By the way, where did you cook this?" Sue-E sat at the dining table somewhat surprised. "I remember our gas was outright. The downstairs neighbors have a gas tank and a stove, and I thought some of the food in our supplies wouldn't last long, so I took the initiative to make this meal." Zhang Xiaozi explained gently. "You told me yesterday that I could make decisions on these small matters without consulting you." "Yes, that's right, you did an excellent job." Sue-E nodded, looking around the house somewhat amazed. Before sleeping, the place had been quite messy, with the air filled with lingering heat and foul odors. In the days of the apocalypse, Sue-E had no mood to clean the room, and neither of the 2 girls, Lin Yue and Leah, were inclined to do housework. But now, after waking up, the entire house was clean, neat, and bright, and the foul odor was gone, replaced by a faint sweet fragrance. Most surprisingly, Sue-E noticed that the temperature in the room was rather cool, seemingly only around 30 degrees. It's worth noting that the global temperature was 70 degrees, a temperature of 30 degrees could almost be How is it so cool? Sue-E murmured, scanning around, and discovering that the icebox had been moved by Zhang Xiaozi and placed at the doorway. Moreover, the cabinet was open, and a makeshift device similar to a fan was installed outside, continuously drawing the cold air from the icebox into the room. An air conditioner. Sue-E's eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiaozi, did you do this?" This isn't just an icebox, it's clearly an air conditioner. Sui had thought about doing something similar before, but had never managed to get around to it. Instead, it was Jiang Xiaozi who handled these small details. It wasn't me, it was Miss Li. Jiang Xiaozi shook her head, not taking credit. She made this device to improve your sleep quality. Without your instructions, Li, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to do these things. Sui smiled, knowing that Li Ya's character was quite passive as she was accustomed to following orders and rarely took the initiative. However, Jiang Xiaozi was different. She was very proactive, able to think independently about what to do and try her best to do it well. The refreshed room before him was the best proof. In just one night's time, Sui sat at the dining table looking at the bright and clean house, momentarily feeling as if he had returned to the days before the apocalypse. However, this moment of nostalgia didn't last long before it was interrupted by a new information prompt before him. Congratulations. You have stayed in the shelter for 24 hours, triggering a talent reward. A notification flashed. You have received the talent reward. Class C Technological Weapon Infinite Barrage Rifle High Precision Sniper Variant. Instantly, the rifle materialized upon the dining table. Jiang Xiaozi's chopsticks paused ever so slightly, her beautiful eyes lowered modestly, as if she had seen nothing at all, and she continued eating with serene grace. Sui offered no explanation, merely picked up the rifle and began inspecting it closely. Forged from lightweight ultra-high-strength alloy, its barrel gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Its silhouette was both minimalist and elegant, equipped with an intelligent targeting system and a suppressor. At the magazine housing resided an energy conversion module exuding a distinctly futuristic aesthetic. As Sui observed, the rifle's full specifications shimmered into view before his eyes. Weapon name: Endless Barrage Rifle. Tier: Class C. Traits: infinite ammunition, capable of unlimited firing with conventional propellant-based rounds. However, barrel cooling must be carefully managed. High precision, mid-range sniping. Adjustable to single-shot sniper mode within an 800-meter radius, maximizing destructive potential. Suppression: its discharge is near silent, virtually inaudible in non-enclosed environments. Base attributes: weight approximately 4.6 kilograms. Length 1020 mm. Barrel 450 mm. Telescoping stock. Caliber 5.56 mm. Adaptable to multiple calibers via interchangeable conversion kits. Effective range 800 meters. Maximum range extends to 1500 meters. Rate of fire selectable between semi-automatic 3-round burst and fully automatic modes. In full auto, it delivers up to 800 rounds per minute. Ammunition: internally generated infinite rounds. No reloading required. Incompatible with external ammunition types. An infinite ammo rifle with sniper capability. A subtle shift crossed Sui's expression. He felt as though he had stepped into a boundless reality-warping narrative. Even this exists. So the enigmatic entity truly designed a localized, Earth-adapted apocalyptic game. A Class C weapon. The reward tier has risen by 1 grade. This likely correlates with my talent's recent ascension. Yet according to the talent system's logic, is weaponry truly my most pressing deficiency? Sui rested his chin thoughtfully. Objectively speaking, the shelter currently lacked neither food, clean water, nor skilled personnel, yet arms remained critically insufficient. Counting only the firearms seized from Li Ji's gang of marauders, the shelter possessed merely 5 handguns, and their remaining ammunition, depleted during yesterday's skirmish, numbered fewer than 100 rounds. Though each resident could theoretically be armed with a sidearm, such meager reserves were utterly inadequate for sustained high-intensity combat. So the talent reward simply granted me a rifle that never requires bullets. Indeed timely, but given I rarely venture outside, opportunities to deploy it remain scarce. Lifting his gaze, Sui turned to Jiang Xiaozi. Where's Lin Yu? He intended to entrust the rifle to Lin Yu, currently the shelter's foremost field operative, knowing it would vastly enhance her safety during external missions. She's examining the corpses. Jiang Xiaozi spoke softly. She insisted on verifying in person whether yesterday's adversaries were truly deceased. By now she should be nearly back. The corpse of that man called Li Gu, eh? Sui murmured, chin still propped in contemplation. Come to think of it, I never asked her yesterday how she managed to stall them for so long, or how she captured Li Gu at all. This point intrigued him deeply. That morning had been the shelter's most perilous hour. Had Lin Yu not drawn the full attention of every marauder, both Sui and Li Yu would have faced grave danger. I already asked. Jiang Xiaozi set down her utensils and patiently elucidated. According to Miss Lin, she leveraged the building's exterior walls and residential interiors as tactical cover throughout the engagement. Fortuitously, those assailants had already breached and ransacked most apartments beforehand, leaving doors wide open. Miss Lin traversed the facade like a shadow, darting between rooms to isolate and engage enemies unknown, securing decisive local superiority and steadily eroding their combat strength. Although Li Gu deployed a grenade, Miss Lin evaded its blast radius entirely, suffering no injury. As for capturing Li Gu, it was rather serendipitous. Apparently among the new recruits you brought in was a sniper. His sudden appearance intimidated Li Gu and diverted his focus almost entirely. Only then did Miss Lin seize her opening, launching a precise ambush and successfully subduing him. Having discerned Li Ji's apparent regenerative ability, Miss Lin bound him tightly, attempting to disrupt the cycle of resurrection. What followed you already know. Jiang Shaozi recounted the entire sequence with calm clarity. Su Yi asked, "Did Lin Yu tell you all this?" "Yes. I believe it essential to understand every individual within the shelter, so I've conducted preliminary dialogues with each of them." Jiang Shaozi nodded, her tone admiring. Miss Lin possesses exceptional combat proficiency and unwavering resolve, an exceptionally rare and invaluable warrior. I share that assessment. Su Yi affirmed with a nod. Having witnessed yesterday's gunfight firsthand, he fully grasped Lin Yu's irreplaceable value. However, to prevent a recurrence of yesterday's crisis, Jiang Shaozi met Su Yi's gaze and advised, "I recommend recalibrating the shelter's developmental priorities, focusing intensely on fortifying internal defensive infrastructure." "I concur." Su Yi nodded and smiled. "It seems our thoughts align. I'd already planned to assign this responsibility to Li Ya." "No, that is insufficient." Jiang Shaozi shook her head. "Beyond physical fortifications, we require layered, multifaceted defense systems." "For instance?" Su Yi asked earnestly. "Please share your insights freely." "People, we need more." Jiang Shaozi spoke gently. "I understand your reluctance to trust outsiders. Human nature is intricate and treacherous. That hesitation is wholly justified. Yet beyond that, concerned population remains the cornerstone of the shelter's ascendancy. Had we possessed greater numbers, yesterday's battle would not have unfolded with such desperate intensity. Li Ji's faction derived its strength solely from numerical superiority. In truth, post-event intelligence reveals Li Gu possessed no notable leadership acumen. He ruled only through brute coercion. His followers bore him neither loyalty nor devotion, only resentment and dread. Yet even so, his grip over them remained formidable. Jiang Shaozi paused, her expression turning solemn as she pledged, "If you entrust me with this task, I will assume full responsibility and ensure the absolute fidelity of every new resident to you. Unite 10,000 souls to forge your shield and sword." Her words carried weight and conviction, revealing the strategic vision she had crafted for the shelter's future. "Your reasoning is sound." Su Yi fell silent, brow furrowed in deep reflection, genuinely weighing Jiang Shaozi's counsel. Though naturally cautious, he was far from unperceptive. He sensed the unspoken implications beneath her words. Given the cyclical apocalyptic world order now unfolding, the current policy of strict seclusion was prudent. But in scenarios demanding collective resilience, isolation rendered the shelter inherently vulnerable. Moreover, judging by the emergent mechanics of the apocalyptic game, shelters would inevitably compete and absorb one another in the struggle for survival. Annexation promised greater population and resources, while population itself stood as a fundamental prerequisite for enduring survival. Even disregarding the cyclical apocalypse, Su Yi could not ignore the threat posed by rival shelters growing stronger, and thus more dangerous, to his own. "I've hesitated before. Rather than indiscriminate recruitment, I preferred attracting elite specialists as residents." Su Yi drew a slow breath. "Individuals like you, Lin Yue and Li Ya, you are the true bedrock of this shelter. Sir, we lack reliable mechanisms to recruit such talent consistently." Jiang Shaozi regarded him with gentle firmness. "Thus you must master the art of leadership, and I shall guide you." Su Yi held Jiang Shaozi's luminous gaze and felt an unexpected wave of quiet awe. So this was what it meant to encounter a true strategist. Persuasion arose not from force, but from inevitability. Her analysis was flawless. Su Yi found no rebuttal possible. He acquiesced. "Very well. This matter is yours to oversee. Still, since you perceive my temperament so clearly, you must also understand." "Yes, sir. I know precisely how to proceed." Jiang Shaozi smiled warmly. "I will design a comprehensive recruitment framework and governance protocol for the shelter. I will craft with utmost care an identity for you, one optimized for absolute security." Her tone held quiet mystery. Su Yi leaned forward, intrigued. "What identity affords the greatest safety?" "The Shadow Sovereign." "Hey, Commander, what classified matters are you two discussing?" The door creaked open cautiously. Lin Yu peered inside, hesitant to enter. Both occupants wore expressions of grave seriousness, especially the commander, whose stern countenance held flickers of astonishment and anticipation. "It's fine, come in." Su Yi gestured her forward and asked, "Lin Yue, how did the corpse inspection go?" "No revival. He's unequivocally dead." Lin Yu beamed. His body had already begun to rot. "I tossed it out of the building." Su Yi nodded, then handed her the rifle and briefed her on its core specifications. This is for me. Lin Yu's delight was palpable. Her fingers traced the rifle's sleek frame with reverent fascination, her eyes alight with unmistakable passion. A soldier's love for her weapon was instinctual, especially one capable of infinite fire, versatile enough to dominate any hazardous or complex battlefield. Yes, your submachine pistol can serve as Jiang Shaoxi's personal sidearm. Commander, that pistol only has 20 rounds left. That will suffice. Su Yi smiled faintly. If circumstances ever demand Jiang Shaoxi face combat directly, our downfall is already imminent. You're absolutely right, Commander. I swear no harm shall ever befall anyone here. Determination hardened Lin Yu's features. She gripped the rifle tightly, confidence surging within her, not just in skill, but in power. Indeed, Lin Yu had grown stronger. Her post-recovery combat rating stood at 256 points, rising to 456 after equipping the rifle. This single weapon had elevated her combat score by a staggering 200 points. By Su Yi's own estimation, her current effective combat capacity now matched the absolute peak of ordinary humanity, surpassing which perhaps only cinematic superhumans might dwell. Then let us begin. Su Yi opened the mission dispatch interface, discovering all 3 daily refreshed assignments had upgraded from Tier D to Tier C. Higher tier missions promised richer resource yields. He selected a pharmaceutical collection assignment and assigned it to Lin Yu. Medicines were currently the shelter's most critical shortage. Lin Yu accepted the task with a crisp salute. Commander, rest assured, the mission will be completed without fail. With that, she slung the rifle over her shoulder, gathered essential supplies, and departed the shelter. The mission window spanned 12 hours. She would not return until nightfall. We remain desperately short on combat-capable personnel. Lin Yu stands alone in that category. Su Yi sighed. Her departure alone diminishes the shelter's security by several degrees. Sir, all will fall into place. Jiang Shaoxi offered gentle reassurance. Everything will come, steadily, surely. Yes, please continue. Su Yi glanced once more at Lin Yu's retreating figure, then turned back to Jiang Shaoxi with keen interest. Tell me more about your Shadow Sovereign forging initiative. After Lin Yu left, Su Yi exchanged many thoughts with Jiang Shaoxi. Through Jiang Shaoxi's analysis and explanation, she tailored a plan for Su Yi. He called the Mastermind Plan, which specifically involved recruiting more human survivors to serve the shelter. Establish a management system centered around the talents of the shelter, restraining the survivors with suitable talent units, suppressing adverse factors among them, and guiding them to contribute more diligently to the shelter. As for Su Yi, he would remain behind the scenes, limiting the survivors' opportunities to contact him, ensuring that only the most loyal talent units were around him. As long as we form a perfect management mechanism for the shelter, establishing a pyramid system in which the master is respected, talents assist, and survivors are the populace, we can ensure the master's safety while also facilitating the rapid development and growth of the shelter. Jiang Shaoxi softly said, the so-called mastermind does not require the master to personally handle any matters. He just needs to issue commands and arrange for others to carry them out. When no one can reach you, your safety is naturally guaranteed. Thus, there is no need to worry about the unpredictability of human hearts. Jiang Shaoxi's words made Su Yi ponder. This system sounds somewhat familiar. Isn't this just like the emperors of ancient times? You can understand it this way, master. Jiang Shaoxi's smile left Su Yi's heart racing. This woman is trying to drape a yellow robe over herself. However, to be serious, Jiang Shaoxi's words were indeed accurate if we wanted to satisfy Su Yi's vigilance while considering the development of the shelter. Then this path is the only way to go. Let's try it out. Who knows what the future holds? Su Yi did not directly agree, but promised Jiang Shaoxi to arrange things according to this path first. I will arrange it properly. Jiang Shaoxi nodded and reminded Master, the food has cooled down. Should I heat it? No need, let's just eat it as it is. Su Yi waved his hand, feeling a bit indulgent. Days into the apocalypse, most food in the city had already spoiled, and even the drinking water had begun to smell foul. Most human food and drinking water were gradually running out. Who could still enjoy the delicacies from before the apocalypse like he could? Although it was just some simple home-cooked meals, Su Yi's treatment was already far superior to that of most survivors. After enjoying lunch, Jiang Shaoxi stood up to clear the dishes and then bid farewell to Su Yi as she needed to continue organizing and planning the entire building. Since Su Yi intended to use this place as his foundation, she naturally had the obligation to take care of the remaining details. In the afternoon, Jiang Shaoxi was busy organizing the building. Lin Yu was out exploring, and Liu was still tinkering in the research room with the technology tree project. The entire residential building was left with Su Yi, who had nothing to do. It really feels a bit like being an emperor. Su Yi lay on the bed taking a nap, feeling the coolness coming from the fridge, and lamenting, I just issue commands, and the talents handle the execution. This feeling is indeed nice. In a daze after a hearty meal, Sue fell asleep for a while. When he woke up, it was already 3 in the afternoon. This empty, aimless time as a shootin' was hard to pass, especially since there were no computers or phones for entertainment. He could only find new things to kill time. Let's check the trading platform to see if I can buy some bullets. He opened the shelter's information interface and was about to open the trading platform when he suddenly noticed many new rankings added to today's shelter leaderboard module. In addition to the shelter level ranking, talent ranking, and exploration task ranking, there were now additional rankings like the shelter resource reserve ranking, only counting the rewards from dispatch tasks, the destroy shelter kill enemies ranking, the shelter equipment item ranking, only counting shelter equipment, and the survival points ranking. Numerous rankings stretched out before him, and at least more than 10 could be seen. He glanced and found that he actually occupied the first place in 5 of the rankings. They were the first in the talent ranking, the first in the level ranking, the first in the exploration task ranking, the first in the resource reserve ranking, and the first in the equipment ranking. Am I really that impressive? He blinked. It was the first time he realized how strong his shelter actually was. Less than a week since the onset of the apocalypse, he had already claimed the top position in 5 rankings. The more rankings he held, the better it was. Because after the current round of the apocalypse ends, the mysterious entity would reward based on the leaderboard positions. The higher the rank, the better the rewards, making it easier to form a snowball-like advantage. Let me see the other rankings. While the first place in the kill ranking is too exaggerated. He widened his eyes as he saw the data for the first place in the kill ranking displayed as destroyed 161 shelters. This ranking was almost like a PK leaderboard in a game. Anyone who made it onto the list was a combat enthusiast. But one should know that this is the real world. Although there are apocalypse game mechanics, the ones killed are all living humans. Destroying 161 shelters means that this person has killed at least 161 people, possibly even more. The apocalypse has only started for a few days, yet so many people have been taken down. I can't believe you've only encountered enemies. He muttered, perhaps this is a killer, whether for pleasure in killing or trying to gain more survival points. It indicates that this person is extremely dangerous. He remained vigilant, firmly remembering the name of the first place in the kill ranking, Little White Bear Shelter. A name that sounds relatively cute, but the deeds of this individual are anything but cute. What I see now is only the city area leaderboard. I am still unclear about the situation on a national or even global scale. But if I extrapolate from the small to the large, if there are such killers in Jinling City, then other places are unlikely to be any better. It really is the apocalypse. Natural disasters abound and man-made calamities are not few either. It's tough. He shook his head, while also noticing his ranking. He was ranked 53688 in the kill ranking with 1 destroyed shelter. This means that at least more than 50,000 people have destroyed other shelters. This is just the beginning. This number is bound to increase continuously in the future. Let's take a look at the points ranking. Ranked. What the hell? After the 100,000 mark. Not even accounting for a specific rank. He widened his eyes and couldn't help but roll his eyes. After some consumption, his survival points had dwindled from several thousand to a mere 6 points. 6 points are indeed too few, but he felt that it shouldn't place him in that terrifying range of over 100,000. Could it be that at least 100,000 survivors in the city have mastered the method to gain points? They either have talents or acquire points through other means. He rested his chin on his hand, glancing at the first place in the points ranking. Little White Bear Shelter, current points 12620. Over 12,000 survival points. If we consider the portion he might have spent, this individual likely accumulated more than 20,000 points. This is truly an impressive person. Based on his number of destroyed shelters, he must have at least 1600 points. Now that his ranking data is less than that, it indicates he has spent some. His strength must not be underestimated. He frowned. Having such a killer in the city without knowing specific signs was truly troubling. Especially for someone as vigilant as he had already felt that familiar sense of oppression returning. Having only enjoyed less than a day's ease, it dissipated without a trace, replaced by a strong sense of crisis looming in his heart. This guy has so many points, yet the shelter level is still at level 0. This is the most dangerous situation. How could someone with so many points not meet the upgrade requirements for the shelter? Impossible. He must be intentionally suppressing the shelter's level. He has other unknown trump cards. Where could this guy be? Surely not too close to me. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he felt. He quickly closed the leaderboard data in silence, hurriedly logged into the trading platform, and began searching for orders related to weapons and ammunition. After filtering the search criteria, he was astonished to discover that the prices of related orders had skyrocketed several times today. Just the day before, he had managed to buy 100 rounds of ammunition with just a few bottles of ice water and some medicine, but today the seller replied the price was insufficient. The seller's lowest offer was 10 bottles of ice water plus either 20 pounds of non-perishable food or 20 boxes of commonly used medicine. Only with such a large amount of supplies could he exchange for 100 of the most ordinary pistol bullets. As for other types of ammunition not for sale, grenades are also not for sale. Only pistol bullets, pistols, and bulletproof vests are available. Sui consulted several sellers and found that the prices were all quite similar. It seemed that in just one day this group had all agreed to raise their prices. Strange, why have the prices increased so much? Sui frowned as he opened the city area chat channel searching for keywords related to weapons and ammunition. He checked the chat records and indeed discovered some clues. So annoying, the price of bullets today is so expensive that I can hardly afford them. I've finally saved up some resources to buy a gun for self-defense, but now it's still not enough. It's said that there have been too many gun battles in the city these past few days, mostly due to the struggle for resources, and some even deliberately massacre the weaker shelters. The sellers who control firearms have decided to limit the supply, not wanting humanity to harm itself. Nonsense, I don't believe that reason. They clearly want to hoard power for themselves. That's not entirely true. There are still good people. My neighbor from next door was rescued by a relief team yesterday, but unfortunately their supplies are limited and they can't save too many people. The hearts of people in the apocalypse are hard to gauge. I increasingly feel that there's not much difference between life after the apocalypse and before it. Brother, what do you mean by that? Think about it. Before the apocalypse, I worked hard for decades to buy a house, but every year the prices kept rising, and I was always just a bit short. After the apocalypse, I worked hard to gather resources to buy a gun for self-defense, but it's still just barely insufficient. Honestly, isn't there just the same situation before and after the apocalypse? Has my predicament really changed? I'm still at the bottom of society. Damn. So was this apocalypse all for nothing? The survivors in the city had already complained about this issue the day before, but at that time Sui was in rest mode after the great battle and hadn't noticed it immediately. Originally, during these days of the apocalypse, all the survivors in the city had begun to get accustomed to using online trading platforms to exchange urgently needed supplies to enhance their overall chances of survival. There were even some altruistic individuals who freely distributed supplies or sold them at low prices to help. But it wasn't long before the atmosphere of the entire trading market changed. The altruists disappeared and low-price supplies were no more. Whether it was drinking water, food, or even weapons, prices had skyrocketed several times. The more essential survival goods were, the more exorbitant their prices became. Items like toilet paper, toothbrushes, and cigarettes, which were not essential for survival, were instead very cheap, but no one wanted them. Everyone was now in a critical moment of life and death, barely getting by, who still cared about the quality. Sui was also troubled by this issue. The cost he originally intended to trade was ice water, but now it seemed that ice water was no longer considered a necessity in the eyes of the city's survivors. After all, ice water was too scarce. Currently, only Sui could produce a stable supply, but even then it was only 10 bottles a day. Even if he sold all 10 bottles in the entire city's demand market, it was merely a drop of water under the scorching sun and was essentially ineffective. Everyone had long regarded ice water as a special scarce resource akin to luxury goods, and the demand for it had rapidly declined. Could it be that I should exchange nearly expired food for bullets? Sui pondered, trying to communicate with the sellers, only to find they were quite picky. Many perishable foods were not priced very high, just half of the price of non-perishable foods. It's only been a few days. How come everyone has become so shrewd? Everyone's looking to take advantage, huh? Fine, I won't buy. Sui gave up. He didn't want to suffer losses, and since Sui already had a rifle with unlimited ammunition, he wasn't in urgent need of weapons and equipment, so there was no need to be taken advantage of. But I have to buy something, right? Sui looked at the list on the table, which was compiled by Jiang Shaozi the night before, listing some nearly expired and spoiled foods. If these items were not dealt with in time, allowing them to spoil would be a huge waste. Eating. Totally impossible to finish. The shelter only had 4 people, yet the amount of stored supplies was enough for dozens to survive a week. Even if Sui allowed everyone to eat freely, they wouldn't be able to consume all this food. After all, aside from Sui, the other 3 were women, and how much can women eat? The most gluttonous among them was probably Linyu. If not, I might as well buy some cigarettes. They're cheap, and I haven't smoked in several days. Sui mused, feeling that it would still be a bit wasteful. While others were still worrying about starving, he was already considering whether to stock up on a few packs of cigarettes to satisfy his mental needs. Just as Sui was contemplating what to buy, a commotion suddenly erupted downstairs. It sounded as if there were many people gathered below. What's going on? Sui was startled and hurriedly dashed to the window, pulling aside the curtain to look down. He saw a group of women standing downstairs, the same group he had chased away yesterday, who were originally among the residents of this building. Back again. Sui frowned, his gaze catching sight of Linyu among the women. She was holding a gun, facing the crowd, seemingly trying to reassure the women, then turned and walked toward the residential building, using the special method taught by Li Ye to unlock the door. Soon sounds of Lin Yu going upstairs came from the corridor outside the door. At the same time, a new prompt appeared. Attention! The unit you dispatched, Lin Yue, has triggered a special event and returned to the shelter ahead of schedule. Triggering a special event returning early. Su-yi raised an eyebrow murmuring, is this a new mechanism? If she returns early, will it affect the quantity of resources explored? He was uncertain as he still didn't fully understand the mechanism of dispatching for exploration. From Lin Yu's act of bringing back this group of women, it seemed that dispatching missions were somewhat similar to survivors searching for resources outside. Dispatched personnel could search for resources within a certain range without needing the survivors to do it themselves. Before long, Lin Yu pushed open the door and appeared before Su-yi. Commander, Lin Yu called crisply, it's not dark yet, why are you back early? Su-yi looked at Lin Yu calmly. Is something wrong? Yes, Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing her inner tension, and reported tentatively. While carrying out my mission, I discovered a group of thugs not far from the shelter committing brutal acts against a group of innocent women. As a soldier, I have the duty to protect the people, so you drove off the thugs and brought those women back. Su-yi lifted the curtain again, glancing down, his tone flat. You should know they were the ones I chased away. I know. Lin Yu lowered her head, her tone a bit hesitant as she struggled to explain. I didn't mean to disobey your orders. It's just that they really are pitiful. I understand, but during a mission there shouldn't be any unnecessary softness or kindness. However, Miss Jiang mentioned to me last night that if I encountered suitable people during the mission, I could bring them back to the shelter. She said our shelter needs more fresh blood. She didn't specify who. So I saw they were pitiful, Commander. I'm sorry. Lin Yu lowered her head, her voice losing confidence, growing dejected. I'll let them go right away. There's no need for that. Su-yi waved his hand, letting out a slight sigh. It seemed Zhang Xiaozi was clever, already considering the development plan for the shelter since last night, and was confident she could successfully persuade him today. Moreover, Zhang Xiaozi had also seen through Lin Yu's character. Although Lin Yu was part of the shelter's talent unit, to Su-yi she was no different from a living person. He repeatedly believed that these so-called talents were essentially no different from humans, and Lin Yu's talent background was a soldier from Huaxia. From this perspective, Lin Yu was fully capable of standing up to help the weak, daring to sacrifice and protect the people. Those 8 words encapsulate the essence of Huaxia soldiers. Lin Yu did this, and Su-yi couldn't say anything. Every talent had their own characteristics. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaozi's words at noon, Su-yi would have just told Lin Yu to chase this group of women away again. But now things were different. Go find Zhang Xiaozi. Su-yi turned around, pulled the curtain shut, and said softly, she will handle this group of women well. Commander, will we kill them? Lin Yu asked nervously, gripping her rifle tightly. Su-yi noticed her small movement and couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yu, if I ordered you to kill them, would you do it? Commander, I don't know. Lin Yu panicked, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Su-yi, unable to believe that the one she pledged allegiance to would be a cruel tyrant. Can you pull the trigger? Military orders. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. Lin Yu stiffened, murmuring, I'll pay with my life for my sins. She couldn't accept the possibility of firing at innocent people. It contradicted her principles as a soldier. You seem very conflicted. Su-yi chuckled, I won't issue that order. Go find Zhang Xiaozi. She will take in this group of women. She knows how to arrange things. Commander, you agreed. Lin Yu was immediately overjoyed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su-yi, her expression one of surprise. Do I look like a murderer? Su-yi asked, puzzled. Lin Yu opened her mouth and shook her head vigorously. No, you're not. You are the greatest leader in my heart. To be able to extend a helping hand to innocent people even in the most difficult circumstances. Such actions are the most convincing to Huaxia soldiers. All right, I'm not that great. I have my own plans. Su-yi waved his hand. He wasn't as good as Lin Yu portrayed him to be. The shelter currently had too many supplies. Rather than waste them, it was better to have more people working. It's easier to take care of a group of women than a group of men, as the threat level and variables would be somewhat lower. Go ahead, find Zhang Xiaozi. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu turned excitedly and left, eager to share the good news with the pitiful women downstairs. Does this count as exploitation? Su-yi looked downstairs through the curtain, murmuring, but at least I can provide a safe guarantee. It can only be considered mutual benefit. Thinking about it, I actually don't seem too bad. The apocalypse hasn't completely changed me. As Su-yi's self-talk faded, a new prompt suddenly popped up before him. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the special event of the dispatched mission. Your talent unit, Lin Yu, has received great encouragement and gained a new talent trait, My Faith. My Faith talent trait. She received enough encouragement, her loyalty to you has strengthened her faith and pursuit, and she gained the opportunity to break through to a higher talent tier. Su-yi paused, pleasantly surprised. An unexpected bonus. A special event. Could it be treated like a completed mission? And a reward? Did I satisfy people's spiritual needs and thereby prompt their advancement? This time I've come out ahead. Su-yi laughed with genuine delight. Not only had he acquired a band of laborers for nothing, but Lin Yu had grown stronger. As the refuge's only military force, Su-yi naturally hoped she would become ever more capable. Lin Yu is currently crank. If she improves further, she might break through to rank. I'm really looking forward to it. It's just unclear when this trait will manifest. Su-yi looked toward the building exterior. Outside among a dozen women, a girl of barely 20 spoke timidly. Sisterly, do you think he would agree to let us return home? Her coquettish face was deathly pale. A shocking ring of deep red bruises marked her neck, and her clothes hung in ragged tatters. Even with the red blistering sun overhead and the heat that made people want to strip bare to avoid heat stroke, the girl tugged at her torn garments, striving with all her might to cover as much skin as possible. She was seized by such terror that the heat could not warm her. Maybe. I don't know, she whispered. A weary woman of about 40 wore a tired expression as she drew the girl close and soothed her softly. Don't be afraid. I don't think that young man is a bad person, she murmured. He drove off those scoundrels. He may well be, whether he allows us back or not. At least he didn't harm us. It's a pity about Xiao Wang. If only she were still alive. Sisterly drew a long breath, her face clouded with sorrow. The girl in her arms could not stop sobbing. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and the women around them wore expressions of deep resentment. If he won't let us in, where else can we go? Someone spoke in a low voice, eyes hollow with despair. I don't know. A girl shook her head, bewildered. Perhaps. Well, truly die. They had tried already. Since being driven out yesterday, they had seen the chaos of the outside world. Outside there was only blistering heat and predators. Countless dark eyes watched them. For having slept huddled in the subway the previous night, 3 were missing. 3 women had vanished into the night without a trace, and no one knew what had befallen them. The remaining women dared not linger in the station, yet stepping into the daylight brought near fainting heat. They had nowhere to go. With hearts full of fear and unease, they wandered aimlessly. Before long they found themselves near the residential block again, where a group of men scavenging for supplies surrounded and cornered them. Those men tried to forcibly abduct the women. Taken, they might become new slaves. At the darkest moment, Lin Yu appeared, drove off the thugs, and brought the women beneath the building. The rifle-carrying girl said her leader might be willing to take them in. The title leader carried an instinctive sense of security. The girl looked every inch a soldier. Her leader must offer the same assurance soldiers embody. The women could only wonder in confusion. She's out. She came out. A woman suddenly cried, and the girls lifted their heads to see the building's gate. Lin Yu emerged with a rifle on her back, her face stern. The girls noticed a beautiful woman in a qipao walking ahead of her. Lin Yu seemed to take her as the lead. You must be the new friends Lin Yu brought back, Jiang Xiaozi said, kindly stepping forward and taking Sister Li's hands. Are you Sister Li? Lin Yu has mentioned you. How you've cared for the girls. You are a noble sister. I. Sister Li stood stunned and at a loss for words. Thankfully, you returned safely despite the dangers. Jiang Xiaozi held Sister Li and beckoned to the others. What are you waiting for? Come home with me. Home? A girl from the crowd asked timidly. Won't that man drive us away? He did yesterday. He didn't seem to. Do you mean Mr. Su? Jiang Xiaozi looked at the girl and explained gently. We asked you to leave yesterday because we feared there were hidden thugs in the building. To clear the threat, Mr. Su had no choice but to make you endure a night outside. But now the building has been secured, so as soon as dawn came, Mr. Su sent Lin Yu out to find you. That said, Mr. Su's handling of the matter was not ideal. I will apologize to you sisters on his behalf, Jiang Xiaozi said, sincerely, remorse softening her exquisite features. Lin Yu stood aside, feeling awkward. She was not used to playing a role in a lie. Though Jiang Xiaozi's explanation was strained in this chaotic dark world, even strained reasons were accepted. Survival was what mattered. Really? Sister Li asked, surprised and grateful. You truly are good people. Yesterday the soldiers came and killed those Li bastards. Then I knew you were good. And most of you are girls, only Su. Yes, Mr. Su, he's the only man. A man whom you follow cannot be a villain. Sister Li spoke in a flurry, her heart aflutter. To return to their former home and no longer live in fear was the most primal human instinct. Come with me, rest properly. I have prepared food and water. Jiang Xiaozi paused and smiled gently. You can even bathe. The weather makes it like a ready hot bath. Bathing. The women's eyes lit up. How many days had it been since they last bathed? Since the Li gang seized the building, they had been abused and survived on whatever scraps those men left. Sweet food and hot water. Things they had taken for granted a week ago now felt as if ages had passed. Yes, well, go home, Sister Li said, nodding with excitement, and led the sisters into the building behind Jiang Xiaozi. Lin Yu watched her gaze lingering on Jiang Xiaozi. Lin Yu muttered, no wonder the leader values her. What a sly woman. Jiang Xiaozi turned back. Miss Lin, what did you say? Oh, nothing. Lin Yu hurriedly waved her hand. I must have imagined it, said nothing. Is that so? Perhaps I'm a little tired, Jiang Xiaozi replied. Jiang Xiaozi smiled and turned away. Lin Yu, startled, stuck out her tongue and muttered, Good heavens, this woman's ears are so keen. Jiang Xiaozi proved remarkably efficient. Within half an hour, she had arranged lodging for all the women in the building. They had originally lived in the building, though on different floors and in different rooms. Jiang Xiaozi did not gather them into one place, as she sent each woman back to her own home to clean the aftermath and personally delivered water and food door to door. After enjoying a relatively hearty meal, the women took turns washing away the grime in the second-floor tub and changed into their own clothes. For a fleeting moment, they seemed to be back before the end times. Aside from the dizzying heat, the terrors felt as though they had never happened. But Jiang Xiaozi soon shattered that illusion, summoning the women to the first-floor hall. Sisters, you must all be clear about the situation outside. Jiang Xiaozi looked at the 12 women calmly and said, The apocalypse has come. This is reality. Humanity must band together to survive. As a woman, I understand better than anyone that in this disaster, women's status will plummet and their survival will be jeopardized. Mr. Su, though a man, is a benevolent leader. He has reclaimed our home and provides food, water, and that is an exceedingly precious thing in these apocalyptic circumstances. Jiang Xiaozi's tone grew solemn. To protect this peace and harmony, I ask you sisters to unite and guard our home. Only through unity can we survive the end times. I will not tolerate anyone who would undermine our home, nor anyone clinging to pre-collapse notions of peace. Cast away your pride. Put aside your spoiled ways. Live earnestly and survive. Jiang Xiaozi's plain, urgent words moved the women to tears. They had already suffered and were perhaps more adapted than anyone to this sudden age of apocalypse. Miss Jiang, does guarding the home mean that we must fight? A small girl asked timidly. I've never fought anyone. No. You need not take so. Jiang Xiaozi smiled gently to reassure her. Matters of combat. Mr. Su will arrange for personnel to protect us. In our refuge, everyone has a role. For example, Miss Lin Yu is our warrior. Dangerous tasks will naturally fall to her. Jiang Xiaozi looked toward Lin Yu, who stood with her gun, and asked with a smile, Isn't that right, Miss Lin Yu? You will protect us, won't you? I will complete the mission. Lin Yu snapped to attention, chin raised, face stern. Protecting people's lives is my duty. It is my obligation and responsibility. That familiar, resolute proclamation, nearly a roar, filled every woman with a profound sense of safety. Such declarations from soldiers are not mere slogans. They are traditions and instincts honed by the crucible of war. So you need not take part in any possible fighting. Jiang Xiaozi faced the women again and smiled. Of course, the refuge cannot harbor idlers. We must all contribute to make our home safer. For example, cleaning the building, washing clothes, cooking, hauling supplies, and helping Leah retrofit and repair the building's defenses and traps. Doing such preparatory work will indeed improve the refuge's ability to resist when danger arrives. Before that, I will assign duties according to each person's talents and expertise. Don't be nervous. Think of it as a job with food and shelter provided. Doesn't that make things feel easier? Jiang Xiaozi was skilled at controlling a crowd. With a few words, she calmed them and kindled hope for a stable life on their faces. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly slapped her forehead and lowered her voice. Oh no, Miss Jiang, I seem to have forgotten. I must hurry to report to the leader. Su Yi stood at the upstairs window. From his vantage, he could see Jiang Xiaozi addressing the women gathered. Although he could not make out Jiang Xiaozi's words, the women's expressions suggested they had been placated and were beginning to place their trust in her. She was truly a woman skilled at administration, worthy of being a level talent. Su Yi murmured as he looked up at the red sun sinking toward the horizon. The sky had been suffused with a deep crimson, heavy with a stifling, oppressive heat. By the way, it's been almost a week. Why haven't we seen any rescue forces yet? One might argue that foreign militaries could collapse under a sudden catastrophe, but in Huaxia, that seems unlikely. Where are the soldiers? The million-strong regular army, the city garrison, and the armed police, special police, and militia. That amounts to tens of millions of combat-ready troops, not to mention the veterans who retire year after year. Yet none of them have shown any sign of movement. Su Yi frowned. This was the deepest puzzle lodged in his heart. Like every ordinary Huaxia citizen, when the apocalypse first struck, he had clung to the hope of rescue. He had even agonized inwardly over whether, if rescue forces arrived, he should follow the state or stay behind in the shelter and survive by whatever means. Now there was no need to debate. There had been no rescuers at all. Not only the army, but even news of the police was scarce. The official political apparatus had vanished without a trace. Across the city's chat channels, only the occasional shelter claiming to be run by police appeared, taking in the homeless survivors. Beyond that, no related information or leads existed. This is highly unreasonable. As far as I know, there is a military district adjacent to Jinling. The city's military strength isn't insignificant. The first wave of the catastrophe was merely extreme heat, not some extraterrestrial assault. How could humanity's armed forces simply vanish? Su-Yi could not fathom it. He had already run rudimentary estimates in his head. Even if the apocalyptic game caused humanity's high-tech devices worldwide to fail, communications, planes, tanks, satellites, drones rendered useless. We still have people. Soldiers are people too. Even unarmed or armed only with cold weapons, they would remain a formidable force not to be underestimated. Given the temperament of Huaxia soldiers, they could not simply remain unseen in the face of catastrophe. There must be hidden circumstances I do not know about. Could it be the mechanism of the apocalyptic game? Su-Yi pondered, frowning. Did resulting disasters obliterate the nation's military? That seems impossible. So many soldiers scattered everywhere couldn't all have been swept up at once. Even if they were killed, there would at least be notices, wouldn't there? From the current situation, the apocalyptic game's mechanics do not resemble arbitrary slaughter. The mysterious entity would have no reason to simply evaporate these soldiers and political forces. Moreover, this is a heat apocalypse. While a 70 degrees Celsius climate is terrifying, it is not lethal in a single instant. Where did these people go? Strange. Su-Yi murmured. When the mysterious entity last announced the global death toll, could those 1.3 billion dead have included national leaders and soldiers? Su-Yi could not comprehend and had no access to relevant intelligence channels. His only link to the outside world was the city region communication channel provided by the mysterious entity, resembling a game's chat interface. There each day offered only pleas for help, barter posts, and the laments of the desperate. Useful information was scarce. He had an abiding sense that an invisible force was deliberately suppressing humanity's societal capacity for self-rescue and corrective action. Is that mysterious being intent on watching humanity struggle in utter chaos? Like some aristocratic onlooker reveling in the final frenzy of trapped beasts, it seems to be savoring human despair. Seated on his bed, Su-Yi's mind was unsettled. Now that he occupied a relatively safe environment, the depth of his reflections naturally deepened. Yet the more he thought, the more Su-Yi realized that the sudden apocalyptic game was riddled with inscrutable mysteries. Chief, are you there? Lin Yu's voice came from outside, breaking his reverie. Come in. Yes. Lin Yu pushed the door open and saluted Su-Yi. Chief, I have an important report. Speak. Su-Yi nodded. Lin Yu collected her thoughts and said in a low voice, during my recent mission, I discovered a large supermarket left unattended. Upon exploring, I found no guards, as some supplies had already been moved out. Yet a considerable amount of supplies remain. I cannot carry too much alone, so I request your instruction should my priority for collection be this large supermarket. An unoccupied supermarket. Su-Yi blinked and stroked his chin. Could it be a trap? In such chaos, people are starving. Hungry scavengers risk dying in the heat to search for food. A supermarket unclaimed. That shouldn't happen. If anyone found it, they'd strip it clean at once. Chief, it shouldn't be a trap. I checked thoroughly. Lin Yu shook her head and said gravely, but there are traces of a fight in the supermarket, bodies and blood, the deaths appearing to have occurred within the past 2 days. From the scene, it seems someone attacked and killed the store owner and local inhabitants, then took some supplies and left. I believe the killers will return over the next few days to carry away more goods. So you intend to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Su-Yi frowned. It's risky. Chief, they have no gun. Lin Yu said in a low voice. The weapons used were edged implements. 90% were ordinary commercial tools, not military hardware. There were 8 bodies. The fighting was fierce. I estimate the attackers numbered around 10 to 15. Counting possible auxiliary forces, they would not exceed 30. And I have this. Lin Yu patted the rifle on her back, her voice brimming with confidence. 1 against 30. 1 rifle is enough. Well, all right. Su-Yi blinked, inwardly impressed. Lin Yu's background truly fit the mold of a Huaxia soldier. She embodied the conviction that with her victory was certain. The possible 30-plus enemies seemed trivial to her, and she set her sights on the large supermarket that had already been seized. Lin Yu, I don't want you to get hurt. Are you sure you can do it? Su-Yi felt tempted as well. The shelter had just taken in a new group, and they needed more supplies to cover consumption. Jiang Xiaozi was confident she could train those women to be proper residents of the shelter, but the precondition was that Su-Yi could feed them all. I am 100% certain. We will take it. I don't want to see you injured. You will not be injured. Absolutely. Lin Yu lifted her head, calm and resolute. A mob without professional gear does not even deserve to lay eyes on. Su-Yi smiled. She spoke like a true female combat ace. He had witnessed her prowess with his own. All right, I agree. You handle the operational plan yourself. Oh, I am not a specialist. But I suggest you ask Jiang Xiaozi for some tactics. She is clever and can assist. Also inform Liya and try to get her to craft you some useful little implements. Su-Yi paused and cautioned, don't rush or prepare thoroughly. I cannot afford to lose you. Su-Yi spoke earnestly. Beyond affection, he truly could not lose Lin Yu. She was too important. I guarantee I will return victorious. Lin Yu snapped a salute and then turned to leave. With permission, she immediately found Liya in the research lab, and together they sought out Jiang Xiaozi to devise an effective plan to overcome the enemy and transport the supplies. The three women conferred for just over an hour and then dispersed to carry out their plan. At 8 in the evening, Su Yi watched from the window as Lin Yu, accompanied by Jiang Xiaozi and 12 women, departed the building in a grand procession. Good heavens, they had emptied the nest. Apart from Liya and Su Yi, Lin Yu had mobilized everyone. Each carried crude steel spears and wooden shields hastily forged by Liya in the research lab. With those makeshift arms and equipment, they possessed a modest degree of combat capability. I remember warning her not to be hasty, didn't I? Su Yi felt uneasy and murmured, "It's night already. Are they planning a night raid? What a brazen, audacious bunch of women." At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Xiaozi led the young women through the streets under the night sky. The group carried a few flashlights and simple torches made by Liya, alleviating the concern for illumination in the dark. The most unbearable aspect was still the sweltering heat. The young women were dressed in many layers, wrapping themselves tightly, even covering their faces with masks. At first glance, it seemed as if they were preparing for winter, with some even wearing down jackets. This was a method of heat preservation taught by Liya, who advocated for wearing multiple layers to create an air buffer for better insulation. The inner layers could be made from moisture-wicking fabrics like cotton or high-tech synthetic fibers to keep the skin dry, while the outer layer could be thicker to block heat. It turned out this method was indeed effective. Although everyone was drenched in sweat, it was still better than having their skin directly exposed to 70-degree heat. Yet even so, everyone still felt dizzy and faint. The high-temperature apocalypse had persisted for several days, and everyone struggled to adapt. Just hold on a bit longer. Jiang Xiaozi distributed small sips of ice water to everyone to help lower their body temperature, while boosting morale. "Sisters, we are not in peaceful times now. We can't rely on men. We must unite ourselves. Once we finish transporting the supplies this time, I will suggest to Mr. Su that we distribute more basic living necessities to everyone. Additionally, we are not only transporting food, items like sanitary pads and insulating materials are also essentials." Jiang Xiaozi's words brightened the young women's eyes. As they were all women, their lives were slightly more complicated than men's. If they could still live as comfortably in the apocalypse as they did in peaceful times, it would be the greatest blessing. Jiang Xiaozi was not lying. She indeed planned to transport more supplies beyond just food. After all, with the high temperatures persisting for several days, most food aside from canned goods had spoiled. Instead of rummaging through a pile of rotten items for something edible, it was wiser to gather more essential supplies and prepare for a prolonged battle. "Are we just going to transport supplies?" A girl hesitated, looking at the steel spear and shield in her hands. "I feel like we are going to war. These are just for self-defense. We won't actually be in a real fight," Jiang Xiaozi reassured, taking the. Before long, they arrived at a large supermarket 6 streets away. It was a city shopping complex with 7 stories, its entrance shattered, and the area in front littered with debris, while the walls were stained with dried blood. The shopping complex had long been deserted. Jiang Xiaozi led the timid and fearful women inside, found the directional signs, and headed straight for the underground supermarket to begin their work. Initially, the women were a bit scared, afraid that a group of thugs might ambush them. However, as time passed, they were drawn in by the diverse stock of supplies inside the complex and began to collect and transport them vigorously. Everyone knew that the more they brought back, the less pressure they would feel to survive. Now everyone was working hard for their own survival, and no one dared to slack off. Jiang Xiaozi directed the women to keep moving the supplies outside the complex, planning to transport them back in bulk once there was enough. Place the heavy and large items at the bottom of the shopping carts. Several shopping carts are linked together, and we'll have to pull many carts at once. Is there a courier point nearby? 2 of you go and bring back the delivery carts. They are great for transporting supplies. Jiang Xiaozi instructed the women while glancing at the chaotic street, letting out a slight sigh. Due to the sudden outbreak of the apocalypse, everyone was simultaneously sent back to their shelters, resulting in twisted cars colliding all over the streets. Even if she had Liya unlock a truck for her, she wouldn't be able to drive it. "It seems we'll have to work harder and make such a large supermarket has many useful items for us. It's likely we won't finish moving everything in one night," Jiang Xiaozi murmured, looking around at the dark depths. Jiang Xiaozi's sixth sense told her that she seemed to be being watched. The women lit torches and shone flashlights in the dark, glowing like fireflies in the night. In the depths of the darkness, it seemed there were evil eyes greedily watching the women. "The bait is set. Oh, where is the prey?" Jiang Xiaozi raised her eyebrows, using herself as bait to provide Lin Yu with the best sniping conditions. To accommodate Lin Yu's sniping angle, she deliberately positioned the gathering place at the spacious entrance of the shopping complex and placed several simple torches around. This was the only light in the darkness bound to attract the hunters coming to the shopping complex. Boss, look over there. There's a flicker of light. At the end of the dark street behind several abandoned cars whisper, lower the flashlight, don't let them see us. Has Xiao Lin returned? What's going on over there? He's back, Big Lu. It's a bunch of women. I saw it, there are no men. It's all women. Oh, are there still women brave enough to come out? Big Lu stroked his bald head crouching behind the car, laughing meaningfully. A group of women banding together is just like sheep. It seems we're going to feast tonight. Be careful, don't be too reckless. A young man beside him adjusted his glasses and whispered, anything can happen these days. We should be cautious and observe a bit longer. Xiao Lu is right, let's wait a bit more. The other men nodded in agreement, indicating that the bespectacled young man held a solid position among them. All right, let's wait a bit longer. Big Lu nodded. The group waited for another hour, displaying remarkable patience. They hid in the darkness, watching as the women carried more and more supplies out of the supermarket, filling one shopping cart after another. Big Lu, I think it's about time. These women seem like they are ready to leave. If we don't act soon, the cooked duck will fly away. Big Lu, I want to sleep with a woman tonight. I'm begging you, my child is starving. The men grew a bit impatient, their voices hoarse. Brother, what do you think? Big Lu asked his younger brother Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu stroked his chin. Brother, I was just thinking, where did these women come from? I recalled some recent intelligence indicating that there was a gunfight in a nearby residential area not long ago, and there were reports of grenades being used. Someone saw a group of women being driven out. I suspect these are those women. Xiao Lu analyzed the situation and concluded they probably don't have any companions left. It's most likely just a group of women. Although they all carry weapons, women are still women, and they won't be much of a challenge in a fight. I think we can take them down, but we need to act quickly as the guys in the neighboring blocks are also eyeing this shopping center. I'm afraid if we take our time, someone might take advantage of the situation. Xiao Lu's analysis made everyone nod in agreement. Xiao Lu's assessment is spot on. We definitely need to act swiftly. We can't be careless just because our opponents are women. If these women get intercepted, I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. That would be worse than death. Let's make sure the most beautiful one goes to Big Lu. The rest will divide up. If it's not enough, we can take turns sleeping, okay? Big Lu frowned and scolded. We haven't even gotten our hands on them yet, why the hurry? Even if we're dividing, it should be my brother who gets to sleep with the one in the Cheongsam. The most beautiful one should definitely go to the smartest one. Brother. Xiao Lu looked at Big Lu with a moved expression. Big Lu patted his shoulder. Brother, I'm just giving my all. You're smart, so you deserve the best. I'm just hoping you can find a wife for our Lu family. That girl in the Cheongsam looks pretty good, as she qualifies to be my wife. Xiao Lu was immensely touched while the other men could no longer wait, urging, Big Lu, let's act quickly. All right, let's allocate the combat plan. As my brother suggested, 10 men in each small group encircling from both sides. You younger brother, take 2 men to circle around to the back door and block the escaping women. We'll move in 10 minutes. Yes, brother. The young man along with 2 men crouched down and stealthily made their way to the back door of the building. Big Lu had more than 20 men by his side, and after waiting silently for over 10 minutes in the dark, he finally waved his hand discreetly. Brothers, let's go. Let's feast. Let's go. Grab the women. Grab the supplies. The men in the darkness burst into uncontrollable excited laughter as they hurriedly moved closer to the women at the entrance of the complex, taking cover behind abandoned vehicles. Using the cover of night and the vehicles, they swiftly approached the women outside the building. Unbeknownst to them, on a high-rise platform behind them, a woman in camouflage military gear was aiming a rifle, clearly observing their every move through a high-powered sniper scope with night vision. Miss Jiang guessed correctly. Lin Yu tilted her head, slowly squeezing the trigger. The prey has truly taken the bait. Hey ladies. A man's playful greeting suddenly echoed from the darkness. The nearest girl flinched. Who's there? She whirled around, only to see over 20 men advancing from both sides, each brandishing fire axes, rebar rods, or kitchen knives. Jiangjia. Jiangjia. Terrified, the girl's face paled as she spun and fled, shouting frantically. The young women, absorbed in hauling supplies, instantly lifted their heads and froze in alarm. They had been completely surrounded. Stay calm. Don't panic. Jiang Xiaozi's clear, steady voice rose a notch as she continued, soothing the girls. Breathe deeply. Remember what I taught you. Hearing Jiang Xiaozi's voice, the women found their anchor, rushing in from afar to gather tightly around. Some recalled Jiang Xiaozi's final instructions before she'd left. Trembling, they scrambled to retrieve scattered steel spears and shields from the ground, raising the shields shakily toward the men. Oh, thinking of getting rough. Look, they're a battalion of women. Ha ha ha. I love a spicy one. She'll put up a real fight. The men jeered, erupting in raucous laughter, utterly dismissive of these women whose hands trembled even as they gripped their weapons. Their leering gazes swept over the group, but lingered longest on Jiang Xiaozi. No mystery why among them she alone possessed breathtaking beauty, far surpassing even the most celebrated celebrities and internet idols of the pre-apocalyptic era. Under their predatory stares, Jiang Shaozi gently brushed aside a strand of hair stirred by the evening breeze and spoke softly, "Gentlemen, have you come out so late in search of supplies? This shopping mall is vast. We've already secured some provisions, and we won't contest what remains for you." Her tone remained serene, utterly unshaken. "Supplies?" De Lu Gu studied Jiang Shaozi with amused curiosity, chuckling darkly. "Yes, but this mall belongs to the White Bear Gang. You've trespassed here and stolen our goods. Hand them over and pay restitution." "De Lu Gu, how exactly do you expect them to compensate us?" "How else? With their bodies, of course. Ha ha ha. I'll take the one with the biggest hips. That's the kind I crave." The men made no attempt to conceal their intent, laughing with brazen, unrestrained cruelty. Fear and despair flooded the eyes of Jiang Shaozi's companions, evoking memories of those sunless, inhuman days trapped inside the residential building. "This mall belongs to you." Jiang Shaozi glanced upward at the dimmed, flickering sign above the skyscraper and sighed faintly. "Very well. It seems negotiation is impossible." "Negotiation? What on earth do you imagine we'd negotiate?" De Lu Gu smirked, faintly stepping forward 2 paces, closing in on Jiang Shaozi. "Shall we haggle over your dowry instead?" Jiang Shaozi fell silent, then calmly raised her right hand and clenched it into a fist. "Acknowledged." From the shadowed rooftop above, Lin Yu took a slow, deep breath and settled into her firing stance. "What does that mean?" De Lu Gu blinked, then laughed. "Raising your hand. Is that surrender? If you—" Before he could finish, Jiang Shaozi lowered her right hand and delicately curled her index finger, mimicking the motion of pulling a trigger, aiming squarely at De Lu Gu. She tilted her head slightly, and from her crimson lips burst the sharp, visceral report of a gunshot. Boom. Thwip. Instantly, De Lu Gu's skull exploded. Crimson blood, pale brain matter, and viscous yellow fluid sprayed violently across the night. The women recoiled in horror, shrieking piercingly, awakening dazed, heat-stunned survivors across the sleeping city. Thud. De Lu's headless body collapsed limply into a widening pool of blood. Amid the screams, the men stood paralyzed, staring disbelieving at their fallen leader. Their boss, laughing just a heartbeat ago, now lay decapitated. What force had obliterated him so? Could this woman wield sorcery? Stunned into immobility, the men couldn't process what they'd witnessed. No rational mind could. But Jiang Shaozi didn't pause. With a playful shift of focus, she adjusted her aim, narrowing her eyes slightly. Boom. Thwip. Another man crumpled, his skull shattered with such force his neck nearly severed. Ugh. Ugh. One woman broke down, screaming and retching simultaneously, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality before her. Reality offered no pixelated blur, only raw, unfiltered competition and combat. Life and death hung suspended in the most ordinary, unremarkable instant. Damn it, this witch practices black magic. A man leapt back, and terror finally ignited across every face, turned toward Jiang Shaozi. "Avenge De Lu. Don't run, we can't outrun her. Charge together. She's only one person, she can't possibly hold off all of us. Grab her, snap her fingers." A sharper mind among them realized escape was futile. Better to fight to the death than flee helplessly. More than 20 men surged forward. Jiang Shaozi did not retreat, merely shifted her aim again with deliberate grace. Boom. Thwip. Boom. Thwip. Target after target fell, her slender porcelain fingers seeming to fire invisible bullets. Man after man dropped as he closed in. Within mere heartbeats, 7 or 8 of the vanguard lay headless, forming an accidental barricade that slowed the advance of those behind. It's over. She truly commands dark arts. Whoever she aims at dies instantly. Could this be her shelter talent? Void aiming. Point and kill. A man stood frozen, whispering hoarsely, ice cold with dread. "Help Miss Jiang." Li Jie, the eldest among the women, was the first to react. Wiping vomit from her lips, she swallowed her terror and roared, "If Miss Jiang falls, none of us survive. Arm yourselves. Protect Miss Jiang." Spurred by Li Jie's cry, the women snapped awake, snatching up steel spears and spreading instinctively into a fragile but functional formation to brace for the next assault. Though their palms still trembled around their weapons, their eyes burned with unyielding resolve. Every conflicting emotion, rage at the men, fury at this accursed apocalypse, coalesced now into pure incandescent will to fight. All they held in mind was one imperative: remember every detail of Miss Jiang's formations and battle drills, and then fight with everything they had. "Their growth exceeds my expectations." Jiang Shaozi arched a delicate brow, inwardly pleased. She had brought these women out not merely as bait, but to witness war's unvarnished cruelty firsthand. Only under the visceral threat of bloodshed, severed limbs, and spilled entrails could they evolve swiftly. Those who failed to adapt would be erased by the age itself, and only the adapted would earn the right to dwell within a shelter. As for the men, they dared not charge again. Paralyzed, they hovered between flight and combat, trapped in indecision. Before them stood that impossibly beautiful woman in her cheongsam, still holding her pistol finger pose, yet aiming at no one in particular. Is it over? Lin Yu exhaled slowly, grateful for the brief respite, letting her overheated rifle barrel cool. You mentioned the White Bear Gang. Jiang Xiaozi tilted her head, eyes half-flitted, calm as still water. Where is your shelter located, and how many reside there? Did you slaughter the other survivors inside this mall? Question after question poured forth. The men exchanged silent, terrified glances, each seeing reflected fear in the other's eyes. Clearly, this terrifying woman must not be provoked. She was exquisite, but also formidable. Beautiful lady, we're good people. We only meant to greet you. One man ventured, voice hoarse, eyes locked rigidly on Jiang Xiaozi's fingers, terrified she might aim at him. A greeting. Jiang Xiaozi scoffed coldly. Answer my questions, now. Her sharp command sent the entire group shuddering. One man blurted out desperately, don't move. Our shelter is Xiao Baixiong. We're backed by its top-tier survivor. Be wise. Your talent is impressive, but Xiao Baixiong is stronger. He's the undisputed apex survivor of this entire city. Let us go and we'll act as if nothing happened, and never speak of you. Not ever. We don't even know who you are, or where you hide. A quick-witted man improvised, earning fervent nods from the rest as they stared hopeful at Jiang Xiaozi. This statement, part veiled threat, part reassurance of non-aggression, was calculated to persuade. After all, in the apocalypse, no one wished to accumulate unnecessary enemies, especially not one aligned with the city's top-ranked survivor. Xiao Baixiong's reputation had spread across the city in recent days. Every survivor bearing a shelter interface knew its name, and even those without shelters had heard whispers of it. The men assumed Jiang Xiaozi, a lone woman, would surely hesitate to cross such a power. Xiao Baixiong. Jiang Xiaozi showed no surprise, only a quiet, thoughtful silence. The men held their breath, awaiting judgment, until Jiang Xiaozi slowly raised her left hand. Oh, kill them all. Lin Yu stiffened, then pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom, 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 boom. Gunfire flashed silently in the night, each bullet finding its mark with flawless precision, detonating another skull. Unerring. Every shot, headshot. She's insane. She'll slaughter us all. Run, run now. You filthy bitch, you. Thwip. In desperation, the men scattered, but flesh and bone legs could never outrun lead. Across this open expanse, they were perfect moving targets for a sniper. In less than a minute, Lin Yu eradicated every last man. Moments later, only headless corpses lay sprawled in pools of blood, an abattoir of humanity radiating chilling dread beneath the midnight sky. Before the grand entrance of the building, corpses lay strewn across the ground. The acrid stench of fresh blood hung thick and heavy in the air. The women stood in utter silence. Some glanced fearfully at Jiang Xiaozi, only to swiftly avert their eyes. Jiang Xiaozi's ruthless severity had cowed the women into submission. After a brief pause, Li Jie broke the silence, steeling herself against the nausea rising from the sight of the bodies, and called out to her companions, quickly. Get moving. Clear away the corpses. Li Jie's reasoning was simple. Jiang Xiaozi had killed, she killed, so they would bury. Their roles were clearly divided, and this labor would allow them to demonstrate loyalty before Miss Jiang. Better that she dismiss them as useless than deem them expendable, and worse, slaughter them outright. A deep, suffocating dread settled over the women. Though none welcomed the task, they pinched their noses and prepared to work. No need. Jiang Xiaozi waved her hand gently, her voice calm, even tender, a stark contrast to her earlier icy detachment. There are too many bodies to dispose of properly. Resume gathering supplies. Don't waste time. Yes, ma'am. Li Jie nodded vigorously, her tone markedly more deferential, and hurriedly directed the others to load provisions onto the vehicles. Only one girl, 17 or 18, hesitated. As she passed Jiang Xiaozi, she could not suppress the question trembling on her lips. Miss Jiang, why did you kill them all? They begged for mercy. The girl looked timidly at Jiang Xiaozi, still clinging to the moral compass of the peaceful era, unprepared for such cold-blooded pragmatism. Hey you, get to work now. Li Jie stamped her foot, anxiously scolding sharply, don't disturb Miss Jiang. What is your station? Come here and work. She feared Jiang Xiaozi might erupt in lethal wrath. Jiang Xiaozi cast a glance toward Li Jie, then smiled faintly at the girl. I remember you. Xiaoyan, isn't it? 18 years old, a freshman at Jinling University. Yes. Xiaoyan nodded. Jiang Xiaozi's smile vanished, replaced by quiet solemnity. Your younger sister, 15 years old, died inside this building. I saw her body. She died horribly, The only corpse I buried with my own hands. Her detached words sent a violent shiver through Xiao Yan, who tears welled in her eyes. Don't cry, look at me. Zhang Xiaozi's voice rose sharply. Xiao Yan lifted her gaze, stunned, her expression raw with wounded bewilderment. The women around her tensed, bracing for sudden violence. If only you dared to resist, dared to fight to the death, your sister wouldn't have suffered such a fate. Miss Jiang, I couldn't overpower them. I did try to resist. Then fight to your last breath. Better that than let your sister endure what she did. Zhang Xiaozi's tone was glacial. Xiao Yan murmured soundlessly, head bowed low. Even your sister's death hasn't opened your eyes to this new world. What right do you have to question me here? Strip bare and kneel before some man for safety. Or seize the weapon in your hand and fight. Fight anyone who threatens you. Zhang Xiaozi stepped close, nearly face-to-face, her eyes narrowing. So tell me, Xiao Yan, what will you choose? I don't know. Tears spilled freely down Xiao Yan's cheeks. She had asked only out of innocent confusion. No hidden motive, no defiance. Miss Jiang, oh, Miss Jiang, she's just a child. Li Jie rushed forward, pulling Xiao Yan into her arms and bowing deeply toward Zhang Xiaozi with an ingratiating smile. You're magnanimous beyond measure. Please overlook her. I'll discipline her thoroughly later. As she spoke, Li Jie struck Xiao Yan's arm hard. Pain flared, and Xiao Yan sobbed louder. It's fine. I hold no grudge. Zhang Xiaozi spoke quietly. Let her cry. This may be the last time she's permitted to weep. Miss Jiang, what exactly do you mean by that? Li Jie's eyes widened in alarm. Had a single misstep doomed the girl? Zhang Xiaozi offered no reply. She turned and walked away, then paused, glancing back at Xiao Yan. You asked why I slaughtered them all. A certain Mr. I mentioned the Little Panda Shelter, a notorious killer, the city's most prolific murderer. Think carefully, would such a remorseless demon spare a group of vulnerable women? They've already seen us. If we leave no witnesses, they will come for us. Xiao Yan, you may possess compassion, but next time you feel its pull, ask yourself, will your kindness get us all? Zhang Xiaozi arched a brow, then swept her gaze across the women. Back to work. Yes, right away. They nodded eagerly. Her explanation had clarified everything. Miss Jiang wasn't slaughtering indiscriminately. She'd acted to protect them all. Yet her phrase, vulnerable, honestly, none of them felt particularly vulnerable, not beside Zhang Xiaozi. If anything, she bore far more resemblance to the monster she'd just eradicated. Li Jie continued soothing Xiao Yan, only to be gently but firmly pushed aside. The girl wiped her tears, slung a steel spear across her back, and returned silently to the shopping center, hauling supplies. This time she carried heavier loads. Straining face flushed, crimson jaw clenched in silent, stubborn resolve. Perhaps she meant to carry her sister's share too. Scorching evening winds swept across the ruins. For the remaining hours, nothing disrupted their work, until 2 a.m. when the convoy laden with supplies began its return journey. At 4 a.m., Su-yi stirred awake, roused by the cheerful, chattering voices of women downstairs, bright melodic laughter ringing clear through the night. Curious, he opened his door and descended the stairs to the first-floor lobby. Since his talent had upgraded, he enjoyed 1 hour of daily exemption from confinement. No risk to his talent rewards. In the stairwell, he glimpsed the lobby crammed with supplies, piled high in shopping carts filling every inch of space. Women held torches and flashlights, sorting goods with animated chatter and shared delight. Their laughter rang with the pure joy of abundance, a warmth no scorching heat could dispel, the radiant, unquenchable hope of survival. Lin Yu leaned against the wall, rifle cradled, her vigilant gaze sweeping the room, then lifting, as if sensing movement, toward the stairwell. She caught sight of a man's silhouette. Snap! Lin Yu snapped to attention, shouting instinctively, "Comrade Commander." Instantly the clamor ceased. The air itself seemed to freeze. Countless eyes turned toward Lin Yu, then followed her salute upward. In the hushed stillness, only the crisp, steady rhythm of boots striking stairs echoed. A man emerged slowly from the shadowed staircase. Su-yi descended impassively, arriving before the assistant. It wasn't affectation. He simply lacked experience, so he adopted a stern, unreadable expression to mask his uncertainty. "Rise, please rise." The women responded in unison, scrambling upright and forming ranks behind Lin Yu. Li Jie suddenly dipped her head and called out, "Comrade Commander." Others quickly followed, voices overlapping, "Comrade Commander, Comrade Commander." Their salutes lacked precision, but radiated genuine reverence and a thread of quiet curiosity. A bolder girl lifted her gaze, stealing a cautious look at the commander by the flickering torchlight. He appeared young, handsome, with clean-cut features and sharp sword-like eyebrows. His fair, scholarly face bore no resemblance to the portly, weathered commander of rumor. Su-yi's gentle demeanor instantly won their favor. Though stoic, he exuded no oppressive authority, only approachability and instinctive warmth that drew people near. He stood before them. Zhang Xiaozi watched, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips, silent, yielding the floor entirely to him. Lin Yu remained mute, standing like a steadfast pine behind Su Yi, the most loyal sentinel. Jiang Shaoxi's luminous eyes flickered playfully toward him, urging him to speak. This was the commander's first meeting with his own people. Surely a greeting at minimum was expected. Su Yi drew a slow, deep breath and felt the weight settle upon his shoulders. His shelter now held its first residents, women scarred by suffering who now entrusted him with their very lot. Indeed, he owed them words to ease their sorrow, to anchor their fragile hope. Su Yi parted his lips, yet before a single syllable escaped. Comrade Commander, you're so handsome. Huh? Su Yi blinked in surprise, his words halting midair as he hastily composed his stern expression once more. Jiang Shaoxi, ever perceptive and gracious, stepped forward to break the silence, bowing deeply before delivering her report with utmost reverence. Master, we secured a substantial haul of supplies tonight. Here is the inventory, meticulously documented. As if conjuring from thin air, Jiang Shaoxi presented a sheet of paper densely inscribed with itemized provisions. The women had no idea when she'd compiled it, only that the moment felt uncannily magical. Su Yi nodded gravely, scanning the list intently before lowering his voice. How long will this sustain us? Given spoilage concerns, perhaps half a month for so many people. Jiang Shaoxi likewise lowered her voice. Should future exploration and procurement prove less efficient, master need not fret. I shall resolve it. Good. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Since Jiang Shaoxi joined the shelter, he had been wholly liberated from daily burdens, truly embodying the old saying, when trouble arises, summon the secret art. When all is calm, summon the secret master. Cough, cough. In any case, the logic stands. In short, Jiang Shaoxi is exceptionally capable. You've done splendidly, and so have all of you. Su Yi turned toward the crowd and inexplicably blurted out, Comrades, you've all worked hard. Accustomed to being hailed as Commander, Commander, the phrase had slipped out instinctively. The women froze in unison, except Lin Yue, who snapped rigidly to attention behind him and saluted without hesitation. Serve the people. The women swiftly caught on, chanting in unison, serve the people. Their voices, crystalline, harmonious, disciplined, carried the crisp resonance of female soldiers. Su Yi gazed upon them and saw flickering in their eyes a new spark of fervor markedly distinct from the aimless despair they'd worn at dawn. These women, whose shelter had shattered in the apocalypse's first tremors, were meant to perish miserably in the wasteland. Yet now, against all odds, they had rediscovered both the courage and conviction to live on. Excellent, truly excellent. You carry yourselves with admirable spirit. Su Yi lavished praise wholeheartedly, affirming their transformation. Jiang Shaoxi watched serenely, then murmured softly once the applause faded, Master, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Come up then. Su Yi nodded, gesturing for her to follow him upstairs. No sooner had they departed than the hall erupted, women chattering animatedly, voices overlapping like sparrows at dawn. Hey, don't you think the commander is rather handsome? Absolutely. And so young. Wait. Why did Miss Jiang go upstairs with him? Need you ask? They're clearly. Shoo, just understand that's enough. Truly a match of talent, and I can't decide whom to envy more. Tell me, between them who holds greater authority? Is it the commander? No, I believe Miss Jiang wields the true authority. She grants him dignity before others, but behind closed doors. She must be formidable indeed. Master, no sooner had Jiang Shaoxi entered the room than she knelt gracefully before Su Yi. What are you doing? Su Yi regarded her, startled. With tender precision, she removed his shoes and whispered, You are the sovereign, I am the servant. In public you honor me, in private I uphold my duty. There are no such formalities here. Rise. He waved dismissively, then asked curiously, Truth be told, I've yet to inquire closely about your origins. Lin, you served as a modern soldier. Li, you trained as a contemporary engineer. And you, do you hail from an earlier era? Jiang Shaoxi's bearing, her reverence for tradition, her quiet discipline, suggested she was no daughter of this age. She held fast to ancient propriety, her heart anchored in time-honored principles. Master, by chronology, I belong to the modern period. Jiang Shaoxi clearly understood the present epoch. Bowing her head, she gently peeled off his socks, more precisely. I lived during the Republic of China era. The Republic of China. Su Yi paused, thoughtful. Then you know why you're here. He had long puzzled over how the shelter recruited its personnel. Were they clones? Or souls drawn from some parallel Earth? In a manner of speaking. A gentle smile touched Jiang Shaoxi's lips. My world differs from yours, yet shares much in common. Whatever the case, having arrived, I shall serve you faithfully. After all, I cannot return. With downcast eyes and quiet submission, she made Su Yi feel faintly uneasy. What was it you wished to speak with me about? Tonight at the shopping center we encountered violent assailants. Jiang Shaoxi spoke softly. According to their own admission, they belonged to the Little Panda shelter. Perhaps residents, perhaps subordinates. The Little Panda Shelter. Sue-E recoiled. This was the slaughterhouse shelter ranked first on the killer. How did you handle it? Sue-E fixed her with an intense gaze. Jiang Xiaozi lifted her eyes and offered him a serene smile. I instructed Lin Yu to eliminate them. All of them. At least all those within my sight, yes. Her tone remained unruffled. I deployed the women as bait, luring them into the open, then signaled Lin Yu only once their numbers were fully revealed. Initially, I hesitated to kill them all, but once they named the Little Panda Shelter, I realized compromise was impossible. So I hardened my heart. Xiaozi, you acted rightly. Sue-E drew a slow, weighted breath, praising her with complex emotion. He fully endorsed her decision. For the shelter's safety, and his own, Sue-E had no intention of entangling himself with the Little Panda Shelter. Not yet, not while still vulnerable. By silencing every witness, Jiang Xiaozi severed all traces, shielding the shelter from perilous repercussions. Still, the shopping center is now inaccessible. Jiang Xiaozi sighed faintly. We'd finally found a reliable source for abundant supplies. Now Lin Yu must redouble her efforts to scavenge elsewhere. It matters not. Provisions will come in time. Sue-E felt no anxiety about survival. His shelter's innate talent would inevitably resolve all current constraints. What occupied Sue-E now was Jiang Xiaozi's conduct tonight. Though spoken lightly, her words carried the faint metallic tang of blood. He had assumed her a woman of intellect and grace, exemplary in governance, adept in strategy, skilled in administration, yet unversed in martial severity. But his judgment had been mistaken. Of course, how could a brilliant woman forged in the Republic of China era lack ruthless resolve? Sue-E reflected inwardly. That epic was chaos incarnate. Master, why ask such a thing? Sue-E met her gaze. With delicate fingers she massaged his calves, her voice barely above a whisper. I commanded Lin Yu to slay so many men. Men seldom favor such a woman, do they? You acted solely in self-defense, and to protect me. How could I find fault with that? Sue-E inhaled deeply, then tentatively rested his palm upon her silken hair, stroking gently. Rest assured, I hold no disdain for you. You are my most vital ally. He sensed the faintest tremor ripple through her frame. Then a soft, quiet nod. Master, it grows late. Will you rest now? Last night brought little sleep. I truly must catch up. Sue-E smiled faintly. He'd lain awake worrying over Lin Yu's and Jiang Xiaozi's safety. Now, though dawn's pale light seeped through the windows, he could easily slip back beneath the covers. Such was the shelter's reality. Its three exceptional women handled everything flawlessly, leaving Sue-E free to lounge, eat, rest, and await rewards at his leisure. Xiaozi, I'll rest a while. Wake me at noon. I have critical duties each day. I will, master. Then you may. Wait, Xiaozi, what are you removing your clothes for? Why are you climbing into bed? Sue-E recoiled sharply toward the edge. Are you tired too? Shall I yield the bed to you? Master. Beneath her outer robe, Jiang Xiaozi wore a crimson undergarment reminiscent of a traditional dudu. She kept her head bowed low, shielding her blushing cheeks, her voice hushed yet resolute. Master, I believe we should sleep together. It may be better this way. Xiaozi, you misunderstand. I am not that kind of man. Sue-E blinked, waving his hands emphatically. You are beautiful, but we've known each other only briefly. I recognize your loyalty and devotion, but I will never exploit it to compel intimacy. You bear no obligation to do this. Master, you are mistaken. Jiang Xiaozi lifted her face, her dewy eyes wide with gentle confusion. It is you who sleeps beside me. You sleep beside me. Sue-E stared, blinking slowly, still processing. You beside me, me beside you, both sleeping. What difference could there possibly be? In the ensuing silence, Jiang Xiaozi lowered her gaze again, her voice barely audible. Master, I beg your pardon. I have overstepped. She bent to retrieve her qipao, utterly unconcerned that her flawless silhouette lay fully exposed before Sue-E. Her sorrow ran deeper than mere rejection, more like a lost child wandering alone through the night. Perhaps, even artificial beings retain humanity, no different from me after all. Sue-E watched her in silence, then called out softly, wait, climb in. Master, you consent. Jiang Xiaozi brightened, smiling warmly as she turned her smooth alabaster back toward him and folded her qipao neatly atop the nightstand. Her unwavering trust, her complete, unguarded openness, instilled in Sue-E a newfound gravity. Yes, I consent. Sue-E scratched his head, but let's keep it chaste. Master, do you not intend to claim me? I suspect you'd rather not. I am willing. Then remove the word willing and return when you mean it without condition. Sue-E shrugged lightly. Perhaps what you truly need is simply a safe, peaceful bed, not me as a man. Or perhaps what you seek is the warmth of belonging, the quiet affirmation of home. You are a woman displaced from one turmoil into another, carrying the weight of two fractured worlds. A wanderer adrift, yet still yearning for harbor, willing to surrender pieces of herself she never intended to yield. Master, Jiang Xiaozi settled beside him, drawing the quilt gently over his shoulders. Has anyone ever told you? You truly are a good man. Xiaozi, in my era a good man carries no praise. Master, it is good man you are. A peaceful night. There were no storms or waves, only the silent thoughts of a man and a woman along with the gradually rising sound of Su Yi's snoring. To be honest, Su Yi found this way of sleeping quite enjoyable. Beside him lay a beautiful woman, almost entirely undressed, her smooth skin radiating a cool sensation. Su Yi was unsure whether this was due to the cold air from the refrigerator or the touch of skin against skin. He wasn't a novice, yet tonight he felt a rare sense of subtle tension. Sir, sir. When Jiang Xiaozi's gentle voice rang in his ears again, Su Yi opened his eyes to find the sun high in the sky. What time is it? Su Yi got out of bed and turned to see Jiang Xiaozi dressed in a red cheongsam, arranging a lavish spread on the table. It's already 11:30, sir. You still have plenty of time to have lunch first. Jiang Xiaozi gracefully approached Su Yi, assisting him in dressing, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. He was a good homebody of the new era. He had never experienced such a feudal lord's lifestyle. Jiang Xiaozi seemed to notice Su Yi's discomfort and softly said, "You have to let me do something so that I can feel truly important to you." All right. Su Yi, feeling helpless, decided to relax and let Jiang Xiaozi take charge. After freshening up, he sat at the dining table enjoying the sumptuous lunch while asking, "What are the plans for today at the gathering place?" "Rest, renovation, cleaning up." Jiang Xiaozi served Su Yi food while softly reporting, "We just occupied this building not long ago, and the rooms on every floor need organizing. There are also many supplies that need careful distribution. We now have more than 10 people. Although it's not many, we still need a detailed management system. So today I haven't arranged for anyone to go out, not even Lin Yue, to explore for supplies. After all, we killed so many people yesterday, and there are bound to be searches for us nearby." Jiang Xiaozi paused and smiled, saying, "So let's take this opportunity to tidy up the house properly." "That's a good arrangement." Su Yi nodded in admiration, and Jiang Xiaozi continued, "To facilitate management, I've designated the 6th floor and above as restricted areas, prohibiting non-talented individuals from going upstairs. This way that group of women won't have access to you, and if we need to recruit residents later, they won't meet you easily, greatly ensuring your safety." Jiang Xiaozi hesitated before tentatively saying, "Of course, if you need anything, you can always instruct me, and I will select some reliable and beautiful women to bring up." "Bring them up for what?" Su Yi was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. "No, I am not some lustful monster. Everyone gathers here to survive, and there's no need to treat me like a feudal lord." "Yes, sir." Jiang Xiaozi smiled with satisfaction. Su Yi was a traditional Chinese man whose life creed was to uphold oneself in poverty and to help the world when wealthy. If one lacks the ability, then simply living well is sufficient. If one has the ability, they should not mind helping the needy. The Chinese nation has thrived to this day because of this simple survival philosophy. Since there is nothing much to do today, let's allow everyone to rest well. Su Yi put down his bowl and chopsticks, having eaten his fill. "Tell everyone not to worry too much about the future. Just focus on living steadily and well, strive to provide the best living conditions we can. But let them know that we do not support ingrates. They need to understand what era we are in and not engage in foolishness, or it will be too late to regret it later." "Yes, sir." Jiang Xiaozi bowed her head, obediently responding, "I will establish rules to ensure you are not troubled." "Xiaozi, you are truly remarkable." Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, patting Jiang Xiaozi on the shoulder. "Keep it up. The leadership sees potential in you." "Yes, sir." Jiang Xiaozi smiled, gently, fully cooperating with Su Yi. After their exchange, Jiang Xiaozi tidied up the bowls and left the room. Although there was no task for exploring supplies today, there were still plenty of matters to attend to. Ever since Su Yi recruited Jiang Xiaozi, she had become the busiest person in the entire shelter. Su Yi had basically entrusted her with all major affairs, as he believed her management skills were far superior to his. Now that Su Yi had ensured the loyalty of his talented individuals, Jiang Xiaozi was essentially in a position just below him. Conversely, Su Yi himself was living a more relaxed life after having Jiang Xiaozi around. At night, holding a soft and lovely woman, while sleeping, waking up to hot meals with someone to serve him no matter what he did. All he needed to do was issue orders. This must be what it means to have everything handed to you on a silver platter. Su Yi sighed, sitting in a reclining chair by the window, squinting as he felt the warmth of the sun coming through. With the refrigerator's cooling mechanism expanded, Jiang Xiaozi kept the room temperature around 28 degrees Celsius, which made Su Yi feel chilly and gave him an urge to bask in the sun. This sounds quite exaggerated. Outside the shelter, people struggled to survive in the high temperatures, with daily reports of dehydration or heatstroke deaths. Everyone was frantically researching the mechanics of the shelter, desperately exchanging meager cooling resources to ensure their survival. Only Sue-E, this oddball, actually wanted to bask in the sun during a scorching apocalyptic heatwave. In a daze, Sue-E suddenly felt something shimmering in front of him. He got up from the reclining chair and opened his eyes to find that the time had come and a new talent reward had been issued. Congratulations. Talent reward triggered. Obtaining Clevel Shelter Room Crop Cultivation Farm can be directly installed. As the message appeared, a yellow blueprint materialized in Sue-E's hand. Sue-E looked down and the blueprint revealed information about the related items. Crop Cultivation Farm Clevel Shelter Room can be installed in any available room space within the shelter. Requires 2 room spaces. Automatically generates a complete farming environment upon installation, allowing for the cultivation of 3 types of crops. A cultivation room. Sue-E was taken aback. This meant he would no longer have to worry about food in the future. With an unlimited supply of ice water from the refrigerator and now a whole room dedicated to farming, there was no need to venture out for supplies anymore. He could just stay at home and have everything he needed. Quickly, let's see. Sue-E hurriedly opened the shelter's information panel and entered building mode. Currently, the available space for installation in the shelter is on the 6th floor, which actually has 4 residential units. In the shelter's architectural space, it is also displayed as 4 room areas. Aside from the main house where Sue-E resides and the adjacent research room, he had 2 empty room spaces available for installation. The reason Sue-E had left these 2 rooms unused was quite simple. No money to install. He didn't have enough points to purchase a room, but the reward blueprint he received today didn't require any additional points or resources to use. It could be installed as a complete set of rooms. Select installation. Installation successful. As Sue-E confirmed, the new construction of the shelter was completed. Sue-E could see a flash of golden light through the gap in the iron door. He hurriedly stepped out and went next door. He opened the door and was greeted by a vast expanse of farmland. The entire room had transformed, no longer distinguished by a bathroom, living room, or bedroom, only a level ground with greenhouse facilities. Here were the necessary facilities for crop cultivation, such as temperature control equipment, ventilation equipment, lighting equipment, sunshine equipment, and so on. However, the greenhouse had not yet installed any crops. As Sue-E just stepped into the room, a new information prompt appeared before him. The current crop cultivation room has not yet installed any crops. Please make a selection. Below the information were lists of various crops, vegetables, and fruits to choose from. The number of varieties wasn't too many, about 20 or so, mostly common types without any surprises. Sue-E, with a mindset of giving it a try, selected rice, sweet potato, and orange as his 3 cultivation targets. As Sue-E confirmed, a white light instantly filled the entire greenhouse room. In just a few breaths, a large number of crops appeared, filling the greenhouse room. Crops have been confirmed and have entered the cultivation stage. Daily fertilization operations, 1 time. Daily options for fertilization resources, 100 survival points, or normal fertilizer resources. After fertilization, the maturity time can be accelerated by twice. Current basic maturity time, 3 days, 10 pounds yield each. Hiss. Sue-E widened his eyes, murmuring, "This is a divine artifact. Fertilization accelerates maturity time. Even without fertilization, the basic maturity time still yields every 3 days. Damn, doesn't this mean I get food for free?" Although the yield is only 30 gene in 3 days, one must consider how many people are currently in the shelter. With just 16 individuals, the daily consumption for each person to eat to satiety is only about 11. This translates to a food yield of 2 gene, not kilograms. For 16 people, even if they feast, their daily consumption is around 20 gene. This greenhouse room directly satisfies nearly half of the food expenses for the shelter. Moreover, all of this comes from the basic yield of the greenhouse, without any expenditure. If fertilization is applied, the maturation time will be shortened. Additionally, Sue-E even noticed an upgradable option on the information panel in the room. The current level of this greenhouse room is level 1. Once the shelter reaches level 2, Sue-E can consume survival points to upgrade the greenhouse room simultaneously, thus obtaining a higher food yield. Sue-E calculated briefly in his mind and couldn't help but gasp again. I've struck it rich. If viewed over a longer time frame, the food yield from this thing will only continue to increase. Is a class item really this promising? Or is it because it's a reward from the room type? Sue-E wasn't entirely clear on the mechanism behind it, but he understood one thing: my talent is truly impressive. Today, Zhang Xiaozi decided not to send anyone to explore for supplies, which meant that the shelter had no external income today. As a result, the talent reward unexpectedly provided a greenhouse room. Not wanting to go out and explore, right? Then just lie at home, slacking off, enjoying. What's the point of going out? Isn't it nice to stay at home enjoying the cool air and sleeping? Alright, this apocalypse is becoming more and more comfortable for me. Sue-E sighed, and suddenly a new prompt appeared before his eyes. May I ask if you wish to use survival points for fertilization? Points. Where would I get points? Lin Yu hasn't brought any dispatch points for 2 days. Am not a murderer. How could I obtain so many points? Wait, I remember it might also be possible to use normal fertilization resources, right? Normal fertilization resources. Isn't that human waste? Su Yi's eyes lit up. In ancient times, without modern organic fertilizers, clever Chinese farmers often used their own livestock and human dung for fertilization, aiding crops in better growth. Of course, fertilizing with livestock and human waste isn't just a matter of pouring it directly. There are some operational steps involved. Su Yi vaguely remembered seeing his grandparents gather waste when he was young, seemingly needing to ferment it. Su Yi didn't understand the mystery behind it, but he wasn't anxious. I have Liya. I have Jiang Xiaozi. Liya is an engineer. Even if she doesn't know about fertilization, she should understand some related chemical reactions and their results, right? Jiang Xiaozi is so smart, and she was a woman from the Republic of China. How could she not know how to grow crops? Even if they don't know, if I fail at fertilization, I can just try a few more times and figure out some techniques. With a flash of inspiration, Su Yi decisively stepped out, found Jiang Xiaozi, and informed her about the fertilization issue concerning the greenhouse room. What a magical room. Jiang Xiaozi smiled, and then pondered. Sir, I have had experience with farming. The fertilization with waste you mentioned is feasible. However, we must pay attention to isolation and fermentation issues. It must not be contaminated by sewage. The waste should be mixed with other organic waste, such as straw and wood ash. At the same time, we need to improve ventilation conditions to promote the fermentation speed. Only by allowing the waste to decompose naturally under suitable conditions can we proceed with irrigation. As soon as Jiang Xiaozi finished speaking, Liya, who was nearby, put down her notebook and looked up. Boss, this is actually the decomposition action of microorganisms, promoting microbial activity through fermentation, transforming organic matter into stable humus. In this way, we can form all the necessary nutrients for crop growth. However, besides this, I believe we also need to pay attention to pest control. Although the probability is low, we still need to take precautions. Liya pondered for a moment. In about 3 days, I can research out a sample pesticide. We can give it a try then. You can even make pesticides. Su Yi was astonished, looking Liya up and down. Sister, what kind of deity are you? You seem a bit omnipotent. An engineer can make pesticides. I've never heard of that. Is it difficult? Liya tilted her head cutely. The equipment in the research room is very complete, and there are various scientific books inside. I don't know much, but I can follow the instructions in the books to make it. Additionally, we collect supplies outside every day, right? I can ask Lin Yu to bring back some pesticides. Analyzing the components and replicating something similar shouldn't be too difficult. If this can be achieved, our shelter can form a preliminary self-circulation system, realizing a basic closed-loop structure for food, water, and waste treatment. Of course, I still need to manufacture the raw materials for the pesticides. After all, I can't create something out of nothing. Liya spread her hands, looking innocent. Su Yi found her appearance increasingly endearing, wanting nothing more than to hug her and give her a kiss. Talent, all of you are talented. Su Yi laughed heartily. All right, I'll inform Lin Yu about this. Xiaozi, you should be able to handle the fertilization issue with waste, right? Of course. Jiang Xiaozi nodded, smiling. The personnel in the shelter are sufficient, and I've been pondering over how to handle everyone's waste if the city's underground system collapses. It seems we don't need to worry too much now. Done. It's settled. Su Yi clapped his hands, and the two women began to execute the orders. Just as Liya stood up and prepared to leave, Su Yi seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, Liya, I remember I haven't assigned you any new research project tasks lately. Why are you still hanging around the research room every day? Initially, Su Yi had assigned Liya 2 technological projects: enhancement of research and exploration capabilities and waste treatment center. The former is about improving exploration benefits, while the latter is a complete automatic waste processing system for the shelter. These 2 technological projects had long been completed, yet Liya still spent day and night in the research room, rarely going out. Well, there's nothing else to do. Liya shrugged. If I'm idle, I just read books inside. The research room has a lot of useful knowledge, and I'm thinking that if I can learn more, it might help the boss more. Well, not bad. Su Yi's smile widened. Good, very self-motivated. You're quite ambitious. Hurry up. I'm off, boss. Liya waved her hand and skipped out of the room. Look at how wonderful a girl she is. No tasks, yet still striving for self-improvement, making ample preparations for the next research task, constantly enhancing herself. She's simply too self-motivated, truly a prodigy of innate diligence. After the 2 women departed, Su Yi lapsed once more into prolonged idleness. Truth be told, he suddenly realized that the immense boon granted by his recent talent reward was but a fleeting interlude in his long, monotonous existence. What does it matter if supplies keep increasing? What does it matter if people grow ever more capable? I remain. Su Yi reclined again upon the bench, eyes half closed, swaying gently as he hummed a nameless, languid tune. Ah, how blissful! If squandering time is a sin, then I must already be steeped in unfathomable transgression. Murmuring softly, he drifted drowsily back to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, night had fallen. From downstairs rose the cheerful, chattering voices of women punctuated by light laughter. Sui descended for a moment and observed Jiang Xiaozi guiding the women through the first phase of a full building cleanup. They now gathered together chatting and savoring a quiet, warm interlude. According to Jiang Xiaozi's plan, the women were assigned accommodations based on their original residences, but all improvement and cleaning tasks across the building were organized into small working groups. Moreover, beginning tonight, at least 3 women would rotate nightly guard duty. Their task required no strenuous effort, only ensuring the safety of the building's main entrance and standing atop the roof to scan the surrounding area for any approaching figures. Should anything unusual be detected, they were to notify Lin Yu immediately. So long as Lin Yu could respond to intruders without delay, the situation remained under control. Under Jiang Xiaozi's meticulous coordination, the entire residential building had smoothly settled into an orderly rhythm of development. Sui refrained from interrupting the women's joyful gathering. Silently ascending once more, he retrieved the set of xiangqi pieces Jiang Xiaozi had prepared for him and began playing against himself. A leader must comport himself like one. Spending all day reading manga is hardly appropriate. A game of xiangqi refines the spirit. Sui stroked his chin, then sighed. Truthfully, he had exhausted his manga collection, many volumes already reread several times, and with no electricity, conventional pastimes were impossible. This path forward truly grows tedious. I must devise a way, accumulate more survival points swiftly so Leah can accelerate her research on the power grid technology project. Sui murmured. Then I'll secure a high-end computer and load 700 expansive single-player games. Play straight through the night without blinking. When weary, I'll sleep cradled in Xiaozi's arms, awaken to eat, finish eating, and play anew. HSS. What exquisite bliss this life promises. Sui reflected, were his parents present, they might scold him twice for neglecting his duties. Yet he believed this was the apocalypse. What truly constituted duty anymore? To simply survive and thrive ever more securely, that alone sufficed. What meaning remained if even survival brought no joy? Sui harbored no grand ambitions nor selfless devotion to saving humanity. He sought only to live well, to fortify his shelter until it stood impregnable, a sanctuary unshaken even should heaven shatter and earth collapse. As Sui luxuriated in visions of this serene future, the enigmatic voice, long silent, resounded once more in his ear. Warning, all in-game survivors take heed. An essential update to the in-game protocol follows. Sui stiffened, his expression hardening instantly, his mind racing with surprise. This mysterious voice had surfaced only once, on the first day of the apocalypse, and had since fallen utterly silent, its sole function thereafter being to deliver basic interface prompts guiding survivors in operating their shelters. Its sudden return seemed to herald some momentous event. Simultaneously across every corner of the globe, all humanity paused whatever they were doing, holding their breath in hushed, tense anticipation. After a brief pause, the voice echoed with crystalline clarity into every human ear. Global broadcast initiated. The endgame has now reached its 7th day, activating the War Apocalypse module, the Trial of Tribes. At the onset of the apocalypse, all globally militarized personnel and politically affiliated groups have been temporarily suspended and frozen, removed entirely from Earth's reality. The War Apocalypse scenario environment has been fully constructed. Militarized personnel from all nations will now be deployed into their respective scenario worlds. Sui held his breath, listening intently, his brow furrowing deeply as he parsed each word's implication. A war apocalypse scenario. So that's why we've seen no soldiers, police, or officials. Their presence was suspended. Now, is it their turn to enter the stage? Though judging by this, it seems they cannot yet return to Earth. Sui murmured. Before he could formulate further conclusions, the voice sounded again. Nationwide broadcast for Huaxiao region initiated. In 1 hour, a national endgame poll will commence. Vote topic: determine the difficulty level of the war scenario confronting your nation's militarized personnel. Higher difficulty yields richer rewards for voters upon victory, and randomized survival supplies will be distributed immediately after voting concludes, scaled precisely to the chosen difficulty. Only one active endgame war may occur per nation per month. Should your nation lose a war, 1/10 of its total population will be randomly erased. Simultaneously, a substantial reinforcement bonus will be awarded for the next war. Should the erasure protocol be withheld following defeat, a severe weakening penalty will afflict the subsequent war. Prior to war commencement, personnel within the war scenario world may transmit limited messages, no more than 10 characters, to guide national voting. Mutual acknowledgement required. 1. Life is singular. Choose your war scenario's difficulty with utmost gravity. 2. War scenarios profoundly influence regional survival conditions. Even localized setbacks may trigger secondary apocalyptic disasters within your homeland. 3. The war scenario world and Earth's in-game reality are non-communicative. Should all militarized personnel from your nation perish within the scenario, your nation forfeits eligibility for the next war, but Earthbound survivors remain unharmed. Conversely, Earth's fate bears no direct consequence on the scenario world. 4. During wartime, domestic survivors may observe real-time developments of their nation's war or expend survival points to access comprehensive battlefield intelligence. 5. While engaged in the in-game war, militarized personnel may monitor survivor counts and survival conditions on Earth, and upon winning a minor engagement may elect either demand or grant. Demand, leveraging victory, forcibly requisition specified or randomized resources, items, or artifacts from domestic survivors. One additional demand may be exercised before the inaugural battle. Grant, leveraging victory, forcibly bestow specified or randomized resources, items, or artifacts upon domestic survivors. One additional grant may be exercised before the inaugural battle. 1 hour preparation interval commences now. Both parties prepare accordingly. Shall you choose to survive, or shall they? I eagerly await your decision. As the voice faded into silence, He stood motionless, speechless. He understood completely. The end game was not salvation. It was a cruel, calculated spectacle staged for humanity's torment. Those who had survived thus far might still believe the first heat wave apocalypse tolerable. If one mastered cooling techniques, death could be avoided indeed. With a favorable shelter, talent, life might even flourish. But tonight's proclamation shattered that illusion, revealing at last the endgame's merciless core. All globally militarized personnel had been transported into a separate apocalypse scenario world, there to fulfill their solemn duty, endure the crucible of apocalyptic warfare. Non-military survivors endured wave after wave of escalating disasters upon Earth. Military survivors waged relentless campaigns beyond Earth's skies. Casualties, on either side, meant absolute, irreversible death. Yet if this were all, the two factions would merely inhabit divergent realms of survival, separate parallel struggles. The removal of technology and abduction of soldiers might simply heighten the apocalypse's brutality. The true horror lay in the entity's manipulation of the human heart, binding two severed worlds through mutual devastating influence. Earthbound survivors wield the power to vote, determining the war difficulty faced by their nation's soldiers. Crave comfort for yourself. Then condemn your soldiers to the highest tier war, and claim immediate survival supplies as your reward. Soldiers fighting desperately in their scenario world, desperate to win the next war and live. They may demand resources from their own people, plundering fellow citizens to strengthen their own chances of survival. Of course, they may also choose restraint, provided they withstand mounting existential pressure, facing ever greater, ever more oppressive crises of life and death. This is the truth of the endgame. He whispered, his palms trembling faintly. No one holds absolute dominion over their fate, not even those blessed with exceptional talents, for our destinies are irrevocably entwined. The human heart is inscrutable. This trial tests not only humanity's resilience against external chaos, but subjects every soul on Earth to an unflinching moral reckoning. Only now did He grasp the truth. For the past week, the endgame had offered only a deceptively gentle prologue. Heat waves, urban anarchy, marauding gangs, resource scarcity. These were mere appetizers, scarcely qualifying as true apocalypse. Humanity would soon adapt, resolve, or overcome them, then resume the quiet rhythms of peace. Is this the apocalypse? No. The genuine apocalypse begins now, ushered in by humanity itself deciding its own fate amid the raw struggle between life and death. Betrayal or sacrifice. Each choice rests solely in human hands. He fell into a long silence. He had come to understand one thing: the apocalypse had only truly begun. No one could escape the disaster, everyone was unable to control their own fate. This was a threat brought upon by humanity itself, far exceeding any natural calamity. I'm afraid I can't do anything at all, at least not right now. All I can do is wait. He took a deep breath and opened the city chat channel that he hadn't accessed in a long time. The city chat channel, which had been filled with various rescue messages and desperate complaints, suddenly erupted. All the survivors still alive in the city heard the relevant notification and learned about the apocalypse war instance. Damn it. I was wondering why the soldiers were missing, or it turns out they were all temporarily taken away by that dog thing. I struggled for a week drinking my own urine. I gnawed on moldy, rotten food for a week. I was waiting for the country to rescue me, only to be told now that the country couldn't save me. What are they going to force us to fight in some apocalypse war? Stop it. While the apocalypse is happening, I gathered a huge pile of gold, jewels, and cash, just waiting for the country to stabilize the apocalypse, and then it'll make a killing. And now you come to me with this. The people in the city were in despair, with the first to collapse being those survivors who believed the apocalypse era would settle down quickly. It's not surprising that these people are naive. After all, given the national conditions of Huaxiao, what apocalypse is there to joke about? My army will enter the city and resolve it in no time. What natural disasters and man-made calamities can't be dealt with? A nation that has survived for 5,000 years cannot be toppled by such trivial difficulties. Do you really think that just a few zombies will cause a ruckus? A little flood, and the whole country collapses. It's not that we are overconfident, it's simply that these things present no challenge. But now things have changed, everyone has lost their confidence. The mysterious presence seemed to have mind-reading abilities, as if it knew what Huaxiao people's trump cards were, and directly took them away. Hey, you no longer have your cards, oh, just continue playing the apocalypse game. One play, and no one says a word. The Huaxiao people are a unique nation of heroes protecting mortals. Now that the heroes have been taken away, all that remains are mere mortals. Isn't this deliberately causing trouble? But if it were that simple, it wouldn't be a catastrophic beginning. After all, new heroes can also arise. The mysterious existence seemed to have anticipated this and immediately introduced a mechanism for dual-world coexistence in apocalypse survival. Soldiers fight the apocalypse war in another world, while ordinary people experience rotating apocalyptic disasters on Earth. This move is too cunning. It's like pulling the rug from under us. Survivors in the chat channel cursed loudly. Let them fight their wars, or why drag us down with them? This whole mechanism looks complicated, but the underlying message is just two words: internal conflict. It wants us to fight amongst ourselves to vote for the highest difficulty wars for the soldiers, while the soldiers continually draw our resources to ensure their next victory. After this round of operations, if one side doesn't trust the other, they will face the soldiers fighting the highest difficulty wars every day. We will just be left to starve and die. Even those survivors who didn't quite understand the mechanism began to realize the severity of the situation after seeing the relevant explanations. This isn't about sowing discord between one or two people. The mysterious presence is toying with all of humanity. It forcibly divides humanity into two camps, making them send each other to hell. What do we do then? How should we vote later? Lowest difficulty, after all, don't forget there is a wipe mechanism. If we lose, any of us could die. Highest difficulty. I trust our soldiers. I want resources. Been dying of thirst. If I don't get something to drink soon, I won't even survive to see the day I get wiped out. Damn it, even the officials have been taken away. There isn't even a leader. Who should we listen to? Why don't we compromise and choose a medium difficulty? Actually, I don't have much water left to drink. What are we even discussing? Right now, we don't even know how many difficulty levels there are to vote on, and besides, it's not just us in this city deciding. There are so many places nationwide. I have a feeling I might die. That apocalypse war doesn't sound too easy. And it hasn't mentioned when it will stop. Does it mean we'll have to keep fighting endlessly? In that case, knowing they can't return, will they prioritize ensuring their own survival? The entire chat channel was in chaos. People were discussing animatedly, with some attempting to restore order vocally, but it was all in vain. At such a moment, only the presence of high-ranking officials or military personnel could quell the chaos and earn the trust of the public. Aside from that, no one would listen to anyone else. Oh, why should we listen to you? Su-yi understood this well, and silently observed as the chaos in the city continued to escalate. Perhaps this is what the mysterious existence wants to see. Just a few words have thrown the surviving people into chaos, breeding more despair for the future. It simply wants to toy with us. Su-yi sighed deeply. There were many survivors like him who no one knew what others were thinking, and even everyone was unsure whether the taken soldiers still held on to their usual principles and convictions. After all, this is not a time of peace, nor is it a time for wars between human beings on Earth. This is the apocalypse, a cruel game manipulated by a mysterious presence. The voting phase begins now. Before the voting phase, guiding messages from our country's apocalypse war will be. The specific content of the guiding message is as follows. A new prompt appeared before everyone, a special red dialog box that slowly faded into view at the last line. It was the guiding message, consisting of just 10 simple words. Choose the highest difficulty. Trust the People's Liberation Army. In an instant, the entire city fell silent, devoid of noise and complaints. Everyone stared blankly at the line of text before them. Those short 10 words stirred a surge of blood and brought a slight urge to tears. No hint of reservation, no fear, only firm persuasion, without us having to question the possible outcomes. These simple 10 words were etched into the eyes of every Huaxia survivor. So intensely passionate. Is it because the higher the difficulty, the more survival resources we receive? Su-yi murmured this was the only answer he could think of. There is no other reason. It is simply to rescue the people. Though we are not on Earth anymore, we still must do our utmost to save the people across the nation. For sacrificing for the people is the essence of every Huaxiao soldier, the most solid foundation of their great belief. You all are a bit too straightforward. Su Yi forced a smile, raising his hand to touch the moisture on his cheek. But I truly was moved. Su Yi took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, for he saw new prompt information appearing before his eyes. The guiding information has been announced. The online voting will continue now. The choices for the first round of our country's Apocalypse War difficulty are as follows: single choice F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, S level. The difficulty increases in order. Starting from the D level, survivors in the country can obtain basic survival resources, and for each increase in difficulty, the resource rewards will double. The theme type of this Apocalypse War is Bloody Battle. War scene: random city map environment within duration 21 days. Victory condition: annihilate the enemy. Defeat condition: our side is wiped out or time runs out. The number of participating soldiers is limited to 100 without carrying any war equipment, and must eliminate 100 frenzied demons within a month. Frenzied demons: monsters from the Apocalypse War world, humanoid in form, 3 meters tall, with double the speed and strength of humans, possessing biological characteristics such as rapid healing, disease infection, low altitude flight, and advanced intelligence. Starting from D level, for every increase in difficulty, the number of frenzied demons doubles, with a maximum of 160 at S level. Voting begins now. Voting time is 1 hour. A failure to vote within the time limit will be considered a choice of D level difficulty. At the bottom of the latest information, an image of a frenzied demon was displayed. It was a humanoid monster with red skin, a massive physique, and strong muscles, clad in heavy armor, holding sharp, cold weapons. Su Yi silently examined the image of the monster, easily analyzing several key pieces of 1. The monsters wear armor and wield weapons, indicating they possess the intelligence to manufacture and use tools, possibly at a level comparable to that of normal humans. 2. Standing 3 meters tall, nearly twice that of a normal human, almost the height of a floor, they completely overpower human soldiers in strength and speed. 3. With human soldiers entering unarmed, it would be nearly impossible to defeat such a monster without weapons. Even 10 against 1 would be difficult, especially since the monster can fly. If even I can analyze this, I believe those far away in the war instance world should also know how dangerous this creature is. Don't even mention fighting 160, even defeating 100 would be an extremely challenging task. Su Yi took a deep breath, silently selecting his voting choice. F level, the lowest difficulty. I don't doubt you, I just don't want it to be too hard for you. I can forego these resource rewards. Su Yi looked at the reward information for F level. Successfully choosing this difficulty will reduce the enemy's numbers by 50, allowing humans to use corresponding weapons equipment not exceeding the number of participating soldiers. However, simultaneously, the war resource rewards for survivors on Earth after winning at this difficulty will be reduced to 20% of the basic rewards. This was Su Yi's reason for choosing F level. From the prompt, it could be inferred that various military technologies on Earth should have been forcibly taken with the soldiers. Thus, in recent days, the market has been selling only items like handguns, with very few assault rifles or submachine guns visible, and there are hardly any grenades. If tanks and planes had also gone, bringing them along would likely increase the odds of winning right. But I doubt many will choose this difficulty. Su Yi smiled bitterly, knowing he was engaging in a futile effort. F-level difficulty was simply unappealing. Not only did it offer no resource rewards, but even victory would yield little benefit. Across the nation, there were hardly any like Su Yi who had no worries about food and drink. Most survivors were still struggling with basic survival needs. Lacking food, lacking water, lacking means to withstand the heat. These are the most fatal things. Who could afford to give up life-saving resources in a life-or-death scenario, handing over the hope of survival to the soldiers from their own country in another world who they didn't even know would return? At the very least, I can be true to my conscience. Su Yi closed the voting interface, sitting silently in the darkness, waiting for the final voting result. During this long time, Su Yi thought about many things. The only help I can provide them is my meager voting. No matter if they can win or not, I must first ensure my own safety. The apocalypse rotation mechanism hasn't disappeared. Now there's an additional apocalypse war mechanism. This means I have to ensure I survive amidst the continually rotating apocalypse disasters and hope for good luck to avoid being on the random wipe list. Su Yi frowned, feeling immense pressure at this moment. This is really hard. I need to think of a way to at least ensure my own survival without the risk of dying. Su Yi was deep in thought when he was suddenly interrupted by the information that appeared before him. He looked up and saw that the voting results were out. Let me see, it should be D level. A B level is also possible. It can't really be S level, right? Su Yi looked up and was immediately stunned. He saw the answer. The difficulty for the first round of our country's apocalypse war F level. Damn! Su Yi leapt to his feet in shock. It's actually rank F. So the hearts of the Chinese people really are that pure. What on earth was this about? Rampaging thugs now roamed the streets unchecked. Yet the apocalyptic war voting had yielded a rank F result. Wait, where were those thugs? Don't you all need supplies? Or is it that having indulged in lawlessness during the apocalypse, you suddenly awaken to righteousness when national survival hangs in the balance? So you've truly become chivalrous outlaws. Su-Yi felt utterly bewildered. Reality struck him as surreal. Perhaps his understanding of his own people had been too narrow, too superficial. Su-Yi wasn't the only one baffled. The city's chat channel erupted in chaos. Rank F. Wait, didn't we just agree to vote for Rank C? We said we'd each take some survival supplies. Damn it, we've been duped. I'm the only one who voted Rank S. I'm the only one who truly heeded the nation's call. You're all plotting rebellion. Huh, you don't even trust the People's Liberation Army. With this Rank F difficulty vote, even our brave soldiers would be left speechless. Soldier brothers, I'm Earth's celestial envoy, but back home my own people demand I tackle the easiest challenge. Oh, so just moments ago you were wailing you'd die of thirst, and this is your answer. Would you rather die of thirst than vote Rank F? That's not quite fair. I checked the exact vote counts. Rank F led by a mere 83 votes, a razor-thin margin. Rank B came second. I've tragically missed out on Rank B supply rewards. So, you voted Rank B. I recall you saying you were seconds from dehydration. Are you Rank B or Rank S? I voted Rank F, thank you very much. After all, my life is cheap and may as well let our soldier brothers live a few days longer. Damn, brother, send me your coordinates. I'll deliver supplies right away. Survivors across the city channel shouted in stunned disbelief, momentarily shifting their focus away from the suffocating dread of the apocalypse. All survivors nationwide watched the vote results with bated breath, even cross-referencing raw voting data with meticulous scrutiny. Top vote Rank F. Second place, Rank B. Third place, Rank D. Fourth place, only these four ranks pulled far ahead in the tally. Rank B and Rank D were easy to understand. Though people sympathized deeply with the soldiers, they also desperately needed supplies to survive. Rank S was equally unsurprising. After all, the state had instructed them to choose it. Blind faith in the nation, plain and simple. But no one, absolutely no one, had foreseen Rank F taking first place. Perhaps many share the same thought as I do. Su-Yi murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. I merely cast my vote on principle, just to honor my conscience. And then, well damn. It turns out everyone wanted to honor their conscience. The Chinese people are truly extraordinary to produce this outcome of all things. Su-Yi had to admit, like himself, many had never truly grasped the depth of their own nation. And thus reality birthed miracles so astonishing, even its own people refused to believe them. Overjoyed, Su-Yi burned with the urge to share. He promptly contacted Jiang Shaozi and recounted the entire incident. With her innate brilliance, Jiang Shaozi quickly deduced the underlying rationale. Master, there's no need for such astonishment. The wisdom of the Chinese people has always resided among the masses, especially today when enlightenment has long taken root and the truth that both land and people must endure is universally understood. Leaving aside whether the military still stands a chance of returning, the very mechanism of the apocalyptic war dictates that favoring soldiers is favoring oneself. Letting soldiers win at minimal cost unlocks the Grant operation, delivering vital survival supply to avoid provoking public anger, and thereby triggering higher difficulty votes next time. The military will naturally refrain from initiating the demand operation. Once even a modest foundation of mutual trust exists between civilians and soldiers, symbiotic support becomes inevitable. Even if separated by vast distances, they remain spiritually aligned, watching over one another. Jiang Shaozi's analysis was sound, but Su-Yi suspected ordinary citizens hadn't deliberated so intricately. By the way, Shaozi, do you know the PLA's founding principle? Master, I've only recently arrived. I'm still unfamiliar with it. Jiang Shaozi spoke humbly. Is there some nuance I've missed? Is my analysis perhaps flawed? It's perfectly logical, but perhaps the people simply didn't think it through. Su-Yi stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. Before PLA stands the word people. It is the people's army, its sacred creed to safeguard the lives and interests of the people. Tell me, would ordinary citizens truly allow such an army to wage a devastating bloody war? Jiang Shaozi paused, then offered a gentle smile. Perhaps they are soldiers like Lin Yu. No, Lin. Just as Su-Yi prepared to continue, a new notification shimmered into view. Congratulations. Your nation's military has elected to activate the pre-war special operational privilege, the Grant module. All survivors within national borders shall now receive randomized gifts from the military. Congratulations. You have received the following randomized gift: Rank D water purifier. Rank D water purifier converts non-potable water into safe drinking water. Maximum capacity, 200 liters per day. As the notification faded, golden light flared before Sui. When it dissipated, a towering water purification unit, over a meter tall, stood before him. This device bore no resemblance to any known human technology. Its description made the distinction crystal clear. It purified non-potable water, implying universality. It imposed no restrictions on water source, potentially purifying any aqueous substance. Truly miraculous, Jiang Xiaozi whispered, blinking her luminous eyes in quiet awe. She marveled at the object's spontaneous manifestation, while Sui was astonished the state had dispatched rewards so swiftly. Before the first apocalyptic battle, every nation's military held one exclusive pre-war privilege: either demand or grant. They could either demand civilian participation to boost battlefield odds, or grant randomized survival supplies to the populace. China's military chose grant without hesitation, and executed it almost instantly after the vote concluded, racing against time lest a single citizen perish in the apocalypse's earliest hours. A water purifier. I've drawn exceptional luck. Sui ran his hands over the massive unit. A small instruction manual adhered to its side, outlining basic operation and safety notes. Excellent. With the greenhouse shelter secured, and now the purifier acquired, I could truly hunker down until the end of days. An ice chest doubled as both air conditioner and chilled water dispenser. The shelter's defensive armament remained formidable. And Liya, the relentless research prodigy, could continually upgrade its structural resilience. What do I lack now? Perhaps, genuinely, just some recreational amenities. Sui mused. Tomorrow's reward won't actually deliver entertainment gear to soothe my spirit, will it? Sui opened the city chat channel. Everyone buzzed with delight, sharing stories of their national gifts. The miraculous bread tree produces 6 loaves daily. 3 satisfy full nutritional and hydration needs for 24 hours. I'm spiraling upward in reverence for the PLA. Got anything better than this? The sourceless air conditioner. No power cord needed, just switch it on. Cooling, heating, and even a hibernation mode, reducing metabolic consumption without inducing true hibernation. Seriously, am I cursed? I got a weapon, a self-charging laser dagger. What good is that? Just give me food. I scanned everyone's gifts. Seems like each reward matches what its recipient most urgently lacked. This mechanism is surprisingly fair, no absurd gimmicks. That mysterious entity clearly operates with integrity. You're all acting like starstruck fools, who shouldn't expect this. Who are they? The People's Liberation Army. Their choice of grant is absolute, instinctive, and unwavering. Always will be. No deliberation required. Huh, what do you mean? There'll be more rewards. It's the apocalypse. We're still being protected daily by the PLA. This makes me feel like a blissfully useless little creature. Honestly, I still hope they return. This world is dangerously unstable. I dare not step outside. Every day, I see corpses strewn about. Sigh. Across the chat channel, survivors shared jubilant updates, and many proudly displayed photos of their gift. The atmosphere echoed a gacha game's thrill, 10 consecutive polls then comparing whose loot was most auspicious. Yet everyone knew precisely who granted them this fragile joy. This wave of aid will likely slash tomorrow's national fatality count dramatically. Sui murmured, strategically speaking, the grant operation proves immensely effective, directly fulfilling the population's most immediate survival needs. This reward system resembles my own ability, but while I receive gifts daily, others must await the soldier's victory. As Sui analyzed, a dialogue box flickered before him. Operation complete. The apocalyptic war has commenced. Survivors may monitor their nation's general wartime progress in real time via the shelter data interface, or expend survival points for detailed battlefield intelligence. Survivors may monitor their nation's general wartime progress in real time via the shelter data interface, or expend survival points for detailed battlefield intelligence. The apocalyptic war had begun. How fared the front lines? Could the PLA, facing those grotesquely monstrous entities, possibly prevail? Sui felt no certainty. He trusted the People's Liberation Army, but humanity knew nothing of the monsters. In the first engagement, anything could happen. Yet beyond battlefield outcomes, Sui sensed deeper significance in those 2 terse notifications. If the shelter data interface already reveals the war's broad trajectory without cost, why emphasize the option to spend survival points for granular intelligence? That seems redundant. Deeper knowledge wouldn't alter the war's course, so what purpose does it serve? Sui murmured softly. Then a spark ignited in his mind. Every clue from that enigmatic entity has proven purposeful. It would never introduce a feature devoid of meaning. Think carefully. Is this message truly so straightforward? Could it herald that Earth's survivors can influence the apocalyptic war's outcome by spending survival points? Sir, what are you pondering? Jiang Xiaozi lifted her head, watching Sui lost in thought. Curiously, she asked, is there something wrong with this machine? Jiang Shaozi had already deduced the machine's function and operation, as she could not understand why Su Yi had not yet ordered her to install and put it to use. This behemoth could provide the shelter with the most stable source of drinking water. I am merely contemplating one matter, a possibility that has not yet manifested. Su Yi inhaled deeply and recounted the on-screen prompts and his conjecture to Jiang Shaozi. Do you think my speculation could be plausible? Your hypothesis is very astute. It is something that will inevitably occur. Jiang Shaozi offered no hesitation. She judged instantly and pointed to the crux. As you say, that mysterious presence has made no superfluous moves. Its very lack of extraneous action suggests intent behind the oddities of its behavior. I have been thinking, if the mechanism of the Doomsday War is a test, it would not present only a merciless choice. Mere provocation and exploitation are not examinations. Offering more opportunities and choices better suits the mindset of a higher entity and better displays absolute dominion. I cannot fathom its level or the magnitude of power it wields. I only feel, if I stood before a colony of ants and wished to test them, I would give them a way out. If my sole aim were to exterminate ants, I would simply pour a kettle of boiling water. No grand design. Jiang Shaozi paused, smiling. Therefore, your conjecture is entirely correct. Though we cannot predict when this new mechanism will appear, we can be nearly certain that we will have some capacity to influence the Doomsday War. Of course, that influence may not only bolster our own forces, it could also be used to undermine them. I think that is the true fairness born of more choices, the genuine clash of human virtue and vice. Jiang Shaozi's concurrence relieved Su Yi. It seemed he had not overthought it. If another astute mind reached the same conclusion, the likelihood of its truth increased. Then other clever people will surely think of this as well. Once many understand it, survival points will grow in significance. Whether to aid the soldiers or to weaken them, everyone with designs will schematically seek to obtain more survival. Su Yi murmured, Shaozi, we must act quickly. We must keep pace and find ways to acquire more points. Gaining more survival points would not only improve the shelter's living conditions, but also influence the soldiers embroiled in the Doomsday War. Su Yi cared more about the latter. At present, he felt little immediate threat to his own survival. The only direct danger was the random annihilation that might follow failure in the Doomsday War. Though soldiers would unlikely choose such an option, the mere existence of that punishment mechanism made the possibility of a forced extermination no longer unthinkable. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. If the soldiers were to suffer several defeats and some compulsory annihilation were imposed and misfortune befell him, he dared not gamble. That would be ruinous. You speak truly. Jiang Shaozi nodded and asked, shall I send Lin Yu back out to scavenge for supplies? Scavenging was secondary. The survival points awarded after such missions were the real prize. No, wait a while. Those 10 or 20-point gains are not worth rushing. Su Yi waved his hand. Whether building the shelter or supporting the Doomsday War, the points required will not be trivial. Ordinary means simply will not accumulate them. We must resort to extraordinary measures. A peculiar gleam flickered in Su Yi's eyes. At that moment, a subtle shift occurred within him. Jiang Shaozi, perceptive as ever, felt the slight change and lowered her head, uttering a single phrase. Xiaobai Xiong shelter. Su Yi fell silent. After a long pause, he arched an eyebrow. Do you mean you hope I emulate Xiaobai Xiong shelter? No. Jiang Shaozi shook her head and smiled. So you told me Xiaobai Xiong shelter holds the most survival points in the city, and destroying a shelter allows one to inherit its unused points. So sir, why not rid the world of that menace? Late at night, Su Yi lay awake, staring out the window in the dark with bright, unblinking eyes. Beside him, Jiang Shaozi slept soundly. After arranging the water purifier and the night watch, she had naturally lain down beside Su Yi and fallen asleep under the same blanket. Neither of them had resisted this arrangement. It seemed an unspoken accord between them. Su Yi could feel the warmth of her body beside him, undraped yet tender. Yet Su Yi harbored no carnal thoughts and could not bring himself to sleep. He pondered Jiang Shaozi's advice. Being proactive and punishing villains is not an unappealing notion. But I only have one Lin Yu right now. Su Yi calculated silently. No matter how he looked at it, he did not believe Lin Yu alone could take on Xiaobai Xiong shelter. That group was led by the top-ranked figure. Their innate abilities must be considerable. Su Yi even suspected their talent might far exceed his own. Otherwise, how could they have destroyed so many shelters within days? One Lin Yu could not possibly prevail. Yet Jiang Shaozi's proposal could not be wholly dismissed. After all, enmity already bound the two sides. Even if they could not find Su Yi now, that did not mean they would never find him. I must settle them while I remain in the shadows. To wait until they come to avenge me would be sheer folly. But if I wish to quickly raise the shelter's combat capability, the best method is to leverage my own talent. How can I use it so that the talent rewards repeatedly yield the kinds of bonuses I desire? Su Yi mused, talent rewards are my most pressing need. Yet the shelter's present strength is not bad for a level 1 refuge. Perhaps strength is not the most urgent deficiency. But could I recalibrate priorities? If I increase food and drinking water far beyond current combat needs, would the system perceive a shortfall in military strength? Does the talent rewards current greatest need obey the wooden bucket theory? Unconsciously, Sue-E thought through the night. When he finally regained awareness, dawn had already grayed the sky. He realized he had not slept at all, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Rest a while. Mastering the talent mechanism will not come overnight. Heavy with sleep, Sue-E closed his eyes only to be awakened by Jiang Shao's gentle voice at his ear. Sir, it is time to rise. It is already past 11. Sue-E opened his eyes wearily and rubbed his throbbing head. Jiang Shaozi asked softly, Sir, did you not sleep well last night? My mind raced all night. Sue-E sighed. Shaozi, tell me, how can we raise the shelter's combat power? Establish a self-sustaining supply system, grow the population, train an army from it, and research weaponry and equipment. Jiang Shaozi answered without hesitation, forge an army loyal to you, sir, and you need fear no threat. Forge an army. Sue-E was taken aback and looked at Jiang Shaozi. Suddenly he asked, have you always planned this? Was persuading me to accept those women part of the design? Sir. Jiang Shaozi did not refute him. She lowered her head and explained softly, I understand women better than men. I am more confident training them. I grow curious about your past. Did you truly train female soldiers? Sue-E appraised her and probed, may I ask if the question is not impolite? Director of Special Forces Training for Station Landlords. Jiang Shaozi did not withhold. She elaborated for Sue-E that position was roughly the role of a special soldier trainer during the world's resistance era, responsible for covert missions and serving as the superiors to those operatives. Covert missions. Damn, underground organizations. Operatives. Spies. Sue-E widened his eyes. You trained spies? Well, in a manner of speaking. Jiang Shaozi smiled and nodded. No wonder she was in a great talent, and no wonder she had urged him to take in those women. She possessed such skills. Skilled in management, brilliant in strategy, adept at training operatives. She was nearly omnipotent. Sue-E was delighted, but he quickly realized this alone could not resolve his immediate dilemma. Shaozi, you are formidable, but all right, what I need is a rapid increase in the shelter's combat power. Your approach suits long-term development. In the short term, if danger strikes, we will still have to rely on Linyu. Sue-E understood all too well that no matter how capable Jiang Shaozi was, she could not instantly convert that group of women into warriors. It would take time. Jiang Shaozi understood, as well as she bowed her head and whispered, Sir, until then, I will do my utmost to ensure the shelter's safety. I will not let us descend into despair. The world is uncertain. First, let us eat. Sue-E sat at the table, and just as he reached for his chopsticks, he remembered the Doomsday War. A night has passed. I wonder how the troops fared in their first battle. How do I check the battle reports? Here. Sue-E opened the shelter interface and found the battlefield module. Selecting it, a cascade of information prompts appeared before him. At 00 tonight, the inaugural Doomsday War commenced. Our national forces entered the field. 030, our troops secured information on the battlefield city and sent scouts to collect enemy intelligence. 0130 saw the first large-scale skirmish. Our forces, sacrificing 569 drones, completed a strategic deployment that lured the enemy into an ambush. 0140, the first round of bombardment began. The Hong 6 executed its mission, achieving the war objective, collapsing urban structures and burying 525 frenzied monsters. 0210 18J, 20 fighters launched in concert to suppress the monsters' low-altitude flight capabilities and to thwart their attempts to surge out of the ruined city. 0230 Dongfeng, 15 missiles commenced clustered bombardment, a barrage that continued for 2 hours. 0430 drones entered the ruins and confirmed 506 enemy corpses. Some remnants are suspected to have fled. 0526 Command confirmed that another heavy composite brigade successfully delayed over 200 frenzied monsters suspected to be enemy scouts. Large-scale monster activity targets were discovered, likely conducting ambushes and support in the wild. 0540 Command launched the Wei-Shi 2D long-range rocket artillery to deliver full coverage saturation strikes on the large-scale monster activity zones. 0620 the barrage ceased, and the results could not be confirmed. The second round of drone feints began, but failed to lure the enemy. 0750 the battlefield entered a period of silence. Sue-E read each entry and turned his mouth involuntarily. Agape. You fired artillery all night. Sue-E was astonished. Where was the fine tradition of our light infantry, renowned for their unmatched prowess? Why has it resorted to the warfare tactics of mighty powers? Upon entering the battlefield, heavy artillery fire erupted for half the night, with both Air Force and infantry launching attacks together. Even scouts are using drones. It seems they aren't sending anyone out, just letting the crazed demons play games with the artillery. Although the description of the war was quite brief, every citizen of Huaxia possessed a keen sense of warfare and fundamental analytical skills. From Sui's observation, it became clear the command center did not want to hide from the crazed demons and did not intend to engage in close combat. Instead, they opted for long-range bombardment time, and again, checking the situation only after the explosions. If they cannot confirm the results of the battle, then they will leave it unconfirmed. Whenever they spot an enemy, it is simply one word: bombard. Humanity. Impossible. The crazed demons should not expect to see any humans. With a battle of such difficulty, if they cannot deliver a stunning performance, it would be a disservice to the love of the people nationwide. I thought that this crazed demon would be difficult to deal with its self-healing disease infections and low-altitude flying. But now it seems like it may not be so hard to defeat. Sui scratched his head, suddenly realizing the meaning of the phrase. In the level difficulty, humans are permitted to use weapons and equipment not exceeding the number of participants in the battle. In Huaxiao, a scale of 1 to 0 soldiers corresponds to the personnel of an army group. Within this structure, there are hardly any weapons in the domestic arsenal that belong to this system. As long as the rules allow, theoretically, even nuclear bombs could be brought in. No. Sui began to seriously suspect that given the frequency with which the troops were firing, nuclear bombs might have already been brought in, just not yet used. Looking further into the war information, he found there were no updates. It's almost noon. How can the silence last this long? Sui pondered, murmuring, could it be? Are they planning to launch a massive strike at once? Hey, this is a war with a time limit of 21 days. There's plenty of time. There's no need for such a quick resolution. From the perspective of level difficulty, the enemy consists of 500 crazed demons. But judging by the damage from this morning's bombardment, the losses of the crazed demons are conservatively estimated to exceed 100, right? At this rate, it really won't take long to finish this. Sui stroked his chin, murmuring, if the battle concludes early, will there be any extra rewards? The war lasts 21 days. Will there be any special arrangements for the remaining time? Will the troops get to go home for a visit? Really, the Earth needs them. At least Huaxia needs them. The entire country is in disarray without anyone in charge. Sui opened the city chat channel while eating. Today, everyone seems to have stopped posting those desperate complaints, and instead they are excitedly discussing the situation of the national battle in the Doomsday War. Perhaps it was because of the support from national supplies yesterday that everyone felt they were no longer in immediate danger. Today, everyone was quite active. I wondered why I couldn't find any powerful weapons after searching several police station traders. So they were all in the hands of our soldiers. What police station traders? That title is just. But indeed, even the police must have gone into the Doomsday War instance. Oh, otherwise, how could some petty criminals occupy the police stations? Who are you calling petty? Do you dare to reveal your location? Honestly, this battle report is thrilling. I was worried all night last night thinking it would be tough, but it turned out to be like this. Great, we are really starting to crush the aliens. By the way, do the crazed demons count as aliens? I don't even have the heart to go out to find food now. I'm just refreshing the battle reports. It's been quiet all morning, and I'm a bit anxious. I think you're not anxious about the troops, but about the country winning quickly to distribute rewards to everyone, right? The confusion of the other survivors was also Sui's confusion. Everyone harbored some unspoken guesses. According to the usual style of the Huaxia government, either they remained silent or they announced something monumental. Just as Sui was pondering what the government planned to do, a new notification suddenly appeared before him. It was today's talent reward. Congratulations. You have triggered a talent reward and received combat talent lottery ticket up to 10. Combat talent lottery ticket, a level special entertainment item consumable. When used, the shelter can obtain 110 random level combat talents. What the hell? Sui's eyes widened in surprise. The joy in his heart was overwhelming. Is it really true that what I think comes true? Today, the combat talent reward just arrived. This is such a pleasant surprise. Based on the level standard of talent experience after leveling up, although the level reward is somewhat lower in tier, this is a special reward. If I'm lucky enough to draw more than one level combat talent, that would be quite a gain. As golden light flashed, a purple lottery ticket appeared in Sui's hand. Sui observed for a moment. Just as he was preparing to use it with excitement, a sudden spark of inspiration struck his mind. Wait, speaking of which, the Doomsday game has never emphasized any mechanism that prohibits talents from using items within the shelter system, right? After all, these are all part of the Doomsday game mechanism. If talents can use this ticket, why not let Linyu use it? Sui repeatedly checked the information of this item, confirming that there were no restrictions against talents using it. Let's give it a try. What if it works? If Linyu can use it, wouldn't that mean she can utilize her good luck buff? Sui suddenly stood up, hurriedly walking out to call Linyu. Commander. Linyu quickly responded, rushing up from downstairs. I was training those girls. Did you need me for something? Such quick military training arrangements. Jiang Xiao CI is really efficient. There's something very important. Su Yi handed over the lottery ticket in his hand and asked seriously, "Can you check if this thing can be used?" Lin Yu examined the lottery ticket carefully, turning it over and over with a puzzled expression. Raising her head, "Commander, how do you use this? What do I need to do?" "Oh no. The talent cannot see the item's data information and cannot see the use operation button. Damn it, it seems we won't be able to enjoy Lin Yu's good luck buff." Su Yi sighed. Just as he was about to retrieve the lottery ticket, he saw Lin Yu pondering and tentatively waving the lottery ticket use. Bang! The lottery ticket suddenly exploded with golden light, startling Lin Yu, who quickly raised her gun to protect Su Yi. Su Yi, on the other hand, widened his eyes watching as this golden light rapidly coalesced around him into 10 golden humanoid figures. Damn, it worked. It really can be used. This thing can actually be triggered by voice control. Su Yi was filled with joy as he grasped Lin Yu's shoulder, signaling her to put away her gun. Then Su Yi looked towards the golden light, his eyes clearly filled with excitement. Lin Yu's luck effect had really taken effect. The 10 clusters of humanoid golden light dissipated in the blink of an eye, revealing 10 tall and robust men. Without exception, they were all dressed in modern military gear, clad in camouflage uniforms, equipped with basic weaponry and combat tools. Comrades. Lin Yu frowned, recognizing that these men like her were Huaxia soldiers, but she did not know them. As the golden light completely faded, the 10 soldiers filled the small room, which was already cramped. They seemed to have anticipated this, all looking towards Su Yi in unison, standing at attention and saluting. "Commander." The male soldiers shouted in unison, their momentum quite impressive, each warrior radiating a fierce aura. Just one glance was enough to tell that their fighting spirit was incredibly strong. Good. You all are amazing." Su Yi smiled widely, his mouth almost unable to close. Damn 10th-level soldiers. What a blood profit. Back when Lin Yu was still at level, her combat power was akin to that of a little superhero with combat skills. Now how could these 10 soldiers before him possibly be inferior to Lin Yu back then? If utilized properly, these 10 along with Lin Yu could form a crushing force against most of the thug gangs in the current apocalyptic situation. As long as the enemy doesn't possess excessively extraordinary shelter abilities, Su Yi could hardly think of any ordinary person who could match so many soldiers from Huaxia. "Well done, Lin Yu." Su Yi patted Lin Yu's shoulder, his eyes filled with appreciation and admiration. "Serving the commander is my duty," Lin Yu respectfully replied, while curiously observing the group of male soldiers. The soldiers stood still, their eyes solely focused on Su Yi, as if they were sculptures waiting for his orders. At this moment, Su Yi was opening the shelter panel to check the soldier's data. Name: Lu Rue. Age: 25 years. Type: Soldier Sniper. Talent: Grade D. Physical Strength: 105. Neural Reaction: 110. Endurance: 108. Mental: Will: 112. Self-Healing Immunity: 107. Talent Characteristics: Stealth Operations. He excels at concealing himself in complex environments, capable of lurking in any intricate terrain and delivering precise strikes on distant enemies. Talent Ability: Precision Shooting. After extensive military training, his shooting accuracy is extremely high, almost hitting the mark every time. Name: Zhang Yi. Age: 24 years. Type: Soldier Scout. Talent: Grade D. Physical Strength: 102. Neural Reaction: 115. Endurance: 105. Mental: Will: 110. Self-Healing Immunity: 106. Talent Characteristics: High-Speed Endurance. His endurance is extremely lasting, with abundant stamina, excelling at quick movement and traversing various terrains. Talent Ability: Enemy Detection. He possesses a keen perception of any hostile units, capable of distinguishing most lurking and disguised enemy units. Name: Liang. Age: 25 years. Type: Soldier Communications Officer. Talent: Grade D. Physical Strength: 103. Neural Reaction: 109. Endurance: 106. Mental: Will: 113. Self-Healing Immunity: 109. Talent Characteristics: Technical Support. He is skilled in using various communication devices and technical means, with a detailed understanding of military communications, capable of establishing and maintaining basic military communication in harsh environments. Talent Ability: Quick Coding. He possesses excellent coding and information capabilities, able to complete complex communication decryption and encryption tasks in a short time. Su Yi roughly reviewed the information of the 10 soldiers and was astonished to find that they all had their own military classifications. When Su Yi recruited Lin Yu, she only had the profession of soldier without a clear military classification. But these 10 soldiers were different. Among them were snipers, scouts, communications officers, assault troops, armored soldiers, aviation troops, and air defense troops, among others. It could almost be said that the variety was comprehensive, covering most common military classifications. Together, these 10 could form a fully functional combat team capable of executing a wide range of military operations. These aren't just simple 10 soldiers. This is a military combat team. The key is their cooperation. Su Yi gasped, feeling that this stroke of luck was a bit exaggerated. So exaggerated that he faintly felt he had lost a bit of lifespan. Of course, there were some shortcomings with these 10 soldiers. Their weapons and equipment were quite basic, with firearms only consisting of different types of handguns and basic military tools suited to their respective roles. For instance, the sniper carried camouflage paint, the scout carried a military telescope, and the communications officer carried a handheld radio. They didn't have much, and while it wouldn't be accurate to say they were completely useless, they certainly didn't constitute the core equipment of their respective roles. For example, the sniper didn't have a sniper rifle, just a small handgun. The communications officer didn't have a radio station, and the scout didn't have a drone. Without their core equipment, these 10 were all simplified versions. It's alright, having people is sufficient. These things can be sorted out gradually later. Su Yi comforted himself. These were all D-level soldiers, but what more could he ask for? If they had arrived fully armed, they probably wouldn't be rated as D-level anymore, as weaponry and equipment could also affect the combat power values of military talents. You just arrived, so you may not be familiar with the situation. Su Yi took a deep breath and looked at the soldiers, raising his hand to point at Lin Yu beside him. This is Lin Yu, the first warrior of the shelter, and she will also be your team leader. Commander. Lin Yu was taken aback, surprised, but was stopped by Su Yi raising his hand. You 10 have a complete array of military classifications, and it's just right to form a combat team. Lin Yu will lead you to defend the shelter and also help you familiarize yourselves with the environment here more quickly. Do you have any objections? Su Yi asked, and sure enough, he heard the soldiers shout in unison. Yes, we have no objections. Very well, this is the Huaxiao military. Absolute obedience to orders. Su Yi was very satisfied. He waved his hand. Lin Yu, take them to find Jiang Xiaozi. There's still time today, and Jiang Xiaozi should arrange some exploration tasks for them. With Jiang Xiaozi's temperament, she certainly wouldn't let so many soldiers sit idle at home. Moreover, with her intelligence, she would definitely arrange the tasks for these soldiers better. After all, she used to work for an underground organization specifically assigning tasks to agents. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu saluted and then waved to the soldiers. Follow me. I'll introduce Jiang Xiaozi. Team leader, can I ask, what does Jiang Xiaozi do? The scout Zhang Yi appeared quite lively, carefully asking while following Lin Yu. Is she a woman? Is she easy to get along with? She's quite easy to get along with, but as for what she does. Lin Yu frowned. Currently, there weren't many positions arranged in the shelter, and everyone's tasks were basically determined by Su Yi, who had delegated this authority to Jiang Xiaozi. If it were to be compared to a military system, Lin Yu pondered, she probably corresponds to our political commissar. The expressions of the male soldiers immediately turned serious, and a faint sense of respect arose in their hearts. This term holds a different significance for soldiers. The excellent traditions of Huaxia soldiers are inseparable from the grassroots work done by political commissars, as well as their exemplary conduct. Today I was rewarded with 10 combat talents, but they lack their own equipment. So tomorrow should I be rewarded with equipment? Su Yi mused happily as he approached the window to look outside. Before long, he saw Jiang Xiaozi walking out of the building with 9 soldiers, and Lin Yu standing in front of the building, giving the soldiers final reminders before watching them leave. Not bad. She even left a soldier to guard the house. Xiaozi is indeed cautious. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, gazing at the departing soldiers. The one left behind seems to be the communications officer Liang. That's also a reasonable arrangement. After all, he only has a walkie-talkie and currently cannot fulfill the role of a communications officer, so he can only serve as an ordinary soldier. Speaking of which, Lin Yu set out with them. All 10 of them should have completed today's 3 dispatch missions, right? Wait, no, that's not right. Su Yi suddenly awakened. There are only 3 dispatch missions each day. Arranging more than 3 people seems unnecessary, right? So why did Xiaozi send out 10 people at once? Su Yi quickly opened the shelter panel to check the status of the dispatch missions. To his shock, he discovered that today's 3 dispatch missions were still in a pending state. Jiang Xiaozi hadn't sent anyone to execute the exploration tasks at all. 10 soldiers capable of forming a tight combat coordination, going out not to explore supplies, but rather hiss. Su Yi's eyes widened. An astonishing guess sprang to his mind. They are going to kill. Destroying the shelter will yield survival points. Xiaozi surely looks down on the meager points from dispatch missions. She wants to earn more points for me. Damn. This woman truly deserves to be the head of the agents. She just took command and is ready to send. Su Yi could only speculate, still uncertain. Just as he was about to call Jiang Xiaozi for inquiry, he heard her footsteps ascending the stairs. Before long, Jiang Xiaozi pushed the door open and entered. Sir, her gentle voice resonated behind Su Yi as he turned around and pointed towards the window. He remained silent, but the astute Jiang Xiaozi knew what he was about to ask and proactively said, I have already assigned tasks to the new warriors. Initially, when Lin Yu came to see me, I indeed thought about assigning the warriors to carry out supply collection missions. Considering your concerns and the shelter's lack of points, I decided against it. Jiang Shaozi paused for a moment, lowering her head, and said, I have issued new combat missions to them, instructing them to collect more survival points. She articulated her words delicately, not directly mentioning killing or destroying the shelter, knowing that Su-Yi was a man with a kind heart. Surely it isn't about indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Su-Yi raised an eyebrow, quickly receiving a satisfactory answer as Jiang Shaozi shook her head. I would never issue such orders. I must also consider the personal emotions and beliefs of the warriors. I instructed them to seek out the troublemakers and pay special attention to collecting intelligence related to the Little White Bear shelter. If they encounter rioters, they will take appropriate action, having the discretion to decide whether to kill and destroy the shelter. Of course, their primary objective remains to gather as many points for you as possible. Jiang Shaozi granted the warriors considerable autonomy, which pleased Su-Yi. In truth, if you were to indiscriminately kill the innocent, I could understand. After all, I am indeed in dire need of. Su-Yi turned to look out the window, suddenly speaking, I won't blame you. You are mine, and whatever you do, I will naturally take responsibility. Sir. Jiang Shaozi looked up in surprise, her brow slightly furrowed. I know you are not that kind of person. Therefore, I am trying to change. Su-Yi turned his head, looking at her adorably furrowed brow, and couldn't help but smile. Leah told me that in such a cruel era as a leader, I must learn to adapt. She said leaders must learn to be ruthless, even if it means issuing orders that go against their own principles. I believe Leah is right. Su-Yi spoke earnestly, truly believing so. He had a kind heart, but he could not afford to show kindness without reason. He had to ensure his own safety and that of the shelter. When kindness conflicts with safety, Su-Yi would unhesitatingly choose safety. All right then, sir. Jiang Shaozi paused for a moment before softly saying, Actually, you can trust me. Su-Yi faced away from her, asking, Trust you with what? Trust me, I will not let these cruel choices come before you. Jiang Shaozi's voice was soft, her demeanor gentle, yet her tone resolute. They will never appear on your table, nor will they cause you distress. A silence enveloped the air. After a moment, Su-Yi broke the silence with a smile. That's good. Shaozi, go and get busy. Yes, sir. Jiang Shaozi respectfully bowed and turned to leave, then paused momentarily, glancing back at Su-Yi's silhouette. Sir, I am serious. I will protect you, not just your safety. Is that so? Su-Yi turned to speak, only to find that Jiang Shaozi had already gone downstairs. Su-Yi stroked his chin and suddenly chuckled. Being solemnly promised protection by a woman, does that count as living off a woman? But to be honest, it feels quite nice. 10 warriors set off. Unfortunately, Su-Yi had no means of long-distance communication and was still unclear about the details of their mission. All Su-Yi could do now was wait for the results. Amidst the boredom of waiting, he had already begun to plan some self-exercises in his room. At the same time, Su-Yi silently vowed for the 100th time, the first thing to gather points is to light up the technology tree project and restore the shelter's power system. I must. Absolutely. I will play a few all-nighters of computer games. No one can stop me. It turns out that being an outstanding leader is not so easy. At the very least, one must endure loneliness and monotony, maintaining a calm mind in any dull environment. For Su-Yi, the way to maintain a calm mind was simple sleep. Currently, the thing Su-Yi did the most every day was sleep. He found it rather odd that since the apocalypse began, his sleeping time had significantly increased. He exhibited no symptoms of physical discomfort, was not injured, and in need of recuperation, nor was he fatigued. He simply had become capable of sleeping a lot all of a sudden. If it weren't for the fact that his physical quality had not notably improved, Su-Yi might even suspect that he had awakened a new talent. When Su-Yi opened his eyes again, it was already pitch black outside. He had once again slept until nightfall. Jiang Shaozi was not by his side, which meant it was just beginning to get. Just as Su-Yi lazily climbed out of bed, intending to look up at the wall clock, he suddenly noticed a series of dense information prompts before him. Congratulations. The first war of our nation has ended. War status: a total victory. War evaluation: no injuries, complete annihilation, perfect score. Our nation's victory in the war now grants the survivors winning rewards based on the difficulty of the war. Congratulations. You have received an F-grade consumable little yellow fruit. Little yellow fruit, a yellow juicy fruit that when consumed can satisfy a person's food and water needs. Our nation's army has achieved 3 battle victories in the last round of war. The army has activated the rights to win the war, conducting 3 nationwide giving operations. Congratulations. You have obtained F-grade consumable little yellow fruit, F-grade weapon beautiful knife, and F-grade special item 10 survival points. Wow, they really ended the battle in just one day. Su-Yi immediately sobered up, quickly getting up to check the information, only to find that although the national war had been won, the rewards were quite meager. The final victory rewards and battle rewards were lumped together, totaling 4 rewards, which combined were worth less than his daily 10 bottles of ice water. Tisk, but at least we won and no one died. He clicked his tongue, feeling no disappointment. After all, these things were all free. The soldiers fought and died outside. We certainly couldn't complain about the inadequacy of the material rewards we received. In any case, winning is what matters. Even if there were no rewards, ensuring the national army's victory was paramount. After all, the cost of losing is one that all survivors in the nation cannot bear. He opened the battle module's information records to review the general process of the war, discovering that in the evening the army had gathered information on the remaining frenzy distribution in the morning. Then human warriors were dispatched under the cover of drones to act as bait, drawing them into the encirclement of tanks. Then, there was no further development. Although the frenzy possessed double the physical capabilities of humans, they were still no match against the dual iron torrents of land and air. 100,000 fully armed soldiers could easily crush them with just a bit of equipment without needing any complex tactical arrangements, winning without any suspense. Perhaps the soldiers had won too easily. Many survivors, after browsing the course of the war, began discussing it in the chat channel, unanimously agreeing that the soldiers should face a tougher challenge. This isn't even as intense as our usual military drills. The Red-Blue Army confrontation is more intense than this. Grade is really boring. Let's vote for a higher difficulty next time. We must let our soldiers experience the terror of apocalyptic warfare. Yes, I support it. I also need more material rewards. This meager grade reward feels like giving pity to a beggar who would want it. Sui browsed through the chat channel, noticing everyone was quite fervent. After a heated discussion, they unanimously decided to raise the difficulty of the next round of apocalyptic warfare by 1 level. From grade to a grade. Let's give the soldiers a serious lesson. Sui stared in shock. Is this what you call raising the intensity? You shout tough, yet you only adjust it 1 level at a time. You don't even dare let them challenge beyond their level. How grounded can you be? Sui found it amusing. It seemed everyone was not only concerned for the soldiers, but also feared the random annihilation punishment that came with losing the war. But back to the point, the duration of the first battle was 21 days. Now we finished the battle in just 1 day. How do we utilize the remaining time? Will they let these soldiers go home? I estimate that it's unlikely, so what will the soldiers do for these 20 days, and in what space will they be? This wasn't just Sui's confusion, but one shared by most survivors. However, soon a new prompt appeared that resolved Sui's doubts. Global announcement. A country has completed the first round of apocalyptic warfare opening-related leaderboards. Congratulations to our country's players. Our army is the first globally to complete apocalyptic warfare, earning the achievement reward, replica of a designated type of domestic military-industrial system. Participants in the current apocalyptic warfare will not be able to return to Earth for the time being and will be placed in a replica world similar to Earth, but with no usable technology, only basic city templates awaiting the next participation. Well, it seems they really can't come back. Sui sighed, but fortunately the soldiers still had 20 days of rest, and the resting environment was quite similar to Earth. Aside from lacking usable technology like the survivors, the conditions might even be better, at least without 20 days of rest is good. It provides ample time to consider how to conduct the next battle. Sui murmured as he opened the apocalyptic warfare leaderboard, noticing that both the apocalyptic warfare victory list and apocalyptic warfare completion time list had Huaxia in the first position. In simple terms, currently the apocalyptic warfare leaderboard only features Huaxia. Most other countries are still in the war instance and haven't come out yet. Huaxia's army has sped through. As Sui was looking at the leaderboard, a new information prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Our nation's army has decided to execute replica war, repeating the previous round of apocalyptic warfare difficulty unchanged. The punishment after the replica war will not affect our nation's survivors. The rewards after the replica war will be limited to our nation's army. Sui was taken aback. They don't plan to rest, and instead want to fight the replica war. Is this because they have become addicted to firing cannons? Sui sighed, understanding the country's intentions. Clearly they had discovered the setting of the reproduction war, and they happened to be well aware of the actual combat capabilities of the maniacs from the previous battle. It could be said that the level difficulty battles posed almost no pressure on the country. Even if the rewards for level tasks were as meager as a mosquito's leg, it was still far better than doing nothing and waiting aimlessly for 20 days. What if after accumulating many victories they were given a reward for industrial system recovery? The industrial system directly affects the military's logistical capabilities. Not to mention, even if only 1/3 of the industrial capacity controlled by the country was restored, it would provide some confidence against the impending apocalyptic wars. After all, when in doubt, blow it up. The country's stance was simple: no need for rest. Fighting level wars was no different from resting. Continue to fight and gather as many rewards as possible to create a snowball effect. The country is working so hard it seems I can't be too dispirited. Sui took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and declared, I want to be a good homebody. I will seriously spend my leisure time. Although it sounded a bit absurd, it was indeed the case. Sui's way to become stronger was to lie flat and wait, continuously passing the time in boredom. In the chat channel, there was still shock and discussion about the country's actions, but Sui had become indifferent. To fight for war is a very justifiable strategy. Just as Sui was about to continue sleeping and waste time, a sudden information prompt appeared before him. What is going on? Why are there constant messages? Is there no peace for sleep? Damn, who did Lin Yu eliminate today? Sui widened his eyes, staring intently at the information prompt before him. Your talented unit has engaged in battle with another shelter and won. As you were not present, it was automatically determined that your main talent would make the decision on shelter occupation. Your talent Lin Yu chose to destroy the current shelter, and you inherited the remaining survival points of the current shelter, 358 points. Item inheritance determination in progress. Inheritance failed. You did not inherit the current shelter's reserves. Sui's eyes widened at the series of messages, meaning Lin Yu had made a move. These soldiers had indeed found the right target, giving Sui a little surprise. Lying at home, doing nothing, he directly obtained over 300 survival points. This is definitely more than dispatching missions. 3 dispatch missions combined only yield about 30 points, while destroying a shelter gives over 300 points. Sui sighed, but he was also curious, where exactly did Lin Yu destroy the shelter? What was the situation there? It's a pity. There are no long-distance communication means, and I can only wait for them to return to know what happened. Sui shook his head, feeling regretful for not being able to participate personally. However, the shelter had just started, and lacking such means was normal. Time to sleep tomorrow. I'll discuss with Jiang Xiaozi how to spend these 300 points. Sui fell onto the bed drowsily, only to see something flickering before his eyes. He opened his eyes and was instantly stunned. Warning. Your talent is fighting with a shelter in the wild. Your talent Lin Yu chose to destroy the current shelter, and you inherited the remaining survival points of the current shelter, 563 points. Item inheritance determination in progress. Inheritance successful. You obtained the stored items from the current shelter, D-Class Magical Bread Tree, E-Class Butterfly Shirt. Huh. Sui lost his sleepiness instantly. How did he gain another 500 points? What are Lin Yu and the others doing? Did they poke a den of bandits? Sui pondered, estimating that the interval between the two messages was around 30 minutes. This meant Lin Yu had almost continuously destroyed 2 shelters, and these 2 shelters might be very close, just like the apartment building where Sui was located. If that's the case, will there be new strategy prompts in the next 30 minutes? Sui had no intention of continuing to sleep and patiently waited. He silently counted the time. 30 minutes later. Your talent Lin Yu chose to destroy the current shelter. You inherited the remaining survival points of the current shelter, 100 points. Item inheritance determination in progress. Inheritance successful. The current shelter has no items. Sure enough, another one was destroyed. Sui took a deep breath. This is solid proof. She really is dismantling the crime syndicate. This had to be a cluster of shelters in a single building for Lin Yu to continuously destroy shelters. Throughout the whole night following, Sui couldn't fall asleep. Because every time he felt a bit drowsy, new prompt messages would appear indicating that Lin Yu had destroyed a new shelter. Such prompts persisted until dawn before gradually settling down. They've been killing all night. Sui opened the shelter and glanced at his survival points. Before Lin Yu set out, he had only 86 survival points left. After Lin Yu fought all night, Sui now had 4,788 survival points. A night of earning 4,000 survival points. This efficiency was much faster than dispatch missions. Damn, I've really struck it rich. Sui felt he was about to roll his eyes in pleasure, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. He now understood the euphoric feeling that Brotherly had at the beginning. Lin Yu had definitely dismantled it. Even if most of the thugs in that building had no survival points, destroying a level 0 shelter still guaranteed a minimum of 100 survival points as a reward. This apartment building, even if it was an old model, had at least 20 or 30 units, which meant a baseline of 2,000 to 3,000 survival points. Adding in the survival points that some thugs had hoarded, it indeed amounted to 4,000 or 5,000. Sir, a soft murmuring voice came from beside Sui. He turned his head to see Jiang Xiaozi had woken up from her sleep, looking at him with bleary eyes. Her black hair was tousled, and her lazy demeanor added a hint of charm, making one's heart flutter. Can't sleep. Lin Yu is doing something big. Sui shook his head, the excitement in his heart still not suppressed. Over 4,000 points. They gave me over 4,000 points in one night. Quick, Xiaozi, what do you think we should spend this many points on? Do you have any good suggestions? Sui was wide awake, wanting to spend the points eagerly. He couldn't end up like Brother Li and those thugs eliminated by Lin Yu, dead, but with unspent points. That would be truly tragic. So many points, it seems Lin Yu and the others are indeed quite capable. Jiang Xiaozi smiled, gently propping herself up with her jade-like arm, her head lazily resting on Su Yi's shoulder. I actually don't know how to spend this many points either. I don't fully understand the apocalyptic game you're talking about, sir. However, if we consider our current situation and take your safety into account, we should focus on strengthening this building. Based on the idea that you are the core of the shelter, creating a powerful shelter that rivals a fortress is our... To meet this goal, from my limited knowledge, it might involve high-tech means. Jiang Xiaozi suddenly said while playing with Su Yi's fingers. Sir, I remember that Li Ya's room is a research... Ah yes, that's right. Su Yi's heart raced a little. Was this woman flirting with him? But it didn't seem like it. Her actions were quite casual as she seriously pondered her question. Jiang Xiaozi tilted her little head. Then let's utilize the research room. Haven't you always complained about the power system recovery issue? We can improve the armed facilities of the shelter as much as possible while meeting its basic living needs. In the place where I used to live, there were always many machine guns, turrets, and other defensive installations. I think if our shelter had these, the safety factor would be greatly increased. Of course, we not only have to face threats from humans, but also consider the potential threats posed by natural disasters. Jiang Xiaozi's analysis was quite thorough with a very simple core. Excluding all the chaotic factors, the most important thing in the shelter was Su Yi himself. Without Su Yi, everything was just empty talk. To protect Su Yi well, defensive measures in the shelter were essential. We'll check the tech tree right now. Su Yi opened the tech tree, flipping through the dense research projects. Since Jiang Xiaozi couldn't see this information, Su Yi narrated its content, then listened to her analysis and suggestions. Through their communication and exchange, Su Yi finally selected several tech projects. Basic power system costs 1,000 points, grants small-scale power generation facilities and corresponding construction technology. Once built, it can provide a normal power supply for human residents in the shelter sufficient for 10 shelter rooms, excluding special-type rooms. Autonomous water resource system costs 1,000 points, grants a small-scale water reservoir, automatically fills daily. Once built, it can provide daily water needs for up to 50 residents in the shelter. The water system's extraction points can be distributed throughout the shelter and extend outward. These two projects were ones Su Yi had wanted to purchase for a long time. Once activated, they would provide ready-made magical items that would enable the shelter to achieve freedom in water and electricity. Along with the water purifier, refrigerator, and greenhouse rooms that Su Yi originally had, the combined effects could restore the shelter's quality of life to pre-apocalypse normal levels. However, these two things were indeed expensive, or a regular person would take a long time to save up to afford them. 2,000 points gone. Let's see about defense facilities now. Su Yi adjusted the tech tree categories, and the data information rapidly changed before him, presenting numerous shelter defense and weapon technology projects. Basic defense module for the shelter's main structure costs 1,500 points, equips the outer perimeter of the main module of the shelter with a multi-level sealed door system, biometric identification, iron walls 4 meters high, completely surrounding electric shock net walls, supplementary modules for the walls, and 24-hour fully intelligent cameras, at least 12. And overall strengthens the shelter's main structure, giving it excellent resistance to cold, heat, explosions, and earthquakes. Must ensure no other shelters exist within 100 meters of the main structure. Automated sentry system costs 1,000 points, swiftly installs at least 20 automated machine guns, 300 rounds of ammo both inside and outside the shelter, capable of automatically identifying friend or foe and entering alert and manual control modes. Initially, each automated machine gun has 1,000 rounds of ammo, which needs to be timely replenished. With these two defense facilities, Su Yi's newly acquired over 4,000 points were reduced to just 374 points. Su Yi let out a satisfied breath. The feeling of spending is truly exhilarating. It's gone all spent. Su Yi selected a technological project and was about to purchase it when Jiang Xiaozi suddenly frowned beside him. Sir, isn't there still over 300 points left? Why didn't you spend it all? Jiang Xiaozi blinked and gently reminded, are you going to leave it for someone else, right? That makes sense. Spend it all. As long as it enhances the survival capability of the shelter, spending any amount of points is worth it. Su Yi nodded. You're right. Keeping military funds unspent is like leaving it for war reparations. We won't be that foolish. Let me take another look. This one is good, exactly 350 points. Su Yi selected another defensive technology project for the shelter. Underground isolation shelter module consumes 350 points, creating an underground space belonging to the shelter beneath the main building, accommodating up to 10 people. It has no additional facilities, but has enhanced resistance against natural disasters. This tech tree project further strengthens the shelter's disaster resistance. The main structure has been reinforced. We can continue to enhance it. What do you think? Su Yi looked at Jiang Xiaozi, who nodded in agreement. This is a good fallback option. In critical moments, we can retreat there, perhaps gaining a chance of survival. Yes, this is a trump card facility. I hope we never have to use it. Su Yi smiled. and selected all the projects for bulk purchase. As Sui confirmed the purchase, a flash of golden light appeared, rapidly expanding and quickly enveloping the entire shelter, wrapping around the entire building. The girls inside the building were stunned, gazing in bewilderment at the golden light surrounding them. In just a few blinks, the golden light dissipated and the residential building underwent a dramatic transformation. First, in the blank room of the 6th-floor shelter where Sui was located, an automatic power generation facility resembling a beehive appeared, about 2 meters tall. Numerous circuit lines connected it to the walls, disappearing into them. In the adjacent room, a large water tank was filled with clean water with corresponding pipes connecting it, automatically distributing and linking to various rooms in the residential building. Since the technological project purchased by Sui directly affected the main structure of the shelter, although the shelter's area was only on the 6th floor, the main structure belonged to the entire residential building. Thus, these technological projects would directly affect the entire building. Besides the application of water and electricity systems, the changes in the building were also quite evident. First, numerous surveillance cameras appeared throughout the building, 360-degree rotating cameras, ensuring high-definition imaging and monitoring around the clock. The terminal for the surveillance footage was located in Sui's room, where a multi-screen surveillance display was placed beside his bed, allowing him to easily see most areas of the entire building and the scenes inside the rooms. Additionally, hidden machine gun emplacements were installed on various floors with their control terminals integrated with the surveillance terminals, allowing for synchronized operation. At the same time, Sui learned through the surveillance terminal that the walls of the residential building had been completely transformed. The inner layer of the wall where the automatic machine guns were located could move freely, capable of sealing off and opening at any time, providing excellent concealment for the shooting points. Besides the changes inside the building, the changes outside were even more striking. A 4-meter-high pure iron fence appeared out of nowhere, completely surrounding the old, open-style building. Various electrified barbed wire was attached to these iron fences. At first glance, it looked like the outer wall of a military exclusion zone had materialized. Even if someone could breach the fence and reach the building's entrance, they would be stopped by heavy, multi-layered sealed iron doors. This door was far more formidable than the rudimentary iron doors made by Leah. It resembled the vault door of a world-class bank, reflecting a cold metallic light, so heavy it felt almost despairing. The girls inside the building were the first to notice the anomalies. They stared wide-eyed in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the miraculous scene before them. Is this really our home? I feel like I've crossed into another world. Is that ghostly voice back? Is it causing this? I feel like this building is different now. Oh, it seems to have become sturdier. Is it just my imagination? This door is huge. Wait, are we locked inside? Sister Lee, the bravest, nervously gripped her steel spear and cautiously approached the entrance's iron door. Before she could touch it, an electronic synthesized voice came from inside the iron door. Beep. Target detected. Conducting biological identification. Determination. Target identity belongs to a shelter. Resident identity is legitimate. Recording biological information characteristics. Sister Lee was startled. This strange iron door actually had a complete set of ultra-intelligent electronic identification systems. Excuse me, do you need to leave the shelter? The iron door's electronic voice inquired. Sister Lee glanced back at her shocked sisters and tentatively replied, I want to go outside and take a look. Crack. The iron door emitted a resonant sound of gears operating, accompanied by a puff of white steam slowly opening. We wish you a safe departure. Please be cautious while exploring outside. As the voice of the iron door sounded, Sister Lee saw several sisters standing outside, staring in astonishment. They were also seeing such a miraculous thing for the first time, almost feeling like they were in a sci-fi movie. Sister Lee, what are these things? Where did it come from? It seems very obedient. We can come and go freely. You silly girl who has never seen the world, didn't you hear what this iron thing just said? It can recognize our identity. Is this something that the commander made? I heard that group of people with the surname Lee discuss it before. It seems that the shelter panel can create many miraculous things. The women chattered excitedly, their faces filled with curiosity and amazement. Soon a girl rushed down from upstairs, shouting in excitement, the electricity is back. The water is back. I can turn on the air conditioning. I just tried it. The electricity really is back. This shout stunned the women. The next moment, everyone rushed upstairs, frantically returning to their rooms. Immediately, bang, bang, bang. Each room's lights were turned back on. Air conditioning units began to hum with operation sounds. Some women screamed inside the building, their voices filled with overwhelming excitement. The electricity is back. It's really back. My phone can be charged. The faucet has water. Sisters, we are finally alive again. This is so great. The girls were incredibly excited, screaming and shouting. Some were so thrilled that they dashed into their rooms, stripped down right there, and rushed into their bathrooms to enjoy the refreshing coolness of the cold water. All of this was seen by Sue-E in front of the surveillance terminal. At least half of the girls were showering and the lights were on their bare bodies, swaying in different screens, making Sue-E awkwardly turn his gaze away. Xiaozi, this surveillance function seems a bit too invasive. It's too much of an invasion of privacy. Sue-E coughed lightly, but Jiang Xiaozi looked serious. No, sir, I believe it is the most useful thing. During these extraordinary times, as the leader of the shelter, you have the right and obligation to monitor the actions of the entire shelter and all residents. In this era, no one can maintain so-called privacy in front of you. That would be irresponsible for the safety of the shelter and a potential threat to you. Jiang Xiaozi didn't care whether Sue-E saw the women naked. She only cared about the overall development of the shelter and Sue-E's personal safety. In office, one must focus on governance. You're right, I was too outdated. Sue-E smiled, feeling much more at ease. Sir, I think it's necessary to establish some new rules for the shelter. Jiang Xiaozi looked at the monitoring screen, frowning as she reminded. For instance, we need rules for water conservation. They must understand the value of water resources and not waste it so much. It's fine, let's let them indulge a bit on the first day. Sue-E looked at the screen and said calmly, even I miss the days with water and electricity. They have suffered enough, and taking a shower won't waste that much water. Sue-E was confident. After all, although the water resource system was expensive, it could provide daily water needs for 50 residents. This includes the basic water required for washing, drinking, and cleaning. Moreover, the water tank automatically refills every day, so there's no fear of waste. Sir, you are too gentle. Jiang Xiaozi shook her head, but did not continue to persuade him. She understood better than anyone that it was precisely because of Sue-E's gentleness and kindness that she was willing to offer him more of her abilities. However, she would still prioritize the long-term development of the shelter and would not allow the women to waste water resources. Sir, we should be able to transport the water from the tank, right? Jiang Xiaozi reminded. We can create more storage space for water and transport the saved water each day, fully utilizing the tank's automatic replenishment function. Good suggestion. You always think one step ahead of me. Sue-E nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiaozi's mind was sharp, quicker than ordinary people. While ordinary people might still be caught up in the joy of restored water and electricity, Jiang Xiaozi had already begun to ponder how to utilize the restored resources to enhance the shelter's resource reserves. If you permit, I would like to make some new plans to fully utilize these new technological project facilities. Jiang Xiaozi looked at the girl's joy and then said, I will also establish more comprehensive shelter rules. All right, do as you see fit. I trust you completely. Sue-E smiled and nodded. He had already confirmed the loyalty of the talents. Even without a trait like Lin Yu's loyalty, each person had a relatively high loyalty to the shelter. As long as he didn't act recklessly, the talents would not easily betray him. Yes, sir. Jiang Xiaozi nodded and quickly left. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned to say to Sue-E, sir, I have one more thing. Before she could finish, Jiang Xiaozi froze. She saw Sue-E half leaning out of his chair at the surveillance terminal, his body still sitting, but his upper half reaching toward the nearby computer desk. He was on the computer. The computer's host emitted a low, buzzing sound, and the screen gradually lit up with a beautiful two-dimensional anime girl desktop image reflecting in Jiang Xiaozi's eyes. Xiaozi, is there anything else? Sue-E scratched his head and asked. Sir. Jiang Xiaozi suddenly smiled and shook her head. It's fine, I will handle everything. Then I. Continue. Sue-E pointed at the computer, and Jiang Xiaozi's smile became even gentler. Sir, I wish you an enjoyable time. After saying that, Jiang Xiaozi drifted out of the room. Sue-E vaguely seemed to hear her low laughter outside. He really is a big boy who loves to play. Sue-E blinked and murmured, is that a compliment? But computer games are indeed fun. Forget it, I don't care, been bored to death. Sue-E directly changed positions, comfortably sitting in front of the computer, casually finding a single-player game on the computer and double-clicking to start it. Let's play. Today I won't do anything else, just play games. For a homebody, what brings the greatest pleasure? Right, the pleasure cup. Not that thing, it is games. A pleasure cup can supply only a fleeting thrill, but a game can grant students vast and lasting happiness. For those with an abundance of time, a brilliant game can steal an entire day. Sue-E had never imagined he would one day become so obsessed with Red Alert. Perhaps he had been cooped up for too long. The computer had power, but the world had no network. Online games were out of the question. Fortunately, Sue-E had downloaded many single-player titles. Many offered multiple playthroughs and replayable systems that would keep him occupied for a long time. If he grew tired of games, there were hundreds of terabytes of study materials to pass the hours. If even that bored him, he could always play Minesweeper. Spider Solitaire would do as well. Sue-E thought that if he could wear out his computer until he no longer wished to boot at his shelter, must have grown extraordinarily powerful. Before that could happen, he would certainly expend a great deal of time, just like now. Su-yi felt as if he had only just begun playing when the daily noon talent notification appeared before his eye. Congratulations. Talent reward triggered. Obtain tire entertainment item. Shaorin warning device. Shaorin warning device, a tire entertainment item to be carried on the person. If someone nearby harbors ill will toward you or the shelter or a subordinate proves disloyal, it will turn red. If no one is targeting you or poses a threat, it will remain blue. Huh. Why give me something like this? Su-yi looked at the object in his hand. It resembled a wristband, exactly the sort that could clasp around the wrist. It even displayed the time like a digital watch. The timekeeping felt like a mere bonus. A warning-type entertainment item. Of all the talents, is this what I most urgently need now? Su-yi propped his chin and pondered, then realized he actually did need it. As his gathering place developed, agreeing to Jiang Shao's backstage big boss scheme would surely accelerate. When the shelter's population increased, the loyalty of skilled personnel could be ensured, but what of ordinary residents? Who could say whether the current and future inhabitants would be wholeheartedly loyal to him and to the shelter? Even when loyalty exists now, might it change later? Human hearts are fickle. If a mole slipped into the shelter and he had no means of detection, that would be a time bomb waiting to detonate. This talent was truly impressive. Our shelter barely had a dozen women, and yet it had handed him a detector for where people's loyalties lay. Su-yi toyed with the band, fell into thought, stopped playing, and left his room. The watch indicated a detection diameter of 50 meters. He walked down the stairwell, testing floor by floor. By standing in the corridor, he could easily cover every resident on that floor, even if they were occupied in there. From the 6th floor to the 1st while the women were at home, Su-yi scanned every resident. The result pleased him. The band remained blue and never turned red. That meant they were currently loyal to him and bore no intent to harm him or the shelter. This device was indeed useful. A daily stroll through the shelter would allow him to effortlessly monitor the inhabitants' sentiment. After his loop, he returned to his room in silence and resumed gaming. The shelter was quiet and peaceful. He could only while away the hours. He played through the entire afternoon. As dusk fell, he suddenly looked up in alarm. Where were Lin Yu and the others? Why hadn't they returned? I haven't received any new point notifications either. They shouldn't still be fighting, aren't they thinking of coming back? Did something happen on the way? Su-yi frowned. As he was about to rise and ask Jiang Shaozi about the situation, he glanced down and found his band had turned red. He was stunned. A moment later it changed back to blue, then soon flashed red again. Over the next minutes the band flickered rapidly before settling on blue. What was going on? Items from the Apocalypse game should not malfunction so this. Had the girls developed ill will toward him? Su-yi's heart skipped a beat. This was no trivial matter. In Chinese culture, hidden malice among people was especially dreaded. 1,000-mile dike can be ruined by an ant's nest. Threats that hide in silence are the most dangerous. No, he had to find out. Furrowing his brow, Su-yi hurried out and studied the device's built-in instructions. There he discovered key information. The manual stated that the detection effect possessed a lingering period. Even if a threat's psychological change ceased, the threat signal would remain for a short time as a warning. If the threat signal flickered frequently, it meant the threat was at the edge of the detection range, producing only a weak. He murmured and lifted his head to gaze at the perimeter wall. The 50-meter limit placed the edge of detection right at the wall, did it not? It was not the girls who were the problem, it was uninvited guests. No sooner had he realized this than he heard hurried footsteps from the rooftop. A young lookout rushed downstairs. Ah, Chief. The girl nearly collided with Su-yi in the corridor, saluted in panic. He frowned and asked, "What is it?" "Chief, I saw them up there." She pointed to the roof, and then outward, swallowing nervously. "Those 3 people." "Which 3, eh?" Su-yi asked. Her breathing was erratic. "Those 3. At the subway station. We slept there that night, the 3 who went missing." He raised an eyebrow. He knew the affair. After he had driven them off earlier, the women had improvised a night in the subway station, and 3 unfortunate girls had vanished. So the 3 missing persons had returned on their own. Su-yi touched his band and asked, "Only those 3? "Yes." The girl nodded, hastily, bewildered. "Chief, shall we let them in?" There was excitement and faint guilt on her face, as if she still accepted and trusted those 3 companions. "Not yet. Fetch Jiang Shaozi." Ill wait on the rooftop. Su-yi raised an eyebrow and went upstairs. 10 minutes later, he stood on the rooftop looking through a crude telescope modified by Leah. Through the scope, he could clearly see on the street outside the perimeter 3 ragged women pacing beside. Their faces were full of panic and fear. They huddled together, neither leaving nor approaching, simply walking along the wall and sizing it up. Only the 3 of them. Su-yi glanced at his band. He noticed that whenever the 3 drew nearer to the wall's edge, the band would flash red and then swiftly return to blue. A weak signal, he thought. The band's anomaly seemed caused by these 3 women. They had once been residents of the building and would naturally know the way home, but why would they feel malice toward this place? He raised an eyebrow in thought and heard crisp footsteps behind. He turned to see Jiang Xiaozi ascend the rooftop with 3 women in tow. One of the women held a pistol. Their expressions were tense. Why bring guns up here? Su Yi glanced at the submachine pistol in Jiang Xiaozi's hand. It was the weapon Lin Yu had used before. Chief, I fear their intent is ill. Jiang Xiaozi stood beside Su Yi and peered through another telescope at the scene beyond the wall. I have explained our building's changes to the girls, but outsiders have likely noticed as well. Chief, look at their faces. They want to enter, they intend to visit us. For the 3 who were missing to appear, now seems no coincidence. This visit will likely bring no good. Her explanation was brief and laced with subjective judgment. The women beside her seemed unconvinced. Su Yi knew Jiang's intuition was correct. Yes, they mean ill, though their precise intentions remain unclear. He shook the band at Jiang without elaboration and asked, what do you suggest we do about those 3? Chief, let them in. Jiang studied the 3 outside calmly. We are being watched. One cannot rely on guarding against thieves forever. We must take the initiative to eliminate hidden risks. What about Lin Yu and the others? When will they return? Chief, before they left I set a latest return time. At most 30 minutes, they should be back by then. Jiang paused, produced a small remote control from her pocket, and handed it to Su Yi. She had even brought the control for the automatic machine gun firing ports in Su Yi's room. Thoughtful and thorough. Even without Lin Yu and the others, the fully upgraded shelter need not fear most. Those 20 automatic machine guns were devastating. Even if Lin Yu's group confronted them head-on, escape would be unlikely. Then let them in and see. Su Yi toyed with the small button and glanced at the women by Jiang's side. If they pose no threat, we can discuss it. If they do, they will die. Jiang fixed the women beside her with a look, a silent warning. The female operative leader excelled at manipulating hearts. At a moment like this, she had not forgotten to bring a few women along to stage a spectacle of punishment as a warning to others. Su Yi remained on the rooftop watching Jiang Xiaozi lead the women downstairs and toward the perimeter wall. Although his residential compound was aging, it boasted ample land area with generous spacing between buildings. The wall encircled the compound entirely, forming a self-contained enclave largely insulated from external disturbance. Yet for practical access, crude iron gates, operable only from within, were installed at each of the 4 cardinal points. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaozi strode directly to the section of wall where the 3 women waited, unlocked the gate, and led them outside. Xiaochun, Xiaochun. At Jiang Xiaozi's silent signal, Li Jie immediately raised her voice in greeting, ensuring the 3 women heard her clearly from afar and turned their heads in response. Oh heavens, my goodness. It really is you 3. Beaming with feigned delight, Li Jie broke from the group and hurried forward, seizing one woman's hand in both of hers. Where on earth have you been? After that night, we searched everywhere, but found no trace of you. Thank the heavens, you've all returned alive. Li Jie gave them no chance to refuse, pulling them firmly toward Jiang Xiaozi. Miss Jiang, these are the 3 sisters I mentioned earlier, the ones who vanished from the subway station. What a miracle, they're actually alive. Li Jie introduced them eagerly to Jiang Xiaozi, who studied the women with quiet, appraising eyes. The 3 girls wore tattered, revealing clothing. Bruises, evidence of recent abuse, marred their arms, legs, and faces. Their expressions trembled with raw fear, and a rancid, sour stench clung to their bodies. Li Jie gestured to the girls, quick, greet her. They bowed their heads and whispered timidly, good day, Miss Jiang. Jiang Xiaozi nodded faintly, then asked coolly, I'm truly pleased you've returned, but I must ask, why did you vanish from the subway station? We were starving, so we went out to find food. One girl lowered her gaze while speaking. Her tone unforced, her demeanor bearing no obvious trace of deceit. Is that so? Jiang Xiaozi regarded them with a faint, unreadable smile. Li Jie told me you left here well provisioned, enough rations to last 2 days. You disappeared for just 1 night, and already ran out of food. She arched a brow, then added suddenly sharp, tell me, do you eat that much? Shh. Yes, I do have quite an appetite. The girl nodded, nervously flustered by Jiang Xiaozi's probing words, hastily accepting the offered pretext. Even Li Jie and the women beside her now sensed something deeply amiss. A flicker of helplessness crossed Li Jie's face, but she stayed silent, glancing at Jiang Xiaozi with quiet trepidation. Jiang Xiaozi nodded again, then asked pointedly, now that you're back, you won't be leaving again, will you? No, we won't. The girl kept her head bowed, unable to meet Jiang Xiaozi's gaze. Open the gate. Without further preamble, Jiang Xiaozi waved dismissively toward the girls inside. New friends have come home. The iron gate groaned open slowly as Jiang Xiaozi guided the women back inside the wall. Beyond 2 buildings hidden low among the shrubbery at the edge of the compound, 2 men crouched, each gripping a kitchen cleaver, squinting intently as they watched the women disappear indoors. They're in. Looks like this place holds fat prey. One man licked his lips, eyes gleaming like those of a starved wolf. All women, every last one. That one in the Cheongsam. Pure perfection. Just one touch. Would be worth decades off my life. Something feels off about this place. Does an old neighborhood like this even have a wall like this? The other man muttered uneasily, unconvinced. It looks more like a military stronghold. These aren't sheep. We might be walking into a den of wolves. So what now? We've already let those three go. Do we just abandon them? His companion hesitated, then clenched his jaw. Those three said the local boss was killed by someone else, and that killer used his points to build this wall. Let's report back to our leader. With enough manpower and gear, we'll match, or surpass, them. And don't forget we've got 3 moles already inside. Take this place, and every woman, and every inch of this wall, becomes ours. With that, the 2 men slipped away silently into the dusk. Meanwhile, inside Su Yi's shelter, the 3 women had just entered the building, and instantly shivered, overcome by a sudden wave of cool air. How refreshingly cool. The indoor temperature hovered near 30 degrees Celsius, and grew cooler still the higher they climbed. The stark thermal contrast raised goose flesh across their skin, making them tremble uncontrollably. We run mini air conditioners here. Mind you don't catch a chill. Li Jia kindly handed each girl a spare garment, smiling as she explained. One girl stared astonished. Li Jia, the entire city's blacked out. How can your ACs possibly work? We have power. Jiang Xiaozi answered flatly, cutting short Li Jia's explanation. Power. The 3 exchanged stunned glances, each seeing disbelief mirrored in the other's eyes. In a citywide blackout amid scorching apocalyptic heat, this single building hummed with electricity, its occupants living untouched by the collapse outside. Was this truly the same building they'd left behind just days ago? Confused and wordless, the girls fell silent. Though surrounded by familiar walls, they felt profoundly estranged, like strangers in their own past. Jiang Xiaozi broke the silence first, studying them with unblinking candor. Speak plainly. Why really did you return? Miss Jiang, perhaps. They simply longed to come home. Li Jia tried to intercede, but under Jiang Xiaozi's icy stare, she wisely fell quiet. Yes, that's all. We just wanted to come home. One girl nodded quickly, head still bowed. We lived here before. Li Jia can vouch for us. After we lost contact, we spent every moment searching for her and the others. We combed every street. Had no choice but to return here, hoping for luck. Never imagined you'd still be here. Before she could finish, Xiao Wang, standing behind Jiang Xiaozi, spoke up sharply. You're lying. After we left the subway station, we searched for you. Nearly died doing it. If Lin Yu hadn't saved us, none of us would know where we stand right now. And if we, with so many women together, nearly perished, how did you 3 wandering alone survive unscathed? Oi. Xiao Wang's gaze pinned them, unwavering. They flinched, speechless, eyes fixed on the floor. Jiang Xiaozi smiled faintly, still refusing truth. Even now, your tongues are stubborn indeed. Take them to the basement. She turned and walked away. Xiao Wang stepped forward, boldly pressing a steel spear against one girl's spine. Move, now. Xiao Wang, we all know each other. There's no need for this. Li Jia attempted mediation, only to receive a hard glare. Li Jia, it's our kindness that's made us targets. Miss Jiang told us plainly, in this age women must be crueler than men, if we wish to survive. Xiao Wang whirled, voice cracking like a whip. Faster. The cold bite of steel pressed deep into their backs, a sharp, insistent pain. Panic fluttered in their chests. How had gentle, timid Xiao Wang transformed so utterly? The place was unchanged. The people were known. Yet everything felt alien, uncanny, disorienting. In the cavernous basement, torchlight pushed back the darkness. Here no cool air circulated, only thick, suffocating heat. The 3 girls stood in the empty chamber, its sole furnishing a rust-streaked iron bed bolted against the far wall. Jiang Xiaozi stood beside the bed, her slender fingers tracing the cold metal edge. This is your final chance. Why did you come here? They gazed at her, bewildered, mute. Jiang Xiaozi sighed softly, then lifted her eyes to Xiao Wang, who nodded. Jiang Jia, Xiao Zheng is bringing the items now. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed down the basement stairs. A young woman with a high ponytail entered, clutching a worn cloth sack. Jiang Jia, the bulk is here. Though Ye Jia said some tools, she refused to forge. Xiao Zheng handed over the sack. Jiang Xiaozi accepted it with a casual nod. Understood. Rustle, rustle. She appended the sack onto the iron bed. The women holding torches recoiled, faces. Inside lay iron shackles, bamboo skewers, branding irons, leg pressing rods, daggers. Each meticulously crafted, each unmistakably designed for torment. Do you know, I once wielded these little instruments with great familiarity. I wonder, have I grown clumsy? Jiang Xiaozi picked up a delicate pair of scissors and began trimming her nails with languid precision. Miss Jiang. Li Jia's voice quavered with terror as she dared to speak. Surely this isn't necessary. Would the commander approve? Xiao Wang, Choose one. Bind her to the bed. Jiang Xiaozi didn't glance at Li Jie. Her voice remained detached and motionless. Yais. Xiao Wang hesitated, then gritted her teeth and shoved one girl forward, over there. The girl trembled violently, eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Jiang Xiaozi, the beautiful woman whose elegance now radiated pure, chilling dread. No one needed explanation. The oppressive weight of terror finally cracked one woman's resolve. She burst into sobs. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Don't hurt me. I beg you. I won't endure it. Her wails echoed through the stone chamber, raw, desperate, and piercing. Ready to speak. Jiang Xiaozi tilted her head, then offered a fleeting, chilling smile. Too late. I no longer believe your words. She selected an iron dagger from the bed and held it aloft, letting torchlight gleam along its edge. I trust only this. My. Su-yi removed his headphones and glanced up at the window, puzzled. He thought he had just faintly heard a woman scream, horrifying, piercing, like something from a ghost film. Was it my imagination? Su-yi stroked his chin, then glanced at his computer screen before closing the game interface altogether. Though Jiang Xiaozi had assured him she could handle the three girls competently, allowing Su-yi to rest and relax, he still felt a quiet undercurrent of concern. I'd better go downstairs and check. Though nothing's happened yet, these 3 ticking bombs could detonate at any moment. Su-yi prepared to descend. He still had several dozen minutes of authorized outdoor time remaining for the day. Just as Su-yi rose and reached the door, it swung open abruptly. Jiang Xiaozi entered, light as wind, graceful as mist, illuminating the modest room with her presence. Sir, are you stepping out? Jiang Xiaozi swept a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled tenderly. Whatever you require, I am at your service. I wanted to ask how things went. Su-yi settled back onto the sofa and gestured for her to come closer. Have the 3 women been properly accommodated? Did you uncover their true identities? Su-yi had allowed the 3 women inside not to play eternal guard, but to end the uncertainty. If they had targeted the shelter, he needed to understand their real intent, thoroughly and without delay. Entrusting this matter to Jiang Xiaozi, the sharp, incisive operative, gave Su-yi genuine confidence. Yes, mission accomplished. Jiang Xiaozi glided forward and seated herself beside him, supple as willow branches, her warmth radiating softly against his side. I spoke with them in detail. They revealed the truth. They approached our shelter with ill intent. You actually got that out of them. Are you using hypnosis? Or wait, no. Su-yi froze, brow furrowing slightly as he leaned and inhaling delicately near her neck. Blood. I smell blood. What did you do? A brief exchange, some traces lingered. Jiang Xiaozi turned her palms upward, pale and flawless, then lifted her gaze with a gentle smile. We have no perfume here. The scent won't fade so easily. What kind of exchange draws blood? Interrogation. Su-yi recoiled instinctively. You tortured them. Yes. Jiang Xiaozi nodded, candidly unflinching. Indeed, sir. Only thus can I ensure their words hold truth. I possess no lie detector. I must rely on methods that guarantee the veracity of intelligence. She spoke with solemn sincerity. No deception, no reservation. She would conceal nothing from him. That truly fits your profession. Su-yi drew a slow, deep breath, speechless for a moment. A former spymaster's interrogation techniques were undoubtedly excruciating. Instinct whispered this had gone too far, yet every act Jiang Xiaozi undertook served the shelter's survival. Reason told Su-yi her judgment was sound. In the apocalypse, coldness toward others was the purest form of self-preservation. I still have much to learn. Su-yi sighed. Jiang Xiaozi gently massaged his temples, her voice a soft murmur. Sir, some matters need not be asked. Only their outcomes need be known. And what is that outcome? Su-yi paused, then added quietly. By the way, did any of the 3 survive? One remains alive. But she won't live past tomorrow, Jiang Xiaozi added, tone unruffled. So all 3 will die. Su-yi blinked, disbelief flickering across his face. Half an hour earlier, he had watched those 3 women, trembling flesh and blood, hover uncertainly beyond the perimeter wall. Now 2 were already gone, vanished into silence. Su-yi fell silent. He knew he must learn to accept such realities. Yet if this was the price of apocalyptic growth, it felt unnervingly swift, almost impossible to bear. Sir, if this unsettles you, I shall refrain next time. No, it's not that. Su-yi raised his eyes to meet hers, offering a wry, searching smile. If we've killed them, how do we lure the serpent from its lair? They were sent by someone, weren't they? Yes. Jiang Xiaozi regarded him with quiet surprise. She had braced for reprimand, but Su-yi showed no sign of distress. At first glance, he seemed a man born to icy detachment. Yet Jiang Xiaozi sensed it. His heart raced quick and fierce beneath calm composure. Sir, he was simply as she once had been, burying raw feeling beneath resolve, forcing himself to accept and adapt to a world stripped of order. Sir, per intelligence, they hold no further value, alive or dead. In fact, keeping them breathing may invite complications. Jiang Shaozi composed herself and spoke softly. According to their confession, they were abducted by a gang of marauders at the subway station. Their stronghold lies 8 blocks from here. Their leader possesses a bizarre ability, remote control over life and death coupled with the power to inflict unbearable physical torment. This gift has drawn loyal followers. He uses it to capture isolated survivors, then tracks down shelters through them. As for what they intend upon locating a shelter, likely to seize supplies, or raze it entirely. The 3 women were enslaved by his ability, powerless over their own lives, and forced to return as infiltrators tasked with opening the shelter's gates to the marauders. Jiang Shaozi paused, brushing hair from her temple with effortless grace. Her original plan: the marauders were to contact them before nightfall. Night has fallen, and no contact has come. Their utility has expired. Why assume that? Su Yi asked earnestly. Could it be the marauders detected our outer defenses and hesitated? If we're to eliminate this threat decisively, perhaps we still need the women to lead us to the marauders' location. Their location is already known. Jiang Shaozi gazed at the deepening twilight beyond the window, then said quietly, Sir, Lin Yu and the others haven't returned. They're nearly 20 minutes overdue. Su Yi's expression shifted instantly. Shaozi, you mean? The marauders have arrived. They intercepted Lin Yu's group en route home. Jiang Shaozi offered a faint knowing smile. That leader isn't the only one gifted. Their ranks include many with similar abilities. They carry firearms, and their numbers exceed 50. Such a force would never retreat merely at the sight of our unassuming thick-walled perimeter. This was Jiang Shaozi's certainty. The reason she judged Lin Yu's group had already clashed with them. Now that confrontation is inevitable, those 3 women serve no further purpose. Though coerced, I cannot guarantee the leader's ability doesn't extend far enough to trigger them, suddenly violently, against us. If battle looms, internal threats must be purged without hesitation. Jiang Shaozi explained meticulously, more than she ever had before. Shaozi, you sound like you're tutoring a child. Sir, I simply wish not to be misunderstood. Jiang Shaozi bowed her head slightly. I am no wanton killer. Yes, I believe you. Su Yi drew her close voice grave and clear. Without you, even if I'd sensed something amiss with those women, I'd never have uncovered the truth so swiftly. Had my hesitation delayed action, even for a moment, and compromised the shelter's safety, that would be the gravest failure. Your decision was correct. You committed no error. He had no grounds to reproach her. She wielded intellect as shield and sword, bearing the grim weight of the apocalypse, so he need not. Every brutal choice, every shadowed act she bore alone. Her loyalty was proven, not in words, but in unwavering action. Still, this apocalypse is rather. Su Yi exhaled deeply, then chuckled. I'm sitting at home, and death walks right through my front gate. Sir, you seem unconcerned that Lin Yu's group might lose the fight. They won't lose. Even if outmatched, they can always fall back and regroup. Su Yi waved the remote control idly, a spark of anticipation dancing in his smile. After all, we've got plenty of machine guns. His words had barely faded when Li Jie's voice rang sharply up the stairwell. Miss Jiang, Miss Lin Yu has returned. Su Yi got up and walked downstairs with Jiang Shaozi. As they reached the first floor, they saw Lin Yu and the male soldiers brushing off the dust and blood from their bodies. Lin Yu, Commander. Lin Yu raised her head and saluted Su Yi with the soldiers, saying, Lin Yu reporting for duty. Su Yi nodded and walked over to Lin Yu, lowering his voice to ask, Did you encounter the enemy at your doorstep? Yes. Lin Yu nodded, standing tall as she reported, After receiving the mission from Miss Jiang yesterday afternoon, I assembled a 10-person combat team and set out using the shelter as the core to search for potential threats within a 5-block radius, while also scouting locations suspected of storing large amounts of supplies. We discovered a night market street and witnessed a group of thugs committing violent acts, ruthlessly killing several survivors who were out searching for supplies. After preliminary assessment, we unanimously deemed them as legitimate targets for extermination, engaging the enemy and gathering more information about the hiding places of other thugs from the prisoners. That night, we approached the gathering point and executed a night raid after arranging our tactics, concluding the battle after a night's effort. This morning, we moved the survival supplies from the shelter to a safer location before preparing to return. On our way back in the afternoon, we discovered a grocery store and engaged in a battle with criminals during our search, which delayed us for some time. As we were about to regroup in the evening, we detected a large number of armed individuals near the shelter suspected of approaching it. To ensure the shelter's safety, we initiated combat with them ahead of time. Lin Yu paused for a moment and declared loudly, In the end, we killed 20 of them while the rest fled. We were concerned about the shelter, so we did not pursue. Lin Yu's vigorous report made the surrounding women look at her with envy. They too wished to possess strong combat abilities like Lin Yu, able to proudly recount their achievements. Very good. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction and waved at Lin Yue, saying, "Come upstairs with me. Xiao Xia, you come along too." Su Yi paused for a moment and glanced at the male soldiers, saying, "Liang, take your men to the top floor and stay alert for enemy movements. The rest of the soldiers will remain on the first floor, keeping an eye on the activity outside the walls and preparing for defense." After giving a brief order, Su Yi led the two women upstairs. Inside the room, Su Yi sat on the sofa, while Lin Yu stood right in front of him. "Lin Yue, please elaborate on the enemy you encountered this evening." Su Yi looked at his watch without raising his head and asked, "Did you encounter any unusual individuals, perhaps someone with extraordinary abilities or strange movements?" Beside them, Jiang Shaoxiai noticed Su Yi's actions. She was unclear about the watch's function, but she could sense Su Yi's distrust. This distrust seemed directed not at Lin Yu, but likely towards the several male soldiers downstairs. Jiang Shaoxiai knew that Su Yi had absolute trust in Lin Yue, but if the intel from the three women before their deaths was accurate, then those thugs possessed strange methods of controlling humans. The soldiers were strong, but even the strongest might not be immune to the bizarre abilities coming from different shelters. Strange movements. Lin Yu tilted her head, recalling carefully. "There was a guy who seemed to point at me during the battle, mumbling something I couldn't make out. How did you feel about that?" Su Yi raised his head and asked, "Did you feel unwell in any way?" "No, I felt perfectly fine." Lin Yu shook her head and replied, "That person had his hand shot off by Lu Rue and then ran away. Even if he had any abilities, he likely couldn't use them afterward." Su Yi lowered his head to check his watch, noting that its color had not changed. It seemed the male soldiers had not been influenced by any abilities. Only as for Lin Yu, Su Yi was not worried at all. Lin Yu's trait of loyalty was incredibly strong, ensuring that she would never betray the shelter in any dire situation. According to Su Yi's understanding of the mechanics of the Apocalypse game, even if something attempted to control Lin Yue, it would fail. What about the performance of the other thugs? Hey, did you feel any pressure during the fight? No pressure. Although their equipment was quite complete with guns and compound bows, their combat capabilities were very poor. Lin Yu shook her head and said solemnly, "Even though there were many of them, it was clear they were a disorganized mob. They fled shortly after the fight began. How could they possess guns and bows, have the numerical advantage, yet fail to injure a single soldier? These people were even less fierce than Li Guess group. At least Li Guess men had fought hard against Lin Yu and had no thoughts of fleeing. Strange, did the intel get it wrong?" Su Yi looked at Jiang Shaoxiai and said, "Among the fighters there are no individuals with abilities. The one with abilities might be the leader and holds a significant position." Jiang Shaoxiai reminded him, "Although the prisoners might not know this, based on my speculation, those possessing abilities should belong to the category of strong individuals in the current urban atmosphere. Strong individuals as leaders likely seldom participate in battles, so Lin Yu may have simply not encountered them." Su Yi nodded, closing his eyes slightly to contemplate. Jiang Shaoxiai did not interrupt this time. She chose to wait for Su Yi's command. She keenly observed that Su Yi was growing and changing every day. This time Su Yi had called Lin Yu upstairs alone, while leaving Li Yang and the other soldiers together. This clearly was to have Li Yang supervise the other soldiers, while bringing Lin Yu up to confirm more insider information. If those male soldiers were controlled, Su Yi could use the combined performance of Lin Yu and Li Yang to make a swift judgment and implement a rapid countermeasure. This was Jiang Shaoxi's understanding of Su Yi's actions. She was unaware that Su Yi's watch had a more accurate function for sensing hostility. Su Yi did not ponder for long. He quickly opened his eyes and asked, "Lin Yue, are you tired?" "Tired?" Lin Yu was taken aback, reflexively glancing at Jiang Shaoxi beside her, only to see Jiang Shaoxi discreetly gesture for her to continue. Lin Yu quickly grasped the situation and declared loudly, "Commander, I am not tired. I can continue fighting." "Really? Protecting the commander and the shelter is my duty. All right, let's conduct a night raid, but we do not seek total annihilation." Su Yi nodded and looked at Jiang Shaoxi, saying, "I believe this group is still unaware that Lin Yu is one of us. Having suffered setbacks, they probably wouldn't expect us to have grasped their positions, nor would they anticipate us taking the initiative at night. During our night raid, they will undoubtedly fall into disarray. Once they do, we will be safe, and we will have the initiative in our hands." Su Yi was consulting Jiang Shaoxi for her opinion. She smiled and agreed, saying, "What you said is absolutely right. I also believe we should take the initiative to eliminate the danger in its cradle. All right, let's do it this way." Su Yi decisively decided, saying, "I have no experience in fighting, so I want to direct the experts. Lin Yue and Shaoxi discuss how to proceed. I only have one requirement: if you find yourselves at a disadvantage, retreat as quickly as possible. I've told you before, those in the shelter tend to possess some quirky abilities. We must be wary of unexpected turns. If conditions allow, you can lure the enemy to us." Su Yi pressed the remote button in his hand, and a black automatic machine gun barrel emerged from the wall beside Lin Yu. Our home can provide you with fire support. Su Yi winked at Lin Yue, who looked surprised, but did not ask further. She was an excellent soldier and was very self-aware, never prying into the commander's confidential information. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu stood at attention, her expression serious. I will complete the mission. Annihilate the enemy. Go ahead, formulate your plan. Oh, I only care about the results. Su Yi watched as the two left, soon finding himself alone in the room. It was now 8 in the evening. Darkness had fallen and the streets outside were eerily quiet. The remaining buildings in the neighborhood were dim and silent. It was unclear whether the survivors in the other buildings were dead or simply afraid to make a noise. In the dark city, there was no sound. If it were not for the chatter in the city's chat channel, Su Yi might have felt he was in an abandoned ghost town. I may not be able to accommodate the three of you, but at the very least I can help you take revenge. You have not died in vain. There will be someone accompanying you on the road to the underworld. Half an hour later, the soldiers who had just returned to the gathering point set out, and this time Li Yong was also in. Su Yi stood by the window watching the soldiers disappear into the night. They had learned from Jiang Shaoxi about the thugs' gathering point. This time their goal was to create as much chaos and inflict damage on the enemy as possible, while cautiously collecting more relevant intelligence during the battle. As long as there was enough intelligence support with Jiang Shaoxi's wisdom and the combat proficiency of Lin Yu and the other soldiers, it would be easy to formulate a plan to annihilate the enemy in the next battle. I seem to have indeed changed a bit. Su Yi sat on the sofa reflecting on his recent psychological journey. Although it's against a group of thugs, it seems I am no longer so averse to killing. Is this the mentality of survival of the fittest? Humans truly are highly adaptable beings. Su Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly, his gaze returning to the computer desk as he felt no desire for entertainment now. But rather than sitting idly and waiting, he thought it better to find something to do. Is it really right for the soldiers to be out there fighting for their lives while I play games at home? Su Yi pondered, sitting in front of the computer desk and starting a new game. Time gradually passed. Soon it was 11:30 p.m. and Jiang Shaoxi had yet to come upstairs, seemingly establishing new rules for the women downstairs. Just as Su Yi was getting tired of playing the game, feeling a bit sleepy, a series of new notification messages suddenly appeared before his eyes. Warning: your shelter's combat personnel are engaged in battle with other shelters in the wild. The battle has concluded and your shelter has achieved victory. Your combat personnel are occupying the enemy shelter. Occupation time completed. Your combat personnel have destroyed one 0-level shelter, and you inherit the remaining survival points of that shelter, 1362 points. Determining item inheritance. Inheritance successful. You have acquired the following stored items from the current shelter: Random Talent Lottery Ticket X1, Talent Effect Enhancement Ticket X1, Personal Skill Ticket X1, D-Class Weapon Perfect Compound Bow Daily 100 Arrows. Su Yi was taken aback as he looked at the information before him. Lin Yu 1. I had her cause chaos during a night raid, and she ended up annihilating their shelter. Wait, this item inheritance information seems off. Why do all the items look like top-tier ones? What kind of shelter is this? Who would leave so many items unused? Su Yi was stunned, pondering the possibility. Could it be that these thugs encountered Lin Yu in the evening lost, and went home to use their points for a major shopping spree to enhance their combat capabilities? Then unexpectedly Lin Yu struck at night, and the leader had just spent their points to buy items, but before they could use them, they were killed by Lin Yu. It can't be that coincidental. What incredible luck would that take? Su Yi suddenly fell silent as Lin Yu's trait of luck bringer seems to be related to influencing luck. Damn, the night raid brought unexpected. Su Yi repeatedly read the information prompt, confirming that he had not misread it. Moreover, the inherited items and points had already appeared in his shelter's inventory panel. Su Yi had even taken out these items and placed them before him. Random Talent Lottery Ticket, a special item that can summon 1 DB level random talent from the shelter. This item is special. The purchaser must first obtain buying qualifications. Talent Effect Enhancement Ticket, a special item that can enhance one's shelter talent, guaranteed to result in a favorable and enhanced transformation of the talent. This item is special. The purchaser must first obtain buying qualifications. Personal Skill Ticket, a points shop item requiring 2,000 points to purchase, which can randomly grant one personal skill for player use only, not exceeding C level. Perfect Compound Bow, a D-level weapon requiring 1,000 points to purchase. It is known as the sniper rifle among bows, utilizing a pulley to save the user's draw strength, while equipped with an accurate aiming system capable of easily hunting large prey. It comes with a quiver that automatically restores to 100 alloy arrows each day. This guy is really strong. With this rich background, he's definitely a big shot on the leaderboard. Su Yi gasped in surprise. He had no idea what that unseen enemy had done to acquire such special qualifications and obtain 2 special items. But Su Yi knew that these 2 special items were not weak. If this guy used them, what if he gained a powerful personal skill and then a level combat talent? That would be something. Even Su Yi would have to adopt a turtle strategy, definitely not sending anyone to confront him directly. How should I put it? Should I say you're lucky or unlucky? Su Yi examined the items before him, shook his head, feeling a bit of trepidation. Fortunately, Lin Yu had used the trait reward for the opener, otherwise tonight, it would have been bad luck for Su Yi. Su Yi did not use the items immediately. He planned to wait for Lin Yu to return. Especially for these talent-type items, Lin Yu had to activate them to maximize her good fortune. According to the information from Jiang Xiaozi, the gathering place of that thug is a standalone villa in the city which can be regarded as a shelter. Lin Yu has already destroyed the shelter. She should be on her way back now. Su Yi waited for over an hour. Sure enough, voices could be heard outside the window, and the iron door opened. Lin Yu returned dusty and accompanied by soldiers. She had once again come back victorious. This girl had indeed made remarkable military achievements in Su Yi's eyes. Soon he heard hurried footsteps outside the hallway, and Lin Yu quickly pushed the door open. Chief, I'm back. Lin Yu stood before Su Yi with a spirited demeanor, and he could still smell a faint hint of blood on her. How did the operation go? Su Yi looked Lin Yu up and down, asking with concern. You weren't hurt, were you? No, I wiped out all the enemies. Lin Yu raised her head proudly. They had some strength, but under the night raid, they had no organizational ability. I gave Lu Rue the rifle. That kid's sniping skills are definitely better than mine. He eliminated all the opposing resistance in the first instance. But I did well too. I think I took out one of the leaders. Lin Yu was very happy, and Su Yi cautiously asked, was that leader just standing there in a daze staring at the air? Just like I usually do. Hey, Chief, how did you know? Lin Yu was startled, very puzzled. Chief, do you have clairvoyance? You know this. Just as you said, Chief, I had already snuck up to his window, and he hadn't noticed me yet. Then I threw my military knife. And then I shot him in the head. Lin Yu shrugged, pouting. He was too unalert. He was no match for me at all. Indeed, this guy was really unlucky. Just when he was happily consuming spending points with great satisfaction, the next second, he got shot in the head. He couldn't even utilize his talents, dying without a clear reason. If Su Yi were in that situation, he would probably die with his eyes wide open. They really weren't your opponents, but that's normal. Su Yi nodded in agreement. The regular army is engaged in the apocalypse war, leaving behind only ordinary people. Their combat quality surely cannot compare to yours. Even with the strongest talents, most survivors lack the combat quality of professional soldiers. Lin Yu's successful sneak attack, while seeming clever and lucky, was actually a true testament to her military prowess. Congratulations, sir. With your brilliant strategy, the hidden danger has been resolved, and you can rest easy from now on. Jiang Xiaozi smiled from the side, and Su Yi jokingly scolded, why did you suddenly learn to flatter me? Jiang Xiaozi covered her mouth and chuckled, not refuting him. How is the post-war handling going? Su Yi looked at Lin Yu at this time. He asked very meticulously, not leaving everything to Jiang Xiaozi. Su Yi knew that as the leader of the shelter, although he might not understand many things, he had to actively learn, and there are no living enemies left in that villa. However, some captives were found, including men, women, and children. I heard from the captives that they were all captured to be meat puppets controlled by that leader, and seeing their plight, I took the liberty to set them free. Before they left, they asked me my name, and thinking I shouldn't expose our details, I lied. Lin Yu paused, and Su Yi asked, what did you lie about? I said my name was Lei Feng. Lin Yu scratched her head, laughing a little shyly. They insisted I was a soldier of the Liberation Army, and I said I wasn't. I was from the Lei Feng Army. Ha ha, well, what a Lei Feng Army. Su Yi laughed heartily, not intending to blame her. Lin Yu saw Su Yi in a good mood and cautiously continued to speak. Additionally, I felt sorry for them, so I let them take some supplies from the villa, just some food and drink. I figured we were going to fight, and at that time we hadn't made any preparations, so we couldn't take too many things. And it was quite intense at the time, so the surrounding survivors must have heard it. I thought even if I made a second trip to the villa to transport things, a lot of supplies would probably be stolen, so I might as well do a good deed. Lin Yu noticed Su Yi's smile fade. Her heart became increasingly anxious, and she unconsciously lowered her head. Chief, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's okay, what you said is also right. We are going to fight, emphasizing swift victories and quick withdrawals. Even if we win, we can't take that much supply. Su Yi waved his hand. Although he felt a bit pained about the supplies, he couldn't bear to criticize Lin Yu, who had achieved remarkable military accomplishments. If you gave it away, then let it be. Consider it accumulating good karma. Chief, you are so nice. Lin Yu smiled. Indeed, the chief was kind-hearted and would not truly blame her. Su Yi sighed. He could see that the three women under him had very different personalities. Liu was a reticent person, a homebody like him, always researching without going out. Jiang Xiaozi was a ruthless woman, describing her as someone who wouldn't blink at killing was certainly not wrong. On the contrary, Lin Yu was an anomaly, being a warrior who dealt with blood daily, but still retained kindness, always unable to bear seeing the weak suffer. It seems in the future the dirty work will have to be done by Xiaozi, while the straightforward matters can be handled by Lin Yu. Su-yi pondered, suddenly feeling amused. Doesn't this mean that he essentially has both black and white gloves, so whatever he does someone will represent his will? Upon careful consideration, isn't this exactly the behind-the-scenes plan Jiang Xiaozi devised for him? Jiang Xiaozi, standing to the side, remained silent. She simply smiled lightly, elegantly, and gracefully, standing there, her beautiful eyes always fixed on Su-yi. By the way, that Lu Rue is a sniper, right? He shouldn't need the rifle. Snipers should also be able to handle compound bows, right? Su-yi pointed to the compound bow on the table. Let him use this for now as a temporary substitute for the sniper rifle. Understood, Chief. I'll pass it on to him right away. Lin Yu nodded, about to take the compound bow and leave, but Su-yi called out, wait. Don't rush, help me with something. Chief, please instruct. Lin Yu turned around and stood at attention. Su-yi smiled and waved. Come here, don't be so serious. Come sit beside me. Lin Yu's pretty face flushed, but she still obediently sat next to Su-yi. Chief, is there a new mission? Nothing so serious. Do you remember the last time you helped me use the ticket? I remember. There's another one today, help me use it. Su-yi handed over the random talent lottery ticket to Lin Yu, looking at her with great anticipation. You have good luck, you come and use it. The talent enhancement ticket and the personal skill ticket both directly affect Su-yi himself, so he certainly could not count on Lin Yu's good fortune to enhance them. Thus, the talent lottery had to be done by Lin Yu. Su-yi would surely benefit from her good luck. All right. Lin Yu obediently nodded, shaking the ticket in her hand as she had done last time. Use it. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light filled the room. In an instant, the golden light spread across the entire room like an ocean, and Su-yi's eyes widened in surprise. This commotion is not simple. It must be an extraordinary talent. The golden light did not last long. After a few breaths, it quickly retracted and coalesced into a golden humanoid figure before Su-yi. Jiang Xiaozi was witnessing this scene for the first time, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Soon the golden light completely dissipated. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat stood before Su-yi. Congratulations. You have successfully recruited a grade talent, Qinshuren. Upgrade talent. Lin Yu's luck is indeed explosive. Hello, boss. The man stood before Su-yi, bowing respectfully. My name is Qinshuren, your private doctor. His appearance was cool, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes displayed an unmistakable madness and indifference. Unlike other doctors who provided warmth and reassurance, Qinshuren exuded a cold and dangerous aura, causing Lin Yu to involuntarily tense up, her gaze fixed on this dangerous individual. Private doctor. Jiang Xiaozi observed Qinshuren with great interest, sensing a familiar vibe. Yes, Qinshuren replied calmly, smiling politely. At this moment, Su-yi silently opened Qinshuren's data and took a glance. Name Qinshuren. Age 40. Type Doctor Scientist. Talent Grade B. Physical Strength 120. Neural Reaction 266. Endurance 153. Mental Will 268. Self-Healing Immunity 2. Talent Characteristics Medical Genius. He excels in the vast majority of medical subjects, including surgery, internal medicine, and genetic research, among others. Poison Specialization. He prefers killing over healing. He is highly skilled in poisoning, but has little interest in antidotes. Talent Gift Assassin. He loves killing and possesses exceptional and unconventional killing techniques. He was a world-class assassin but retired after falling in love with a girl. It's a cliché story. Mental illness. His mental state is extraordinary with a remarkably strong will, yet he is suspected to be ill. A former colleague diagnosed him but was killed by him, and no one knows the results of his diagnosis. Value Score 895. Hiss, a mad doctor. Su-yi gasped. This was his first reaction upon seeing Qinshuren's data. A genius doctor with mental illness and a former retired assassin. Very well, this talent's profile is quite extensive. His information is also quite pleasing, with 2 attributes over 200 clearly indicating his specialties. You are very skilled at killing. Su-yi looked at Qinshuren, pondering as he asked. I mean, not in a direct confrontation, but using some non-combat methods. Yes, boss. Qinshuren slightly bowed, courteous. May I ask, is this my next task? I can provide over 300 non-combat assassination plans for you. If the assassination target is in this room. Qinshuren glanced at Jiang Xiaozi and Lin Yu, smiling slightly. I could kill her right now. Lin Yu immediately gripped her handgun, quickly disengaging the safety. Jiang Xiaozi's smile also gradually faded as she narrowed her beautiful eyes, examining Qinshuren. We're all on the same side, but don't act recklessly. Su-yi quickly interjected, looking at Qinshuren. A doctor who can kill does somewhat align with professional characteristics. It seems the medical services at the shelter will be your responsibility from now on. So you are a companion. Qinshuren smiled, crouching by the table, pouring 2 cups of tea and handing them to the 2 women. I apologize for the earlier offense. I hope the two beautiful ladies will not take it to heart. It's no problem. Lin Yu put away her gun, but did not accept the tea, and neither did Jiang Xiaozi. Sui smiled. He just arrived and hasn't recognized everyone yet. A small misunderstanding is no issue. A cup of tea is also a gesture of respect. It's not a gesture of respect. Chen Xiuren paused for a moment and said quietly, this cup of tea is the antidote. I poisoned it just now. Oh. Sui was taken aback, looking at Chen Xiuren in disbelief. Chen Xiuren set down his teacup, appearing somewhat innocent, as he took out a small spray bottle from his waist and shook it. This is my homemade neurotoxin agent. It has effects of paralysis and dizziness, and could be fatal for those allergic to its components. These 2 cups of tea contain antidotes that can prevent the drug's effects. After Chen Xiuren finished speaking, Sui realized that Chen Xiuren appeared clean, as if he had no obvious talent-related items on him. It must be noted that even grade talents would carry firearms. How could a proper grade talent come empty-handed? After all this, it turned out this guy brought poison. Lin Yu, Xiaozi, drink up quickly. Sui hurriedly commanded, watching the two drink the tea before turning his attention back to Chen Xiuren. This kind of method, don't use it on your own people in the future. I didn't know before. Chen Xiuren rubbed his nose, his smile carrying just the right amount of guilt. Now I know, boss, rest assured I won't do anything to them. I will adhere to basic professional ethics and will not do anything to trouble the boss. Of course, if the boss could assign me a different job content, I might work even harder. Chen Qiren's words had a hint of suggestion to them. Sui frowned and asked, what job content are you referring to? Boss, you just said I would be responsible for the medical treatment in the shelter. Do you expect me to be a public attending physician? Chen Xiuren shrugged his shoulders, looking quite helpless. Actually, I don't really like treating patients. I prefer to conduct some medical research instead. What kind of research? Human dissection. Not allowed. Sui immediately refused sternly. Don't even think about doing anything bad to my people. Behave as your doctor. In the future, if anyone has headaches or fevers, you shall be responsible. If you can't cure them, it's your dereliction of duty. All right, boss. Chen Xiuren could not hide the disappointment on his face. As you wish, I am a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded. Sui noticed Chen Qiren's predicament, but did not intend to change his decision. Firstly, the shelter already had a resident population, and as his talent recruitment increased, a medical system would surely need to be established. Secondly, Sui felt that Chen Qiren's personality was somewhat uncontrollable and needed to be kept in check. Xiaozi, take him downstairs. Sui instructed, choose a room to serve as his clinic and later let Lin Yu go out to find some medical equipment for him. Yes, sir. Jiang Xiaozi nodded gently. I will arrange it well. All right, everyone go down. It's already too late. Rest. Sui glanced at the time on his watch. It was almost midnight. Today had been quite an exciting day. Although he had been home all day, there were indeed many events happening at the shelter. Yes. Lin Yu saluted and turned to leave. Chen Xiuren also obediently followed Jiang Xiaozi out, appearing to comply with the arrangements. The remaining 2 items can only be used by me. I wonder how my luck will be. Sui looked at the remaining props on the table and suddenly chuckled. That unfortunate guy really was pitiful, unwittingly making a wedding dress for Sui. Let's try this talent effect enhancement voucher first. Sui picked up a golden voucher, held it in his hand, and silently chose to use it. As the golden voucher exploded, a burst of golden light enveloped Sui's entire body. New information prompts also appeared before Sui's eyes. Congratulations. By using a special item, your talent has received an upgrade effect. With the additional effect of reward stacking, the rewards you gain through your talent will progressively increase in level, significantly enhancing the probability of receiving high-level talent rewards. An upgrade effect related to luck. Sui tilted his head, carefully examining the description, feeling quite satisfied. The enhancement of talent rewards is undoubtedly a good thing. Although the upgraded effect does not emphasize that every talent reward must be a high-level one, it's worth noting that Sui receives rewards every day. As long as he persists, there will surely be a time when he hits the jackpot with a talent reward. Let's try this one. Sui picked up the last special item, the personal skill voucher. He had seen this item in the points shop, but didn't purchase it at the time simply because its price was too high in the early. Moreover, the effect conflicts with Sui's shelter talent, which dictates that he would not easily leave the shelter. Sui pondered that even if he obtained some personal skill, the likelihood of it being useful was very low since he wasn't going outside. But now, since this item was free, he might as well use it. Sui directly activated the personal skill voucher, and a silver light appeared in his palm before permeating into his skin and vanishing. The next moment, a new prompt appeared before Sui. Congratulations. By using the personal skill voucher, you have acquired a level skill, Comprehensive Resistance. Comprehensive Resistance, a passive skill, Your body gains a slight increase in resistance against diseases, high temperatures, extreme cold, and penetrating disasters. Your bones also become stronger, making it less likely for you to suffer fractures, even if you fall. Level. Su-Yi felt a bit disappointed having not reached the level limit of the skill voucher. Moreover, it was a passive skill that merely enhanced his own attributes. From the skill description, it seemed quite powerful, but the term slight increase dampened Su-Yi's mood. How much could a slight increase really add? For example, right now Su-Yi felt that the room wasn't as cold as before. He got up and opened the window, letting the hot air from outside rush and feeling warm and cozy. On regular days, if he did this, the hot wind outside would make him shiver all over, but today he felt much more at ease. Indeed, there is some effect, but it's not very obvious. I still feel hot. Su-Yi shook his head, feeling that the item wasn't worth 2,000 points. Why didn't that unlucky guy use these 2,000 points to upgrade the shelter? The upgraded shelter would be incredibly strong with tremendous changes, allowing for the purchase of many rooms and essential armed modules for the shelter. Su-Yi stroked his chin, pondering as he opened the shelter's level leaderboard. He discovered that it was already the 7th day of the apocalypse, and he was the only one in the entire city with a level 1 shelter. Everyone else was still at level 0. Strange, how come no one has upgraded their shelter after so long? Su-Yi furrowed his brows. With so many survivors in the city, there must be others who meet the upgrade requirements apart from me, right? Wait, what they might be lacking is not points, but talent or upgrade materials. Su-Yi recalled the 5 upgrade conditions for his shelter, noting that for him the points required for the upgrade were the main hurdle. However, for the group of marauders outside who thrived on killing and looting, points were certainly not an issue. The only problem was talent and upgrade materials. As for upgrade materials, Su-Yi only knew that they could be obtained through dispatching tasks. Beyond that, there seemed to be no other means of acquisition. And when it came to talent, Su-Yi's shelter had many talented individuals, but most of them were acquired through talent rewards. The only exception, Jiang Xiaoci, was obtained through a national level achievement reward. Moreover, the recently acquired Qin Xiuren was also obtained through a special talent lottery item. Thus, it can be inferred that talent units are indeed very precious. Even that unlucky guy seems to have met some special conditions to qualify for purchasing this talent item. As for others, unless they have channels, they won't be able to recruit even a low-level shelter talent unit, no matter how hard they try. Su-Yi lowered his head in thought, murmuring, why didn't that guy use the item to recruit talent earlier? Could it be that he just recently gained the qualification to buy the item? Or perhaps he hasn't accumulated enough points yet and has been frantically raiding nearby shelters to gather points these past few days, and only managed to gather enough points tonight. Su-Yi felt like his speculation might be the truth, but if so, he couldn't help but think that this guy was incredibly unlucky. Just when he was about to reap the rewards, the fruit was taken away by Su-Yi. What a waste. The item is gone, the points are gone, and the person is dead. If that's the case, I'm way ahead. Su-Yi widened his eyes, feeling somewhat excited. Even if there are survivors similar to me who have means to acquire talent channels, the numbers can't be too many. After all, so far in the entire city, I'm the only one who has achieved this, and the other unlucky fellow with the chance to upgrade his shelter has been killed by me. As for the others, even if they want to upgrade, they probably won't be able to do so in the short term, especially since the Apocalypse game mechanics haven't been announced to allow others to reliably acquire talent units. Why do I feel like I've somehow gotten ahead of the rest in this Apocalypse version? Su-Yi thought more and more it was strange. In terms of talent units, he had a vast number, while the other survivors didn't have a single talent unit. In fact, they didn't even know what the means to acquire talent were. It felt like he was playing a beta version of a game, while others were stuck in the public test version. The beta version experiences more game content first after it's done, then the public test version gets a turn. My talent is indeed SS level, truly valuable. Su-Yi laughed. At first he had underestimated his talent, thinking it was a bit too late game, and the rewards. It seemed he felt a bit guilty for the SS level talent rating. Now that the apocalypse had been going on for a week, looking at the entire city, it turned out he was the only one ahead in this apocalypse version. While they couldn't even upgrade their shelters, his number of talent units had already surpassed 10. Nice. Su-Yi rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling, then lay back on the bed. Sleep. Only sleep can best pass the time. I can't wait for tomorrow noon to start the next wave of rewards. I hope tomorrow's talent reward will continue to give me talent units. Having recognized the scarcity of talent units at this stage, Su-Yi naturally hoped that every talent reward would grant him more talent units. After a peaceful night, Su-Yi opened his eyes, and it was already 1130 a.m. As soon as he got up from bed, he saw Jiang Xiaoci preparing a feast at the dining table. She seemed to have noticed Su-Yi's gaze, looking up at the bed and smiling as she waved to him. Sir, it's time to get up, hurry, and wash up for breakfast. She had a gentle demeanor like a virtuous wife, always giving Sue-yi a faint sense of having already started. What about Qin Xiuren? Sue-yi got up and while dressing with Jiang Shaoxi's assistants, inquired about the newcomer. Sir, he has already gone to work. Work? Yes, he seems not to like me overseeing him, so he set some rules and a work schedule for himself. Jiang Shaoxi said softly. I saw it and thought it was reasonable, so I let him be. After all, he is also loyal to you, sir. I don't want to make it difficult for him. Rules he set for himself. Tell me about them. Sue-yi asked with curiosity as he sat at the dining table. He said he would wake up at 8 every morning and work in the infirmary until 8 at night. After 8 at night, he will not engage in any medical work unless you personally command it. He also wants a day off every weekend without working or seeing patients. Additionally, he wants access to Li Ya's research lab. It seems he also wants to go in and do something. I guess it must be something related to poisons. Jiang Shaoxi explained in detail, and Sue-yi couldn't help but laugh. Even in the apocalypse, this guy is still setting a schedule for himself. And a day off every week. He really thinks he's a doctor. The doctors in this hospital are way busier than him, and there's such a thing as emergencies. Sue-yi chuckled and Jiang Shaoxi asked, Do you permit this, sir? If not, I can have him change it. It's fine, there aren't many people in the shelter right now, and not everyone gets sick every day, so let him be. Sue-yi shook his head. It's good for him to adapt for a while. By the way, what does Li Ya think about him using the research lab? Li Ya does not allow him to enter. Jiang Shaoxi said softly. I couldn't persuade Li Ya, and it seems she has been researching some new technical modules lately. I thought it might help the shelter, so I didn't let him disturb her. Well done. Sue-yi nodded. Ask Qin Xiuren what equipment he needs so we can send the soldiers out to explore and find it. If we can meet his needs, we will. If not, he will have to wait. His current position is primarily focused on saving lives. Tasks like poisoning and killing are not immediately needed, so he doesn't have to rush. By the way, we should nearly resume the exploration task arrangements for the shelter. We need to maximize the 3 daily tasks to primarily collect upgrade materials for the shelter. Sir, please remain still. Let me handle this. Jiang Shaoxi reacted instantly, retrieving icy water from the refrigerator and a clean towel from nearby before rushing to Sue-yi's side. She widened her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing the injury with meticulous care to inform her next step. As head of covert operations, possessing fundamental first aid knowledge came as no surprise to Sue-yi. He felt only mild embarrassment now. Sir. Jiang Shaoxi lifted her graceful head, not blushing but wholly focused. How do you feel? Does it hurt badly? It's nothing. Just startle me for a moment. Sue-yi lowered his voice, striving to steady himself. Are you certain? Shall I call Qin Xiuren? No, he must not come. Absolutely unnecessary. I'm perfectly fine. Without hesitation, Sue-yi flatly refused. And to bolster credibility, added emphatically, Shaoxi, I received a new talent reward yesterday. My heat resistance has increased. I was merely startled. Truly unharmed, I haven't even broken skin. He spoke with earnest conviction, because he genuinely was unharmed. Are you certain? Jiang Shaoxi bent her head in careful inspection. After a long pause, she raised it hesitantly. Yet before she could speak further, Lin Yu's voice suddenly rang out from beyond the door. Miss Jiang, what's today's mission briefing? We've rested fully and eaten. We're ready to depart at any moment. With that, Lin Yu pushed the door open and entered. As Sue-yi's most trusted operative, she held the implicit authority to enter his quarters without prior notice. Fortunately, the doorway sat at a sharp angle, shielding her from the current scene. By the time Lin Yu reached the sofa, Jiang Shaoxi had already risen, and Sue-yi's expression had regained its composure. Commander, you're awake. Lin Yu saluted Sue-yi with a warm smile, then murmured in gentle concern, Commander, you seem slightly flushed, perhaps blood rushing to your face. Could you be running a fever? I'll fetch Qin Xiuren right away. No need. Jiang Shaoxi intercepted Lin Yu with a firm yet calm tone, shaking her head. It's simply the heat. I'll lower the air conditioning. Her casual explanation aroused no suspicion. Lin Yu nodded and turned, asking, Miss Jiang, what is my assignment for today? Is it another combat operation? Eager and poised, Lin Yu awaited instructions. Jiang Shaoxi had devised a rigorous long-term campaign plan, targeting all marauders and survivor enclaves surrounding their shelter. Given Jiang Shaoxi's methods, Sue-yi needed no briefing to deduce this would be a swift, decisive purge. Any defiant survivor would likely be branded a marauder, then eliminated on her order. With Lin Yu's straightforward nature, she never questioned whether Jiang Shaoxi's targets were righteous or wicked. She executed orders without hesitation. Yes, you'll accompany me. Jiang Shaoxi glanced briefly at Sue-yi, then dipped her head respectfully. Sir, I must attend to duties now. I'll return later to conduct your routine physical examination. Ah, yes, go ahead. Sue-yi nodded, subtly adjusting his posture. A physical exam? Is the commander? It's standard protocol, The commander's status demands regular health assessments, and I happen to possess medical expertise. Oh, Miss Jiang is truly extraordinary. The two women exchanged light banter as they exited. Su-yi reclined on the sofa, paused to collect himself, then lifted his gaze toward the void. This instigator, he murmured softly, then studied the talent reward interface before him once more. Congratulations. You have triggered an advanced talent reward. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent reward S-Rank personal skill, Ravenous Symbiosis. Ravenous Symbiosis, an S-Rank active skill classified as recreational. You may select any living target for symbiotic attachment, guaranteed to complete infiltration undetected. Upon successful symbiosis, you receive daily a randomly selected replica of one item owned by the target. Skill limitation: only one target may be symbiotically linked at a time. Replacement is permitted solely upon the original target's death. How could such a reward even exist? Su-yi whispered, still stunned by this revelation. Initially, seeing an S-Rank personal skill had filled him with exhilaration, pure delight. Logically, Su-yi should not yet encounter S-Rank talent rewards at his current stage. Yet last night he upgraded his talent reward system, and today this grand prize manifested immediately. But the crux of the matter was clear: this was a recreational skill. To be fair, our shelter currently lacks no critical resources, yet truth be told, I am indeed starved for entertainment. Within the entire shelter, the sole diversion available to me is a single computer, its solitary offline games which I've replayed countless times. The thought of amusement inevitably summoned Jiang Xiaozi's image, but he swiftly dismissed it. She was a vital asset, not a plaything. Following this logic, recreational talent rewards are statistically plausible, designed to alleviate spiritual desolation. For a homebound individual, sustenance may be secondary, but gaming is indispensable. Yet the question remains, how precisely does one play this skill? Su-yi pondered deeply. Judging by its description, it certainly possesses strong recreational appeal. Regardless of the chosen target, I gain a random replica of one of their possessions each day. Highly unpredictable, heavily reliant on chance. Undeniably thrilling. Fortune may yield something valuable, or conversely a pair of socks worn by the target. The constraint, however, is severe. Only one target may be symbiotically bound at a time, and substitution requires the prior target's death. That limitation feels disproportionate for an S-Rank designation. Wait, now I see the skill description imposes no restriction on the category of replicable items. Su-yi narrowed his eyes. If I attach symbiotically to a formidable survivor, might I replicate not only their possessions, but also their talents, skills, artifacts, even their survival points? His eyes widened. Rereading the skill description repeatedly, he confirmed his hypothesis was viable. This ability imposed no boundaries on replication scope. Replicate any item owned by the target. The term item was astonishingly broad. Virtually anything could qualify as an item. In that case, my symbiotic targets must be enemies alone. Su-yi murmured. After all, to switch targets, I'd first need to eliminate the current one. This is a perverse, perilous form of recreation, one that treats human life as trivial amusement. Su-yi remained utterly calm. He had long since acclimated to the brutal laws of this apocalyptic reality. Killing no longer stirred disquiet within him. Now a new question arises. Who shall be my first symbiotic target? Aside from humans, Su-yi seemed to have no other targets available. Although the skill description did not specify a limitation to humans only, in the current high-temperature environment, Su-yi rarely saw any living creatures other than humans. Forget about stray cats and dogs, not a single flying bird was in sight. Occasionally, he could spot some mosquitoes and insects buzzing around, but Su-yi kept his distance and refrained from using his parasitic skill on them. What could a swarm of mosquitoes possibly replicate? Forget it, let's just give it a try, Su-yi thought, feeling utterly bored and unable to find a suitable experimental subject. Should he let the residents in his home try? Su-yi hadn't lost his mind enough to harm his own people. The group of girls worked diligently and seriously, proving their value. There was no need to put them in danger. After much contemplation, Su-yi decided to open the window and let in an unknown mosquito. The streets were now filled with flying insects. The city had changed drastically without sanitation workers. Parasitize. Su-yi fixed his gaze on the insect, silently reciting the command. In the next moment, he felt a sudden wave of dizziness and his body involuntarily collapsed onto the sofa. When Su-yi finally managed to stabilize his discomfort and focused on regaining his consciousness, he was horrified to discover that his perspective and sensations were somewhat distorted. He could clearly sense that he had two perspectives. One was the human view he was accustomed to looking at the room, while the other was the compound-eye view of the insect staring back at him with evident terror. Is this the perspective of an insect? Damn, this is truly parasitism. I actually have the perspective of an insect. Su-yi's heart was greatly shaken. No way, I feel so dizzy it's getting worse. Su-yi clutched his head, feeling as if the world was spinning around him along with the insect struggles. Unable to bear it any longer, Su-yi fought against the urge to vomit, grabbed a book nearby, and swatted the insect dead. Smack! With the insect's demise, the parasitic effect vanished, and Su-yi felt much better. Damn it, this is ridiculous. Su-yi took a deep breath to calm himself down. This thing even has a latent effect, allowing me to possess the perspective of a parasite. Hiss. I need to choose a good host. What secrets could he possibly have from me? Su-yi murmured. Though having two perspectives was disorienting, he resolved to adapt. Compared to the uncomfortable side effects, the potential of this talent was immense. Based on the experimental results, I should find a survivor to parasitize, preferably a powerful one from a shelter. This way, having an additional human perspective won't be too uncomfortable and will be easier to adapt to. Secondly, I might be lucky enough to replicate something valuable. If I just randomly choose someone to parasitize, resulting in mediocre replicated items, then this skill would merely be an entertainment skill. Su-yi frowned, a name quickly surfacing in his mind: Little White Bear Shelter. The only strong survivor I know of is him. He opened the ranking board and found that this guy's ranking remained impressively high, far ahead in the number of shelters destroyed. Quite exaggerated. He truly was the top of the PK board, known for ruthlessly killing. First, we can infer that this guy's talent must be formidable and his effects must be powerful. If it weren't for his current inability to obtain talent units or being restricted by upgrade materials with the survival points he has earned, he could have upgraded his shelters several times. If I can parasitize him, the chances of replicating good items would definitely increase. But how should I find him? Su-yi pondered. He couldn't just directly shout in the chat channel, "Little White Bear, where are you? Come out." That certainly wouldn't work. After all, parasitism is not control. The target still retains their subjective consciousness and can resist Su-yi. According to Su-yi's plan, he wanted to complete the parasitism without Little White Bear maintaining a situation where he operated in the dark while Little White Bear was in the light. I didn't want to encounter him too early before, but now I'm actually looking forward to seeing him. Su-yi lay on the sofa, thought for a moment, then got up and went downstairs to find Jiang Xiaozi. At that moment, Jiang Xiaozi was in a command room on the second floor, assigning today's tasks to the warriors. When Su-yi walked in, he saw Lin Yu and others fully armed and ready to set off. "Sir, is there anything else you need?" Jiang Xiaozi was very perceptive. She rarely saw Su-yi come downstairs, and whenever he did, it was for something important. Su-yi nodded, gesturing for everyone to gather around again. "Xiaozi, have you mentioned Little White Bear Shelter to everyone as I previously discussed?" "I did mention it." Jiang Xiaozi nodded. "I have always emphasized that during missions we should avoid direct conflicts with Little White Bear Shelter and focus on gathering intelligence on them." Jiang Xiaozi understood Su-yi's talent traits. The longer time passed, the stronger he would become. To maximize Su-yi's talents, Jiang Xiaozi had always set a defensive strategy for the shelter, creating multiple defensive chains around the shelter, gradually expanding its territory in an orderly fashion. "Well, but there's a new development." Su-yi pondered, then spoke. "Xiaozi, I need to find the leader of Little White Bear Shelter. I have a method that can effectively target him for a long time." "Sir, may I ask what method?" "Parasitism." Su-yi weighed his options, withholding nothing. Everyone present was his talent with guaranteed loyalty, and their lives were intertwined with the shelter. "I have a parasitic skill that allows me to complete the parasitism as long as I see the leader of Little White Bear Shelter gaining all of their hidden cards." Su-yi paused, then smiled. "Of course, it's just a probability, not absolute. To master all of their hidden cards." Jiang Xiaozi's eyes lit up. She understood just how powerful this skill could be. If this is true, then Su-yi's shelter would be invincible. "Sir, do you just need to see the leader of Little White Bear Shelter?" "That's about it. I'm still testing more parasitic methods." Su-yi nodded. Based on his preliminary tests, the primary condition for parasitism was at least to see the target. If he couldn't even see them, parasitism would be impossible. "This?" Jiang Xiaozi pondered slightly. Su-yi looked at her with anticipation. "Xiaozi, is there a way? I know this is difficult, but if we manage to, then those people will undoubtedly be working for us." Su-yi cleared his throat, feeling he might be asking too much. Little White Bear Shelter was notorious in the city for being a killing machine. Encountering them was no easy task, and merely approaching them posed significant danger. "It's not impossible." Jiang Xiaozi raised an eyebrow, speaking gently. "Sir, I will take full responsibility for this matter. But I need to confirm with you. Really, is it just seeing him that will suffice?" "Yes." Su-yi nodded without hesitation. This was the parasitic method he had verified. "All right, I know what to do now." Jiang Xiaozi nodded. "I may need some time. I hope you can be patient, sir. I leave it to you." Su-yi nodded in satisfaction. Having a clever strategist was indeed comfortable. Whenever there was an issue, he could just ask the strategist, who would handle it perfectly. We don't need to be overly clever. We just need to learn to delegate power to our subordinates and then lie at home playing games to win. Su-yi felt this was the correct use of his talents. No wonder talent rewards frequently granted bonuses to his talent units. It seems I've always thought that staying at home and not going out was the path to invincibility. But in reality, as long as the disasters persist, there is no absolute safety. Building a powerful force of our own and protecting ourselves at the core is the only safe way to develop. Su Yi sighed inwardly. No wonder Jiang Xiaozi had initially devised a plan for him to be a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Developing one's own power not only harnesses more talents to achieve an all-around strength without weaknesses, but also provides unlimited strong security. Building an invincible shelter alone is merely a tough shell. A group of people building a strong shelter can enjoy the feeling of a doomsday emperor where every word commands loyalty. After communicating with Jiang Xiaozi, she did not send the warriors to immediately execute the task of finding Little White Bear shelter, but instead allowed Lin Yu and the others to maintain today's combat tasks unchanged. Lin Yu felt somewhat confused, but did not ask further. She silently kept this matter in her mind, secretly resolving to actively gather more intelligence if she obtained news about Little White Bear shelter during the exploration. The afternoon passed quietly without any disturbances. The women in the shelter continued to repair and strengthen the defensive structures under Jiang Xiaozi's guidance, utilizing various trinkets crafted by Liya to set up more traps and warning devices. In the entire shelter, only 2 men were the most bored: Su Yi and Qin Shiren. No, Su Yi was slightly better off than Qin Shiren. After all, Su Yi had a new skill to ponder. Although the feeling of parasitizing non-human creatures was uncomfortable, Su Yi spent the entire afternoon continuously experimenting to better master the skill. He tried different parasitic methods on various types of creatures, seeking more tips for using the skill. Of course, he ensured his safety and avoided replicating anything chaotic. Each of Su Yi's experiments was brief, ensuring he could kill the parasitic target immediately and avoid copying something like an insect wing or a lizard's tail onto himself. Soon night fell. Su Yi stood by the window, gazing into the distance at the gradually deteriorating city buildings, feeling a sense of melancholy. Thick smoke billowed up from the industrial area of the city where it seemed a fire had reignited, and he could faintly hear the sounds of explosions as if yet another disaster was unfolding. In less than 3 weeks, this round of high-temperature apocalypse will come to an end. I wonder how many people will still be alive by then. However, the rewards for the country's victory have been given early, which should help many survivors across the nation. Su Yi pondered suddenly, noticing the entrance door of the residential building downstairs had been opened and Qin Shiren was carrying several large burlap sacks outside. The mouths of the burlap sacks were wide open, filled with drinking water, food, daily necessities, and various trinkets crafted by Liya. What does he need to take these things outside for? Qin Shiren's departure was certainly orchestrated by Jiang Xiaozi. Although he was a newcomer to the talent unit, Su Yi could discern that Qin Shiren's personality bore some similarities to his own. If one can stay home, then stay home. No need to go out unless necessary. A lying flat is the way to go. It's hard to imagine this is a killer's personality. Somewhat undisciplined, yet Qin Shiren indeed lived by this principle. As Su Yi pondered, Jiang Xiaozi had already pushed the door open and entered the room. Xiaozi, did you send Qin Shiren out? Su Yi pointed to the darkening sky outside. It's already dark. Why let him go out at this hour? It is indeed somewhat dangerous, Jiang Xiaozi acknowledged with a nod. However, Su Yi did not share this sentiment. This guy. I think danger is secondary. I'm just curious as to why he would take such things when he goes out. A killer adept at using poison venturing out into the high-temperature apocalypse at night. The level of danger is about the same as returning home, so it's unlikely he'll die outside. Sir, you may not be aware, Jiang Xiaozi said with a smile. A few days ago, Lin Yu and the others discovered a market formed spontaneously by survivors just 6 streets away from us. People often go there to exchange goods, bartering day and night. No wonder Qin Shiren brought along a pile of items. He must be going to trade. Oh, Su Yi was even more puzzled. What do you intend for Qin Shiren to buy? Are we lacking anything in our shelter? Su Yi was aware of the existence of the offline market. He had seen discussions about it in the chat channel a few days. Although the shelter platform offers online trading items citywide, many things cannot be listed for trade. The most inconspicuous yet needed items are various materials that cannot be consumed. These materials could be table legs or construction materials like cement and rebar. They do not belong to the main categories recognized by the Apocalypse game mechanics, such as food, drinking water, or weapons, and thus cannot be traded. Yet in today's world where most technological means have failed, humanity still requires these pre-apocalypse materials to rebuild their shelters. These methods are permitted within the apocalypse mechanics. Su Yi had long realized that certain lower-level technologies and the ability to utilize tools that humanity has rediscovered are allowed to function. Many survivors have not yet mastered the means to upgrade their shelters and have a need to enhance their safety, naturally creating a market demand for these materials. Aside from this demand, sellers in the online shelter are often secretive with their item descriptions laden with fraudulent behavior. If one happens to buy something that does not match the description, there is no way to return or refund it. Survivors who wish to avoid being deceived are keen on offline transactions. After all, being able to see the items for sale reduces the risk of being scammed. Of course, offline transactions also carry significant risks, including the danger of being robbed or losing both person and goods. Each must weigh the risks and rewards. We lack nothing in our shelter, but it's better to be prepared. I've instructed him to buy some medicines and equipment he needs. Jiang Xiaozi paused and added with a smile, of course, I also asked him to promote our shelter's supplies and to be generous. Generous. Su Yi frowned as he seemed to understand Jiang Xiaozi's intentions. You plan to gather intelligence about the Xiao by Xiong shelter through trading. Su Yi inquired, understanding that where there are many people, there is an exchange of information. In the online communication channel, the noise of numerous voices often drowns out useful clues, making it difficult to obtain key intelligence. But it's different offline. As long as Qin Xiuren is generous enough, he can easily lower the psychological defenses of buyers and sellers, allowing for some preliminary exchange of information. That is indeed part of the plan, but not solely that. Jiang Xiaozi nodded, but then shook her head. Sir, offline transactions are inherently filled with many unstable elements. Everyone is on guard against each other. I fear this method of intelligence gathering might be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Although there is a possibility of obtaining information about the Xiao by Xiong shelter, understanding more of their background, or even making contact will likely be quite challenging. So what is Qin Kairen's true purpose? Su Yi fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiaozi, knowing she wouldn't engage in futile endeavors. Since gathering intelligence isn't Qin Kairen's main objective, what else could it be? To demonstrate strength, Jiang Xiaozi whispered, Sir, I need him to represent our shelter in engaging with the survivors within the offline trading market, showcasing our strength and expanding our influence, waiting for the right moment to take over the offline trading market. Su Yi suddenly realized, exclaiming, You want to seize a new territory? Control the offline trading market. Not for me, Jiang Xiaozi smiled, slightly emphasizing, but for you, sir. He had begun to adapt to this era and could anticipate her plans. Jiang Xiaozi knew Su Yi was not foolish, he simply had not yet adapted his thinking habits in a timely manner. Controlling the offline trading market. This method could indeed work. Su Yi paced back and forth, frowning as he murmured, Using control to radiate our influence, as long as we become sufficiently well-known, we'll naturally be able to connect with the Xiao by Xiong shelter. Moreover, by appearing as the controllers of the offline trading market, we inherently adopt the identity and position of business people. Even if Xiao by Xiong is bloodthirsty, he wouldn't have a reason to kill us. He is brutal, but not foolish. He surely knows that maintaining a good relationship with us would provide him with a more stable influx of supplies. Thus, we can further conceal our shelter through remote control of the trading market, while also demonstrating our strength thereby, making actual contact with the Xiao by Xiong shelter. So, Xiaozi, is this trading market merely a facade to conceal our identity? Su Yi looked at Jiang Xiaozi, who shook her head. Naturally, it is not just that. As you bring more new partners, the pressure to provide for them will naturally increase. A single shelter ultimately cannot protect an ever-growing number of people. We need more territory, more voice, and more armed strength to ensure your safety to the greatest extent possible. Jiang Xiaozi's goal was simple. She wanted the territory of the trading market, not just for the sake of contacting the Xiao by Xiong shelter. She aimed to utilize the trading market to strengthen the shelter while forming a dangerous buffer zone. Once they took over the trading market, they could divert most of the hostile gazes and attention aimed at Su Yi's shelter. If anyone wished to antagonize Su Yi, the trading market as the visible territory would undoubtedly be the first target. In this way, Su Yi's own shelter might not be the first to face an enemy attack, significantly increasing the safety factor. Without external territory, if the enemy were to ascertain the location of the shelter, Su Yi would have to confront the enemies outside. Although the safety level of the shelter is continually improving and reinforcing daily, one can never be too cautious. If the enemy proves overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding the shelter's capacity to withstand, leading to a breach, then it would be the end. Furthermore, if they took control of the trading market, it could serve as a new springboard, potentially gathering more external survivors around Su Yi's shelter, uniting them to resist the apocalypse. Under Jiang Xiaozi's management system, these external survivors would not be able to meet Su Yi directly. This is akin to the corporate management system before the apocalypse. Employees at the bottom of the pyramid cannot casually meet the chairman, yet they tirelessly work for the chairman's wealth. Jiang Xiaozi's decision was twofold. It was long-term thinking with interlocking elements. The more Su Yi contemplated, the more he felt it was well conceived. Indeed, very good, well thought out. Su Yi remained silent for a long while before finally exclaiming, Xiaozi, you truly are remarkable. This tactic benefits us regardless of encountering danger or developing smoothly. Zhang Xiaozi was creating layer upon layer of external protective strength for Su, providing not just physical protection, but comprehensive safeguarding. You are quite remarkable too, sir. Zhang Xiaozi blinked her beautiful eyes, speaking gently. Whatever Xiaozi thinks cannot escape your notice. You actually know how to flatter. I speak the truth. Zhang Xiaozi's smile grew even brighter. She genuinely believed Su to be intelligent, a fundamentally kind and principled person, yet not pedantic. In the face of danger, Su could be decisive and ruthless. When conditions allowed, he would extend a helping hand to the weak. Although he could be somewhat laid back at times, he could think through many matters and trusted his subordinates, willing to delegate authority. Such a leader may not be perfect, but he provides a sense of security to his subordinates. Fine with you around, I can indeed be a good homebody. Su comfortably lay on the couch, while Zhang Xiaozi had already begun executing plans for the shelter's external expansion. Yet this did not affect Su's plans to lie flat at home and enjoy himself. She expands her territory while I lie at home, causing no conflict. Sir, it's late. Should we go to bed? Su stood up and suddenly laughed, saying, Xiaozi, I suddenly feel a bit like Lu Do relying on you for everything. Xiaozi is no Zhuge Liang, and you are not as mediocre as a Do. Zhang Xiaozi replied softly, lowering her head. In Xiaozi's view, you simply do not love to compete. While the sir does not love to compete, I can fight for him. This was what Zhang Xiaozi left unspoken. Su did not ask, as he was ready to lie down and sleep. However, Zhang Xiaozi reminded him, Sir, it seems you haven't bathed in a long time. The shelter's water resources are now sufficient. Would you like to take a bath? That's true. I haven't really bathed properly since the apocalypse began. Sui nodded. We'll take a bath. It's already prepared just downstairs in a room. Leah remodeled it yesterday. It's a large bathtub. Zhang Xiaozi gently opened the door leading Su to a room downstairs. The room had essentially been completely renovated with all the original facilities emptied out. 1/3 of the room's wall was raised to form a high platform enclosing the clear water within, while the bottom showcased neatly arranged outlets. Isn't this a swimming pool? Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Did Leah create this? She turned this entire room into a swimming pool. Yes, Zhang Xiaozi nodded, gently explaining. I proposed the idea. Leah designed the blueprints and plans while the rest was done by the young ladies themselves. I was wondering what you all were tinkering with downstairs these past few days. Turns out there was such a surprise. Sir, this is a surprise the young ladies prepared for you. Zhang Xiaozi spoke softly. You provide protection, and the young ladies feel grateful, thinking they should do something to make your life more comfortable. Not bad, an indoor swimming pool. Oh, I like it. Su nodded in satisfaction. Though the pool looked somewhat rudimentary at present, it was already a promising start. With a swimming pool in place, what other items could be far behind? Su felt that the quality of his homebody life in the shelter was gradually improving. Sir, shall we wash now? You go out. Hey, why are you taking off your clothes? Sir, I have to stay nearby. Oh, what if you drown? I need to keep an eye on you. That makes sense, but why are you wearing a swimsuit underneath? You were prepared. You had this ready all along. Sir, this is called being prepared. If you don't like this color, I can take it off. Zhang Xiaozi was disarmingly direct, utterly indifferent to whatever Su might do to her. Inevitably, Su ended up enjoying a blissfully refreshing bath. How to describe the process? It bore little resemblance to romantic playfulness. Certainly nothing intimate occurred. Yet tactile contact inevitably could not be avoided. Yet it was not Su who reached out or touched. After their light-hearted splashing night deepened, Su returned to his chamber and clean and serene embraced the stunning beauty as they drifted into slumber. He slept soundly and sweetly through the night, until morning broke. Su awoke to Qin Shiren's grumbling voice outside his door. No way. I need to see the boss. A raise. I absolutely must get a raise. This counts as overtime. I pulled an all-nighter, and now you're sending me to the infirmary. Even if the capable bear greater burdens, this is beyond reason. The boss would surely feel for me. Besides, no one here is ill. What on earth am I supposed to do sitting there like a fool? Girls flirt with me, did you know that? They're perfectly healthy, yet they keep dropping by the infirmary for no reason. This is serious. I'm a physician. How can a patient flirt with me? Qin Shiren's shouting was loud enough to rouse Su fully. He turned toward the door, just as Zhang Xiaozi's calm, unhurried voice replied, Lower your voice, or if the master wakes, I'll hold you accountable. You exploit middle-aged men and won't even let us complain. The boss is kind. He'd never stand for this. Qin Shiren showed no fear of Zhang Xiaozi, his tone rising further. I'm 40. Half my body's already in the grave, and still you push me to the brink. I worked through the night, and now you deny me rest. I demand to see the boss. I'll report you. Qin Shiren. Su called out, voice gently raised. Come in. Yes, boss. I'm coming. Qin Xiuran's reply burst forth cheerful and smug. The boss is awake. You're finished. I'm filing a formal complaint. Qin Xiuran pushed open the door, and seeing Su Yi reclining against the headboard bowed deeply with utmost deference. Good morning, boss. Su Yi gestured toward the teacup on the table. Qin Xiuran hurried forward, bowing again before pouring tea and presenting it reverently into Su Yi's hands. No poison in this, I hope. Su Yi took a delicate sip, then asked, suddenly catching Qin Xiuran off guard, Boss, how dare I ever poison you? Who knows? Su Yi said flatly, expression unreadable. You've just shouted at Xiaozi, and earlier you nearly poisoned Lin Yu right before my eyes. What then isn't within your bounds? Boss. Qin Xiuran lowered his head, silent and sheepish. Xiaozi oversees all affairs within the shelter. Her instructions are mine word for word. Setting down the teacup, Su Yi studied Qin Xiuran from head to toe. From your outburst just now, I gather you've met a new boss last night. Do you wish to leave my service? Boss, that's not what I meant at all. Qin Xiuran hastened to clarify. It's simply that things have piled up. This woman, Miss Jiang, assigned me far too many tasks. I'm just one man. I can't possibly handle them all alone. Shall I raise your pay? Within my shelter, wages don't exist. So, shall I dismiss you instead? No, boss, please. Qin Xiuran scratched his head, his smile growing increasingly awkward. Where else would I go? I admit my mistake. I won't repeat it. Su Yi said nothing, only rose and began his morning ablutions. Qin Xiuran followed silently, step for step behind him. Once freshly groomed, Su Yi faced the mirror and, meeting Qin Xiuran's reflection, asked coolly, Speak plainly. Why did you seek me out? Surely not merely to complain about Xiaozi. You're perceptive. You understand Xiaozi's authority within the shelter. Boss. Qin Xiuran scratched his head, glanced at Jiang Xiaozi, standing quietly by the doorway, then leaned in and whispered to Su Yi, Last night I went out. I know. Continue. Su Yi sat at the dining table where Jiang Xiaozi had already laid out a lap. Even though Su Yi rarely rose so early, Jiang Xiaozi prepared such meals daily, ensuring he would find nourishment the moment he awoke. Then, I killed some people. Qin Xiuran bowed his head lower. Su Yi paused mid-bite, lifted his gaze toward Jiang Xiaozi at the door, then studied the cowed figure before him. Qin Xiuran, I recall Xiaozi dispatched you to expand our influence, to lay groundwork for seizing control of the trading market. Correct? Yes, boss. So these killings were meant to project influence. Su Yi tilted his head slightly. Was it for deterrence, or were you forced to defend yourself, For deterrence. Qin Xiuran kept his head low. Something felt off. Why did this middle-aged man look so chastened? First tell me, how many? 127. At the precise number, Su Yi's spoon trembled in his hand. What? His voice rose sharply. He stared wide-eyed at Qin Xiuran. Say that again. Boss, I killed 127 people. With toxin, a small-scale neuroaerosol agent. Qin Xiuran kept his eyes downcast, avoiding Su Yi's gaze like a child caught in wrongdoing. Damn, another remorseless killer. Su Yi covered his forehead with one hand. What sort of people had he summoned? That Lin Yu soldiers were lethal was unsurprising, but Jiang Xiaozi, a former intelligence chief bearing no psychological burden over killing, was also expected. Yet this physician, had he truly unleashed slaughter? All right, he was also a retired world-class assassin. You were sent to fulfill a mission, not massacre. Why kill so many? They coveted what I carried, and Miss Jiang instructed me to expand our influence appropriately, to demonstrate our strength. Qin Xiuran murmured an explanation. Su Yi drew a slow, steadying breath. Then tell me, how many people were in that trading hub? 268. According to intelligence gathered by the shelter, it's a major trading nexus. The nearest comparable markets host no more than 40 or 50 traders. 268. And you slaughtered 127. You wiped out half the place. Su Yi pinched the bridge of his nose, striving for composure as he fixed Qin Xiuran with a sincere, almost pleading look. You call that deterrence? Is this deterrence? You didn't just intimidate. You annihilated entire families. Su Yi felt utterly numb. It wasn't compassion for the dead. He simply feared the plan had collapsed. Who seizes territory by slaughtering half its population? With everyone dead, who claims the land? Who trades with whom? Boss, claiming territory. Qin Xiuran offered an awkward, apologetic smile. Remove the people, leave the land. At least the land remains intact. Remove the people, leave the land. Brilliant. Truly exceptional. Su Yi raised a thumb in grim admiration. Now he understood why Qin Xiuran had clashed with Jiang Xiaozi. She must have scolded him mercilessly upon learning the truth. Thank you, boss. Damn it. Did the man honestly think he was being praised? Enough. It's done. Su Yi inhaled deeply, surprisingly refraining from rage. Qin Xiuran, startled, hadn't expected such restraint. Boss, you're not angry. I am. But scolding you changes nothing. Sui shook his head, fingers absently tapping the spoon as he calculated they're already dead. It's a waste. You killed them without extracting any value. No shelter destroyed, no inheritable assets acquired. Their deaths were meaningless. And worse, they'll spark panic, likely driving all future traders away from that hub. People come to trade, not to meet a bloodthirsty monster. A pity. We'll need to shift to another trading. Sui sighed deeply. We'll need someone else for this task. But no, manpower is scarce. Lin Yu's team must continue harvesting resources daily. Just be more measured next time. With methods like yours, who dare conduct business there? Sui couldn't hold back, entirely reprimanding Chen Xiuren sternly. Many problems cannot be solved by killing alone. Our goal is to claim territory, not occupy a graveyard. The purpose of controlling a trading market is to foster commerce, to offer protection, to draw traders under our banner, and to cultivate them as loyal external allies. And you butchered half of them. Sui rolled his eyes, only to be stunned when Chen Xiuren suddenly lifted his head, puzzled. Boss, I've completed the mission. Completed what? To expand our influence, to ensure the market falls under our control, to make surviving traders rely on us, and ultimately join our sphere of influence. Chen Xiuren paused, then added softly, the few survivors clutched my hands before leaving, weeping, begging me to return tomorrow night, and insisting I must be present. Huh? Sui blinked, then asked sharply, wait, did they beg you to return tomorrow night? Yes. Is there something you haven't told me? Is there? Chen Xiuren tilted his head, then snapped his fingers. Oh, right. I forgot to mention those I killed belonged to the Heavenly God Gang. They'd arrived 2 days earlier, also seeking to seize the market. They mistook me for a trader, demanding half my goods as stall fees. I deemed it unfair, so I eliminated. Chen Xiuren paused, then grinned. As for the other traders, I distributed the antidote. They survived. Only the rival gang was eradicated. So, you've done us a favor. Expelled rivals, provided protection, earned the traders' trust. Does this mean we've already secured that trading market? Sui's eyes widened in sudden clarity. The hub had indeed been targeted, but fate had delivered its would-be usurpers straight into the path of Chen Xiuren's lethal efficiency. Yes, boss. I've completed the mission. Chen Xiuren beamed, all traces of guilt vanished. The man had been feigning remorse the entire time. Damn it. Sui erupted. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Xiuren lifted his head, face guileless, a faint smile playing on his lips. You didn't ask. His grin radiated the glee of a prankster triumphant. So, silence unless questioned. Right. Almost forgot. He's certifiably unhinged. Sui glanced at Jiang Shaozi by the door. Her expression mirrored his own astonishment. She too had been kept in the dark. Chen Xiuren had deliberately withheld half the truth, simply to amuse himself. No repeats, ever. Your competence is undeniable, but this approach breeds dangerous misunderstandings. But haven't I misunderstood successfully yet? Chen Xiuren winked. Sui roared, Chen Xiuren, show some respect. Yes, boss. His response boomed, though Sui doubted the words had truly registered. Return tomorrow, and for several nights maintain vigilance over the site. Sui tapped his fingers on the table, thoughtful. Those you killed may provoke retaliation. Observe closely for a few nights first. This will further consolidate our influence, though it does burden you standing watch alone. Wait a few days. We'll assign reinforcements if new talent arrives. Sui looked up at Chen Xiuren. Next time you report, omit nothing. State all needs now. I'll accommodate them where possible. Having seized the hub, Sui had no intention of relinquishing it. This was a pivotal step. Taking ground was simple, holding it infinitely harder. I do have a request, Chen Xiuren said without hesitation. Boss, the toxins I brought are nearly depleted, and Leah has no raw materials for synthesis. If more rivals arrive to contest the territory, I may be overwhelmed. He winked, earnestness plain in his. He was a killer, not a demigod, incapable of confronting overwhelming numbers unarmed. Sui turned to Jiang Shaozi at the door. Her gaze lingered thoughtfully on Chen Xiuren before she nodded to Sui. Master, I'll coordinate assignments. Dispatch several warriors to accompany him. See that it's flawless. Yes, master. Chen Xiuren, you may. Sui waved dismissively. Rest well. You're excused from the infirmary for now. Really, boss? Absolutely. Sui spread his hands. I'd hate for Dr. Chen to think I'm some heartless capitalist exploiting him day and night. You truly are an exemplary leader. Chen Xiuren declared sincerely, then added, I'll take my leave. Oh, and this is a gift for you, boss. I hope you enjoy it. Before exiting, Chen Xiuren placed a small white box, unmarked, unadorned, on the table. Curious, Sui looked up at his retreating back. What is this? Medicine. Chen Xiuren's voice drifted in from the corridor, fading with distance. Medicine, to please Miss Jiang. To please her. Damn it. It's herbal medicine. Sir, I'll go find Lin Yu. Jiang Shaozi kept her head lowered, seemingly hesitant to meet Sui's gaze. In a soft voice she added, Lin Yu and the others have returned. Today's assignments require personnel adjustments. Dispatch some people to shadow Chinchuran tonight. Go ahead. Su Yi nodded, glancing at the medicine box in his hand. Just as Zhang Xiaozi was about to leave, he called out, "Xiaozi, what shall we do with this medicine?" Zhang Xiaozi's back stiffened almost imperceptibly. Without turning around, she murmured quietly, "Entirely at your discretion, sir," then hurried away. "So it's up to me." Su Yi rubbed the medicine box thoughtfully. "Is this a subtle hint?" He paused. Perhaps something to consider tonight." As Zhang Xiaozi departed, Su Yi slipped back into his blissful hikikomori routine. The morning passed uneventfully. Hour after hour dissolved into rounds of video games. Su Yi had considered putting his innate talent to practical use, finding an unlucky survivor to test its effects. Yet the surrounding survivors had already been cleared out by Lin Yu and her team. Scarcely a soul remained in the entire residential complex, and Su Yi couldn't venture out himself. For now, the idea would have to wait. It's nearly noon. The alarm on Su Yi's wristwatch chimed. He glanced at the time and stretched languidly. I wonder what today's reward will be. Given the shelter's current development trajectory, what do I truly lack? He pondered. Security is assured, manpower is sufficient, even entertainment is covered. So what's missing? Is it a means to accelerate the shelter's expansion? The thought resonated. He'd largely deduced that his innate talents' rewards rarely served him alone. They encompassed the entire shelter. According to Su Yi's strategic plan, the shelter was now entering a phase of gradual outward expansion, so the talent's reward was highly likely tied to that very objective. An hour later, the prompt for today's talent reward shimmered into view before him. Congratulations. You've triggered a talent reward, Tier C skill, Eye of Longing. Eye of Longing, Tier C active skill. Upon activation, the user gains real-time visual perspective from every resident within the shelter. Duration depends on the user's physical stamina. During the skill's duration, the user may expend additional stamina to project their voice directly into the current viewpoint, though this consumes considerable energy. Additional note, any biological entity residing within the shelter for over 72 hours is classified as a shelter resident. This skill feels oddly recreational. Su Yi paused, musing. Has my talent sensed how stiflingly idle I've become indoors, and gifted me a celestial eye-like ability so I can observe the outside world without ever stepping foot outside? His first instinct was to adopt Lin Yu's perspective, the frontline explorers. Though the apocalypse had raged for days, the chaotic exterior world remained infinitely more vivid than the unchanging walls of his bedroom. Of course, the skill wasn't limited to field operatives like Lin Yu. It extended to every single resident. Should Su Yi wish, he could even observe residents bathing, but he held no such voyeuristic inclination. This skill seems perfectly synergistic with the parasitic ability I acquired yesterday. Su Yi examined the two abilities closely, and suddenly realized they were a match made in heaven. The parasitic ability was formidable, yet constrained solely by his own innate limitation. Due to his talent's nature, he was bound to spend most of each day confined indoors, rendering direct contact with outsiders nearly impossible. Those he could interact with were exclusively his inner circle, core personnel unsuitable as parasites. Right now, without viable methods or suitable candidates, his parasitic ability risked lying dormant. Without physical proximity, or at least visual contact, he couldn't initiate parasitism. Contact, however minimal, remained the essential prerequisite. But now with this Tier C Eye of Longing, Su Yi no longer needed to leave the shelter. By leveraging the perspectives of Lin Yu and other field operatives, he could fulfill the parasitic condition remotely. What an excellent talent reward. Precisely what I need right now. Su Yi grinned. I haven't tested whether remote vision suffices for parasitism, but since this skill manifested, it's almost certain the system intends it to work. The talent never bestowed useless gifts if granted it was meant to be used. Let's try it immediately. He shut down his computer, eager to test his new ability. By now, Lin Yu and her team should have been en route for some time. First, I'll consult Xiaozi about today's operation. Su Yi descended swiftly and secured today's personnel deployment schedule from Zhang Xiaozi. The women continued reinforcing and upgrading shelter infrastructure. Leah remained sequestered in her room, immersed in research, and concurrently designing novel tools for the shelter. Chun Xiuran slept soundly in his quarters while 3 warriors executed separate reconnaissance missions. The remaining 8 warriors, including Lin Yu, were divided into 3 combat teams under a triadic structure, continuing routine external operations, exploration, threat assessment, and perimeter patrols. Sir, you've never shown interest in such matters before. Why the sudden attention today? Zhang Xiaozi asked curiously after delivering the briefing. I've acquired something extraordinary, something delightfully intriguing. Su Yi smiled enigmatically, then dashed upstairs, silently invoking the skill. Activate Eye of Longing. Target resident Lin Yu. As Su Yi willed the skill, a strange luminescence shimmered across his vision. Instantly seated on the sofa, Su Yi felt as though he'd gone blind, plunged into absolute darkness. After several breaths, his sight returned. But the scene before him was no longer his bedroom. It was a moving, external perspective. From the angle and motion, it was unmistakably Lin Yue's alert, scanning her surroundings, pausing intermittently as she led her squad forward. The environment resembled the residential complex's streets. Shattered pavement cracked and buckled beneath her feet, withered shrubbery and skeletal remnants of landscaped greenery lining the way. Beside her stood two fellow shelter operatives, Sniper Lu Rue and comms specialist Li Yang. The sensation was utterly novel. Su Yi felt as though he sat on his sofa, wearing a hyper-realistic VR headset, immersed in an immersive exploration simulation. He carefully monitored his stamina. No significant depletion yet. Experimentally, he focused inward and projected his voice toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Lin Yu abruptly halted mid-stride. Her gaze sharpened, sweeping the area with lethal precision, her body tensed, rifle barrel pivoting sharply with each shift of her focus. The two warriors instantly reacted. Sniper Lu Rue vaulted fluidly over outdoor fitness equipment, vanishing into dense shrubbery with bow drawn. Comms specialist Li Yang rushed behind Lin Yue, pressing back-to-back to form a seamless omnidirectional defensive stance. Team leader, what's wrong? Li Yang gripped his sidearm, scanning the perimeter low and tight. Hostile contact. I heard the command. Lin Yu whispered, eyes narrowed. Not auditory hallucination. I truly heard him. The commander is at base. Without radios or comms, how could his voice reach me? I recall the commander mentioning many survivors possess unique abilities. Perhaps we're being observed. Someone is impersonating the commander to communicate with me. Huh. Su Yi blinked in astonishment. He not only saw through Lin Yu's eyes, but also heard the sounds. Yet Lin Yu remained excessively vigilant, refusing to respond to Su Yi's voice, assuming it belonged to some survivor's unique ability. Lin Yu, it's truly me. I've acquired a new skill. I can share your perspective. Su Yi attempted to speak again, sensing his stamina ebbing, but only slightly, still sufficient to sustain him. So someone is stalking us. Lin Yu grew even more wary. Every hair on her body stood on end, her finger hovering over the trigger. This voice, this intonation, is identical to the commander's. Li Yang, stay alert. If you hear anything, do not trust it blindly. Survivors in this city possess extraordinary abilities. I've even witnessed immortality before. Lin Yu remained silent, pivoting slowly as her sharp gaze swept the surroundings. This girl is far too. Su Yi sighed inwardly, but it was in truth a virtue. As an explorer warrior, hypervigilance was infinitely preferable to reckless overconfidence. Lin Yu, it's really me. Seeing her continued silence, Su Yi drew a deep breath and deployed his trump card. I was the one who tended to you when you were injured. There are 2 moles on the inner side of your thigh. And no hair. Commander. Lin Yu recoiled in shock, blurting out. It is the commander. That secret was known only to Su Yi and Li Yu. The sole occasion Lin Yu had been wounded, and the only time her body had been seen by anyone other than herself. You believe me now? Su Yi offered a wry smile. I can share your perspective. That's my new ability. But frequent communication drains my stamina quickly. I can hear your words and see what you see. I intend to use this vantage to locate a suitable host. He kept his explanation concise. Astonishment flickered across Lin Yu's beautiful eyes. Unbelievable, yet gradually accepted. So long as it truly was the commander, that was all that mattered. Still, a sliver of caution lingered within her. She merely nodded quietly. Understood, commander. She would observe first, then confirm face-to-face upon returning to base. Is it really the commander? Li Yang asked beside her. Lin Yu shook her head, then nodded. We complete the mission first. Explanations come later. Stand down. Yes, sir. Lu Rue began emerging from the bushes, but Lin Yu raised a hand to halt him. Stay with us. Keep yourself concealed. Our team's objective today is to conduct a thorough sweep of the residential complex housing our shelter. With so many buildings and ample cover, Lu Rue's hidden position will maximize tactical advantage. Lin Yu voiced this explanation partly for Su Yi's benefit. If this were not truly the commander, revealing the presence of a concealed sniper might give him pause. Su Yi remained silent, observing Lin Yu's commands and arrangements with quiet focus. After issuing her orders, Lin Yu strode toward the room on her left. Our shelter is in Building 6. This complex contains 12 buildings. We begin with Building 1. Let's finish inspecting every floor before nightfall. Remember Miss Zhang's directive: expand our influence deliberately, ensure security around the shelter. Though Miss Zhang authorizes us to open fire freely, we must refrain from harming anyone unless they prove irredeemably hostile. Lin Yu's conduct carried more compassion than that of the other 10 soldiers. Should she encounter the elderly, infirm, or children, even if they bore ill intent, Lin Yu might well hesitate to strike. That was precisely why Jiang Xiaozi had assigned Lin Yu to lead the full complex sweep to project goodwill toward any survivors possibly hiding within, using Lin Yu's temperament as a beacon of reassurance. Of course, should misunderstandings arise, or should Lin Yu fail to neutralize a threat swiftly, Jiang Xiaozi could seamlessly dispatch reinforcements, simultaneously tempering Lin Yu's mercy with sobering reminders for next time. Though Su Yi's residential complex was aging, its footprint was vast, and the spacing between buildings unusually generous. Lin Yu's squad made no effort to conceal their movements. With disciplined vigilance, they marched directly to the ground floor and began methodically clearing each apartment door to door. "Hello, is anyone inside? We're fellow survivors from this complex. No ill intent. We seek unity to resist the apocalypse together." Lin Yu tapped lightly on the door with the insulated stock of her rifle while calling out loudly. Farther back, Li Yang stood guard, his position strategically coordinated with hers for mutual coverage. "I know suspicion runs deep. Those wishing contact may gather at Building 6, the one enclosed by a We are soldiers. We pledge protection, food, and clean water, and are committed to restoring peace and order to this complex." Lin Yu repeated the call several times, yet the ground floor remained eerily silent. She turned and moved upward to continue the sweep. "Team Leader Lin, shall we force entry?" "Unnecessary. Miss Jiang instructed us not to leave a negative impression on potential survivors. It would harm our shelter's reputation." Lin Yu shook her head. "Miss Jiang said a measured display of our military identity suffices. For the rest, let those behind the doors decide for themselves." Jiang Xiaozi's search protocol was deliberately restrained in its initial phase. Yet Lin Yu knew from experience that her subsequent measures would be ruthlessly brutal. It was a classic strategy of courtesy before coercion, and Lin Yu hoped fervently to rally all survivors during this brief window of clemency. "Do not provoke this woman. She intends to purge every corner of the complex within 2 days. Beyond that deadline, she will wield the blade without hesitation." Fortunately, Lin Yu's apprehension did not last long. Upon reaching the second floor, a timid, fearful voice trembled from behind one door moments after she knocked. "Yuri, really soldiers?" "Yes." "Lies. All real soldiers have been summoned to the Apocalypse War realm. There are no regular troops left in China. We are not PLA personnel, but neither do we intend harm." Lin Yu spoke with unwavering sincerity. "If you require rescue, open the door. If not, we will depart." Creak. The aged wooden door opened slowly, revealing only a narrow gap behind the security gate. A disheveled woman peered out, her suspicious gaze scanning Lin Yu up and down. "Greetings." Lin Yu stood ramrod straight, rifle held firmly, her expression solemn. Clad in standard-issue camouflage fatigues and armed, she embodied the precise image of a People's Liberation Army soldier, as familiar to every Chinese citizen as the national flag itself. Her bearing radiated unassailable integrity, her gaze resolute and calm, instilling instinctive trust and reliance. Truly a soldier. A female soldier. The woman muttered under her breath, while a teenage boy's voice echoed faintly from within. "Mom, it's rescue. Real rescuers. No, it's too dangerous. Her origins are unknown. If we open up and she's hostile, she's armed. If she meant to kill us, she'd have stormed in already. We're out of food, just half a bucket of instant noodles left. What could she possibly steal? We've got nothing but worthless lives. Maybe the Apocalypse War doesn't deploy women. If she is truly a soldier, we're saved." A brief hushed argument ensued. Then the woman swung the door wide, stepping forward to shield the 3 teenage boys behind her. Lin Yu glanced once. The boys appeared to be junior high students, still minors. Su Yi already knew via the comms channel that in the apocalypse's earliest hours, minors and incapacitated elders were not granted independent shelters. Instead, they remained with immediate family and shared refuges. Lin Yu registered this without surprise, simply nodding to the woman. "Greetings. I'm here to assist you." "She is a soldier." The woman stared astonished, then hesitated briefly before unlocking the security gate. To the Chinese people, a firearm alone did not signify menace, but a uniformed soldier. That was the people's savior incarnate. Confirm her identity, and she became beyond doubt the most trustworthy person alive. "I may distrust my own kin, but I will trust the nation's soldiers." Such absolute faith, unique to China alone. The security door opened, and the woman did not notice any hostile behavior from Lin Yu. Lin Yu held the gun down and asked the woman, "Are these the only people in the house? Is there anything you need to pack?" Lin Yu continued, "If possible, I can take you to the 6th building where our gathering place is located. It can provide safety for survivors who lack self-defense capabilities. If you are unwilling to go, we won't force you, but I need to register basic information." Lin Yu strictly followed the task process, trying to express his goodwill. "You came to rescue us." The woman widened her eyes and urgently asked, "How many people did you bring? Did a large force enter the city? How long until we are liberated?" Lin Yu patiently replied, there is no large force. We don't have enough manpower. For now, we can only ensure the safety of the survivors in this community. So it's not a rescue into the city. The woman looked disappointed as the anticipated arrival of the military did not happen. The great savior did not come. Only a woman who seemed to be a soldier appeared. Oh, and a male soldier stood beside her. Then what if we don't go with you? A boy behind the woman timidly spoke out directly, saying, you are not the Liberation Army. I don't trust you. Sorry, but the community is under military control now. All survivors must be gathered in the 6th building for unified management and distribution. Li Yang spoke in a deep voice, not allowing Lin Yu to explain. This is a task order signed by the commander. We can provide safety, but for the safety of more survivors and the commander, we cannot allow any unstable factors to jeopardize this safety. Lin Yu fell silent, knowing that Li Yang thought he was being too gentle with this mother and child, which might affect task efficiency. Are you willing to go with us? Li Yang asked. The woman hesitated slightly, gritted her teeth, and nodded. They are all soldiers. There shouldn't be much difference. I'll go with you. Anyway, there is nothing left to eat at home. Can you provide food at your place? Is there food distribution? Yes, but you can't eat for free. Li Yang nodded. Food will be distributed based on labor. No one can eat for free. It's the apocalypse now and resources in the shelter are limited. Of course, you won't be asked to do dangerous tasks. At most, it will be cleaning and strengthening the wall defenses. Okay, I understand. The woman nodded repeatedly. The country is in trouble, and you are not having it easy either. We will follow your arrangements and distribution. Li Yang nodded, just about to speak, but unexpectedly the door beside them was opened. Swish! Li Yang reacted instantly, aiming his gun. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. A shirtless fat man came out from the wooden door of the neighboring household, raising his hands and shouting, comrades. I am also a disaster victim. I want to go with you. Don't leave me behind. Li Yang frowned and asked, have you been eavesdropping? What do you mean by eavesdropping? How could you speak that way, comrade? The fat man looked displeased and rolled his eyes. Aren't you here to save me? I'm cooperating proactively, trying not to make things difficult for you. Isn't that good? Li Yang was left speechless. If you put it that way, it made sense. This man was indeed very self-aware, saving Li Yang from knocking on doors. Lin, let's continue searching. Li Yang looked at Lin Yu, who nodded, and turned to lead the team onward. Over 3 hours of searching yielded a significant number of survivors found by Lin Yu. In just the first building, there were a total of 25 people, with at least half of the shelters opening their doors. Of course, their own situation was not good, mostly facing resource shortages and struggling to survive. After finishing the search of the first building, Lin Yu returned, bringing this group back to the shelter. Jiang Xiaozi had already arranged for Sister Li to wait near the city wall. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, Sister Li's eyes lit up as she waved to the survivors behind Lin Yu. Come line up here. Everyone must register their information, including family situation, member situation, occupation, age, and so on. The shelter's talents must also be disclosed. No deliberate concealment is allowed here, as it will disrupt future arrangements. Those found concealing the truth will be directly expelled. Sister Li called out loudly, and suddenly a few women in the crowd of survivors inquired in surprise. Isn't that Sister Li? Look, it really is Old Li. I didn't expect Old Li to be here. I said the Liberation Army must have come. What status does Old Li have? She is from the neighborhood committee, so of course she would be here handling things. Hey, Old Li, why didn't you mention this earlier? I've been starving at home for several days. Many survivors seemed to recognize Sister Li and greeted her enthusiastically. Sister Li seemed to have transformed into a different person, beaming with joy as she coordinated everything. It seemed she had regained her former glory of mingling with neighbors during peaceful times. It seems Jiang Xiaozi's personnel arrangements are quite accurate. Su Yi had canceled his skill and was standing by the window looking down. Having Sister Li in charge of the reception work can significantly alleviate the remaining survivors' defensive mentality. Successfully gathering the community's survivors can reduce the emergence of uncontrollable dangers around the shelter, and it can also enhance the numerical advantage of the shelter, strengthening the forces that can be mobilized. Su Yi had changed a lot now. He could easily see Jiang Xiaozi's purpose in making such arrangements. By bringing the survivors with Lin Yu's military identity and using Sister Li's previous profession to reassure them, it was easy to pull together external forces for the shelter, bringing in more labor. After all, the strength of a force is often judged by its numbers. Jiang Xiaozi's overall development plan for the shelter must include creating a shelter force of Su Yi's own. Come, we are all neighbors here. We are familiar with each other, so let's not be polite. Sister Li smiled broadly, seeming very comfortable with this task, but let me say a few harsh words first. Everyone knows my personality, Old Li. Whatever I say, everyone should do. Don't disrupt the order. Otherwise, without the commander speaking, I, Old Li, won't spare you. First, cooperate with my work, line up properly, and do not make noise. Strive to demonstrate the excellent qualities of our community. While Sister Li was organizing everything, Lin Yu had already quietly led the team members away, they needed to continue to the remaining buildings. Lin Yu worked efficiently, completing the search of a total of 10 buildings in just one afternoon, bringing back over 300 survivors. From Su Yi's perspective in observing Lin Yu, it was easy to see that most of the survivors were very cooperative. Basically, as long as Lin Yu knocked on a door and stood at the entrance leveraging her female identity and upright demeanor, she could easily bring out the survivors hiding in the shelter without any difficulty. From another angle, this was truly a bloodless breakthrough of over half the community's shelter. Su Yi couldn't help but admire Jiang Xiaozi's cunning. She had fully grasped the trust the people had in soldiers in this era, cleverly assigning Lin Yu to execute this task, and capturing over half the community almost without effort. The entire task time didn't even exceed a day. What surprised Su Yi even more was that he frequently checked the color of his watch throughout the afternoon. The watch continuously displayed blue. This meant that among these 300 survivors there was no malice towards Su Yi's shelter. They were all filled with trust and reliance. It sounded incredible, but upon careful thought this was indeed the case. If Su Yi had encountered the military entering the city on the first day of the apocalypse, he might have followed the soldiers too. After all, at that time he hadn't truly experienced the talent rewards and wouldn't have given up on his hope of being rescued over something unrealized. In the face of a military entrance, even a second of hesitation would be disrespectful to the soldiers. This is just too smooth. Su Yi watched as night gradually fell, murmuring the entire community was so easily managed. Everyone cooperated so well. Really, this is a bit of pressure for me. Su Yi sighed deeply, suddenly feeling a heavy burden on his shoulders. The unconditional trust of these people in the shelter was primarily due to the identity of the soldiers. But Lin Yu and the others were not the original soldiers of this world. There was a misunderstanding. Jiang Xiaozi had deliberately created a false lead. Well, at least what I'm doing is not much different from rescue. Let it be a misunderstanding. I haven't done anything to them. Su Yi took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his emotions. By the way, Lin Yu has gone to the last building. She should be back soon. The community's cleansing work is almost complete. The next stage is. Before Su Yi could expand his thoughts, a sudden series of gunfire erupted deep within the community. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. Boom. Boom boom boom. The shooting frequency of rifles and pistols sounded extremely intense. Su Yi was stunned and quickly looked up. In the darkness of a certain building in the community, flashes of gunfire flickered. That was the direction Lin Yu's team had gone. They encountered enemies. Someone fired a gun. Oh my god. Are we going to war here? Let me in. Oldly let me in. And downstairs, the survivors waiting in line outside the perimeter wall instantly erupted into chaos, with surging crowds threatening to breach the gate. Stay calm. Don't panic. Everyone be still. At this moment, Sister Lee displayed remarkable composure and stepped forward, shouting resolutely, sit down. The soldiers outside must have encountered some incident, but it has nothing to do with us. Higher authorities will handle it. Trust the military. Trust our armed forces. Remain quiet and continue lining up. No disorder. Especially during this critical phase of the disaster, we must maintain perfect order, not burden the organization with chaos. Sister Lee's words indeed calmed the crowd. Of course, this was also largely because she and her team had blocked all entry and exit points along the wall, leaving no immediate path for anyone to rush through. The crowd could only suppress their inner terror and wait silently in the darkness. The registration line even quickened its pace amid the distant rapid gunfire. Su Yi glanced downstairs and noticed that Chen Xiuren, who knew not when he had woken, was leaning against the wall near the boarding gate, idly twirling a small knife in his fingers. He had likely been dispatched by Jiang Xiaozi to serve temporarily as Sister Lee's enforcer. Most survivors who voluntarily came to register at the shelter were law-abiding, hard-working residents, embodying the traditional Chinese virtues of endurance and diligence. This group was defined by obedience and compliance, making large-scale unrest highly unlikely. Those unwilling to submit are probably locked in combat with Lin Yu and her team right now. Su Yi murmured softly as he sank back onto the sofa and activated his skill to link to Lin Yu's perspective. Upon reconnection, utter darkness filled his vision. He saw nothing, but he heard Lin Yu's steady breathing and the soft, deliberate click of her rifle barrel lift. Lin Yu was crouched in the blind corner of a stairwell, forming a vertical crossfire position, with Li Yang stationed on the floor below. Their aim was fixed on Unit 5 of Building No. 7. A household whose door Su Yi observed in the dim silhouette was clearly no longer wooden, having undergone visible modification. They've preliminarily fortified their shelter and acquired firearms. Su Yi murmured analytically, careful not to disturb Lin Yu mid-combat, observing in silent focus. He trusted Lin Yu completely. This confrontation posed no overwhelming threat to her. She wielded a rifle with infinite ammunition, had advanced in talent tier, and fought alongside 2 seasoned soldiers. Meanwhile, Su Yi assessed the enemy's firepower as weaker than even that wielded earlier by Brother Li's group. Boom, 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 boom. Listening closely, Su Yi estimated the attackers possessed only 3 or 4 handguns. No long rifles, no grenades, no other corridor-devastating ordnance. It appears more than one survivor is holed up inside this residence. Children and the elderly rarely possess formidable combat capability, so if we rule them out, others from different shelters must be present here. Did they proactively band together into a survival coalition, or did someone seize control by destroying another shelter and capturing its inhabitants? Su Yi pondered the question and leaned toward the former possibility. He recalled seeing similar recruitment notices earlier in the city's public chat channel, some shelters actively inviting survivors with weak talents and scarce supplies to abandon their own refuges and pledge allegiance. Rather than await death in isolation, many chose to decisively relinquish their shelters and unite, forging stronger collective resilience to survive the apocalypse. As Su Yi reflected, Li Yang's calm, commanding voice rose from below. Inside, cease your futile resistance. Lay down your weapons. Surrender is your only path to survival. Only sincere cooperation will earn leniency from our shelter. Otherwise, you will be executed on the spot. Li Yang delivered these words with striking authority, yet those inside refused to heed him, answering only with pistol fire and a man's defiant roar. You talk mighty big, don't you? Think you're some elite soldier. Don't kid yourself. I know full well the Real troops were abducted by aliens. You're just like my old man, armed with a gun, wearing a uniform, but that doesn't make you special. Don't act like you're somebody. I watched what you did today. The guy from Building 6 plans to purge this neighborhood, right? He wants to be boss. I refuse to bow. Let him come himself and ask me properly. If not, none of you enter this door alive. Cross it and die. The man inside was brazen, his confidence unmistakable. Su Yi surmised his talent must be, given his demonstrated combat prowess, and barring unforeseen complications, he would likely become the second brother Li, effortlessly dominating an entire building. Or more precisely, he had likely already seized control of this entire unit, albeit slowly. He simply hadn't anticipated Su Yi had already launched a systematic clearance operation across the entire compound. Su Yi sensed the man's deep-seated defiance. It mirrored a warlord clutching absolute command, unwilling to kneel before any superior. True, the Chinese people are traditionally dutiful and unassuming, but place a gun in their hands, gather loyal followers around them, and plunge the world into chaos, and even the most obedient citizen may cry aloud. Are kings and generals born to rule? Indeed, this nation possesses such extraordinary duality. Final warning. Li Yang barked coldly, surrender now, or face annihilation. Scared of you? Try coming in. The man's voice reached fever-pitch arrogance. There are only 2 of you, and 2 guns. We're 7 strong, with 4 firearms. I'll slaughter every last one of you. If there's to be a leader, let the bastard from Building 6 crawl here and kowtow to me as his elder brother. Tonight, if you dare storm this door, I'll bow to you myself. Damn it, that cocky bastard's gone. Li Yang's brow furrowed tightly. He felt the urge to breach the door and knew he could succeed. Both he and Lin Yu were battle-hardened veterans. Even risking injury, they could force entry. And beyond the door stood Lu Rue, their sniper, already poised with his composite bow. Don't act rashly. Lin Yu's voice cut in coolly from below. She sensed Li Yang's rising fury. Lu Rue hasn't loosed his arrow. That is his signal. With Lu Rue's skill, he's surely already taken aim. But he's withheld his shot, refusing to grant us cover for assault. I suspect something unusual lies within that room, something that makes Lu Rue wary of reckless entry. Lin Yu assessed the situation with grave clarity. In the absence of reliable communication, she relied solely on pre-established tactical protocols to deduce what Lu Rue might currently observe inside the residence. She had previously instructed Lu Rue under urgent circumstances he was to deploy precise sniper fire, not only to suppress threats, but also to serve as their coordinated assault signal. Lu Rue's inaction meant danger lay within, and the enemy's tone, so brash, so assured, only reinforced that certainty. Lin Yu recalled Su Yi's solemn warning, every survivor in this world possesses bizarre, unpredictable abilities. Complacency invites catastrophe. So we just wait. Li Yang's brow remained knotted. Lin Yu tapped rhythmically on the wall, a coded signal instructing him to hold position and await reinforcements. That earlier burst of intense gunfire had been intentional. Lin Yu removed her silencer and unleashed a furious volley precisely to alert the nearby shelter. She trusted Jiang Xiaozi's sharp intellect to devise superior tactical support. Su Yi too sensed Lin Yu's precarious predicament, trapped between resolve and restraint. The enemy openly wielded some unknown advantage, making Lin Yu hesitate. She couldn't breach the door, yet dared not lower her guard. Hidden foes might emerge at any moment from sealed doors above or below. The standoff placed Lin Yu at severe disadvantage. She could suppress the enemy indoors, but could not advance. We need reinforcements. 3 people alone won't suffice to take this residence. Su-yi made the call decisively. He recognized this household as a hardened stronghold unyielding by nature. If persuasion failed, then force must follow. Su-yi severed the skill link and rose to descend, only to find Jiang Shaozi already standing at the doorway. Shaozi, you've arrived just in time. Su-yi spoke gravely. Dispatch reinforcements to Lin Yu immediately. She's engaged hostile forces. I believe they possess unique talents. Sir, I've come precisely to report this matter. Jiang Shaozi replied, gently head bowed. The remaining soldiers have yet to return, but I've already sent Chen Qiren ahead. Chen Qiren? Su-yi frowned. He carries only 1 firearm. Hardly sufficient. Why didn't you send him instead to rally the others back swiftly? Sir, Chen Qiren insisted he could accomplish the mission. How? He's a poisoner. Without toxins, how can he breach and eliminate? Sir, he claims he still has some toxin remaining. Jiang Shaozi spread her hands helplessly. Seemingly surprised herself, he stated plainly moments ago that he retains a trace of neurotoxin, just enough to support Lin Yu. A trace? Just enough. Su-yi blinked in disbelief. That madman. Is he lying to me again? I refuse to believe he truly has only a sliver left. What uncanny coincidence. Declaring his supply exhausted by day only to produce fresh toxin by night, as if conjuring from thin air. Can't you speak a single honest word? Sir. Jiang Shaozi hesitated, offering a wry smile. He asked me to convey this: if the boss calls him a liar, tell him. This time he truly isn't lying. I, Chen Qiren, am an honest, trustworthy top 10 exemplary employee. Moreover, this operation qualifies as overtime work. Jiang Shaozi kept her gaze lowered. Those were his exact words. Top 10 good employees. Su-yi rolled his eyes, saying, I can give that statement some face, but honesty and integrity I do not believe in. This madman has an overly reckless working style. Immediately, Su-yi sat back on the sofa and began to connect to Lin Yu's perspective. He also wanted to connect to Chen Qiren's viewpoint, but that guy hadn't exceeded 72 hours in the shelter yet. Soon Su-yi's gaze returned to the darkness of the hallway. The standoff in the corridor continued, with Lin Yu not launching a strong attack, and the people inside too afraid to come out. They could only continue to shout, seemingly convinced that as long as they remained in the room, they would be safe. The stalemate lasted for about 30 minutes when Su-yi heard a series of panicked voices coming from the residents' rooms in the corridor. Third brother. Third brother, what's wrong? Damn. Third brother is poisoned. Why is he bleeding from all 7 orifices? Big brother, why is your nose also? Thud. There's smoke. Where is this smoke coming from? A commotion and cries of alarm erupted, followed by the sound of bodies continuously falling. Lin Yu and Li Yang were startled. Before they could speak, they heard the crisp sound of footsteps coming from the street below, followed shortly by the lazy voice of Chen Qiren. Team Lin, stop being stealthy. Oh, everyone inside is dead. As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Yu shone her tactical flashlight down and saw Chen Qiren leaning against the wall, happily smoking. The boss sent me to support you. Once the situation is resolved, I'm heading back. Chen Qiren waved his hand towards the corridor, stretched lazily, and turned to leave. Shifts over, going home to sleep. Damn, I think I have to work the night shift later. Really annoying. This man complained as he left, seemingly just there to deliver a message. Lin Yu signaled to Li Yang, and the two of them broke through the main door in tactical formation, entering the room. Under the illumination of the tactical flashlight, they were met with a scene of men and women sprawled on the ground, all lying in pools of blood, their faces turning purple, clearly having died from poisoning. A faint, lingering white smoke wafted through the air. Lin Yu frowned slightly, covering her mouth and nose before quickly inspecting the battlefield. Upon inspection, she found a specially made arrow on the ground, one that Lu Rue had shot, with a broken small vial near the arrowhead. He had Lu Rue shoot the poison in, and then dealt with the people inside the room. Lin Yu murmured, her mind already conjuring the chaotic scenes that had unfolded inside the room. In that cramped space, Chen Qiren's poison was amplified to an unimaginable extent. Team Lin, there's a robot here. Li Yang suddenly called out, squatting on the ground and uncovering the complete body of a male robot among the corpses. It had the body of an adult, indistinguishable from a human on the outside, but its skin was covered in a metallic sheen with several pairs of electronic eyes on its head. Its arms, knees, and shoulders showed numerous weapon components with dark cannon barrels and gun muzzles, making it look like a formidable killing machine. Is this their confidence? Lin Yu frowned, attempting to knock on the robot's body, producing a dull metallic. This guy's defensive capabilities were strong, not something ordinary bullets could penetrate. Strange, with such a weapon, why didn't they let it out to eliminate us? Could it be that its weapon's attack range is also limited to the shelter's area? Or is it that this thug fears the robot's firepower would collapse the old building? This robot appeared to be an extraordinary combat asset at first glance. With this thing at home, the defensive capability would be off the charts, as long as it wasn't a natural disaster like an earthquake that directly destroyed the shelter. Ordinary human threats would pose no danger to the shelter's occupants. Oh, of course, except for Chinchio-Ren's poison. This thing even has growth potential, truly a powerful talent. Su-Yi sighed, feeling a bit envious. He pondered if his own shelter had such a robot. Wouldn't that be incredible? After eliminating the threat in this household, Lin Yu proceeded with the cleanup plan according to the task process, counting the supplies left in the shelter and any possible hiding spots. Jiang Shaoxi had emphasized to her multiple times that once the battle commenced, they must ensure there are no survivors among the enemies. Rooting out the source is the first principle in a post-apocalyptic world. However, due to this delay, Lin Yu and Li Yang had now stayed in the current shelter for just over 30 minutes. Su-Yi noticed new prompt information appearing before him. Your talent, Lin Yu, has destroyed a level 0 shelter, and you have inherited the survival points of the current shelter, 263 points. Inheritance of items is being determined. Inheritance successful. You have obtained the currently stored items in the shelter robot maintenance facility and user manual instruction mark emblem. I love my home D6612 model guard robot. Huh. Su-Yi was taken aback, staring at the information before him with wide eyes. Damn. I inherited this robot. Wait, isn't it a shelter talent? Talents can't be inherited, right? Su-Yi blinked, quickly exiting the connection perspective and opening the reserve information panel of the shelter interface. He saw that the robot was indeed listed there. Take out. Su-Yi hurriedly retrieved the robot from the shelter's reserve panel, and sure enough, it had been moved from that room to right in front of Su-Yi. It still lay silently on the ground, seemingly not activated, and the information above its head remained unchanged. It seems to have been treated as a shelter item and then inherited by me. Su-Yi frowned. He couldn't wake the robot and had to give up for now, then began checking the other two inherited. First was the robot maintenance facility and user manual, which was a stack of papers clearly detailing the robot's origins, usage methods, and upgrade module directions. Su-Yi merely glanced at it and immediately felt overjoyed. What a pleasant surprise. I can actually use this robot. According to the manual, Su-Yi learned about the abilities of the robot's original owner from the side. The original owner's talent allows for the direct creation of a powerful robot that is loyal to the shelter. The robot has 3 forms, and the original owner can change its forms at any time. If the robot is destroyed or lost, the original owner's talent can recover the lost robot after 24 hours. However, the original owner can only possess 1 talent robot at a time. However, the manual emphasizes one point: the robots created through talent belong to the shelter. They do not belong to the talent itself. They are items created by the talent and fall under the category of shelter possessions, meaning they can be inherited by others. If it were merely like this, others could just obtain a shell of a robot incapable of activation. But this robot has a master identification control system and possesses the command mark emblem. Command mark emblem is a small, unique circular emblem that allows for setting command serial numbers for the robot. The original owner is the unchangeable first command sequence, which cannot be replaced as it represents the robot's utmost loyalty. Additionally, the command mark emblem can designate users for the second and third sequences. The manual provides an explanation that the command mark emblem is an accessory item of the robot product. Its existence is meant to allow the shelter's owner to authorize control of the robot when they are unable to manage it, enabling a mode of operation where the machine continues to function without the person present. And now the original owner is gone. He is dead. Although the first sequence of the robot cannot be changed, Su-Yi can mark himself as the second sequence command object for the robot using the command mark emblem. This means I am its only master. Su-Yi looked at the small emblem in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement. The sole purpose of this emblem is to modify and replace the robot's command permissions, though it is not as powerful or guaranteed as the original owner's first sequence. But after all, this is something picked up for free. Being able to use it is a huge win. Add the second sequence, recognize my biological signal. Su-Yi cautiously began to operate, bringing the emblem near the robot's chest. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic eye on the robot's head revived, glowing red while it emitted a crisp sound. Its chest also lit up with a wave of light that flowed through its internal control system. New command sequence detected. Confirming information is correct. Inquiring first sequence. Should a new command sequence be added? Inquiry failed. First sequence unresponsive, suspected to be deceased. Proceeding with command iteration. Following operating rules, beginning detection of new sequences. Second sequence unresponsive. Third sequence unresponsive. No sequence response. Following operating rules, recognizing command emblem as the highest command indicator, agreeing to add new sequences. Identifying new sequences. Biological information. Identification successful. Addition successful. The robot swiftly stood up with a series of beeping sounds, standing straight in front of Su-Yi. Hello, my master. I love my home. Model D6612 at your service. The robot's voice was crisp, announcing its successful loyalty to Sue-E. Sue-E looked at the robot in astonishment, and he could also see a more detailed data panel above the robot's head. It resembled a Talon information data structure, but differed, displaying the robot's detailed functions and roles. I love my home Model D6612 Guardian Robot Category Guardian Robot. Current command sequence of the robot. Second sequence. Robot operating system: autonomous defense and counterattack logic system, unable to recognize enemies outside the shelter and cannot attack. Robot maximum strength 10 tons, can lift heavy objects or forcibly stop intruders in emergencies. Robot maximum speed 525 meters per second, able to move rapidly to designated locations in a very short time. Robot reaction time 3 milliseconds, the time from detecting a threat to initiating defensive mechanisms. Robot impact resistance, capable of withstanding small explosions and direct attacks from conventional light weapons. Combat endurance, can operate indefinitely within the shelter range. Infinite energy weapon modules, built-in weapons, both arms equipped with retractable high-frequency vibration blades for close combat. External interface supports rapid replacement modular weapon systems, such as energy beam emitters, electric batons, etc. Retractable machine gun hidden within the robot's arms, can be quickly extended and used when needed. Suitable for rapid strikes at medium to close range. Rotating turret located on the robot's chest, capable of 360-degree rotation, equipped with automatic locking and tracking systems. Miniature rocket launcher integrated into the robot's legs, capable of launching small tracking rockets to pursue high-speed moving targets or provide air support. Perception and intelligence system: environmental perception, equipped with multispectral sensors and 360-degree panoramic cameras for day and night indiscriminate monitoring. Threat assessment: built-in algorithms that can quickly analyze potential threats and provide corresponding defense strategies. Autonomous learning ability: the robot can continuously optimize combat and defense strategies based on real combat experience. Humanoid data module: voice interaction, supports natural language processing in multiple languages, allowing for smooth conversations with humans. Emotion recognition: able to recognize and understand basic human emotions to respond appropriately. Behavior simulation: when necessary, can simulate human behavior and demeanor to better integrate into human society. Maintenance and upgrades: self-diagnosis system, can monitor and report the health status of internal, mechanical, and electronic systems in real-time. Self-upgrading function, can upgrade and replace all modules. And damn, this is so cool. Sue-E couldn't help but punch the air, his face filled with excitement. For a homebody, having a docile battle robot is simply the most wonderful thing. From the robot's data, it was clear that this guy was a lethal weapon, fully armed to the teeth. But the only drawback is that it can only retaliate within the shelter. If enemies do not enter the shelter's range, even if they attack from outside, this guy cannot retaliate because the system's operating logic does not recognize it. This flaw is indeed quite fatal. Sue-E sighed, somewhat dissatisfied. However, he thought that this robot was created by the talent of a level 0 shelter. For a level 0 shelter to produce such an impressive robot having some fatal flaws is probably a normal phenomenon. If it had no flaws at all, that would be too outrageous. I estimate that the original owner's talent is probably around S level, most likely without SS level talent. Otherwise, this robot might not have this unique fatal limitation. However, if that were the case, I would have been killed by this guy long ago, and I wouldn't have had the opportunity for my current development. Sue-E pondered, feeling somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he wasn't too unlucky and didn't encounter any excessively abnormal shelters in the first few days of the apocalypse. But it's also thanks to Chen Xiuren's poison. Otherwise, even if all the warriors attacked that household, they wouldn't be able to take it down. Sue-E examined the robot, growing more satisfied the more he looked at it. This thing in my shelter is simply invincible. Now, even if all the warriors are sent out on missions, the safety at home is assured. Sue-E suddenly thought of the original owner's arrogant attitude, and he felt deeply moved at this moment. Whoever dares to enter shall die. After reviewing the robot's comprehensive data, Sue-E immediately summoned Jiang Xiaozi. He used his command sigil to add Jiang Xiaozi to the robot's third instruction sequence and informed her of the robot's provenance and purpose. "Congratulations, sir, you've acquired a fine treasure," Jiang Xiaozi said with a smile, her bright eyes curiously appraising the robot as she marveled at its formidable combat power. "This thing should probably be stationed on the 6th floor to guard it. Although we control this building, it does not yet fall within the shelter network. For now, place it at the doorway as a bodyguard. Once the shelter expands, its utility will be far greater." Sue-E sent the robot to the doorway and then asked Jiang Xiaozi, "What do you plan to do with the survivors down? With our current supplies, feeding this many people will be difficult." Sue-E could guess Jiang Xiaozi's intention, but wanted to hear her detailed plan. "Sir, the survivors we have gathered from the community number roughly over 300. Counting our original residents, the total will be around 400. Jiang Xiaozi was well prepared and gently explained her plan. Given the shelter's current reserves, we can only provide normal rations for the entire population for 1 week. But having brought these people here, I will not simply feed them and let supplies be wasted. According to our development strategy for the shelter, whether we expand through the trading market or act on the supermarket locations Lin Yu found during her explorations, we need sufficient manpower to secure and obtain those resources. I intend to let everyone rest for a day, then assign tasks based on gender and age. There will certainly be a group of 20 to 30 men who, along with 3 fighters, will be assigned to Chinchuan and equipped with basic arms to maintain order at the trading market. If we manage it carefully, an offline trading site will continually produce new income. Zhang Xiaozi paused, and Su Yi suddenly asked, how much will you charge for stall fees? Or rather a protection fee. Zhang Xiaozi's meaning was clear. She would not provide a secure trading environment without taking a share. She also intended to recoup profits to offset the shelter's consumption. Not much, 10%. Zhang Xiaozi smiled. Much cheaper than the half those thugs siphon off, and I offer different stall packages, so it should not provoke much dissent. As long as one trading market runs smoothly and attracts over 100 participants, it can at least return provisions to support 20 people daily. This is only an initial plan. If we expand the market or seize more trading hubs, our returns will become far more substantial. Meanwhile, the guard squad led by Chen Shuren will provide a deterrent force, bringing our shelter greater legitimacy and influence. Besides the trading market, I plan to organize a hauling crew of about 120 to 150 people dedicated to assisting the fighters in transporting nearby resources. At present, Leia has not devised a method to restart derelict vehicles, so we still rely on manpower for transport and logistics. Zhang Xiaozi paused, and then said softly, at this stage, manpower remains the foundational pillar of any faction. Until we restore more technological capabilities, the number of people we can deploy reflects how strong our shelter truly is. Su Yi understood this clearly. Very well, I have a general grasp. Carry on with your plan. Su Yi was not afraid of mistakes. Even if gaps in Zhang Xiaozi's plan temporarily disrupted the supply chain, he remained calm. At worst, it would merely consume a few days of his talent rewards. Whenever the shelter faced food shortages, those talent rewards arrived promptly. Of course, Su Yi hoped Zhang Xiaozi's plan would succeed, triggering a snowballing expansion of the shelter. Sir, I will take care of it. Zhang Xiaozi bowed respectfully. Though she did not disclose every personnel assignment, Su Yi trusted her ability. Zhang Xiaozi had told him earlier that she had once overseen thousands in a vast underground organization composed of various staff and agents. With experience managing such scale, handling the current few hundred was surely within her capabilities. Su Yi trusted her completely and relinquished authority. After Zhang Xiaozi left, Su Yi stood by the window and watched the registration line downstairs for a while. Registration was nearly finished, or Zhang Xiaozi had not placed everyone into this single building. She selected several men and women with special skills to join Su Yi's building, while the others were jumbled and assigned to the 2 adjacent buildings. Once all 3 buildings were full, Zhang Xiaozi deliberately left Lu Rui and Li Yong behind, instructing them not to go out exploring and assigning each to maintain the security of a building. Their role was to manage the building, ensure internal safety, and monitor potential sources of unrest. During the initial allocations, some survivors showed impatience. We came here to collect some food and then go back, right? Several people crammed into one room. I'd rather return to my old shelter. Follow the organization's arrangements and stop complaining. If you go back, who will protect you? A few murmurs arose, but they were few and quickly handled. For the populace, personal safety was the foremost concern. So long as safety was assured, questions of freedom seemed trivial. Even the dissent that surfaced stemmed mostly from the shelter's mechanisms. Everyone cherished the prospect of a shelter, though many were disadvantaged. Hope remained. If one could truly build power here, would he not reign in the apocalypse? Many harbored such thoughts, mostly young. Zhang Xiaozi had prepared countermeasures. After allocating people, she ordered Li Jia to select several familiar elders from the crowd and return them to tasks from peaceful times. They worked through the night, visiting door to door to conduct morale work, stressing the necessity of unity and reiterating the dire plight facing the nation and humankind. Zhang Xiaozi clasped the mantle of righteousness tightly. While Li Jia and her team pacified residents, Zhang Xiaozi sent Lin Yu and idol fighters back to the community at once. One person entered a room after another and systematically destroyed the remaining shelters in the community, cut off their routes of retreat. Without their own shelters, how could they feel secure enough to leave and cause trouble? Chen Qiuren fancied doing such tasks. He thought them easy, believing that sitting in a room for 30 minutes would suffice. During that time, he could do as he pleased and no one would interfere. But Zhang Xiaozi refused Chen Qiuren's request. She assigned him 2 fighters and told him to go to the trading market tonight to hasten the establishment of its rules and ensure its security. Of course my tasks are always the most dangerous. Chinchurin rolled his eyes and complained to a doctor. How can you send a physician to the front with a pistol? Complaints aside, he left with the two fighters and vanished into the night. The shelter had entered an era of explosive growth and population. Even the young women among the first residents were kept busy trailing Li Jie and continually soothing the newcomer. The shelter from top to bottom wound itself like a mechanism, turning tirelessly through the night. Even ordinarily idle Su, he found no rest that night. Notifications of Lin Yu and the others dismantling shelters flashed before his eyes without pause. Even with his eyes closed, the glow of those alerts flickered and robbed him of sleep. By dawn, Su Yi still stared into empty space, exhausted, yet each arrival of survival points brought him a small laugh of delight. How would a profit? Jiang Shao's move has me making a tidy sum while I stay at home. In the entire community aside from the building where Su Yi resides, there are a total of 352 rooms. Considering the abundance of houses in the country, even if the apocalypse breaks out and houses are randomly assigned, there may still be a few rooms that remain unoccupied. Moreover, in the days following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the potential conflicts and destructive behaviors among neighbors, Su Yi estimates that approximately 300 shelters in the entire community could be destroyed. However, even with 300 shelters, complete destruction would still require 150 hours. The destruction team, including Lin Yue, consists of a total of 8 people. Even if they spread out to destroy the shelters, it would still take at least 18 hours. To completely eradicate all the shelters in the community, they would have to wait until the following evening. Yet by morning, Su Yi had already earned over 10,000 survival points. A level 0 shelter once destroyed guarantees a minimum of 100 survival points. This is the unalterable baseline. If the owner of the shelter has some extra survival points, that would be an additional source of income. If there are items within the shelter, there is also a chance that Su Yi could inherit them. Throughout the night, Su Yi not only accrued thousands of points, but also obtained various miscellaneous items. Of course, the value of these items was not particularly high, and only a small portion were resource-type items. Overall, if we disregard the influence of talent, a single shelter holding a small amount of these items indeed has little developmental potential, facing immense survival pressure. However, this is a normal phenomenon. Any shelter with developmental potential that can resist the apocalypse would not have its owner venture out to pledge allegiance to Su Yi. What? You mean in the entire community with hundreds of shelters, none have potential? Everyone has pledged allegiance to Su Yi. Of course, there are exceptions. There are certainly those who wish to develop independently. However, these individuals have all vanished. Last night, Lin Yu did not merely lead the team to kill the household with robots. In addition, Jiang Shaoci had also assigned her a clearing task. Jiang Shaoci instructed the warriors to ensure that every room was opened while destroying the shelter rooms. Even rooms with tightly closed doors must be breached and then destroyed. If there are survivors inside, they may be given another chance for rescue. However, if they refuse, then force must be applied, and they should be executed on the spot. In the early hours of the night, Jiang Shaoci revealed her cold-blooded and cruel nature. She simply did not care about human life. What she sought was for the entire community to fall under her control, and she would not allow any uncontrolled survivors to exist, even if they posed little threat. Under Jiang Shao's comprehensive strategy, Su Yi also pondered some new mechanisms of the apocalypse game. These survivors gathered here have not lost their ability to resist. How can Lin Yu and the others successfully destroy the shelters? They have at most only lost their freedom. Is losing freedom one of the prerequisites for destroying a shelter? Then it seems that the owners of the shelters cannot leave their shelters at will. Su Yi thought carefully. In fact, the term shelter has already indicated the core mechanism of the apocalypse game. If you are sheltered, yet you run outside all day, are you not inviting someone to steal from you? Anyway, I don't care. Why stay at home every day? Who can steal from me? Su Yi shrugged his shoulders, glancing at the robot, standing at the door, feeling a sense of security. The data of this robot was truly formidable. It was like a doomsday version of the Terminator. Any frontal assault could not breach the defenses of this robot. Following this, Su Yi opened the leader. He saw that his survival points ranking had rapidly soared to the top position in the entire city. The Little White Bear shelter had fallen to second place, showing over 5,000 points. Of course, Su Yi knew that if the total accumulated survival points were calculated, he might not surpass the Little White Bear shelter. Because this fellow's survival points fluctuated significantly, it was evident that he was constantly consuming and using survival points to strengthen himself during this time. Nevertheless, even so, the Little White Bear shelter had held the top spot for over a week. Only today, under special circumstances, had Su Yi's shelter surpassed its ranking. This guy is still a huge threat. Fortunately, he hasn't figured out how to upgrade shelters, otherwise who could suppress this killer in the city? Su Yi muttered to himself. He glanced at the other leaderboard data, confirming that he could keep up with the information of survivors across the city. The changes in the remaining leaderboards were not significant, especially the shelter-level leaderboard, where Sue-E remained far ahead. However, the Apocalypse War leaderboard was somewhat interesting. Halfway through the first round of Apocalypse Time, so far only the name of Huaxia country remained on the list. Other countries had not yet completed the first round of the Apocalypse War. What kind of difficulty is this Apocalypse War? Is it really a trap where citizens and the military dig pits for each other? Sue-E stroked his chin, not particularly caring about the situation abroad, at most just gossiping. The morning quickly passed. Until Sue-E, feeling drowsy, finally reached noon, Lin returned with the team. This also signified that the community's survival points had been completely plundered by Sue-E. Aside from Sue-E's room, there was no other shelter left in the entire community. It is worth mentioning that before Lin Yu's return, there had been small-scale arguments and unrest in several buildings. Sue-E's watch also lit up red. Clearly, many survivors who received the notification that their shelters had been destroyed were in a state of panic. But soon this disturbance subsided. Jiang Shaoxia must have used some means. She neither fired a gun nor killed anyone, and the brief chaos just vanished. Sue-E even lowered his head to check his watch, finding that the red light had changed back to blue. He approached the window and saw a few people leaving their residential buildings, seemingly returning to their own shelters in the community. In no time, this group returned looking lost. At the bottom of the building, Sister Lee was already waiting, greeting each returning survivor with a smile. "Hey, that house is of no use. Look at me. I didn't have a shelter on the first day, yet I'm still doing fine. Even if you have that thing, you don't qualify to stay here. Those soldiers, even if they want to protect you, are powerless. Take my advice anyway, there's nothing good there. In a place where you can't even get enough to eat, keeping it is useless." Sister Lee was indeed very skilled in this regard, casually glossing over the situation in just a few words, making many survivors resonate. Although some still felt dejected and regretful, no one left. The shelter was gone. Everyone could only rely on Sue-E's. Moreover, many felt that Sister Lee was right. Even if they still had shelters, they were starving all day, lacking the courage to venture out to scavenge for supplies. It was better to align with a powerful force. At least here we can eat proper food, drink clean water, and have guards to ensure safety. Sue-E did not pay much attention to this minor commotion. He shifted his focus back to counting his survival points. After Lin Yu's return, Sue-E's total points had risen to 39651. This was close to 400 survival points, astonishing the survivors in the city chat channel, and the news spread rapidly. Damn, big news. Someone has stolen the top spot from the Little White Bear. Survival points are about to reach 400. My goodness, is there really such a big shot in our place? Who is this? Little White Bear Shelter, are you there? Can we interview you about how you feel right now? Any thoughts on reclaiming the top spot? Man, you have some guts. Those who can accumulate this many points are the toughest of the tough. How dare you speak like that to a tough guy? What am I afraid of? They don't know who I am or where I am. I don't care. Close to 400 points, this guy must have wiped out a village in the city. That's just too exaggerated. This must be a ruthless character. By the way, who is this number one? His shelter hasn't even been named yet. This is truly a ruthless big brother, very clever. Not naming it means no one knows who he is, making it even more concealed. Sue-E also noticed the discussions on the chat channel. It seemed everyone was captivated by his unexpected rise. Survivors across the city were speculating about what Sue-E had done to accumulate so many survival points in such a short time. What to do with 400 points? Sue-E murmured as he opened the upgrade list for the shelter, checking the requirements for upgrading to a level 2 shelter. Upgrade materials require 100 units, plus 100 survival points. At least 3 personnel units are needed, and 1 must be a clever talent. The requirements seem high, but I'm just lacking one condition now. Sue-E pondered. His points were sufficient, and he had enough talent units, but he was short on upgrade materials. These materials can currently only be produced through dispatching exploration tasks, yielding about 100 each day, and if lucky 2 to 300. Currently, Sue-E had accumulated many upgrade materials, but since his shelter had chosen a technological type, the only upgrade material he could use was electronic components. Electronic components currently totaled over 300, but he was still short by nearly 700. At this rate, I estimate I'll have to wait a week. If lucky, it might just take 3 days. Sue-E calculated in his heart, considering this was under the premise that he had already assessed the increased returns from exploration technology. If ordinary survivors were to upgrade to a level 2 shelter, even with enough talent units, it would take at least 10 days. Since I can't upgrade for now, let's make major renovations to the shelter. Let's see if I can purchase new shelter rooms. Oh snap! My available construction rooms are already full. Sue-E was startled to discover that he could only build 4 rooms, 1 for his master bedroom, 1 for research, 1 greenhouse room, and 1 storage room for placing essential facilities like water purifiers. These 4 rooms were already fully occupied, leaving no space for Sue-E to construct new shelter rooms. Since I can't build new rooms, I should be able to upgrade and renovate my existing rooms. He opened the detail interface of the shelter's room. Both the greenhouse room and the research room were level 1 rooms, and due to the limitations of the level 1 shelter, upgrades were not possible. However, there was still room for improvement in his master bedroom and storage room. First, the storage room was not a special type of shelter room. It was merely used to store essential supplies and items for the shelter. For instance, the operational core of the waste processing center, water purifiers, and so on. Due to the limited space on the 6th floor, he was also apprehensive about placing these critical items in other floors outside the shelter area and could only temporarily store them in the storage room. Let's upgrade the defense of the storage room. He pondered, waving his hand and directly purchasing 2 upgrades for the room transformation. Wall hardening consumes 500 survival points to perform a comprehensive hardening transformation on a specific area of the shelter, enhancing its resistance to damage, burning, freezing, and other characteristics. Smart defense system consumes 1,000 survival points to construct a comprehensive smart system for a specific area of the shelter, including biometric door locks, weapon defense modules, and autonomous alarm systems. It can greatly enhance the safety of the room. The storage room doesn't need too many conditions. These 2 upgrades are sufficient. My master bedroom, however, is the most critical for transformation. He adjusted the room information and began the serious transformation of his master bedroom. This was the place where he would be residing long-term, so both safety and intelligence must be at their highest levels. Now, with plenty of points available, he was not stingy. For his safety, he directly embarked on the idea of creating the strongest safe house, throwing points into extensive renovations. Intelligent Laser Full House Lockdown Network consumes 2,000 survival points to establish a full house laser surveillance network in a specific room of the shelter, capable of intelligently identifying friend or foe and entering a state of alert based on any command from the homeowner. Once activated, the entire house enters a laser grid state except for the area where the owner is located, with the laser grid possessing immense power, capable of instantly vaporizing 20 centimeters of alloy steel. The laser network may damage items within the house, but will not affect the basic structure of the room. This is a super trump card. Though it is expensive, it is worth the purchase. He was delighted. Who dares to enter? They'll be served. Super defense shell consumes 2,000 survival points to create an exterior shell made of super alloys for the entire room, capable of withstanding any non-nuclear attacks and maintaining the integrity of the room's structure during earthquakes and explosions. Even if the main structure of the building collapses, this room can remain intact. Omnidirectional Energy Ecological Defense System consumes 3,000 survival points to form an invisible, fully intelligent energy passport around the room, effectively resisting and neutralizing threats such as toxic gases, radiation, and biological viruses, and automatically adjusting the physical condition of the occupants around the clock by modulating the frequency of air molecules to continuously improve their health, ensuring longevity and a pleasant mood. Intelligent Life Support System consumes 2,000 survival points to install an intelligent life support system throughout the house, which can provide necessary living conditions for survivors, even in extreme external environments, offering clean air, suitable temperatures, necessary moisture, and food. This system does not require additional resources to maintain, but can only provide up to 5 portions of relevant survival resources per day. Super Specification Security Surveillance System consumes 2,000 survival points to establish a comprehensive security network composed of high-definition cameras, infrared sensors, sound recognition, and other methods monitoring all biological and detail situations within the house in real time, simultaneously adding weapon modules such as flamethrowers, instant refrigerants, explosive machine gun ports, and laser scalpels. Upon detecting any threats, it will automatically activate defense mechanisms and intelligently analyze the optimal response plan. Emergency Evacuation System consumes 1,000 survival points. The homeowner can freely choose to control it. In the event of an irresistible threat, they can activate the emergency evacuation device from any area in the room, launching into the sky in a special biological pod and quickly moving away from the house, landing safely in an area up to 1.0 meters away. Intelligent Entertainment and Psychological Support System consumes 1,000 survival points to install a smart entertainment system throughout the house, allowing for entertainment choice in any corner and facility, automatically providing entertainment programs, virtual games, and any form of entertainment, while simultaneously offering psychological health assessments to ensure the occupant's mental and physical well-being. Super Micro-Molecular Robot All-Purpose Module consumes 5,000 survival points to allocate 10 billion units of super micro-molecular robots throughout the house, all equipped with self-repair and replication unlimited units, internal surgical treatment, and disease-curing treatment. Mini laser weapon modules attack, means light invisibility modules stealth. Full house radar scanning inspection modules anti-invisibility, and assembly and disassembly of large guardian bodies can combine to form large robots. That's about it. Nothing else seems worthwhile. Sui smacked his lips, shaking his head. No matter how advanced the items are, I don't have the purchasing rights for them. This should be enough, right? As Sui calculated, he realized that he had spent only a total of 1/8 of his 0 survival points on so many room transformation projects. Including the transformation of the storage room, the total expenses were less than 2,000 points. Too expensive, yet also too cheap. Sui sighed. 20,000 points are something that very few survivors can casually spend at this stage. However, for Sui, it was merely half of his survival points used. He still had nearly 20,000 points available. Select purchase. Let's start the transformation. With a wave of his hand, his survival points rapidly decreased while a golden light enveloped his bedroom and the adjacent storage room. The golden light lasted for about 10 minutes, and when it dissipated, Sui's room had undergone a nearly complete transformation. The surrounding walls had changed from old cement to a special structure made entirely of high-tech materials, hard and smooth, constantly changing colors. The walls could automatically adapt to Sui's current mood state and eye fatigue, making the most suitable adjustments in light and color. The entire house's construction was more scientific, with various foldable tech modules visible everywhere. Even the tables and chairs had completely transformed, directly connecting to the floor and revealing laser ports and gun barrels when necessary. Moreover, Sui noticed that the temperature in the room began to feel warm and comfortable. This was not the cold sensation from icy air, but the ideal living temperature for the human body, distinctly different from the external high temperature. Even when Sui tentatively opened the door and windows, the temperature in the room remained unchanged. There was no impact whatsoever. With a deep breath, Sui could even sense the sweetness and freshness in the air. He even felt as if he was being transformed, his intestines churning, his body gradually becoming familiar, the original fatigue and drowsiness sweeping away, and his eyes becoming bright and spirited. This was the microrobots checking Sui's body, improving his hidden ailments, allowing him to see clearly and be in peak condition. Impressive, Sui exclaimed as he went to check the bathroom. The space was not large, and the bathroom was originally quite cramped, but after the intelligent adaptation and transformation, it felt somewhat larger. The entire bathroom environment was also much cleaner and more hygienic, with the surrounding walls and floor having a 24-hour automatic cleaning function, maintaining cleanliness in the room at all times. After further checking the security and alert systems in the house, he sat back down on the sofa. As it stands, this house should be the core area of the highest security level shelter in the city, right? Sui murmured, knowing that many of the projects he purchased required at least a level 1 shelter, and some even needed to be of research type. Looking at all the survivors in the city, even if a little white bear had thousands of points, he would not be able to buy these room transformation projects. This shows how crucial the shelter's level is, otherwise having points would be useless. Now that I have such a house, my safety should be well ensured at this stage. Even if I encounter a killer like Chun Xiuren, who plays by his own rules, as long as I am inside the house, I am absolutely safe. Sui calculated in his mind. With less than 20,000 survival points left, how should I spend them? Spending all the points to ensure complete investment in personal safety and power enhancement had always been Sui's pursuit. He did not want to become one of those unfortunate souls hoarding points only to leave them unspent when they were gone, essentially gifting them to others. Just as Sui was pondering, the timer on his watch suddenly rang. It was time for the noon rewards. New talent information quickly appeared before Sui's eyes. Congratulations. You have triggered an advanced talent reward. Tierra Technological Arm Task Force, a 500-member elite unit composed of 3 integrated subunits: Command Echelon Combat Detachment and Support Detachment. Personnel composition: Command Staff include the Task Force Commander, Deputy Commander, Chief of Staff, and Staff Officers. Combat Personnel include Squad Leaders, Assistant Squad Leaders, Infantry Soldiers, Assault Team Members, and Fire Support Team Members. Support Personnel include Communications Specialists, Medics, and Logistics Personnel. Military specialties represented: infantry, snipers, demolitions experts, signal corps, combat medics, combat engineers, logistics specialists, and field cooks. Firepower configuration: light weapons include rifles, submachine guns, and pistols. Heavy weapons include squad-level machine guns and man-portable mortars. Specialized equipment: precision sniper rifles, anti-tank, guided missiles, flamethrowers, and unmanned area. Defensive gear: ballistic vests, combat helmets, protective goggles, night vision systems, and modular field fortification materials for rapid emplacement of temporary defensive positions. Overall combat assessment: this is a highly mobile, multi-role operational cluster capable of dynamically reconfiguring its personnel and assets to meet diverse mission requirements across complex modern battlefield environments. Personnel tier classification: all members are ranked at minimum as graded talent units. The force includes at least 10 grade C talent units. At the very instant the notification appeared, golden light flooded Su Yi's room. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared awestruck at the luminous message before him. Incredible! Another top-tier talent reward. An rank grant. 500 personnel, each no lower than grade D. Though their individual tiers may not be exceptionally high, the sheer scale is staggering. 500 soldiers. That's easily the strength of an augmented infantry company. Su Yi drew a sharp breath, his exhilaration surging beyond measure. In this apocalyptic world where all national militaries have vanished, commanding a fully armed professional military company, equipped with modern weaponry, is without exaggeration enough to seize control of an entire city. Were it not for the survivor's bizarre sanctuary talents obstructing his path, Su Yi could crown himself sovereign on the spot. Before Su Yi could savor his triumph for long, a new alert flashed before his eyes. Warning. Current environment lacks sufficient spatial stability to summon the full contingent. Designate a new summoning zone immediately. If no valid zone is designated within 3 minutes, this talent reward will be forfeited, entirely nullified. Don't do this to me. Su Yi recoiled in alarm, bolting out the door and sprinting toward the rear courtyard of the apartment building, a desolate expanse of withered, crumbling grass, utterly deserted. Summon here. Confirm location. As Su Yi confirmed, golden radiance surged from his bedroom above, cascading downward like celestial rain to envelop him. Then 500 human-shaped orbs of golden light materialized, brilliant, pulsating, and solemn. When the light receded, 500 fully armed soldiers stood rigidly before him. Greetings, Commander. In unison they turned their gaze upon Su Yi, voices thunderous and reverent, rifles held at perfect attention in crisp, unwavering salute. Have you ever witnessed China's National Day military parade? That same awe-inspiring grandeur, that same overwhelming majesty. Every soldier wore immaculate special operations camouflage. Each bore a weapon, feet locked shoulder width apart, spine straight, as steel, eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Su Yi. Faces carved from granite, expressions profoundly solemn. No observer could doubt their lethal proficiency or unshakable martial resolve. Su Yi nodded vigorously, waving his hand. Excellent, excellent. Comrades, you've done well. For the people, they roared in reply. Su Yi burst into unrestrained laughter. Though this force was a specialized task unit, not a conventional infantry company equipped with tanks or aircraft, it was more than sufficient. Indeed, it was the ideal configuration, the precise force Su Yi needed most at this moment. After all, these were light infantry. China's light infantry, renowned globally for peerless discipline, endurance, and battlefield adaptability, stands unrivaled. Su Yi felt quite literally that he could now forego beef entirely. No need to ask why those 500 soldiers were the bedrock of his newfound audacity. Their thunderous cry echoed far and wide, quickly drawing Jiang Xiaozi's attention. She hurried downstairs with Lin Yu in tow. Even before descending the final flight, Jiang Xiaozi spotted Su Yi and swiftly dispatched Li Jie and Lin Yu to cordon off the rear courtyard, prohibiting unauthorized access or observation. Few residents ventured outdoors anyway. The apartments remained cool, powered, and comfortable. No one had reason to wander aimlessly under the scorching sun. Only a handful of curious neighbors, drawn by the commotion, cracked open their windows and peered down, catching only a fleeting glimpse of Su Yi's youthful silhouette. Is that our commander? He looks astonishingly young. He must possess an extraordinary talent. Only someone so gifted could command such a formidable force at his age. Whoa, brand new troops. Reinforcements. When did they arrive? What nonsense is this apocalypse war? They claimed all global militaries vanished. But how did 500 slip through? Our commander must hail from immense privilege, perhaps even second-generation elite, to wield authority over so many soldiers. Residents upstairs exchanged hushed speculations, gazing down in stunned silence. Jiang Xiaozi forbade them from ascending to the 6th floor. A few had ever laid eyes on Su Yi, let alone spoken with him face-to-face. This rare opportunity, though offering only a distant profile, still allowed them to confirm at last whether their leader was male or female. Sir, Jiang Xiaozi arrived swiftly beside Su Yi, gently guiding him into the shaded recess of the stairwell. The sun is fierce. Don't let it harm you. I'm hardly so fragile. You've forgotten my passive heat-resistant skill, haven't you? Su Yi replied with a cheerful grin, his joy radiant and uncontainable. Still, caution is wise. Jiang Xiaozi glanced upward at the eve overhead, her words laced with quiet implication. Xiaozi, are you worried others might see me? Su Yi narrowed his eyes, smiling faintly. There's no point in such vigilance. I stand here openly, and inevitably I shall be seen. Within your grand design, surely you don't intend for me to remain perpetually invisible. Sir, that is not what I meant, Jiang Xiaozi murmured, bowing her head in earnest explanation. The sanctuary remains unsettled. I cannot yet ascertain who among us harbors ill intent. We must proceed with utmost discretion. Should you feel lonely, you may speak freely with the young women. They have already sworn fealty to you, and their loyalty is beyond question. The first cohort of female residents had earned Zhang Xiaozi's preliminary trust through daily instruction, and mentorship had forged their fidelity into something ironclad. Zhang Xiaozi believed that no one, not even in passing glance, should approach Su Yi unless she personally vouched for them. A master spy's instincts ran deep. She feared nothing more than some treacherous fool slipping past her guard while she slept and harming her commander. Yes, I know your devotion. Let's set this aside for now. Su Yi raised a finger pointing toward the 500 soldiers bathed in sunlight. Their brows glistened with sweat, yet every spine remained unbent, every stance immovable. His voice swelled with pride. Xiaozi, what do you think? Have you ever seen so many soldiers assembled at once? I have seen many soldiers, but never such an army. Her reply was tactful, her smile tender with quiet indulgence. As a spymaster from China's Republican-era turmoil, she had encountered countless armies and met senior officials across all factions. She had, even during acute manpower shortages, personally commanded frontline engagements involving over 10,000 troops. Yet she withheld this truth, unwilling to dampen Su Yi's burgeoning masculine confidence. Very well. These 500 are yours to command. Su Yi swept his arm forward. You'll organize them. This is our new fighting force, each man a paragon of combat excellence. Now you'll no longer complain about insufficient personnel in the sanctuary, will you? Su Yi beamed. 500 soldiers, an army larger than the sanctuary's entire civilian population. Who would dare harbor rebellion? That watch, its color would never again flash red. With such a formidable host, the sanctuary truly faces no further peril. Zhang Xiaozi spoke with profound reverence. Under your command, I shall strive anew, for greater achievements, for strengthened collective power. No rush to seize territory. Su Yi waved dismissively. We live in an apocalypse. Survival comes first. Your old warlord mindset of land grabbing won't always apply. Secure our safety and stabilize our supplies first. Beyond that, manage affairs as you see fit. Yes, sir. Zhang Xiaozi bowed deeply. These men are entrusted to you. Su Yi glanced at the ranks, then gestured towards several officers, captains and a chief of staff, and directed them to confer with Zhang Xiaozi. Once instructions were delivered, Su Yi turned to ascend the stairs. So swift, sir. Is there urgent business? Xiaozi stands ready to assist. Zhang Xiaozi's focus never wavered from Su Yi. She asked, promptly eager to share his burdens. Indeed there is, but this lies beyond your reach. Su Yi pointed upward with a grin. I must find Leah. With 500 new soldiers, we urgently need the portable cooling units she promised. Leah had previously reported that she was developing compact thermal regulation devices for talent units conducting outdoor supply expeditions, designed to mitigate physical exhaustion caused by extreme heat during missions. Such devices would stabilize core body temperature and significantly reduce operational strain during external deployments. This was the sanctuary's sole independently developed scientific breakthrough, and one of the critical challenges Zhang Xiaozi herself had identified. Now, with 500 soldiers added to the roster, Su Yi saw no reason to wait for Li Ya's research to mature. He intended to press her for progress immediately. Should she lack tangible results, he would simply purchase the solution outright. With nearly 20,000 points remaining, investing them in this force was a guaranteed high-yield return. Strengthening the army was synonymous with strengthening Su Yi himself. Then indeed I cannot assist. Zhang Xiaozi smiled softly, watching him ascend the stairs. No sooner had Su Yi reached the 6th floor, before he even approached the laboratory door, than a new notification erupted before his eyes, startling him into a reflexive leap. Damn, Leah has delivered something monumental. Congratulations. Due to the influx of the latest scientific data from the research room, your talent Leah feels a strong sense of satisfaction. She has broken through her own talent level. Congratulations. Talent Leah has accumulated and successfully advanced to a level talent unit. While no way, she upgraded herself. Su Yi stood at the entrance of the research room, his expression one of shock. She stays cooped up in the research room every day, even more reclusive than I am, and she managed to level up. What kind of genius is this? Su Yi quickly opened Li Ya's latest data list for review. He discovered that in addition to the traits of engineering specialization and wisdom, Li Ya had also gained a new trait, top student. Top student, she possesses a strong self-motivation and learning ability with a remarkable comprehension of any new knowledge in science and engineering. Through continuous learning, she can elevate her own rank. Hiss, a growth trait. Su Yi's eyes widened in surprise. If Li Ya continues to learn non-stop, won't she be able to continuously level up and become a more advanced talent unit? Could it be that those tech projects I bought caused this? Sui pondered that every time he purchased new tech projects with survival points, corresponding scientific and technical theoretical knowledge would automatically fill the research room in the form of data and books. Leah was immersed in the research room all day, constantly absorbing the increasing amount of new knowledge. From the information prompts, it seemed she was quite satisfied with Sui's purchases of tech projects. She was getting more excited and motivated as she learned. This isn't an innate cow or horse physique. This is an innate top student. A pioneer at the forefront of humanity. Sui exclaimed as he pushed the door into the research room. Sui rarely came to the research room because he wasn't very interested in such things. Much like poor students, he found these topics headache-inducing. But Leah was different, as she seemed naturally fascinated by all scientific challenges. As soon as Sui entered the research room, he saw Leah bent over a laboratory bench, having changed into a simple white lab coat covered in various stains and smudges from countless experiments. Leah didn't notice Sui entering from the door, as she was completely focused on the experiment in front of her. Her hands skillfully maneuvered among the instruments, adjusting various parameters from time to time. Her movements were swift and precise. Even though Sui was an outsider, he could feel that she was pursuing perfection in every experimental detail. Leah was entirely focused, her expression serious, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just her and her experiment. Sui quietly stood by, observing without interruption. He suddenly felt that a woman working earnestly had an astonishing charm. Leah wasn't extremely beautiful. Her beauty was understated, akin to stars in the deep night, quietly shimmering in the small research room. Her smooth black hair was casually tied into a low ponytail, with a few strands gently falling by her ear, swaying with the wind, playfully obstructing her line of sight. Leah raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, suddenly noticing the man beside her from the corner of her eye. "Hey, who is it?" "Oh, it's the boss." Leah snapped back to reality, quickly turning around with a smile. "Boss, what brings you here?" Her smile was refreshing, but carried a noticeable hint of fatigue. "Just arrived. I didn't want to disturb you since you were busy." Sui nodded. "Haven't you rested well? You look quite tired." "Oh, I'm fine, just 2 nights without sleep." Leah waved her hand with a grin. "Recently, this room has gained a lot of new data and experimental projects, which seems related to the structure of the room, as well as intelligent information technology and the technology models of microrobots. If I can fully grasp them, I could bring great benefits to the boss." "So have you managed to fully grasp them?" "No, I can't understand. It seems I'm missing many foundational tech modules, and I can't replicate them for now." "No worries, take your time," Sui said calmly. He understood the difference between innovation and direct purchase. As long as he had points, he could directly purchase finished products without mastering the technology. But for Leah to grasp the core technology of the finished products, that was no easy task. "We can study technology anytime. Let's take it slow." Sui opened the mall interface and bought some special Universal Recovery Potion, a box of 12, consuming 500 survival points. After ingestion, it automatically repairs bodily deficiencies and fatigue, ensuring the body remains in peak health. This potion cannot replace food and will not fill your stomach. This thing is like the stimulant specialty of the shelter, and it has no side effects with a healing effect. "Here, take this." Sui bought 10 boxes in one go, spending 5,000 points without batting an eye. He placed the suitable potion in front of Leah. "Drink a little when you're tired. Your health is very important. Don't overwork yourself." Now that Leah had the top student trait, it was a tremendous boost in status for Sui. As long as there was enough time, Leah could undoubtedly become an A-level or even S-level talent unit through continuous learning. "Boss." Leah took the potion box, a hint of emotion flashing in her beautiful eyes. Lowering her head, she suddenly playfully said, "Boss, you're so nice to me. Are you trying to pursue me?" Sui was taken aback. "Huh? What kind of thinking is that?" Leah's beautiful eyes sparkled with cunning, but she deliberately sighed. "Oh, Sister Xiaoxi, I will be unhappy. I don't want to be her rival. She's quite formidable." Sui covered his forehead. "This is just normal concern from a boss for a subordinate. It's extra welfare. Don't think too much about it." "Really?" Leah unconsciously leaned closer, her body near Sui, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. "If the boss really wants to play by the rules, I'm just a weak female researcher, and I definitely can't resist. I might just have to silently endure the tears, letting the boss have his way." Leah lowered her head, a look of feigned sorrow on her face, seemingly getting into character. "Damn." Sui couldn't help but curse. "Oh, what kind of strange hobby is this? It sounds like you're looking forward to being taken advantage of by me." "Huh? Are we starting now? Does the boss like the atmosphere here?" Leah's eyes lit up. "Boss, he'll lock the door." "Wait, you misunderstood. That was just an exclamation. It doesn't imply action." Sui quickly grabbed Leah. "Cut it out. Let's talk about serious matters. How's the research on the cooling and refrigeration facilities that Xiaoxi discussed with you going?" "I have some ideas, and I've made a few." Leah turned and took out several small vests from a nearby drawer. "Look, it's not difficult, but it can't be mass-produced. It's all done manually by me. We lack raw materials and factories. Many tech projects can be developed, but the quantity is limited. Oh, that is indeed a problem. Su-yi was taken aback, his brows furrowing tightly. A few cooling devices would have been sufficient for the original number of people, but now with 500 soldiers those few devices were completely inadequate. Li Ya's concerns also made Su-yi realize the difficulties of supporting this 500-man army. It wasn't just the shortage of cooling devices. Maintaining an army is far more challenging than sustaining civilians. For example, the weaponry scale in the 500-man army is considerable, but ammunition is limited. In the 500-man army, it's not like everyone has unlimited ammunition. Once the ammo for these weapons is exhausted, the army's combat effectiveness will surely plummet. Although individual combat power of Chinese soldiers is extremely strong, even fierce, with cold weapons, Su-yi really doesn't want to reach that point. To maintain such a large army and end up having everyone fight with melee weapons. What a poverty-stricken warlord. It seems we have quite a few challenges ahead. Su-yi sighed deeply, and Leah quietly leaned closer, her delicate body pressed against Su-yi. Boss, is there anything I can help with? I'm quite clever. We're lacking bullets, assembly lines, and factories. You're right, we can't rely solely on you for this. Su-yi felt a headache coming on, but Leah smirked mischievously. Boss, I heard. Our shelter has recently gained quite a few laborers. Laborers? Oh, you mean the new residents? Indeed, there are a few hundred more. Then why not have them bring back the city's factories, airports, and various facilities? Leah tilted her head, grinning at Su-yi. Without factories, we can bring back factory equipment. We only lack equipment, but not technology or workers. Although this group may not be skilled workers, I have already researched the production technology. I just need to patiently. Leah's hand quietly covered Su-yi's large hand softly, saying, Boss, you have people technology, and you're worried about lacking equipment. Do you know how to produce ammunition? Su-yi raised his head, looking at Leah in surprise. Leah shrugged. I can't make missiles, but I can manage basic weapon ammunition, if necessary. Just give me another week, and I'll strive to develop the assembly line production technology for rocket launchers. Holy crap. You can even make that thing. Are you a natural at this? Boss, I'm not a genius. It's just that there are ready-made scientific data here, a complete set of theoretical and experimental methods. I just need to try and replicate it. Leah did not take credit. She was referring to the technical materials that would automatically appear in the research room after Su-yi acquired these equipment and tech projects. But Su-yi also knew that while Leah spoke lightly of it, she was the only one in the entire shelter who could understand these technical materials. What she said seemed easy, but without a substantial accumulation of scientific and technological knowledge, even if the design blueprints for Dongfeng missiles were presented, an ordinary person would not comprehend them. A treasure trove of knowledge that cannot be utilized. You're right. Su-yi nodded, narrowing his eyes, feeling a sense of clarity. Leah was correct. He controlled a 500-man army, which was currently in the most elite combat state, with ample ammunition. Under this premise, what could he not obtain? As long as it exists in this city, he can acquire it. I've been limited by the thinking of peaceful times. I should. Boss, would you like me to give you some extra tutoring? Leah put her arm around Su-yi's shoulder, her demeanor slightly flirtatious, looking up at Su-yi with a teasing smile. Nighttime tutoring, just you and me, absolutely private, can help the boss grow quickly. I don't mind. You can report to Xiao first. Have her make some space for you tonight. Oh no, my experimental projects. I almost forgot, the boss is so bad. I won't play with you anymore. Leah exclaimed, turning around and darting back to the lab bench, unabashedly exposing her beautiful back to Su-yi, her posture twisting with a hint of playful temptation. This girl is a bit crazy too. Su-yi shook his head and turned to leave the research room. He needed to seize the time to execute the new plan he just thought of. Sweep through the entire city. Take what you lack. After leaving the research room, Su-yi was about to find Jiang Xiao when he discovered her standing right at his door. Hey, Xiao. A glimmer of excitement crossed Su-yi's face, and before he could speak, Jiang Xiao smiled and opened the door, stepping inside. Xiao, were you waiting for me? Su-yi followed closely behind, somewhat surprised. He felt Jiang Xiao had been waiting specifically for him. Yes, sir. How is the arrangement with the military going? Su-yi sat on the sofa, took a sip of ice-cold water, and continued. Also, you came to ask about the refrigeration equipment, right? She managed to create it, but we can't mass-produce it. I know. Jiang Xiao nodded respectfully, standing before Su-yi. The military hasn't made arrangements yet. They just told them to rest inside the house. Why haven't they arranged anything? I think after Sir meets Leah, he might have new plans. Jiang Xiao paused for a moment, speaking with intention. Sir places great importance on Leah, and Leah's temperament does not like to be bound by rules, so she might inspire Sir with new ideas. I believe as long as Leah presents a challenge, Sir will definitely find a way to solve it for her. For example, the lack of production lines and factories, and the logistical issues with weapon manufacturing. Jiang Xiao lowered her head, expressing the same concerns that Leah had mentioned regarding the difficulties faced by the current shelter. Xiao, did you discuss this with Leah before? Su-yi raised an eyebrow. Your statements are quite similar. I haven't exchanged too much with Miss Li and did not mention these things. Jiang Shaoxi smiled gently. Sir, once the military appears, it has already heralded the most urgent issues we face. The greatest challenge in supporting an army is naturally the logistics. Li suggested I go and seize supplies. Sui reclined on the sofa, speaking nonchalantly. What do you think I should do? My suggestion is the same. Jiang Shaoxi paused and said softly, there are 2 police stations on the nearby streets. According to what you said, the officers have entered the Doomsday War instance. So now those occupying the police stations are likely some refugees, possibly taking advantage of their weapons to commit crimes. I believe, being as kind as Sir is, you naturally cannot tolerate these marauding thugs disturbing the populace. Jiang Shaoxi's words made Sui laugh. Are you asking me to rob the police station for supplies? To become a new thug? We're going to seize territory again. No, sir, wielding a gun will only bring more peace. Jiang Shaoxi shook her head. The apocalypse has lasted some time, but you have never personally killed anyone. Instead, you have accepted many vulnerable individuals. In times of national crisis, a hero must rise. Shaoxi believes that you are the hero needed in this era. We are not acting out of greed, nor are we warlords, but rather to clear the chaos for the nation and its people. Jiang Shaoxi's impassioned speech left Sui dumbfounded. Shaoxi, this isn't like you at all. Although it's not particularly nice to say, you've always given me the impression of being quite ruthless. Is that so? Jiang Shaoxi tilted her head and suddenly smiled. Perhaps it's due to Sir's guidance. Shaoxi also believes that righteousness should be in our hands, not using the mindset of a warlord to act, but prioritizing survival and ensuring more people live on. Wow, goodness. I didn't realize that just a casual remark I made earlier would transform this woman's attitude from that of a party's secret agent leader into a vanguard warrior of communism. I have no rebuttal. What you said is indeed correct. Sui stroked his chin and said, all right then, let's seize the weapons and equipment already in the city. Although there may not be heavy weaponry, at least it can help replenish some ammunition supplies. Yes, sir. Jiang Shaoxi nodded and turned to leave. She had been waiting for Sui's words. After all, the military's main actions require Sui's approval. Even though Sui fully trusted Jiang Shaoxi, she was always attentive to these details and would not easily mobilize the military to do anything without proper authorization. By the way, sir, Jiang Shaoxi stood at the door, suddenly turning to ask, shall we let Lin Yu lead the team? I can stay home to accompany you. Shaoxi, are you afraid to lead troops into battle? Sui suddenly laughed, and Jiang Shaoxi shook her head. I just think that having Lin Yu take action can better safeguard your reputation. If Jiang Shaoxi were to lead this army, might really become a ruthless warlord force that kills without hesitation. But if Lin Yu leads, they are more likely to become the miraculous strong army that the populace misunderstands, almost like a myth. All right. Sui nodded in agreement. He was browsing the Points shopping mall interface when he suddenly discovered that vehicles could actually be purchased there. Wait a moment, Shaoxi, let me buy something to equip the military. Sui quickly called out to Jiang Shaoxi. Vehicles, this is a great asset. In a world where all vehicles have come to a standstill with everyone walking on 2 legs, having a few more vehicles now provides a significant advantage. Sui still had 15151 survival points left, but the prices of vehicles in the Points shopping mall varied greatly. The few models he was interested in were quite expensive. Of course, there were also cheaper options, even those that could be purchased with a level 0 shelter. However, since Sui intended to match them with his 500-man army, he would definitely opt for military vehicles, prioritizing the best performance. Let me see the vehicles available for purchase at a level 1 shelter with the best cost-performance ratio are. These few. Sui waved his hand, decisively choosing to buy. Armored Personnel Carrier APC Model Tiger 3. Capacity, a maximum of 50 soldiers can be carried per vehicle. Weapon system equipped with 1 heavy machine gun on top and 1 light machine gun on each side. Armor protection medium, effectively resisting attacks from light weapons and small caliber artillery. Speed, maximum speed of 90 km/h. Purpose, rapidly transport soldiers to the battlefield and provide a certain level of fire support. Required for purchase 1000 survival points. Tactical support vehicle TSV model Thunder X. Function, provides tactical command communication relay and battlefield medical support. Weapon system, no direct offensive weapons, but equipped with strong electromagnetic interference devices. Equipment includes complete tactical communication equipment, battlefield command systems, and mobile medical facilities. Speed, maximum speed of 80 km/h. Purpose, enhance the tactical coordination capabilities of the task force, ensuring smooth information flow and providing battlefield support. Required for purchase 1000 survival points. Armored Rescue Vehicle ARM Model Guardian R. Function, rapid transport of battlefield casualties and battlefield repair support. Equipment equipped with advanced life support systems, emergency surgical tables, repair tools, and equipment. Speed maximum speed of 70 km/h. Purpose reduce casualty rates and enhance survival capabilities on the battlefield. Required for purchase 1000 survival points. Surface-to-Air Missile Vehicle SEM Model Skynet M. Weapon system equipped with 8 portable surface-to-arm missiles. Protection medium equipped with advanced electronic countermeasure systems. Speed maximum speed of 85 km/h. Purpose provide low-altitude defense against aerial threats such as drones and helicopters. Required for purchase 2000 survival points. Supply vehicle SD model Hercules S. Load capacity. Each vehicle can carry enough supplies for 10 soldiers for a day, cannot automatically replenish, and requires consumption of corresponding resources from the shelter. Speed maximum speed of 75 km/h. Purpose ensure that the task force has sufficient supplies to support them while executing missions far from the shelter. Required for purchase 1000 survival points. For these 5 vehicle types, apart from purchasing 5 armored personnel carriers, the others were each bought once. This expenditure wiped out 1000 survival points. With over 50 survival points remaining, Sue-E did not hold back and simply bought 10 of the most common large trucks. Civilian truck CT model Titan T, 500 load capacity, maximum load of 50 tons, including cargo and personnel. Cargo capacity approximately capable of carrying 35 tons of various supplies such as food, water, building materials, etc. Personnel transport capacity. While ensuring the safety of the cargo, the truck can additionally carry a maximum of 10 passengers, including the driver. Truck dimensions: length 10 meters, x width 2.5 meters, x height 3 meters, usable internal space. Power system equipped with a high-power diesel engine with a maximum output of 350 horsepower. Speed maximum highway speed of 90 km/h, slightly reduced under load. Required for purchase 500 survival points. Although the price of civilian trucks is low, their cost-performance ratio is evidently inferior to that of armored vehicles. If it were not for the better transportation of goods, Sue-E would have liked to continue purchasing armored personnel carriers. Very well, the points are all spent. Only 151 points left. Sue-E clapped his hands, taking Jiang Xiaoci out of the room and into a larger open area where he began to withdraw the purchased vehicles from the shelter's storage space. Accompanied by a shimmering golden light, an array of imposing and robust vehicles appeared before Sue-E. They surrounded Sue-E, almost resembling a dragon, their bodies reflecting dazzling metallic light under Lin Yu. Sue-E called back, and Lin Yue, who was organizing the military, instantly responded here. She was as alert as an early warning system, quickly jogging to stand beside Sue-E. Special Task Forces Temporary Commander Lin Yue reporting for duty. Do you see these vehicles? They are yours to command today. Sue-E pointed at the vehicles beside him. Military vehicles are all yours. Leave the civilian trucks behind, and also allocate a squad of 200 combat personnel to remain here. These military vehicles can only accommodate 300 people. Taking 300 with you shouldn't affect combat effectiveness, right? Sue-E asked, and Lin Yu looked at the military vehicles with shining eyes, responding without hesitation. Absolutely no impact. I guarantee all tasks will be completed. These are not just ordinary transport vehicles. They are a tremendous boost to the Army's combat power. Just look at these military vehicles, especially the armored transport vehicles. Those dark gun barrels are the greatest reassurance for the soldiers. Lin Yu had already imagined arranging a few machine gunners to sit and driving the vehicles. Which enemy would dare to approach? A burst from the machine guns would take them all down. Even the long-range attacks from ordinary bullets could not penetrate the armor of the armored vehicles, and there were sniper ports inside for snipers to quickly retaliate from a distance. These things could significantly elevate the combat capabilities of the Special Task Force. The most crucial point was Sue-E's next words. As it stands, we are the only ones in the city with this equipment. These are items that can only be purchased at a level 1 shelter. Of course, we cannot rule out any military arms left behind by national forces, but they are likely not better than our military vehicles, and the key is that they may not even be utilized by the opposition. You all are soldiers. You should be better at driving these military vehicles than the enemies. MHM, MHM, MHM. Lin Yu nodded vigorously, already so excited that she didn't know how to express herself. All right then, let's set off. Sue-E waved his hand. The remaining 200 people, Xiaoci, please arrange them, allocate some to drive the military trucks, and let the residents come out to work. Yes. Jiang Xiaoci bowed her head in acknowledgement. Today will surely be a fruitful day. She understood Sue-E's order. He intended to utilize the truck's transportation capacity to bring back all available resources from the surroundings. Whatever factory equipment, shopping centers, Chinese and Western pharmacies, municipal hospitals. Anything that the shelter lacks, bring it all back. If anyone tries to obstruct us. Sorry, my civilian truck also has a combat squad fully equipped. Strong in firepower. I declare the large-scale sweep operation officially begins. With Su-Yi's command, all the soldiers began to board the vehicles driving out of the community one by one. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoci organized the remaining military personnel and began calling on Sister Li to head towards the nearby 3 residential buildings, getting the residents who had rested for a day to start the task of transporting supplies. Su-Yi returned to his room, standing by the window, to look down, watching the trucks slowly drive out of the community under the escort of the soldiers. His heart was filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. Soon my shelter will welcome an abundance of resources that cannot be exhausted. Zhang Xiaoci's arrangements were exceedingly well thought out. She did not deploy the entire 200-strong military team for the procurement mission. A special operations team consisting of 50 soldiers was assigned to protect hundreds of residents as they ventured outside. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers formed a 10-member team to head to the offline trading location to rendezvous with Chun Qiuren, ensuring protection of the daylight trading market and maximizing booth fee revenues. Additionally, 40 soldiers were divided into 2 teams to commence activities related to new resource locations, trading spots, and survivor rescues in the vicinity. This would enhance the information-gathering capabilities of the shelter, increase its influence, and expand its population. The remaining 100 soldiers stayed within the community. This not only allowed for close protection of the shelter and Su-Yi's safety, but also provided an opportunity to continuously remodel and repair the community's defense capabilities during this time at home. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoci was set to begin constructing the entire community area. Previously lacking manpower, Zhang Xiaoci now had professional soldiers, and she was determined to implement all the military facilities she had envisioned in her safety plan. Traps, bunkers, lookout posts, trenches. Anything military-grade would be established. Moreover, underground shelters, nuclear material reserves, and more precise military early warning systems would be included. Not a single one would be left out. Better to be excessive than insufficient. Zhang Xiaoci's objective was straightforward: to center everything around Su-Yi's bedroom. The plan was to continuously expand outward and enhance the safety coefficient. Su-Yi's bedroom was the primary high-security area, followed by the building he resided in and its perimeter walls, then the nearby buildings as sniper and ambush points, gradually extending to the entire community. Layer upon layer, even the sky above would have rudimentary anti-air defenses arranged. She needed to ensure that there were no blind spots in her protective measures, and that Su-Yi was secured to the utmost degree. Not only could those within their ranks not casually encounter Su-Yi, but even a massive enemy assault would not allow anyone to approach him. Another dull afternoon. What should I do? Su-Yi looked up at the crimson sun and couldn't help but smirk. How about giving Li Yajin a taste of the unspoken rules? Just to tease her. Forget it, I wouldn't want her to misunderstand. She seems like she might take it seriously. Then how about a game of civilization? Su-Yi sat at his computer desk playing single-player games to pass the time, which could easily consume several nights. However, he felt uneasy about this approach. My shelter is growing stronger. I can't afford to slack off. The stronger the development momentum, the more cautious one should be. Besides, playing computer games isn't as engaging as my skills. I can directly observe remotely, far exceeding merely issuing commands. Su-Yi decided to lie down on his bed, assume a comfortable position, and connect to Lin Yu's perspective. To ensure he did not excessively exhaust his stamina, he specifically retrieved some stamina replenishing items from his storage space. These were trinkets inherited from other shelters, not highly valuable, but effective in replenishing the energy consumed by Su-Yi's skills. Connect perspective, target Lin Yu. Su-Yi's vision was engulfed in darkness. When his sight returned, he had entered Lin Yu's perspective. At that moment, Lin Yu was seated inside an armored personnel carrier surrounded by fully armed soldiers who sat solemnly with their weapons, maintaining a serious demeanor without exchanging words. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was intently reviewing a city map, while an electronic information map in her hand was being continuously updated with the latest information, providing a comprehensive overview. Su-Yi could tell that this electronic map seemed to be part of the command vehicle's equipment. The military vehicles were purchased at a very reasonable price, equipped with a variety of military tools. Commander, Lin Yu suddenly reacted, murmuring softly. Her sensitivity surpassed that of the other soldiers, allowing her to sense Su-Yi connecting to her perspective. I'm just watching you focus on your work. Su-Yi's voice echoed in Lin Yu's ear, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly as she remained silent and continued to concentrate on the map information. Approaching the target location, all troops on alert, reduce vehicle speed. Lin Yu suddenly picked up the intercom and began issuing combat orders. Command vehicle, stay back. All snipers dismount and move to suitable sniper positions. Communications personnel provide accurate operational data. Demolition experts prepare combat. Teams dismount one after another to encircle from both front and rear. Armored vehicles 1, 2, and 3 continue forward in formation, approaching the target location. After Lin Yu finished speaking, she glanced at the soldiers beside her. All personnel, check equipment, and enter combat readiness. Clatter. All the soldiers in the vehicle quickly lowered their heads to check their firearms and equipment, then opened the safety mechanisms of their weapons, rising and bending at the vehicle doors. Once the vehicle came to a stop, the doors swung open. Lin Yu commanded dismount. All soldiers streamed out, automatically forming a standard combat formation covering each other, while vigilantly observing their surroundings, swiftly finding cover, and entering a state of readiness. After Lin Yu dismounted, Su Yi observed the surrounding personnel carriers as soldiers continued to disembark. They formed combat teams of 3 and scattered into the urban obstacles. Lin Yu returned to the command vehicle, directing the 3 armored vehicles towards a police station in the center of the street through remote surveillance images. This was a relatively large police station, with heads moving inside. The once open glass doors had shattered long ago, replaced by a pile of glass shards alongside scattered stones and debris, forming a rudimentary defensive structure. Boss, it seems like military vehicles outside. A young man with yellow hair put down his binoculars, speaking with surprise to the bald man beside him. Inside the police station, there were more than 10 men, all wearing bulletproof vests and holding various However, the hairstyles of these men were colorful and their bulletproof vests were not worn properly. They stood in a disheveled manner, not quite befitting the solemn atmosphere of the building. Military vehicles. The bald man frowned. He initially thought the commotion outside was caused by survivors wanting to trade for equipment, but the situation seemed less optimistic than he had imagined. He picked up the military binoculars around his neck, ascended to the 3rd floor, and looked out. To his astonishment, he saw 3 armored vehicles neatly blocking the entrance, their dark machine gun barrels swiveling, seemingly on the lookout for nearby enemy movements. Surrounding the armored vehicles were also scattered figures of fully armed soldiers. Most of their bodies were concealed behind cover, making it impossible to discern how many there were. All he could see were soldiers' figures everywhere. Damn, this is regular army. The bald man was immediately shocked. He wasn't foolish. This display outside clearly indicated an actual military presence. This was not some fake king pretending to be powerful, nor were they the group of adversaries parading around with police station equipment. The demeanor, actions, and equipment configuration of these people were unmistakably from the People's Liberation Army. Could it be that the army has entered the city to carry out a rescue operation? But didn't that mysterious entity mention something about an apocalyptic war? That bastard even made me vote. I voted for an F. Could all this be an illusion? The bald man felt confused and looked down at his handgun, then back up at the military vehicles outside, rubbing his eyes to take another look. The military vehicles remained. Slap. He raised his hand and smacked it down. The nearby younger brother yelped, holding his thigh. Big brother, why did you hit me? Does it hurt? It hurts, big brother. Am I not dreaming? The bald man stared at the military vehicles outside, whispering, what the hell is going on? They said the army was gone. How can they be out again? Before the bald man could make sense of the situation, a clear, loud voice filled with authority echoed from the military vehicles outside. Listen, everyone inside. We have surrounded this area. All individuals must lay down their weapons and exit with their hands on their heads. Do not resist unnecessarily. Stubborn resistance will only lead to cruel consequences. This is the second serious warning. Lay down your weapons immediately and surrender unconditionally. We promise to treat anyone who surrenders voluntarily and cooperates with the investigation leniently. However, if you persist in resisting, we will have no choice but to take firm measures, and all consequences will be borne by you. The clear loudspeaker announcement echoed through the streets, with all the thugs in the police station hearing it distinctly. Beside the bald man, a younger brother clutched his thigh in pain, tremblingly asking, big brother, what should we do? Should we fight them? Fight? With what? The bald man looked at the younger brother, wishing he could slap him. Are you an idiot? Fighting against soldiers? Do you think you're the best in the world? How many lives do you have to dare to throw away like that? Then, big brother, what should we do? What should we do? Surrender. The bald man decisively declared, lay down your weapons and surrender on the spot, seeking leniency. Do not harbor any delusions. I would rather serve time than take a bullet. Clearly the bald man was He thought the outside forces were regular army, unaware that they were the soldiers recruited by Su Yi. The bald man harbored ambitions and aspirations, but like all the people of Huaxia, he deeply understood the terrifying combat power of his own army. Rebellion. Don't make me laugh. That would lead to a miserable death. Ni's younger brother remained dazed, glancing first at the handgun in his hand and the bulletproof vest on his chest, then out the window at the colossal military vehicles. He swallowed hard and blurted out, voice unsteady, Chief, didn't you say your talent was unmatched? No one could intimidate you. Then, shall we take care of those people outside? And damn it, I'll take care of you first. And the bald man erupted in fury, slapping his subordinate so hard his vision spun, leaving him stunned and deeply aggrieved. So much for ambition. Just yesterday their leader had been fiercely aspirational. commanding the city with thunderous authority, vowing to strike down the little white bear and trample the new top-ranked gangster underfoot. But today, all that fire had vanished. He stood utterly deflated. Spread the word, everyone gear up. Prepare to surrender. The bald man drew a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with sharp, pragmatic intelligence. This is chaos, a time of upheaval. We hold men in arms. This isn't surrender, it's wisdom. As the ancient saying goes, only the discerning become true heroes. We're accepting imperial amnesty. Ni's declaration sent the entire police station into pandemonium. Lin Yue, observing from afar, noticed sudden surges of movement. Personnel darting up and down the building's stairwells, yet confirmed they were not assuming combat positions. According to long-range sniper reports, though armed, they had not taken defensive stances. Instead, they congregated en masse in the ground floor lobby. Such dense clustering would make them easy prey. Just a few sustained bursts from rooftop-mounted machine guns could eliminate half their number in seconds. Just as Lin Yu prepared her next move, she saw the bald man emerge from the station, flanked by several lanky youths, hands raised high above their heads. "Comrades, don't shoot. I surrender, and Pa. I'm not surrendering. I'm cooperating with the investigation. Let me state clearly, I've committed no crime. Ever since the catastrophe struck, I've safeguarded state property." And the bald man shouted loudly, clever, articulate, and impeccably poised. Seizing control of a police station by force was a grave offense, yet its severity hinged on context. Emphasizing the apocalyptic crisis and voluntarily disclosing intent shifted the narrative. If his intent was righteous, even objectively questionable acts might be forgiven. "Commander, the enemy has surrendered." Na staff officer spoke gravely. Lin Yu nodded. "Send a small team to make contact, verify their origins. Stay vigilant. Don't fall for deception. And remember, if their surrender proves genuine, refrain from any harsh treatment. Treat prisoners humanely. Uphold our army's noble traditions. We are all compatriots. In times of peril, we need not turn upon one another." "Yes, sir. I'll go myself." And the chief of staff stepped forward, decisively leaping from the command vehicle and advancing toward the bald man with several soldiers. "Comrade." The bald man watched an officer clearly marked by insignia descend from the armored vehicle, and his expression instantly softened into deferential reverence. His body tensed instinctively, his arms remained rigidly raised, unwilling to lower them lest he provoke mis. After all, muzzle flashes dotted nearly every vantage point along the street, and tiny red laser dots now crisscrossed his chest. No question, snipers were watching. Warning. "What's your name?" The chief of staff halted before him, stern-faced, and demanded sharply, "State your identity and background. Truthfully. Cooperation may earn leniency." Yes, comrade, I'll tell you everything." And the bald man complied without hesitation, even dropping to his knees, hands clasped behind his head with practiced, almost fluid ease. "Comrade, I know our principles. Confession brings clemency. My name is Wang Daniu. I came from Huizhou to work construction, bringing along several nephews from my village. Not long ago, chaos broke loose. The so-called ghost voice announced the world's end and temperatures soared unnaturally. I don't have many hobbies, just reading novels. I figured with the apocalypse upon us and no sign of military rescue. Well, you must know this. The voice claimed all troops had been captured. So I decided to act, to protect myself, and immediately led my nephews to the nearest police station. Truly, I only sought personal safety. No ill intent whatsoever. I swear it." Wang Daniu held his palms aloft, face solemn and impassioned, but once inside, I realized something was wrong. In this hour of apocalypse, when our nation stands imperiled, every citizen bears responsibility. This station still held untouched equipment. What if criminals seized it? What of our city's people? What of the survivors' safety? I knew. I had to act. I resolved to guard state assets, keeping weapons out of criminal hands, and protect every survivor in the city, buying time until rescue forces arrived. So I held this station alone, waiting, praying for your arrival. At last, the heavens heard my ceaseless pleas. "You're here." The bald man grew increasingly animated, his voice trembling near tears. "I truly feel. China's dawn has broken. The storm has passed. The sky has cleared. The people's golden days have returned." Ni's nephews stared dumbfounded, convinced their uncle was a master performer. Every subtle gesture, every flicker of expression, utterly lifelike. To waste such talent on construction management, a profound injustice. Even the chief of staff felt silent, struck speechless. This man can talk circles around truth itself. In just a few sentences, he'd whitewashed his entire transgression. "You look like a seasoned offender." And the chief of staff's gaze pierced Wang Daniu like a blade. "You've served time before, haven't you?" "Yes, comrade, I admit it. In my youth, foolish and reckless, I injured someone in a brawl. With no means to compensate, I served 2 years. But rest assured, the government reformed me completely. I've cleansed my heart and remade myself. And comrade, I am devoted to country and home. My blood burns for the people. I understand what it means to be a useful member of society. Ni's words rang with such unassailable integrity, no flaw could be found. Faced with such compliance, the chief of staff had no grounds for accusation. So he simply nodded. For now you appear a model comrade. Given your circumstances, we'll observe you closely. So long as you cooperate fully, we won't misjudge you. And now, call everyone out. Surrender. The chief of staff narrowed his eyes, studying Wang Daniu intently. Demanding disarmament was always delicate. If the slightest hesitation surfaced, he would order immediate, overwhelming force. Yet to his astonishment, Wang Daniu visibly exhaled, then swiftly stripped off every piece of gear and dropped it onto the pavement. Handguns, magazines, grenades, bulletproof vests. He even urged his nephews and subordinates onward, urging haste. Hurry up, don't dawdle. The comrades are waiting. And brother, are we really? In, you dare argue again? Sorry, comrade, my family discipline failed. My apologies sincerely. And with that, Wang Daniu delivered a sharp slap. His nephews yelped and dropped their weapons instantly, faces etched with reluctant sorrow. And just like that, everything was gone. And 2 days ago they dreamed of ruling the apocalypse. Now reality snapped them back to nothing. Many young men had already mapped their heroic arcs, only to confront a far harsher truth. And, you brats inside, come out now. Having disarmed himself, Wang Daniu whirled toward the station and bellowed, all of you, out now. Not one shall remain, and if anyone tries to flee, I'll deal with him first. Don't cloud your minds. Get out here now. And under his commanding shouts, occupants emerged in scattered, sluggish lines, laying down weapons one by one before the chief of staff. Within 10 minutes, the station was secured, bloodlessly, without a single shot fired. NSU, silently observing, stared in disbelief. Incredible. Xiaoxi's approach, it actually works. Su felt a stirring within himself. And though unconventional in this era bereft of military presence, why shouldn't he step forward? Wang Daniu's words, though self-serving, resonated deeply with Su. And if the world had descended into chaos, why couldn't he become a national hero? Must apocalypse mean mutual slaughter, deceit and betrayal, desperate flight, human extinction? And why? And must China follow the script written in fiction? Su disagreed. Suddenly assuming the sacred duty of the People's Liberation Army felt profoundly right. And that mantle of righteousness carried immense weight, winning hearts and minds effortlessly. It was unstoppable. And yes, the responsibility weighed heavily, but Su feared no burden. From the command vehicle, Lin Yu witnessed the scene, astonished by their cooperation, then swiftly issued orders: deploy tactical teams to formally assume control of the station. Move out, maintain formation. Snipers maintain overwatch, and inventory supplies, scan for hidden threats, avoid ambushes. At Lin Yu's command, squads of soldiers flowed steadily into the station, not just through the front entrance, but also scaling walls with practiced agility, ensuring no unit entered blindly and risked annihilation. Wang Daniu shuddered. He watched waves of disciplined, grim-faced soldiers, radiating lethal precision, stream past him, reinforcing his posture of utter humility before the chief of staff. He felt profound relief, thankful beyond measure for his swift surrender. Had he resisted, he suspected he'd already be negotiating reincarnation terms with Yama himself. Come with me. And the chief of staff glanced at Wang Daniu, then turned and led them toward a nearby military vehicle. Comrade, will this land us in court? And Wang Daniu's voice quivered with anxiety. The chief of staff paused, looked back, and offered a knowing, inscrutable smile. That depends entirely on how thoroughly you cooperate with the investigation. I will. I absolutely will. A flash of inspiration lit Wang Daniu's mind. Comrade, I recall a principal meritorious reporting, and I wish to file a report. Report what? And criminals nearby. Terrorizing civilians, hoarding supplies, seizing police stations, abducting women, slaughtering without mercy. After an hour of inspection and counting, the entire police station was declared completely taken over. The supplies within the police station were also counted and gradually moved back to the military vehicles by the soldiers. Half an hour later, a list appeared in front of Lin Yu detailing the supplies and weapons stored in the police. Weapons and equipment: 126 handguns, including various standard police models, 12 rifles, mainly automatic rifles like the Type 95, 1 light machine gun, 2 sniper rifles, 12 shotguns. Ammunition: 32 police grenades, a total of 52 various special grenades, such as flashbangs and tear gas grenades, 3,600 rounds of standard handgun bullets, 1,200 rounds of rifle bullets, 600 rounds of machine gun bullets. Communication equipment: handheld walkie-talkies, satellite phones, signal enhancers, and other miscellaneous items were all rendered non-functional. Medical equipment, a total of 335 items, including first aid kits, tourniquets, disinfectants, antibiotics, and painkillers. Food and water, compressed biscuits, canned food, bottled water, etc. Sufficient to meet the survival needs of 40 people for 2 weeks. Fuel and lighting equipment, gasoline, diesel, etc. Enough to fill 30 cars, and the police station has 45 intact police vehicles, but cannot be started. Lighting equipment includes generators, batteries, and electrical devices, but only the flashlight is operational. Miscellaneous includes tents, sleeping bags, portable stoves, ropes, toolkits, multifunctional knives, totaling 526 items. As the densely packed list of supplies was laid out, Lin Yu felt a great surprise. The gains this time were many supplies, although transported by Wang Daniu and his team from elsewhere, have now been discounted for over 40 of them are members of Wang Daniu's own construction crew, consisting of younger relatives and villagers, while the remaining 40 or so are local survivors who relied on Wang Daniu during the outbreak. Interestingly, all 85 individuals are young men, the oldest not exceeding 45 years, with most appearing to be in their 20s and 30s, the prime of manhood. Lin Yu had asked the chief of staff about Wang Daniu, who said that there were indeed women and elders who sought refuge, but they were all turned away by Wang Daniu. According to his nephew, who loves to read novels, it was not worthwhile to bring such burdensome people during the apocalypse, so Wang Daniu only wanted honest and obedient men. Any man who appeared clever or shrewd was not accepted by Wang Daniu. Don't ask, because he fears he cannot keep them in check. As Lin Yu was counting the material gains, the chief of staff boarded the command vehicle again. Captain Lin, I've almost finished asking. And what about that group of people? Most of them come from construction sites. Some harbored fantasies of ruling during chaos, but they've pretty much abandoned those thoughts now and have a good attitude. The chief of staff nodded, saying, there are quite a few strong men, but they lack courage. They haven't dared to act out, and their words seem mostly sincere. The chief of staff found it interesting. Clearly they were a group of potentially threatening men, yet they showed no signs of rebellion, almost like a flock of sheep perfectly complying with his inquiries. The submissive attitude of Wang Daniu and the others even made the chief of staff feel a bit embarrassed, often wondering if his tone was too harsh. That's very normal. Lin Yu lowered her head, reviewing the supply list. In this era, in this country, the public's friendliness towards the military is higher than you can imagine. That's a good thing. The chief of staff laughed. That means we can save a lot of trouble. Ms. Zhang has mentioned that this is a bad thing. Lin Yu looked up, her expression serious, as she gazed at the chief of staff. This means we also have to bear the burdens carried by the military in this era. Trust from the people is not given freely, we merely inherit the identities they once held. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lin Yu's words were profound. Zhang Xiaozi had complained to her more than once that it would be better if the people here did not trust the military so much. At least she could handle many tasks without worrying too much about Su Yi's position and views, making things much simpler. Yes, Captain Lin. The chief of staff's expression turned serious as he understood her point. Captain Lin, how should we handle those people? Let's take them back first, to leave everything to Ms. Zhang for her to manage. Lin Yu said without hesitation. We only need to deal with frontline matters. As long as someone surrenders, we ensure their safety and then hand them all over to Ms. Zhang. She is our political commissar. We don't need to worry about this. Yes, Captain Lin. The chief of staff nodded, lowering his voice. The leader just reported some things, mentioning several valuable gathering points nearby. What do you mean? Lin Yu looked up, frowning at the chief of staff. Do you think what he said is true? It's highly likely true. Considering our combat mission, I think we should check it out. The chief of staff spread his hands, speaking sincerely. Regardless of whether it's sooner or later, we must clear this area. I believe we can make contact in advance, especially since we have Wang Daniu, who is familiar with the surrounding area. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Send someone to notify Ms. Zhang to bring people to transport the supplies, and leave a few to guard. Bring Wang Daniu over. I want to ask him some questions. Yes, Captain Lin. The chief of staff quickly got out of the vehicle and brought Wang Daniu. Wang Daniu walked into the command vehicle with some apprehension, and at first glance, he saw the spirited Lin. She was petite, yet radiant, with bright eyes and an overall refreshing and graceful demeanor, exuding the unique beauty of a capable female soldier. Wang Daniu could not help but feel his heart brighten at first sight, internally exclaiming that she was a military flower. This is Captain Lin, our highest commander at the moment. The chief of staff introduced Wang Daniu, speaking softly. You can say anything to her. If you perform well, she can plead for leniency on your behalf in front of the higher-ups. Commander, there are also higher-ups. As these words came out, Wang Daniu instantly felt a shiver. He had indeed not bet wrong. The military has truly arrived, even the higher-ups are here. Damn it, he hit the jackpot. Just by this display, it's definitely the rhythm of military control over the city. Apocalypse. He didn't even consider it. As long as he followed the military, they would solve all problems. Wang Daniu even felt that the turning point of his life might be at this moment. In such chaotic times, if he could achieve merit before the military once order is restored, he would surely receive some recognition. Regardless of whether it would be effective or not, at the very least he had connected with the military. When peace returns, even if this connection is not used, just having it would be impressive. It could bring him endless benefits. If he were a bit unlucky, Wang Daniu might die during the apocalypse. According to the military's customs in our country, he could definitely be honored as a martyr. If he were proactive, he might even become a heroic martyr. Damn, a new page in the family tree. The county history would have me recorded from now on. With this thought, Wang Daniu's eyes involuntarily turned red, his expression filled with overwhelming excitement. Wang Daniu, what's the matter? Lin Yu asked, frowning. You seem agitated. Are you troubled by something? Speak freely, I will see to your matter. Lin Yu attempted to soothe Wang Daniu. She still needed to leverage his usefulness to secure greater benefits for Su Yi. Of course, in doing so, Lin Yu did not object to using her military authority to provide some protection for the more vulnerable. She was shrewd. She understood that Su Yi's granting her command was tacit approval of such actions. Commander. Wang Daniu inhaled sharply and spoke at once, his face grave and his eyes burning with righteous indignation. I must report something. There are many gangs of thugs nearby committing unspeakable atrocities. I tried to stop them before, but I was powerless. My voice carried no weight. I could do nothing but watch them do evil, and I lie awake every night tormented. They are beasts, worse than scum. Thankfully you arrived. There is justice in Huaxia, and the people— Wait, Lin Yu interrupted briskly. Get to the point. Yes, get to the point. He replied. Wang Daniu nodded hastily and said in a low voice, ever since the apocalypse began and I came to the police station, quite a few people have come to rely on me. I meant to care for survivors out of duty to the nation and the people, but some were not seeking refuge. They wanted to buy guns and ammunition. I thought with the world in chaos, having a gun for self-defense is reasonable, and the people I sheltered needed food. So I decided to sell a few. But I didn't sell much. Only handguns, and I strictly limited the bullets. Wang Daniu thumped his chest, stressing his patriotic intentions. Everyone knew, however, that he had feared selling rifles and grenades in quantity, lest they turn on him. Lin Yu, after I sold those guns, I realized I had been deceived. He spat with anger. The moment they got firearms, they began to commit atrocities. There are gunshots every day nearby. Sometimes when I take people out to scavenge for food, we see men assaulting women in the street and then killing them. The blood spattered up on the glass. They are truly monstrous. Wang Daniu raged. Lin Yu frowned and asked, did you ever take people to stop them? That question left Wang Daniu stunned. He mumbled, I didn't dare. I was a little afraid to die. He had thought in the apocalypse it was better to avoid trouble. He dared not speak such cold-blooded thoughts in front of soldiers. In his mind, the troops were paragons who hated evil, each one like a celestial warrior. Such a confession would certainly cost him face. Lin Yu did not press. She simply nodded. Continue. I've witnessed scenes like that several times, and I was thinking, what if these people go on a killing spree and then come after me for retribution? So I organized a few people to patrol the area. Because I had sold them guns before, survivors with any renown gave me a measure of respect and were polite enough. From my contacts, I discovered they had already divided up the territory. They marked which gangs occupied which blocks, behaving like petty warlords. Those with superior talents preyed upon survivors from shelters whose talents were weaker. As he spoke, Wang Daniu suddenly asked, Commander, are you familiar with these talents? Yes. Lin Yu nodded and glanced at him calmly. I was about to ask, what is your talent? According to the shelter mechanism, each person is randomly assigned to a habitable shelter room, and talents are also randomly generated. The police station is not a habitable structure. If you spend all your time there, aren't you worried your shelter will be destroyed? Lin Yu asked, and Wang Daniu, nervous, also felt a measure of relief. The probe worked. These troops seemed to know everything. Even such details were known. Their preparations were comprehensive and impressive. To be frank, my talent, well, it's strange. Wang Daniu scratched his head and smiled guilelessly. My talent makes me stronger the farther and longer I stay away from home. I haven't eaten or drunk or slept for several days, yet nothing seems wrong. As long as I don't return home, I remain a bit stronger than ordinary people. A talent like that. Su Yi, observing from the background, was momentarily stunned. The gift sounded rather the opposite of his own Jinan Jijia Homebody's domain. But by effect it did not seem as potent as Jinan Jijia. Continue questioning him, Su Yi murmured. Su Yi pondered, then whispered in Lin Yu's ear, asked for the exact effects of his talent, have him recite its details, and asked whether he fears his shelter being destroyed. Lin Yu understood at once and relayed Su Yi's instructions. Wang Daniu obediently recited, my talent is called Lulang's de Jixiang Wanderer's Aspiration. It is a brank talent. Its effect: when a resident leaves the shelter, their stamina and vitality increase over time spent outside, entering a fasting-like state in which they need neither food nor rest, At full accumulation, this talent can raise my physical attributes to 3 times my prime, strength, speed, and self-healing, purely physical enhancements. But if I return to the shelter, those states disappear, and I must reaccumulate them the next time I go out. I calculated it takes about 5 days to reach the peak of the enhancement. As for the destruction of a shelter, I am not afraid. I asked some insiders. Apparently a shelter can only be destroyed if its residents are in a special state, if their freedom is restricted, if they are bound or captured, or if they are gravely wounded and unconscious. Otherwise, even if I am not at home, others cannot destroy my shelter. Wang Daniu spoke calmly. His tone did not sound like a lie. Given the Huaxia people's reverence for the troops, if a man could lie so convincingly in this context, it would mean his psychological fortitude far exceeded the ordinary. Even so, Su Yi remained cautious and did not entirely trust Wang Daniu's words. So you're a kind of Su. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, murmuring triple physical attributes. That sounds formidable. Wang Daniu scratched his head, modest, hardly a Superman. I'm just a bit tougher than most. He added with rustic sincerity, even if I have a talent, how could I stand against artillery and aircraft? Our nation still has carriers and even nuclear weapons. Those things are far more terrifying than any talent. He hurried to explain, I'm not saying I'd be the army's enemy. I only meant to praise them. Wang Daniu laughed awkwardly, but his words were heartfelt. Huaxia's government professed peace, yet its martial strength was no empty boast. Without the ability to obliterate the planet, anyone would have to yield before Huaxia's military. To oppose them would be madness. All of this rested on Wang Daniu's assumption that Lin Yu represented the Huaxia forces. Even with a decent talent, he would not dare act rashly. Lin Yu appraised Wang Daniu from head to toe in silence. Her gaze made him uneasy, and he muttered, Comrade, am I doing something wrong? Speak. Don't just look at me, I'm scared. Do not be afraid. Lin Yu shook her head, and then asked, abruptly, interested in joining the military. Lin Yu had a talent for recruitment. Su Yi smiled, surprised that she would take the initiative to enlist capable survivors for him. Join the army. Wang Daniu blinked, incredulous, pointing at his chest. Me? Someone like me? Could I really become a soldier? I've done time in prison. I know, but special times call for special men. Lin Yu nodded and said coolly, you have notable combat ability. I heard what you said when you surrendered. If you truly wish to serve the nation and the people, why not step forward and prove your worth? What had been a mild piece of provocation turned out to be unnecessary. Wang Daniu did not hesitate. Enlist. I must enlist. If the nation needs me, I will give my life without question. He cried. Even if I must die here, no, let me fall in battle. I will sacrifice myself for the country. He proclaimed with fevered patriotism. Lin Yu smiled. Do not be so grave, you are not certain to die. No. If death were an option, Wang Daniu would truly consider it. If he did not die, perhaps nothing would change. But if he died, it would be a monumental gain for his family's reputation. Of course, that presupposed the troops could overcome the apocalypse. On that matter, Wang Daniu had no doubts. He believed it utterly. Thus, if he fell in battle, he would bring great honor to his family. Even if the whole household perished in the chaos, he might still be remembered in the annals of history. Children's textbooks might one day devote bold, ink-darked lines to the deeds of Wang Daniu. Since you are willing, start as a basic soldier from the bottom up. Lin Yu paused, looking at him with meaning. You are the first recruit I have summoned. Do not disappoint me. Commander, I will perform well. Wang Daniu straightened his chest and proclaimed loudly, Commander, when do we depart? Depart for what? To eliminate the scoundrels and protect the people. Wang Daniu pointed toward a nearby street and shouted, I know where they hide and what weapons they have. I will lead the vanguard. I will do the most dangerous work. He cried. I will protect my comrades. I will safeguard my people. Su Yi at home swore in astonishment. He was dumbfounded. An hour ago, the man had been a thug, and in the next breath, he had transformed into a regular soldier. The change in status altered his bearing as well. He now looked resolute and imposing. Who would guess he had ever served time behind bars? Anyone who saw him could only call him a hot-blooded young man. His cries stirred even Su Yi's blood. He felt a sudden urge to rush the front and deal with those villains himself. Very well. Lin Yu glanced at the chief of staff and nodded in agreement. There is still time today. We should go and see. Wang Daniu is right. We cannot ignore the lives and safety of the populace. Lin Yu felt the weight of those words and was even more willing to devote herself. The chief of staff nodded, understood. I will make the arrangements. With that, he prepared to disembark. Wang Daniu suddenly shouted, Brother, take me. I really will lead the charge. I'm ferocious. I really am fierce. Lin Yu nodded. Bring him along. The commander wants to see. The chief did not ask many questions and simply agreed. Wang Daniu. Here. The chief commanded. Come with me. Put on a uniform, take a weapon, and collect your bullets. Yes. Wang Daniu answered. To be fair, Wang Daniu, in uniform, rifle in hand, standing solemnly on the spot, truly cut a convincing figure. His former subordinates, however, watched the scene with mild unease, unaccustomed to this sudden transformation. Why is Uncle wearing a military uniform? Has he enlisted? What does that mean for us? Disaster. Our leader promised surrender, but instead of being granted amnesty, he's become an ordinary soldier. So what now? Is Brother Wang officially a soldier, and we remain outlaws? Damn it, that still leaves us doomed. Dozens of men murmured anxiously, their hearts gripped by uncertainty and dread for what lay ahead. Moments later, the chief of staff approached accompanied by Wang Daniu. He turned to Wang Daniu. These are all your men. You said earlier you could identify promising candidates. Go ahead and select them yourself. Remember, our army tolerates no mediocrity. We do not accept just anyone. Even those admitted must first undergo rigorous evaluation. The chief of staff issued his stern admonition. Wang Daniu snapped to attention and saluted sharply, "Yes, sir." Then turning to face his former men, he scanned the crowd and called out several names. Wang Xiaoshan, Wang Wang Fenqin. Step forward. From their names alone, it was clear Wang Daniu had chosen only close kinsmen, his own clan. Uncle, what's going on? His nephew stepped forward, bewildered. The young villagers stood baffled, exchanging silent, uneasy glances. What do you mean, what's going on? Do you think I'd send you straight into the line of fire? Wang Daniu fixed them with a sharp glance and spoke gravely. I've been commissioned as a soldier under the commandant's authority to join rescue operations and resist the coming apocalypse. You've always obeyed orders, and your innate talents align closely with combat disciplines. Therefore, I've recommended you, all of you, to enlist alongside me. Enlist? They stared at one another, eyes alight with shared, unspoken excitement. In peacetime, military service might mean little more than hardship, with scant chance for distinction. But in times of chaos, to bear arms was to seize banners atop breached walls, to shatter ancestral limits, and ascend the social ladder in a single stride. And their starting point was extraordinary. While others fought as bandits, they would serve as soldiers, upholding justice, bearing honor, embodying legitimacy itself. So, you refuse to enlist? No, we accept. Nodding eagerly, the rural youths, steadfast, hardy, unspoiled by pretense, spoke without hesitation. Their simple faith ran deep. Uncle would never betray me. Take them with you. I'll personally command. However, military regulations forbid placing all of you in the same platoon. The chief of staff regarded Wang Daniu soberly. This is an emergency. Uniforms are scarce. We'll issue bulletproof vests for now. Yes, sir. Wang Daniu snapped a crisp salute, spine rigid, expression resolute, a sight that stirred profound envy among the onlookers. What true heart youth does not dream of donning the uniform? To lead rescues would bring glory beyond measure, and to save a female survivor, that would be heroism incarnate. Would she then fall willingly into his arms? Truth be told, it was entirely plausible. In the national imagination, the soldier's charisma, both masculine and institutional, stood unrivaled, peerless. Consider it, while marauders must coerce women through brute force, a soldier need only stand tall and be met with glances so tender they could nourish a man for days. Boss, what about us? What's our fate? Brother, I yearn to enlist too. My son has dreamed of military service since childhood, of valor, of legacy. When the nation faces peril, every common man bears responsibility. I pledge my life, my head, my blood, for the motherland. Don't leave me behind. Let me stand shoulder to shoulder with comrades, defending our people. The remaining men grew frantic, clamoring assurances, terrified of being left behind. Wang Daniu shot them a glare. Enough noise. No more big brothers or little brothers. I'm a soldier now. None of your underworld hierarchies. I won't abide them anymore. Words must match station. Wang Daniu would honor the uniform he wore. Stay where you are. Obey the government. Cause no trouble. His voice dropped low, edged with warning. Or before the authorities come for you, I'll deal with you myself, you good-for-nothing brats. His words cast a pall of disappointment across the group. Yet the chief of staff surveyed the assembled men and spoke calm and reassuring. Follow instructions. Return to the military assembly zone for screening and resettlement. We will petition senior command. Provided your backgrounds are clean and your aptitudes suitable, you shall have your chance to serve the nation. Having delivered his message, the chief of staff departed with Wang Daniu and the newly selected recruits. With the group thus divided, the remaining men were left preoccupied, not with rebellion or survival schemes, but solely with the thought of enlistment. Soon a detail was assigned to escort the remaining men back to the assembly zone and simultaneously notify Jiang Xiaozi to dispatch personnel for evacuating supplies from the large police station. Lin Yu left a small contingent to guard the site, then advanced with her troops toward adjacent districts. Wang Daniu volunteered as guide, eager to prove himself. Within the hour, the column entered a new urban sector. Chief of Staff, this district lies near the city center, home to 2 major supermarkets, 3 hardware stores, and 6 business-oriented karaoke venues. Adjacent lies the snack street, reportedly housing a grain and oil wholesale depot and several small cold storage facilities. Wang Danyu reported meticulously. This entire area is currently held by 4 distinct factions. All 4 groups are armed. Their innate abilities remain unknown, but judging by their stalemate, none possess overwhelming strength. Otherwise, they'd have absorbed the others long ago. Meanwhile, countless survivors hide within residential buildings, venturing out only when deserted, scavenging furtively for food and water. Supplies were still findable a few days ago, but recent hoarding by these 4 factions has exhausted most resources. For isolated survivors, even basic sustenance has grown perilously scarce. Thus, many now resort to desperate measures. Wang Danyu sighed deeply, his expression darkening with quiet fury. What kind of desperation? The chief of staff asked, watching him closely. One nephew raised his hand. Sir, while selling ammunition, I spoke with a raider who boasted openly their 4 factions used to fight constantly, fiercely, relentlessly. But ever since a strategist arrived from the city center, hostilities ceased. They partitioned the district and began recruiting survivors using leftover provisions. Survivors seeking full bellies must either labor for them or sell family members outright. Women too, a single night's companionship earns half a meal. To eat fully, one must perform increasingly degrading acts. Rumors say they're planning price cuts, intending to withhold further rations from outsiders. Su-yi, observing silently from the shadows, blinked slowly and murmured softly, "It's truly come to this, 1 can of food for 1 woman. The world has unraveled beyond recognition." Yet the reality was grimly logical. Under relentless heat, most perishables rotted within hours, rendering them inedible. Remaining foodstuffs grew ever scarcer, ever more precious. When shelters fail to guarantee stable rations, survival drives humanity past moral thresholds, into realms of unthinkable action. Human trafficking. The chief of staff's instincts flared. He frowned sharply. They can recruit fighters with food alone. Why traffic in people?